Chapter 1. Class Flower? Stay away. On the grand bridge spanning the river in the bustling metropolis, an Audi sped along with great swiftness. In the passenger seat sat a woman in a black dress, holding a divorce certificate and a bank card, her countenance radiating immense delight. She turned to the man at the wheel. After our divorce, the assets will be divided equally, as mandated by law. Do not think you are at a disadvantage by giving me half. Though the wealth was earned by you, I'm also a member of the household, and it is only right to split it evenly, Jiang Cheng replied, his eyes fixed intently on the road. In my youth, I cherished a girl, treating her with kindness day after day. Yet in the end, she chose to be with a boy she had known for merely a few days. Upon entering society, I devoted all my time to work, and after years of striving, I achieved moderate success in this city. Then you appeared in my life, your understanding nature rekindling the long-dormant heart of a lover within me. We fell in love, married, and I envisioned a beautiful future ahead. However, I never anticipated that I would once again be defeated by a woman. What I believed to be marriage turned out to be an utterly deceitful ruse. Jiang Cheng turned to the woman, a smile playing on his lips. It seems that the more beautiful a woman is, the more adept she is at deception. The woman flicked the divorce certificate with her fingers and replied nonchalantly, Jiang Cheng, be careful or I shall sue you for defamation. What have I deceived you about? There are countless individuals who rush into marriage only to rush out again, who says that once I marry, I must remain with you until the end. Jiang Cheng gazed deeply at the woman before turning his head away. The woman, seemingly unfazed, remarked, I will get off at the Zhonghai Grand Hotel. Jiang Cheng, maintaining his calm demeanor, replied, no need, I have already arranged accommodations for us. The woman sneered dismissively, what are you thinking? After our divorce, you still wish to share the same space? Suddenly, the Audi's engine roared violently, and the vehicle accelerated toward the bridge's railing. With a resounding crash, the barrier was breached, and the Audi soared off the overpass. The car plummeted rapidly, crashing into the river below, quickly sinking to the depths. Inside the car, the woman was jolted, her hair disheveled, her face a mask of terror as she watched the fierce river waters surge into the vehicle from all directions. When Jiang Cheng opened his eyes, he found himself holding a bouquet of roses, standing in front of teaching building. The corridor was crowded with youthful students, who whispered among themselves as they observed Jiang Cheng. A look of astonishment crossed his face. After the Audi's plunge, had fate granted him a second chance at life? He had been reborn to the day of his high school graduation break, preparing for the upcoming college entrance examination. Today, he would publicly confess his feelings for Lu Shiyun, holding a rose in hand. Suddenly, the building erupted with the sounds of students cheering. Jiang Cheng snapped back to reality, his gaze drawn to the focal point. Lu Shiyun was approaching him, clad in a blue short skirt and a white blouse, her hair flowing, exuding youthful vitality. Upon reaching him, she looked at the rose in Jiang Cheng's hand with indifference. What are you doing? Jiang Cheng gazed at Lu Shiyun's beautiful face, memories flooding back in a tidal wave. In a previous life, Lu Shiyun pushed away her rose, arrogantly turning her back and becoming a laughingstock in the eyes of her classmates. Just as she was on the verge of giving up and concluding this affection, she reassured herself before university commenced, claiming her initial rejection was merely due to nerves. Once in college, she would earnestly contemplate their relationship. Jiang Cheng's hope was rekindled instantly on the journey to register at university. He diligently bought her tickets, carried her luggage, and attended to her every need. Upon arriving at school, he busily arranged her dormitory supplies, anxious that she might struggle to adapt to university life. As holidays approached, he began to save diligently to prepare gifts for her. However, Lu Shiyun ultimately ended up with a boy she had known for only a few days, leaving Jiang Cheng with a parting line. Jiang Cheng, you are the one who loves me the most. I hope you wish me happiness, will you? Jiang Cheng narrowed his eyes. Having been given a second chance at life, he vowed never to trust women again. Lu Shiyun, growing impatient, said, I'm speaking to you in public. What are you doing? Jiang Cheng glanced at her and retorted, go play elsewhere. Don't get involved. Lu Shiyun stared in disbelief. What did you say? Jiang Cheng looked up to see the formidable head teacher approaching with an imposing demeanor. He immediately stepped forward, presenting her with a bouquet of roses. Teacher Lu, thank you for your hard work over the past 3 years. I wish you a future filled with joy, surrounded by happiness. Lu Yuzhen was momentarily taken aback, realizing Jiang Cheng's gesture was directed at her. The colleagues in the office had certainly exaggerated, smearing the reputation of the students. With a gentle expression, she accepted the roses, saying, "Jiang Cheng, I accept your blessings. I also wish for you to maintain this passion and courage on your new journey. You will surely shine in the future." The onlooking students exchanged glances, realizing Jiang Cheng was merely expressing gratitude to his teacher. Lu Shiyun felt a wave of embarrassment wash over her as she observed their whispers. What had gotten into Jiang Cheng today? How dare he make her lose face in such a manner? After Teacher Lu returned to her office with the flowers, Lu Shiyun confronted Jiang Cheng, seething with anger. "Your behavior today has displeased me greatly. You must provide a satisfactory explanation." Chapter 2. Our relationship ends here. Lu Shiyun stared at Jiang Cheng with an unyielding intensity, as if she were enforcing her own sense of justice. Jiang Cheng replied coolly, "Old classmate, after graduation, we should fade into the background of life." He crossed his arms over his chest and asserted, "Our relationship ends here." Lu Shiyun was momentarily taken aback. "You clearly liked me. How could you suddenly?" Jiang Cheng waved his hand dismissively. "The past is the past, and the future is the future." Lu Shiyun gazed at Jiang Cheng, who seemed transformed before her eyes. She quickly added, "Jiang Cheng, I didn't accept your confession before because we were young, and I didn't want to hinder my studies. But we are about to enter university. You actually have a chance. I can't remain single forever." Jiang Cheng let out a cold laugh, recognizing the familiar routine. Seeing Jiang Cheng's lack of engagement, Lu Shiyun continued, "Pursuing the girl you like is akin to playing a game. It requires perseverance and patience. If I were the type of girl who would casually accept anyone's advances, would you truly be interested? That would be too trivial." Jiang Cheng chuckled. "Then I suppose I should build you a chastity arch." Lu Shiyun was momentarily stunned. She had presented her arguments with such conviction, yet Jiang Cheng was dismissive. She quickly adopted a serious expression and said, "I am speaking to you earnestly. If you maintain this attitude, then we truly have no future together. Do not regret it." Jiang Cheng shook his head in disbelief. Did she still not grasp the situation? Suddenly, a thought struck him. "Can I ask you something?" Lu Shiyun raised an eyebrow, recognizing the contradiction in his demeanor. A person who often spoke harshly could easily soften. She replied coolly, "What do you want to ask?" Jiang Cheng hesitated. "Is today June 7th, 2003? 3 days from now is the day of the college entrance examination." Lu Shiyun's expression stiffened. "Is that your only question?" Jiang Cheng nodded. Lu Shiyun, now irate, said, "I think your brain was fried during your fever. Nothing seems normal today. I will not continue this conversation. Wait until you come to your senses and apologize." With that, she stormed off, clearly enraged. Jiang Cheng shook his head in silence and made his way to class 3-1 to gather his belongings. Upon reaching the classroom, he noticed the class monitor, Chang Junwei, waiting for him with a scowl. Chang Junwei glared, "Jiang Cheng, why didn't you report to me about delivering gifts to Teacher Lu? Do you still regard me as your class monitor? Are you so eager to stand out?" Jiang Cheng glanced at him and retorted, "Get lost." He then nonchalantly entered the classroom. Chang Junwei, feeling indignant, seethed at Jiang Cheng's audacity. How arrogant! If he were truly capable, he would make Lu Shiyun his girlfriend. Lu Shiyun would undoubtedly prefer a diligent and exemplary class monitor like him. As Jiang Cheng stepped into the classroom, he was met with a cacophony of noise. Each student was busy packing their belongings, forming small groups to head home. He made his way to his seat, passing classmates who regarded him with curious glances. Such audacity to present roses to the homeroom teacher. Upon reaching his seat, Jiang Cheng's deskmate, Tao Tsong, tapped on the 2 backpacks resting on the table. "I've taken care of everything." Jiang Cheng scrutinized the round-faced, chubby boy before him, recognizing him as a true friend from both of his lifetimes. Noticing Jiang Cheng's silence, Tao Tsong leaned in and whispered, "Did you give the roses to the female tyrant? Not to Lu Shiyun anymore?" Jiang Cheng chuckled softly. "She is but a relic of the past." Tao Tsong's spirits lifted. "Excellent. I've never liked Lu Shiyun. I feel she has been using you, relishing the chase you provide." Jiang Cheng, taken aback, responded, Why didn't you mention this before? Tao Tsung sighed. You like her, so I had to support you. What if I misjudged? Jiang Cheng patted his shoulder. Let's go home. All right. They then slung their backpacks over their shoulders and exited the classroom in single file. Lu Shiyun watched their retreating figures intently. Her deskmate, Dai Fei, exclaimed in astonishment, Shiyun, Jiang Cheng truly moved on after you told him to? How bold of him. He used to walk home with us, accompanying you for a bit, but today he left without a backward glance. Walking with Tao Kong, Lu Shiyun replied coolly. His recent behavior has been unusual. Perhaps he was influenced by some novel. I refuse to believe he can truly resist approaching me. Dai Fei pondered. That makes sense. He loves you so much. Such a sudden change is quite abnormal. Perhaps, like in the dramas, he is playing hard to try to provoke you. The aim is to make you uncomfortable, prompting you to agree to be with him. Lu Shiyun scoffed in his dreams. She vowed that when Jiang Cheng next sought to curry her favor, she would not grant him a warm reception. As Jiang Cheng and Tao Tsung departed the campus, he contemplated ways to amass wealth. Money is the backbone of a man. One must seize the opportunity to prosper early. Along the way, they observed numerous parents milling about the school grounds, particularly gathering in clusters of the school entrance, discussing topics related to the college entrance examination. Tao Tsung casually explained, these parents have children from rural schools. They come early to familiarize themselves with the examination environment, since their kids will be taking the exams in the city. Jiang Cheng nodded, acknowledging this as a long-standing tradition in Jinzhou. Each year, the examination sites were 5 schools within the urban area. Rural candidates would travel into the city on buses organized by their schools and then stay at the nearby Jinzhou Grand Hotel. Suddenly, Jiang Cheng paused, realizing that his first fortune might be within reach. Chapter 3. A trial run during the college entrance examination period in the future. It became fashionable for mothers to wear kipayos, symbolizing a good omen for success. Over 3 days, the qipao vendors would amass significant profits. In the current era, this trend had yet to emerge, presenting an opportunity for a small venture. With over 10,000 examinees in Jinzhou, earning a few $100,000 could ensure a prosperous summer. Jiang Cheng promptly suggested to Tao Tsung, let us visit the clothing wholesale market tomorrow. You should dress a bit more maturely. Without hesitation, Tao Tsung nodded, all right. Curiously, he inquired, what are you planning to do? Jiang Cheng chuckled, just trying to make some money. Tao Tsung asked, huh? Shortly after Jiang Cheng returned home, his parents arrived back from work. As he gazed upon their youthful faces, an inexplicable joy welled up within him. His mother, Fong Meiwan, entered and handed him a stack of money, saying, it's locked in the drawer of your room. Jiang Cheng was taken aback. Is this for me? Fong Meiwan laughed. What are you thinking? Once you get into university, you'll need to throw a celebration, and tuition isn't free, you know? Jiang Cheng suddenly understood, chuckling, mother, you have quite a bit of faith in me. Fong Meiwan rolled her eyes. At least you're in the experimental class. Even if you don't get into a university, you can easily enroll in a vocational school. She then turned and headed towards the kitchen. Holding the money, Jiang Cheng contemplated. There was at least 20,000, just right for him to take tomorrow. As he put the money away and stepped out, his parents were already bustling about in the kitchen. Fong Meiwan was the head chef, while his father, Jiang Jihong, assisted her. Jiang Cheng entered the kitchen to report, tomorrow, I'm going to Baiyin Temple with Tao Tsung to pray for good exam results. Jiang Jihong chuckled, that sounds splendid. We're preparing fish here to boost your brain power. And you'll be praying to the literary star. You're covering all bases. Fong Meiwan cautioned, be sure to pay attention to safety. There are many people at the temple these days. Jiang Cheng nodded, no problem. He then glanced at Jiang Jihong. Knowing his father's position as the office director of the Women's Federation could be advantageous for tomorrow's procurement. After the family finished dinner, Jiang Cheng retreated to his bedroom. Lying in bed, he took out his small phone and noticed the lively chatter in the class group. I plan to utilize these last 3 days for thorough revision. What about you all? One replied, forget it. Let us rest and approach the exam in the best shape possible. Another chimed in, practicing at the last minute is futile. What have you all been doing? The last few days are about relaxing your mindset. Jiang Cheng responded, you should sleep early tonight. Tao Tsung immediately replied with a received sticker. The conversation meandered on. The previously silent Lu Shiyan also began to participate frequently, her messages appearing above and below Jiang Cheng's. After a moment, Jiang Cheng suddenly received a message from Lu Shiyan. "Private chat, I need to ask you something." Jiang Cheng casually replied, "Sorry, I'm about to take a shower." Lu Shiyan was momentarily taken aback, recognizing this as a common excuse for avoiding conversation. The next morning, after his parents left for work, Jiang Cheng stealthily entered their bedroom. He donned his father's clothes and took his father's identification. His current identity was Jiang Zhihong, the director of the Women's Federation. After meeting up with Tao Tsong on the street, they boarded a bus to the clothing wholesale market in Tiandu City. Upon arriving, Tao Tsong questioned, "We have a clothing market in Jinju. Why come here?" Tiandu City is the capital of Sichuan province, neighboring Jinju. Jiang Cheng casually replied, "This one is larger. I plan to customize a batch of kipayos and sell them back in Jinju." Tao Tsong looked utterly bewildered. Doing business at a time like this? Aren't we supposed to be focused on the college entrance exam? Jiang Cheng smiled and remarked, "Let us head in and recruit some salespeople. With the college entrance examination happening these few days, it's settled. Come on in." As Tao Tsong followed Jiang Cheng into the wholesale market, he was immediately taken aback. This was not merely a clothing market. It was a veritable paradise of beauty. Chapter 4. The Haven of Beauties. The proprietors of women's apparel, in order to vividly showcase the characteristics of their garments, employed stunning young women as live models. These ladies donned flamboyant outfits, standing on stools at the entrance to present the clothing's features to the purchasing owners. Thus, upon entering the women's wholesale market, one was greeted by a vibrant array of curvaceous and slender young women chattering animatedly as they promoted their wares. As Jiang Cheng and Tao Tsong made their entrance, the little chubby boy's eyes widened in astonishment. "Boss, is this heaven?" he exclaimed. Jiang Cheng chuckled. Such low aspirations. With his hands casually tucked into his pockets, he strode further inside. Tao Tsong followed closely beside him, resembling a novice entering a grand estate. As they wandered through the market, they passed a hosiery shop where a tall, graceful model stood barefoot on a stool, showcasing black stockings. She extended her foot towards the buyers, proclaiming, "These stockings feature reinforced toes, making them less prone to tearing. You should definitely stock these. They will sell remarkably well." As she spoke, she tugged at the toe area of the stockings to demonstrate their durability. Next, they approached a denim store where a voluptuous model, clad in tight jeans, faced away from the crowd, playfully introducing the product with a confident pat on her rear. These jeans come with an innovative patent. Once worn, they enhance the fullness and lift of the backside. Just look. Continuing on, they arrived at a shop selling ultra-short skirts. A charming model, dressed in a plaid miniskirt, stood on a stool, occasionally twirling to display the fabric's lightness. Finally, Jiang Cheng halted before a cheap house shop. The proprietress, a sophisticated beauty in her 30s, wore a long cheapao adorned with a white inkwash design. The fitted design accentuated her curvaceous form, making her alluring attributes exceedingly apparent. Jiang Cheng then produced his work ID from his briefcase and presented it. "Madam, I am from the Women's Federation." Xing Chunlan was momentarily taken aback. She had encountered many trouble seekers from the industrial and commercial tax authorities, but it was her first experience with someone from the Women's Federation. "Do you have connections?" she inquired, while Tao Tsong, having withdrawn his gaze from the surroundings, regarded Jiang Cheng with curiosity, wondering what was happening. Xing Chunlan examined Jiang Cheng's ID, noting the title of Office Director of the Women's Federation, Jiang Zhihong. Upon seeing his photo, her eyebrows lifted in surprise. "Director Jiang, you appear significantly younger than in your picture." Jiang Cheng smiled lightly. "I intentionally wore makeup to look older in the work photo. Otherwise, it would be challenging for us young professionals to engage effectively." Xing Chunlan glanced between Jiang Cheng and Tao Tsong, nodding in acknowledgement. "You both are indeed quite youthful." She returned the ID to Jiang Cheng. "What brings you here?" Jiang Cheng responded with a slight grin. "The municipal sports meeting is about to commence in Tiandu City, and our Women's Federation is eager to support the city's initiatives by procuring a batch of kipayos for female officials, organizing a grand cheerleading event featuring these garments." Xing Chunlan felt a stir of excitement within. A significant business opportunity had presented itself. She warmly invited Jiang Cheng and Tao Tsong to take a seat, pouring them each a glass of water. Tao Tsong, feeling somewhat uneasy, sat beside Jiang Cheng, watching as the boss engaged in lively banter with the female proprietor. Xin Chunlan began by introducing various styles of kipeos along with their respective wholesale prices, before inquiring about the quantity Jiang Cheng's unit intended to purchase. Jiang Cheng gestured with his fingers, indicating a procurement of 3,000 pieces at a cost price of 50 each. Xin Chunlan's heart leaped with joy upon hearing this, and she lowered her voice to ask, "Director Jiang, how much handling fee do you require?" Jiang Cheng replied nonchalantly, "Boss Xin, I am merely serving the public interest and will not request a single penny as a handling fee. I also do not intend to haggle, but I do have a few stipulations." Xin Chunlan's expression turned serious as she responded, "I am all ears." Jiang Cheng continued, "This is our unit's first purchase from you. Today, we will only pay a 10% deposit, with the balance settled 3 days hence. Additionally, each qipao must be embroidered with characters, victory on the front and honorable mention on the back. The complete order must be delivered by tomorrow afternoon at the latest, and I will arrange for transportation to collect them. If you can meet these conditions, we shall proceed with the transaction." Without a moment's hesitation, Xin Chunlan replied, "No problem. I hope for a pleasant collaboration." Jiang Cheng smiled slightly. "So straightforward, Boss Xin. Are you not concerned that I might default on the payment in 3 days?" Xin Chunlan tucked a strand of hair behind her ear and smiled gently. "Your state-owned enterprise is not short of this small amount of money." Jiang Cheng chuckled softly. Afterward, they signed a contract, and Jiang Cheng transferred a deposit of 15,000 to Xin Chunlan. Upon receiving the funds, Xin Chunlan immediately organized her staff to send the inventory of kipeos to the collaborating manufacturer for embroidery. After confirming the delivery time for the following day, Jiang Cheng left the wholesale market with Tao Kong. As they exited the market, Tao Tsong wore a troubled expression. Jiang Cheng humorously remarked, "What's wrong? Did the market enchant your soul, making it hard for you to leave?" Tao Tsong hesitated before saying, "Boss, your investment is quite alarming. You just handed over 15,000 like that. Setting aside whether we can make a profit, what if this proprietor absconds with the money and fails to deliver the goods? We're strangers in this place." Previously, he had thought Jiang Cheng was engaged in small-scale business, but the magnitude of this transaction was unexpectedly high, posing significant risk. Jiang Cheng laughed heartily. "If she dares to abscond with my money, you can create a scene in her shop, cry, make a fuss, and even threaten to hang yourself. Let us see if she stands firm." Tao Tsong quickly replied, "Absolutely. If things escalate, she should be worried." He suddenly paused, realizing, "Wait, if I create a scene? What will you do, boss?" Jiang Cheng chuckled. "I will be there to document it all." He then patted Tao Tsong on the shoulder, reassuring him, "Don't worry. It'll be fine." Jiang Cheng had previously found the name Xin Chunlan quite familiar, and soon recalled that this female entrepreneur would, in a few years, become a renowned businesswoman in Sichuan province, known for her care for employees, integrity in dealings, and strong commitment to philanthropy and social responsibility. Collaborating with her would indeed provide a sense of security. Jiang Cheng then said to Tao Tsong, "Let us go. I need to visit the Sichuan truck factory." Tao Tsong, astonished, asked, "Do they have beautiful models standing on the hoods of trucks to sell them?" Chapter 5. Shen Xingruo, breathtakingly beautiful. When Jiang Cheng and Tao Tsong arrived at the Sichuan truck factory, it was precisely mealtime in the afternoon. He casually walked into the eatery at the factory entrance to have a meal, surrounded by factory workers clad in deep blue uniforms, their faces exhibiting a sense of numbness and fatigue. Tao Tsong quickly discerned that the allure of beautiful models promoting vehicles was absent here. The automotive business was not so brazen. Curiously, he inquired of Jiang Cheng, "Boss, what brings us here?" Jiang Cheng, wiping the table with a napkin, casually explained, "After the new trucks are manufactured, the factory's delivery drivers personally drive the vehicles to the local agents in the nearby counties, then take a bus back to the factory. The primary source of income for these drivers is based on the number of deliveries they make, and they discreetly transport goods along the way to earn extra income. I will contact a delivery driver who will arrive in Jinzhou tomorrow to transport the qipao. The freight cost is merely 1/3 that of operating a freight truck. Tao Song listened intently, surprised to learn of these intricacies, gaining new insights. He poured 2 cups of tea for them, and then voiced a concern that had been lingering in his mind. Will we be able to sell so many qipaos once we bring them back? Jiang Cheng took a sip of water and laid out his marketing strategy, emphasizing a positive omen. It then dawned on Tao Tsong that the target customers were the parents of students preparing for exams. No wonder the qipaos were adorned with phrases like Chi Kaicheng and gold list fame. With this approach, parents would likely be inclined to make a purchase. He had mentioned to his family that he would be visiting Baiyun Temple to burn incense, and his mother had promptly handed over money, declaring it a worthy expenditure. If they were willing to spend on incense, how could they resist buying a qipao that held significance? Curious, Tao Tsong asked, "What is the selling price of the qipao?" Jiang Cheng smiled, 177. It's an auspicious number. Tao Tsong was taken aback. That's quite a price. What if the local qipao vendors in Jinzhou try to undercut us? Jiang Cheng waved his hand dismissively. Typical qipao shops do not have such inventory. And by embroidering characters on them, I am guarding against competitors trying to capitalize on this venture. Ordinary qipaos lack competitiveness. Tao Tsong glanced at Jiang Cheng with a strange expression. It seemed as though his boss had been touched by divine inspiration. He appeared significantly more astute than before. As they finished their meal, truck drivers began to stream into the restaurant. Jiang Cheng approached a solitary, slender driver, exchanged a few words, and they both exchanged contact numbers. The following afternoon, Xi and Chunlon had prepared all the qipaos as promised. Jiang Cheng loaded the goods onto the truck and, along with Tao Tsong, settled into the driver's cabin for the return journey to Jinzhou. As he sat inside, his emotions stirred slightly. The cargo in the back represented his first fortune since his rebirth. A total of 3,000 qipaos, each with a gross profit of 127 yuan. If he could successfully market them, it would yield nearly 400,000 in gross profit, a substantial sum in this era. "Wow, a Bentley!" exclaimed the truck driver suddenly. Jiang Cheng looked up to see a sky-blue Bentley coupe appearing in his line of sight. The car, with its broad body and elegant lines, gleamed with a luxurious blue finish, radiating an air of opulence and prestige. On the rear of the car, a striking yellow internship emblem was affixed, capturing attention effortlessly. Tao Tsong exclaimed, "This is the car of Shen Xingruo from Jinzhou High School. Her unparalleled beauty and wealth make her more renowned than a celebrity within the school." The truck driver, incredulous, remarked, "What does her family do to be so ostentatious? Driving a Bentley during her internship without a care for accidents?" "Tao Gong et lai." She transferred here as a junior in the 2nd semester, not a local, so no one knows her background. However, shortly after relocating to Jinzhou for her studies, her mother acquired all 5 of the city's most upscale hotels for chain operations. They are now collectively known as Jinzhou Grand Hotels. Impressive indeed. The truck driver was left speechless, truly astonished by such wealth. Jiang Cheng teased, "Shen Xingruo is quite the enigma, elusive as a dragon. I have yet to meet this alumna. Do you even know her license plate number?" Tao Tsong chuckled. "That's because your heart was previously solely focused on Lu Shiyuan." Jiang Cheng was momentarily taken aback. Indeed, in his past life, he had been consumed by Lu Shiyuan, and it was through her that he became acquainted with Shen Xingruo. Before Shen Xingruo's arrival, each class at Jinzhou High School had its own beloved campus goddess, with Lu Shiyuan boasting a considerable following. However, upon Shen Xingruo's transfer, she swiftly ascended to become the universally acknowledged Belle of the school, overshadowing all other contenders. At that time, Lu Shiyuan was understandably disheartened, often taking out her frustrations on others. As the truck and the Bentley idled side by side at a red light, Jiang Cheng turned to glance at Shen Xingruo within her vehicle and suddenly understood. No wonder Lu Shiyuan had been upset back then. It stemmed from her inability to compete with someone so captivating. Shen Xingruo, seated elegantly inside, resembled a distant lotus, exuding an alluring fragrance. With her porcelain skin and dressed in a striking red gown, She radiated brilliance and unparalleled beauty. Her flawless oval face, high nose bridge, and fiery red lips were breathtakingly enchanting. However, Jiang Cheng quickly averted his gaze. The more beautiful a woman, the more deceitful she tends to be. There are no good ones among them. Once they entered the Jianzhou area, Jiang Cheng resolved to store the Qi Pao in the rented accommodation he shared with Tao Kong. Many contemporary high school seniors opt to rent near their schools to save time commuting, allowing them to maximize their study hours. However, he and Tao Tsong seemed to spend more time enjoying hot pot in their rental than studying. Jiang Cheng generously tipped the driver an extra 100 yuan for helping them with the move. After several trips back and forth, they finally completed the task, exhausted and drenched in sweat. Just as the truck driver drove away, a bright, melodious voice rang out near Jiang Cheng and Tao Kong. "It really is you two. I spotted you from afar carrying things. What is going on?" Classmate Dai Fei approached, accompanied by Lu Shiyun. Jiang Cheng smiled faintly. "Just working as movers to earn a bit of money." Dai Fei, skeptical, replied, "No way, that can't be true. After all, both Jiang Cheng's and Tao Tsong's parents worked in reputable positions. How could they possibly be earning such money?" Jiang Cheng sighed, lamenting that after the college entrance examination, their identities as underachievers would be laid bare, leaving their parents with little reason to show them any kindness, let alone provide pocket money during the summer vacation. He mused that he would have to earn some money on his own beforehand, as even the smallest gains are worthwhile. Dai Fei listened, momentarily taken aback. Jiang Cheng's reasoning seemed to hold water. Lu Shiyun, standing nearby, expressed her displeasure, demanding to know if Dai Fei was still going to leave. Chapter 6. Lu Shiyun's resolve shattered. Lu Shiyun cast a glance at Jiang Cheng, feeling an overwhelming sense of grievance. She had not anticipated that since that day, Jiang Cheng would truly vanish from her world. In the past, during school commutes, he would always chatter away beside her, ensuring she returned home safely even if it meant going out his way. At night, he would initiate conversations with her, regardless of her habitual silence. Now, in the absence of his presence, Lu Shiyun felt an emptiness within her. Thus, she had, quite unexpectedly, sent him a message, a rare act of initiative for her. But to her dismay, he had merely mentioned he was going to take a shower and never replied. Fuming with indignation, she vowed that even if Jiang Cheng reverted to his former self, she would not grant him another chance. Yet, today, while taking a stroll with Dai Fei, she encountered him again. Lu Shiyun silently softened her stance, as long as Jiang Cheng approached her with the same concern as before, inquiring if she was hungry or thirsty and offering to buy her a drink. She might reconsider her resolve and return to their previous dynamic. However, to her utter astonishment, Jiang Cheng didn't even cast a glance in her direction, treating her as if she were a stranger. Clenching her fists, she felt her frustration surge. Upon hearing the commotion, Dai Fei quickly bid farewell to Jiang Cheng and returned to Lu Shiyun's side. With a frigid demeanor, Lu Shiyun exclaimed, "Dai Fei, Jiang Cheng is being utterly unreasonable." Dai Fei, perplexed, asked why. Lu Shiyun retorted, "How can he declare he likes me and then suddenly withdraw that affection without ever seeking my consent or considering my feelings?" Dai Fei, with a peculiar expression, replied, "Shiyun, Jiang Cheng has repeatedly expressed his feelings. It has always been you who failed to clarify your stance. Even so, his concern for you has never waned. He has bought you gifts and prioritized your well-being over his own." Lu Shiyun scoffed. Accepting gifts does not equate to reciprocating his feelings. Besides, if he likes me, isn't it only natural for him to treat me? My money has value. Dai Fei paused for a moment before softly suggesting, "What do you wish to do now? Tell Jiang Cheng you like him and pursue a relationship? Or sever ties completely to prevent any future misunderstandings?" Lu Shiyun's eyes flickered with uncertainty. "I just want things to be as they were." Dai Fei sighed inwardly. That seemed improbable. When she had spoken with Jiang Cheng earlier, she sensed a distinct change in him. Previously, even when conversing with her, his heart had been with Lu Shiyun, his gaze often drifting toward her, seeking her attention. Yet today, Jiang Cheng exudes an effortless charm, engaging in conversation with a lightheartedness that belies any emotional burden related to Lu Shiyun. as if he has transformed into an entirely different person. Dai Fei casts a glance at the disgruntled Lu Shiyun and, with a disingenuous tone of consolation, remarks, I firmly believe, as we analyzed in class last time, that Jiang Cheng's affection for you is indisputable. His recent peculiar behavior may be a strategy of feigned indifference. So he must exercise a bit of patience. Once he realizes that his ploy has failed, he should revert to his former warm-hearted self. Lu Shiyun, with an icy demeanor, retorts, you are correct. However, when that day arrives, whether he regains his warm-hearted status will depend on whether I grant him that opportunity. His recent conduct has provoked me. Meanwhile, Jiang Cheng and Tao Tsong returned to their rented apartment to freshen up. As he stepped out, he carried a bag of chi pao, intending to explore the pedestrian street in search of part-time sales positions at stores like Ichuan and Tebu. His plan was to have them don the chi pao as living advertisements to gauge the effect. However, after meandering through the pedestrian street for a few laps, he quickly realized the impracticality of his idea. The salesgirls were far too youthful and inexperienced, many of them appearing younger than himself. Even if they wore the chi pao, it would not achieve the desired effect. Jiang Cheng envisioned a scenario where the salesgirls, clad in chi pao, would masquerade as parents, congregating in areas frequented by other mothers to attract attention and initiate conversations. Hey, why do your chi pao have words on them? ISNT this for a child's exam. Flag opening to victory, golden list success. How wonderful. Where did you buy them? I want one too. Right there. Look, many people are rushing to buy them. The owner said the supply is limited. I'll go take a look. Wait for me. I want to get an outfit too. I can't let my child fall behind at the starting line. Let us go together. Jiang Cheng vigorously shook his head, surveying the array of shops along the pedestrian street. Upon spotting a foot massage parlor called Palm Foot Luxury, his eyes narrowed with intrigue. The foot massage technicians seemed well suited for this part-time role, possessing both beauty and physique, which would serve as effective promotion in chi pao. Furthermore, their experience in dealing with various customers had honed their social acumen and perceptive skills. Turning to Tao Tsong, Jiang Cheng said, You've worked hard today. Let us indulge in a foot massage. He then strolled leisurely toward the foot massage parlor. Tao Tsong was both astonished and delighted. A foot massage? I've passed by this mysterious place countless times, always pretending to be indifferent while glancing inside, curious about what lies within. I can't believe the boss is taking me to broaden my horizons. He hastily followed Jiang Cheng, asking, should we wash our feet before going? Otherwise, smelly feet might not be presentable. He glanced at the foot massage parlor in the distance, feeling an inexplicable mix of anxiety and anticipation. Jiang Cheng shot him a bemused look. We're going to the foot massage parlor as is. Washing first would be akin to taking off your pants to fart. Don't worry. The technicians have seen far worse feet than you've eaten salt. Tao Tsong felt a weight lift from his shoulders. He promptly followed Jiang Cheng into the resplendent hall of the foot massage parlor. Chapter 7. Part-time work. Upon entering, they were immediately greeted by a row of beautiful hostesses who bowed and welcomed them. Good evening, esteemed guests. They wore black stockings, stylish shoes, and short skirts that accentuated their slender figures. Tao Tsong felt a twinge of awkwardness. Jiang Cheng, familiar with the place, said, foot massage for two, please. Certainly, sir. Please follow me, replied one tall hostess, leading Jiang Cheng and Tao Tsong into a private room. Once inside, Jiang Cheng lazily reclined on the massage bed. Observing this, Tao Tsong quietly sat on the bed as well, surveying the room. Good day, sir. May I inquire what beverages you would like? We have green tea, black tea, coffee, and cola. Green tea, Jiang Cheng replied casually. The hostess then turned to Tao Kong. I'll have the same, he quickly responded. The hostess smiled and nodded. Jiang Cheng pressed a button on the side of the massage bed, and a backrest slowly rose, allowing him to lean back comfortably. Tao Tsong, eager to imitate, pressed the button as well, causing his electric backrest to rise. After the hostess left with a smile, Tao Tsong, filled with curiosity, asked, Boss, what made you suddenly want to get a foot massage? Have you done this before? Jiang Cheng replied with a faint smile. I intend to assess whether the technicians here are suitable for part-time sales of Cheongsams. I shall observe the situation. Tao Tsong realized, I see now. Moments latte. 2-foot massage technicians entered, both in their 30s, exuding a mature charm. They were dressed in deep blue mini-skirts and short-sleeve blouses with heart-shaped collars. "Hello, sir. I am Technician Xueli, number 66. "Hello, sir. I am Technician E, number 88. Xueli had a voluptuous figure and a peach-like complexion, while E was slender and gentle in demeanor. After their introductions, they approached Jiang Cheng and Tao Tsong, offering to massage their hands. E smiled at Tao Tsong. "Sir, just relax." Tao Tsong, feeling tense, let out a couple of sounds of acknowledgement. He glanced at his boss, who appeared unfazed, with his eyes squinted in a restful manner. He felt somewhat inadequate. After the arm massages, Xueli and E briefly stepped out, returning with foot basins. They then sat on small stools, assisting Jiang Cheng and Tao Tsong in removing their shoes and socks, placing their feet in the warm water. E looked up at Tao Tsong. "Is the water temperature suitable?" Blushing slightly, Tao Tsong nodded. "It's just right." This was his first experience being attended to in such a manner, and he felt somewhat unaccustomed. As he pondered, he heard his boss's voice. Jiang Cheng calmly queried, "How much commission do you earn for a foot massage?" Xueli promptly responded, "For the 78 yuan package, we receive a commission of 20. Jiang Cheng nodded in approval. "Not bad. 20 per massage. 10 massages a day would yield 200. 6,000 a month. Quite a decent income." Xueli replied with a smile. "However, it's not that simple. Even during busy weekends, we can only manage 8 or 9 massages. On regular days, it's about 5 or 6. E gently added, "Moreover, if we have any personal matters, we need to take leave. So we can't even manage 30 days a month. The earnings are modest." Jiang Cheng inquired, "Are you interested in a high-paying part-time job?" He was the owner of a cheap-out clothing store, preparing for a 3-day promotional event in Jinju, and was in need of part-time sales associates, offering a daily wage of 100 yuan plus commission. Both Xueli and E were taken aback, exclaiming in surprise, "Such a high salary? Just for selling clothes?" Jiang Cheng promptly turned around and handed them 2 kipayos. "You will wear these and assist me in executing my marketing plan." The 2 women immediately accepted the kipayos. Examining them closely, Jiang Cheng instructed, "If you are interested, please change into these garments now, so I can assess your suitability for the role." Xueli quickly replied, "I'm interested. I'll give it a try." E followed suit, saying, "I'm interested too." Chapter 8. A chance encounter with Shen Xingruo. After Xueli and E donned the kipayos, they posed playfully before Jiang Cheng. He furrowed his brow slightly. The 2 lacked any semblance of a parental demeanor suitable for marketing kipayos, and their involvement would likely yield counterproductive results. He decisively abandoned the idea of hiring them as part-time sales associates, realizing that his recruitment strategy was flawed. As he left the store, he gifted them the kipayos. Although Xueli and E did not secure the part-time positions, they were delighted to each have earned a qipao and cheerfully bid farewell to Jiang Cheng and Tao Kong. As Jiang Cheng and Tao Tsong exited the foot massage establishment, Tao Tsong's face radiated with joy, as if he had accomplished a significant milestone in life. Jiang Cheng chuckled. "Let us call it a day. You take a taxi home while I walk for a bit." His home was nearby, while Tao Tsong's was farther away. Tao Tsong suddenly snapped back to reality, asking, "What about the search for part-time help?" Jiang Cheng waved his hand dismissively. "It's too late today. We'll discuss it tomorrow." It was then that Tao Tsong noticed it was already 11 o'clock at night. Time flies when one is enjoying themselves. He nodded and bid farewell to Jiang Cheng, hailing a taxi and instructing the driver to Jinju High School. He had many valuable kipayos worth hundreds of thousands still stored in his rental unit, and he felt it necessary to guard them through the night for peace of mind. The driver nodded and sped off. After watching the taxi disappear from view, a serious expression crossed Jiang Cheng's face. Tomorrow marked the last day of the holiday, with exams commencing the day after. If he could not finalize the sales personnel and venue by tomorrow, his inaugural entrepreneurial venture would be at risk of failing. He began to stroll thoughtfully along the riverside path, contemplating his strategies as he made his way home. As he approached a crosswalk, he casually glanced at the pedestrians crossing and the cars waiting at the traffic light. To his astonishment, he spotted the distinctive Bentley of school beauty Shen Xingruo parked in the front row, waiting for the light to change. Even through the tinted window, he could sense the woman's radiant allure. A thought stirred within him. The 5 Jinju Grand Hotels belonged to her family, and this year's examinees were also arranged to stay at her hotels. If he could collaborate with her family's hotels, setting up a stall there would grant him access to a steady stream of parents and clients. Furthermore, the sales team for the Kipeos could comprise the hotel's cleaning staff and waiters. The business of Qipao truly embodies the perfect harmony of timing, location, and human connection. Jiang Cheng shook his head, realizing the impracticality of the situation. Did they even know who Jiang Cheng was? The notion of collaborating in business was far-fetched. Inside the car, Shen Xingruo seemingly sensed an external gaze upon her and turned to look out the window. Just then, the traffic light turned green. Unaware, the driver behind her impatiently honked the horn, the sharp and jarring sound startling Shen Xingruo. In a flurry, she pressed the accelerator, the power of the Bentley surging forth like an arrow released from its bow. Before she could regain her composure, the car veered and crashed through the stone railing of the riverside path, plunging violently into the Tuo River. As the Bentley floated downstream, it bobbed up and down, appearing diminutive amidst the vastness of the deep waters. Shen Xingruo, unable to swim, was struck with terror at the sight of the rushing river water. In an instant, the water invaded the car through every crevice, quickly submerging her delicate calves. Panicking, she looked down, horrified to see the water rising ever higher, soon reaching her waist. Suddenly, out of the corner of her eye, she spotted a man sprinting along the riverside, his figure darting toward her. He snatched a life preserver from a nearby security booth. Shen Xingruo was taken aback. This man was coming to save her. As he reached the level of the Bentley, he leaped into the water, swimming toward her with urgency. Quickly arriving at the car's side, Shen Xingruo instinctively opened the door, but despite her efforts, she couldn't budge it. Jiang Cheng hurriedly attempted to open it from the outside, yet it remained stubbornly shut. At that moment, the water had risen to her neck, threatening to engulf her entirely. Jiang Cheng swiftly climbed onto the roof of the car, removing his shoes to strike the Bentley's sunroof. After several forceful blows, the sunroof shattered. "Get out through here, quickly! The car is sinking," Jiang Cheng shouted. Shen Xingruo stood up and managed to extend her head through the broken sunroof. Jiang Cheng grasped her hands and heaved her upward with all his might. Once she reached the roof, the Bentley suddenly sank, completely submerged by the river. Jiang Cheng promptly secured the life preserver around Shen Xingruo and, holding onto it, began to swim toward the shore, moving steadily with the current. Once the danger had passed, Shen Xingruo gazed at Jiang Cheng with shimmering eyes. "You are incredibly brave. What is your name?" she inquired. "Jiang Cheng," he replied nonchalantly. "I know you are Shen Xingruo. We attend the same school." "Jiang Cheng," she repeated softly, then surveyed their surroundings with astonishment, exclaiming, "We seem like Rose and Jack from Titanic." Jiang Cheng shot her a disapproving look. Jack died in the end. After a moment, the two of them reached the shore. Shen Xingruo appeared like a water lily emerging from the depths, radiant and alluring. Jiang Cheng remarked, "I'll find you some clothes to change into. My rented study room is nearby." Shen Xingruo readily nodded. "I'll follow your lead." Jiang Cheng then led her to the rental apartment. He had just opened the door when Tao Tsong rushed out holding a stick, exclaiming, "Who is it?" Jiang Cheng, filled with suspicion, replied, "What are you doing here?" Tao Tsong sighed in relief. "I thought it was a thief. I was just sleeping here today. I felt uneasy leaving these goods unguarded." As they spoke, Shen Xingruo followed Jiang Cheng into the room. Tao Tsong was taken aback, his eyes widening in surprise. Shen Xingruo, the school beauty. The boss had actually brought her here for the night. Feeling awkward, Tao Tsong stammered, "Boss, I'll take my leave now," and hastily discarded the stick before fleeing the rented apartment. Chapter 9, Wishes Come True. Jiang Cheng found a white porcelain pattern qipao for Shen Xingruo. After she accepted it, she entered the bathroom to change. Gazing into the mirror, she recalled the harrowing moment when the water had risen to her neck and she couldn't open the car door. Despair had engulfed her. Yet, Jiang Cheng had appeared like a heroic savior, rescuing her from her dire predicament. With a peculiar expression, Shen Xingruo emerged from the bathroom, now adorned in the qipao. Jiang Cheng glanced at her, and the tall Shen Xingruo, clad in white, resembled a resplendent moon, exceedingly pleasing to the eye, especially when complemented by her delicate beauty. She was indeed a celestial being, truly a remarkable beauty of her generation. Shen Xingruo looked at Jiang Cheng with clear, bright eyes, playfully teasing, "Handsome, you've performed a heroic deed today, and I owe you a generous reward." Jiang Cheng chuckled. "I actually do have something I need your assistance with." He gestured towards the mountain of kipayos and elaborated on his business plan, expressing his desire to market the kipayos at her family's hotel and enlist the help of its staff. Shen Xingruo's expression turned peculiar as she replied, "Alumnus, you didn't save me just for this reason, did you?" Jiang Cheng offered a non-committal smile, engaging in trivial banter. Intrigued, Shen Xingruo found Jiang Cheng to be quite exceptional. If it were any other boy, he would have likely declared his affections, wrapping himself in romantic notions. However, Jiang Cheng seemed utterly unconcerned about her perception of him. There were no hidden motives. He simply intended to leverage her resources. Jiang Cheng urged, "Is my plan feasible? If it's not workable on your end, I'll seek alternatives." Shen Xingruo snapped back to attention, her voice melodious as she replied, "Of course, that's entirely doable. Your business plan is quite brilliant." Jiang Cheng felt a wave of relief wash over him. Success seemed assured. He chuckled. "It's just average, ranked third in the world." Shen Xingruo was momentarily taken aback. Jiang Cheng reflected on how his earlier act of heroism had been a desperate gamble. Although her family owned numerous hotels, her influence in business matters was uncertain. Their gratitude could manifest in various forms, not necessarily tied to commercial dealings. Yet, he was pleasantly surprised by her immediate agreement, feeling as though his wishes had come to fruition. Shen Xingruo then declared, "I will gather the hotel staff tomorrow morning for your training session." Jiang Cheng promptly stood and extended his hand. "It's a deal." Shen Xingruo beamed as she reciprocated the handshake. Jiang Cheng was momentarily lost in thought. Shen Xingruo was unlike other beauties. Typically, beautiful women tend to be quite reserved, feigning modesty or aloofness. This is often either to elevate their own status or to deliberately distinguish themselves from ordinary girls, showcasing their uniqueness as beauties. However, despite Shen Xingruo's striking beauty that eclipsed all others, her demeanor was refreshingly unpretentious and genuine, a rare quality indeed. Jiang Cheng promptly hailed a taxi to escort Shen Xingruo back to her villa district before returning home himself. As he sat in the car, he recalled the earlier incident of struggling to open the door of the Bentley. It inexplicably reminded him of his past life as tragic fall from a bridge in the magical city. His memories halted at the moment the Audi plunged into the water. No wonder, he thought, that the fatality rate for car owners in such accidents was so alarmingly high, often resulting in the loss of entire families. Perhaps many drivers, like himself, fainted the moment their vehicle struck the water's surface, rendering them unable to save themselves. Or, like Shen Xingruo today, they could not open the door due to water pressure, tragically succumbing inside the vehicle. Upon exiting the taxi, Jiang Cheng realized that Shen Xingruo had forgotten her red dress. He picked up the garment bag and walked towards his residential complex. As he approached the entrance, he overheard his parents arguing. Fang Meiwan questioned, "Well, look at you. Old Jiang, you're becoming quite the character, losing your clothes like this. I've suspected something was off with you and those women from the Women's Federation. And now it's finally exposed." Jiang Jihong sighed. "What nonsense are you spouting? You know what kind of person I am." Fang Meiwan retorted angrily. "I didn't tie you to my side. How am I supposed to know what you've been up to? Now your clothes are missing. Where did they end up? At some woman's house?" Jiang Cheng glanced down at his black trousers and white shirt, his expression darkening. Feeling guilty, he opened the door and called out, "Mom, Dad, I'm back." Jiang Jihong and Fang Meiwan stared at Jiang Cheng, momentarily taken aback by his attire. Jiang Jihong, visibly upset, exclaimed, "You little rascal. You know how I've been feeling these past few days?" Jiang Cheng quickly approached his father and poured him a cup of tea, apologizing, "I'm sorry, Dad. I forgot to mention, when I went to the city, I decided to wear your clothes to appear more mature, so others wouldn't think of me as just a child." Jiang Jihong hesitated, glancing at Jiang Cheng, realizing the excuse was rather convincing. He then grunted at his wife. Fong Meiwan, still dissatisfied, muttered, "Even if it was our son who wore your clothes, it doesn't mean you're blameless." Jiang Cheng hurriedly interjected, "It's all my fault entirely. Mom, please help me find some clothes. I'm drenched." Only then did Jiang Jihong and Fong Meiwan notice Jiang Cheng's state. Jiang Jihong immediately asked, "What happened to you? You look like a drenched chicken." Fong Meiwan quickly stood up, saying, "Take off those wet clothes so you don't catch a cold." Jiang Cheng chuckled lightly. On the way home, a pipe burst suddenly, and I got soaked. After this brief interlude, the minor misunderstanding between my parents came to a close. Jiang Cheng changed into his pajamas and returned to the bedroom. He first opened the wardrobe, intending to hang up Shen Xingruo's dress. Just as he retrieved the red gown from his pocket, two small black objects tumbled out. A sudden realization struck him. During their trip to the rental apartment, Shen Xingruo had briefly stepped away. He had assumed she was visiting a roadside restroom, but in reality, she had gone to purchase something to wear underneath. Jiang Cheng hung the items in the wardrobe and then reclined comfortably on the large bed, falling into a deep slumber until dawn. It was not until Shen Xingruo's urging phone call that he finally rose to wash up and then took a taxi to the prearranged Golden State Hotel. Chapter 10. The Noble Lady by Yanjun. Upon arriving at the Golden State Hotel, Jiang Cheng gained a vivid understanding of Shen Xingruo's family's affluence. The hotel resembled a paradise, separated from the bustling streets by a vast green belt. Inside, there was a spacious lawn adorned with numerous sun umbrellas and comfortable seating. In front of the towering guest room building, a massive artificial waterfall cascaded melodiously. Such an exquisite setup would remain timeless even 20 years hence. Her family owned 5 such high-end hotels within the city, and this was merely a small venture they had established upon arriving in Golden State. One could only imagine the scale of their main enterprise. Jiang Cheng murmured to himself and strode confidently into the opulent lobby of the hotel. He noticed a throng of people gathered inside, predominantly middle-aged women surrounding the elegant and ethereal Shen Xingruo. Clad in the same blue and white porcelain qipao as yesterday, she stood gracefully, engaging in conversation with the crowd. "Young lady, why does your qipao have words printed on it? What does it signify?" one woman inquired. With poise, Shen Xingruo replied, "Because I have my college entrance examination tomorrow, and wearing this brings good fortune." She pointed to the inscriptions on her dress. "Victory in the examination, top of the list. How splendid." Immediately, a chorus of voices erupted. "May I ask where you purchased it? I would love to have one as well. And me, although I don't wear kipeos, I can't let my child fall behind at the starting line. I want one too." Shen Xingruo smiled gracefully. "I bought it from a promising young local entrepreneur. He will soon set up sales points for kipeos in all 5 Golden State hotels, making it convenient for everyone to purchase." The ladies visibly relaxed at this news. "That's wonderful. It saves us from running around. Indeed, during this crucial period, we cannot be away from our children for too long. Young lady, are you sure he will be selling them here? What if by the time we arrive, all the other parents are wearing these lucky kipeos and we are not?" Upon hearing this, Jiang Cheng spoke up confidently. "Ladies, rest assured, I am an employee of the qipao vendor. Our company is preparing to stock the hotel tonight. I am here to assist with the preparations." The women's expressions softened into smiles of reassurance. Shen Xingruo approached Jiang Cheng with a charming demeanor. "Jiang boss, how do you find my salesmanship?" Jiang Cheng offered a gentle smile, declaring 100%. The young lady typically adorned herself in international luxury brands, starting with Chanel. It was unexpected to see her promoting herself in this $50 qipao. Shen Xingruo beamed with pride and led Jiang Cheng toward the elevator. She introduced her mother, by Yanjun, who awaited them in the president's office on the 19th floor. Jiang Cheng nodded. After all, Shen Xingruo lived in Jinju, and he had saved her, so it was only natural for the parents to make an appearance. He glanced at his reflection in the elevator mirror, handsome and well-groomed, indeed. Upon arriving at the president's office, Shen Xingruo pushed the door open and stepped inside. A woman with short hair stood gazing out of the floor-to-ceiling window. She wore fitted black trousers and a white shirt. The shirt tucked neatly into her pants, accentuating her curvaceous hips and slender waist. Her figure was truly impeccable. Upon hearing the sound behind her, the woman slowly turned around. In that instant, Jiang Cheng recognized her as Shen Xingruo's mother, Bai Yanjun, for the resemblance between mother and daughter was striking, with the only distinction being their demeanor. Bai Yanjun exuded a mature elegance, while Shen Xingruo radiated youthful vitality. "Hello, Aunt Bai," Jiang Cheng greeted. Bai Yanjun smiled slightly, remarking, "I never expected our family savior to be such a well-rounded young man." Standing at over 6 feet tall, with sharp features, Jiang Cheng appeared robust and spirited. He chuckled modestly. "Aunt Bai, you flatter me." Shen Xingruo teased from his side. "So humble. Why not claim to be the third best in the world?" Jiang Cheng merely smirked. Bai Yanjun cast a playful glance at her daughter before addressing Jiang Cheng with sincerity. "Jiang Cheng, I am deeply grateful for your rescue of Xingruo yesterday. Without you, my world would have crumbled." Jiang Cheng quickly replied, "I am unworthy of such praise. In a situation as perilous as that, I believe anyone would have acted." He continued, "I also appreciate Aunt Bai's support for my Qipao business." He was aware that setting up shop in a high-end hotel could potentially tarnish its image. Bai Yanjun smiled non-committally. Not everyone possesses the courage to act in dangerous situations. She scrutinized Jiang Cheng with keen eyes, saying, "Your vision for the Qipao business is quite innovative. If I do not lend my support, Jinju would lose a promising young talent." After exchanging pleasantries, Bai Yanjun invited Jiang Cheng to take a seat on the sofa. Once settled, Bai Yanjun fixed her gaze on Jiang Cheng, assessing him closely. Beyond her gratitude for his selfless act of saving her daughter, she also admired his business acumen. The approach to the Qipao business he proposed was remarkable, even more so than the ideas of many young people in the capital. Jiang Cheng felt a bit uneasy under Bai Yanjun's intense gaze. Her captivating and expressive eyes were locked onto him, leaving him momentarily speechless. Even in his 2 lifetimes, he had never experienced anything quite like this. He steadied himself and spoke slowly. "Aunt Bai, once my Kipeos arrive, and if the sales are promising, I anticipate it may cause some inconvenience for you, given that you operate a high-end hotel and not a market. If the sales atmosphere remains within acceptable bounds, then it shall be well. If the stall is too noisy, I intend to procure a batch of glutinous rice and bamboo, leaves to set up in the hotel's conference room. I will then promote the idea of making zongzi to the parents of the candidates, subtly implying that preparing these dumplings signifies good luck for the upcoming exams. By luring those boisterous parents into the conference room to make zongzi, it will not disrupt the hotel's regular operations." Shen Xingruo listened with astonishment, exclaiming, "Boss Jiang, how does your mind work so swiftly?" Her sparkling eyes scrutinized Jiang Cheng's head, as if she wished to discern the inner workings of his intellect. Bai Yanjun cast a surprised glance at Jiang Cheng, never expecting him to be so empathetic, devoid of any arrogance regarding his own business, which he deemed most significant. Even more commendable was the fact that he was a boy of both courage and strategy, capable of conjuring various ideas with a mere shift in thought. Bai Yanjun, with a gentle demeanor, replied, "Let us proceed as you suggested." She then softly instructed Shen Xingruo, "Xingruo, this task is entrusted to you. Please have the procurement department acquire all the materials necessary for making zongzi. Subsequently, inform the transportation team to bring over all the kipeos with Jiang Cheng. Finally, direct the housekeeping department to allocate the kipeos to the various hotels based on the number of parents checking in." Shen Xingruo immediately rose, exclaiming, "Understood." She promptly exited. Jiang Cheng furrowed his brow, realizing that Bai Yanjun clearly intended to send Shen Xingruo away. Procuring zongzi materials and arranging for the transportation were tasks she could easily manage with a single phone call. There was no need for her daughter to undertake such errands personally. Indeed, once Shen Xingruo closed the door and departed, Bai Yanjun immediately moved to sit beside Jiang Cheng. He could now catch a whiff of her delightful fragrance. He felt a sudden rush of confusion. What was her intention? Chapter 11. Has this world gone mad? Bai Yanjun interrupted Jiang Cheng's wandering thoughts, saying, "Jiang Cheng, please recount the details of Xingruo's car incident from yesterday." Taken aback, Jiang Cheng paused to reflect on the events of the previous day, summarizing that Shen Xingruo had been distracted and startled by the sound of a horn. Bai Yanjun pressed further. Was there anything unusual about the driver who honked? Jiang Cheng shook his head. Nothing out of the ordinary. A middle-aged man wearing glasses, who appeared to be a teacher from our school. Upon hearing this, Bai Yanjun's expression turned contemplative. During your rescue of Xingruo, did you encounter any obstacles? Jiang Cheng was momentarily taken aback. No obstacles. I even managed to grab a life buoy from the security booth. Bai Yanjun nodded slightly. It seems it was indeed an accident. When Jiang Cheng arrived at the Hotel-S parking lot for the transportation team, he found Shen Xingruo, radiant and charming, seated in the driver's cabin of a truck, beckoning him to join her. A group of workers responsible for loading the cargo were already poised in the back, ready to depart at his signal. Jiang Cheng gazed at Shen Xingruo in surprise. Are you riding in this truck too? She nodded. Yes, my car was totaled, so I have no choice but to take this one. Jiang Cheng boarded the vehicle, and as they set off, he stole a glance at the exquisite beauty beside him, feeling an uncanny sense of unreality. Just yesterday, he and Tao Tsung had sat in a truck, gazing from a distance at a Bentley coupe, while the illustrious heiress, Shen Xingruo, sat within the luxury vehicle, not sparing them a glance. The two parties seemed to inhabit entirely different worlds. Yet, at this very moment, the enchanting campus Belle, renowned for her beauty, was surprisingly beside him, sharing a ride in the back of a truck as they traveled. Had the world gone mad? Shen Xingruo's delicate voice broke the silence. Boss Jiang, would you teach me how to ride a bicycle after the college entrance examination? Jiang Cheng was momentarily taken aback. A bicycle? Shen Xingruo, slightly exasperated, shrugged her shoulders. I'm too afraid to drive right now. It's a bit daunting. I want to learn how to ride a bicycle. Jiang Cheng casually replied. Sure, I'm fairly adept at cycling. Shen Xingruo beamed, then it settled. When the truck arrived at the base of the apartment building, Tao Tsung, who had come to assist, was already waiting outside. After Jiang Cheng and Shen Xingruo disembarked, they turned to Tao Tsung and said, This is my partner, Shen Xingruo. The chi-pao for this project will be sold at her hotel, and we're here to transport it. Tao Tsung stared at Shen Xingruo in astonishment. He had been puzzled by the sudden appearance of the campus beauty alongside his boss. He had intended to inquire about the situation today, yet this morning, Shen Xingruo had remained inseparable from Jiang Cheng. Tao Tsung then whispered to Jiang Cheng, Am I interrupting something? Jiang Cheng chuckled. You're just in time. The more hands, the better. Tao Tsung nodded, promptly extending a courteous greeting to Shen Xingruo. Hello, Shen Xingruo. Jiang Cheng is my older brother. I am Tao Kong. Shen Xingruo responded with a charming smile. Hello? Tao Kong. Jiang Cheng is my benefactor. I am Shen Xingruo. Tao Tsung was momentarily taken aback once more. What was going on here? One moment, they were partners, and the next, he was referred to as a benefactor. Under Jiang Cheng's guidance, the workers swiftly loaded the kipeos onto the vehicle, and the driver set off towards the hotel with the cargo. The trio took a cab back to the Golden State Hotel ahead of schedule. They proceeded directly to meeting room 3, where all the part-time staff members were already seated. Shen Xingruo and Tao Tsung took their places, watching as Jiang Cheng took the stage. Jiang Cheng surveyed the crowd before him, a sea of faces, with Bai Yanjun having dispatched a formidable team of at least 100 to support him. He then proclaimed loudly, I am Jiang Cheng, the project leader for this chi-pao initiative. The clients for this venture are the parents of students staying at the hotel. This sales event will last for 3 days. Each of you will receive a daily base salary of 100 yuan, with a commission of 10 yuan for each chi-pao sold. Jiang Cheng held up a chi-pao, raising it high for all to see. Let me share some insights on our sales strategy. The audience listened intently, with some even discreetly jotting down notes. Finally, Jiang Cheng declared emphatically, Now, let us assign tasks. Each hotel will designate 3 individuals to form a feedback team, responsible for monitoring customer opinions and discussions regarding the price of the chi-pao. Additionally, 3 more will be selected to form a dispute resolution team. Any conflicts must be addressed promptly to prevent escalation, especially during this critical examination period. Should you encounter issues you cannot resolve, please reach out to me. Next came the data analysis team, the inventory scheduling team, and the accounts management team. Jiang Cheng stood confidently on the platform, speaking with the eloquence of a general rallying his troops, his voice resonating throughout the venue. Shen Xingruo gazed up at him, her large eyes sparkling like stars, captivated by Jiang Cheng's presence. After the meeting concluded, Jiang Cheng and Shen Xingruo convened once more to fine-tune some details before departing together with Tao Kong. In a taxi, Tao Tsong excitedly remarked, "Boss, your business is bound to succeed this time. Is there anything else you need assistance with?" Jiang Cheng replied with a subtle smile. "Just focus on your exams. Do not let anything hinder your performance." Tao Tsong dismissed the concern, stating, "No worries. I am certain I will secure my place at the Tiangong Institute of Technology." Jiang Cheng nodded in silent agreement, recalling that this lad had indeed attended an engineering university in his previous life and subsequently became a civil servant at the Jinzhou court. Suddenly, Tao Tsong said, "By the way, our classmates are planning to celebrate the end of the exams with a dinner at the Jinzhou Grand Hotel. Are you joining us?" Jiang Cheng shook his head. "I'll be quite busy on the day the exams conclude, as I need to calculate and distribute wages for the part-time staff at the hotel." Tao Tsong quickly replied, "Then I will help you out and skip the gathering." Jiang Cheng chuckled. "Since we will be at the Jinzhou Hotel, let's see how things unfold." Chapter 12. Settled on the day of the college entrance examination. Jiang Cheng's parents rose early. They gathered the necessary items and accompanied Jiang Cheng to school for the exam. Feng Meiwan, before stepping out, joyfully donned a purple qipao embroidered with auspicious phrases. Jiang Cheng stared in astonishment. "Mom, where did you get that dress?" Feng Meiwan replied cheerfully, "I bought it at the Jinzhou Grand Hotel with my friends. What do you think?" She pointed out the characters on the qipao flag, auspiciously raised, golden list of names. "It was tailored just for you." Jiang Cheng's expression darkened. "How much did it cost you?" Feng Meiwan casually responded, 177 yuan. It was hard to get. Jiang Cheng grumbled, "That's a bit pricey." Feng Meiwan chastised him lightly. "In comparison to your future, 177 is nothing. This is a once-in-a-lifetime occasion. As long as you perform well, it will all be worth it." Jiang Cheng considered this, recognizing that the boomerang of fate had indeed returned to him. Nevertheless, he realized that the qipao business had taken off unexpectedly, indicating he had underestimated the power of trends. When they arrived at Jinzhou High School, a throng of parents had already gathered outside the school gates. At least a quarter of the mothers were adorned in the auspicious qipao, creating a delightful sight. Some parents, clad in ordinary attire, were bewildered and frantically inquired, "How come you all have them, but I do not?" Superstitious parents, upon learning the reason, hurriedly rushed to the Jinzhou Grand Hotel, insisting, "I must get one for myself. Otherwise, my heart will remain unsettled." This scene caused Jiang Cheng's lips to curve into an involuntary smile. Even as he sat in the examination room, he could not suppress his joy. While he took his exams, others were generating substantial profits for him. This sensation was indescribably delightful. Jiang Cheng's peculiar demeanor immediately drew the attention of the invigilators. The two female teachers exchanged bewildered glances, pondering the unusual behavior of this student. They had encountered students who were visibly anxious, sweating profusely and trembling while answering questions, but had never seen anyone nearly bursting into laughter during such a significant examination. With a sense of secret delight, Jiang Cheng completed 3 days of testing. After the final exam, he and Tao Tsong hurried to the Jinzhou Grand Hotel to meet Shen Xingruo. Shen Xingruo's skin was as fair as snow, and she wore a resplendent yellow gown, radiating beauty like a blooming flower. Upon entering the hotel as conference room number 3, where part-time employees were to receive their wages and commissions, Jiang Cheng was greeted by a resounding applause. The faces of the part-time workers were adorned with uncontainable smiles. After 3 days of work, each of them could expect to pocket several hundred yuan, in addition to their regular hotel wages. President Jiang is a good man. Miss is a good person, and President Bai is a good man. Jiang Cheng waved at them, cutting straight to the distribution of wages without unnecessary chatter. He and Shen Xingruo collaborated to calculate the payments, while Tao Tsong handed out the wages to the part-time staff. "Thank you, boss. Thank you, boss. Thank you." The chorus of gratitude echoed in their ears. 2 hours later, the payroll was settled, leaving Jiang Cheng with his share. Shen Xingruo's slender fingers deftly operated the calculator. 3,000 kipeos, sales amounting to 531,000. In terms of expenditures, commissions of 30,000 and wages of 30,000. The gross profit remains 471,000. She promptly handed Jiang Cheng the bag filled with cash. As he received the heavy sack, a sense of fulfillment surged within him. After deducting the final payment of 135,000 owed to Xian Chunlan and 20,000 for his household, he would still possess a net profit of 316,000. In 2003, a net profit exceeding 300,000 in just 3 days. How delightful it was to be reborn. With a charming smile, Shen Xingruo gazed at Jiang Cheng and exclaimed, "To celebrate this remarkable business success, I've arranged for a steak dinner at the restaurant. Let's proceed there now." The trio made their way to the Western restaurant on the 17th floor of the hotel. Upon entering, Tao Tsung noticed tables filled with young couples on dates. Realizing he was an unwelcome third wheel, he abruptly halted, saying, "Boss, I'd like to join the class reunion happening downstairs." Jiang Cheng was taken aback. "You truly wish to go?" Tao Tsung nodded eagerly. "Yes, after graduation, many of us may never meet again. It holds great significance." Jiang Cheng agreed, retrieving a sum of 10,000 cash from his bag and handing it to him. "Take this. Having funds on hand brings peace of mind." Tao Tsung shook his head. "I have no place to spend this money. I'll one team need it." Jiang Cheng retorted, "What nonsense. You and I are friends. You were an integral part of this venture. You deserve it." Tao Tsung hesitated. "So I can accept it?" Jiang Cheng affirmed. And Tao Tsung joyfully pocketed the substantial amount and headed off to the gathering. Jiang Cheng then settled into the booth with Shen Xingruo. In the Western restaurant, an organic fruit platter, English black tea, creamy corn soup, and French baguettes were promptly served. After Jiang Cheng ordered a tomahawk steak, and Shen Xingruo opted for a ribeye, the waiter seamlessly delivered the dishes. Jiang Cheng discerned that the entire kitchen staff was likely catering to their esteemed young lady. Each steak was meticulously grilled, and no matter the order, the dishes arrived instantaneously, ensuring that the young lady did not have to wait. A young woman from a wealthy family naturally enjoyed a high standard of living. The efficiency of the service left even Shen Xingruo momentarily speechless, as it was her first experience dining at a Western restaurant with a boy, and she was unprepared for such flattery from the kitchen. Thus, as Jiang Cheng began to eat, Shen Xingruo remarked, "I'll go wash my hands." Jiang Cheng nodded in acknowledgement. Just as Shen Xingruo departed, a female voice resonated in Jiang Cheng's ear. "Jiang Cheng, is that really you?" Dai Fei approached him, visibly displeased. "How clever of you to skip the class gathering and indulge in a private feast here." She glanced at the exquisite dishes on the table and admonished, "This place is quite expensive. Do you think you can squander your hard-earned money like this?" Jiang Cheng wiped his lips with a napkin and replied with a faint smile, "But you're here too, aren't you?" "Nonsense," Dai Fei retorted immediately. "I mistakenly took the wrong floor while heading to the class gathering. This place is certainly not meant for me." Jiang Cheng shrugged. "It's merely a dining establishment. What does it matter who should or shouldn't be here?" Dai Fei scrutinized Jiang Cheng. "You seem much more mysterious than before. You hardly speak in the group anymore, and you didn't join any group activities during the holidays." Jiang Cheng waved his hand dismissively, "Just keeping busy." Dai Fei suggested, "Why not join us downstairs after your meal? Several classmates are present." Just then, Shen Xingruo re-entered the hall. Her tall, graceful figure moved with the elegance of a top model. Dai Fei stared in astonishment at Shen Xingruo from a distance and whispered to Jiang Cheng, "Do you see her? That's our school, Belle. Shen Xingruo. It's rumored that the Golden State Hotel is her family's property, and it seems to be true. She's dining here too." Chapter 13. Dai Fei's astonishment. As Shen Xingruo approached, a hint of anxiety flickered across Dai Fei's face. Shen Xingruo was the unparalleled beauty of Jianzhou High School, ethereal and unattainable. She was also a young lady from a wealthy family, arriving at school in a Bentley coupe and rarely engaging with her classmates. Such a legendary figure, shrouded in mystery, elicited a sense of awe akin to that of encountering a celebrity among the students of Jianzhou High School. Under Dai Fei's astonished gaze, Shen Xingruo gracefully took a seat opposite Jiang Cheng. After settling down, she smiled gently at Dai Fei. You must be Jiang Cheng's classmate. She resembled a blooming snow lotus, radiating an air of nobility. Dai Fei stared blankly at Shen Xingruo and Jiang Cheng, stammering, "Ah, yes, I am Jiang Cheng's classmate." Shen Xingruo smiled and nodded at her, then picked up her knife and fork, cutting a piece of beef from her plate and offered it to Jiang Cheng's lips. "Try this steak and tell me how it tastes." Jiang Cheng glanced at Shen Xingruo in surprise. In the realm of affluent progeny, one would expect a certain level of refinement. Many are even known to possess an aversion to uncleanliness. Yet, it appears that Shen Xingruo pays little heed to such matters. Dismissing further contemplation, he opened his mouth and took a bite of the beef. Shen Xingruo promptly retracted his fork and nonchalantly speared a piece for himself, placing it into his crimson lips. Dai Fei, observing from the side, wore an expression of bewilderment. When did the illustrious campus beauty become so intimately acquainted with Jiang Cheng? Her every frown and smile resembled that of a love-struck young girl. Is the world truly mad? While classmates reveled in schadenfreude, believing Jiang Cheng unworthy of Lu Shiyan, here they were, entangled in a romantic dalliance with the legendary beauty. Regaining her composure, she forced a smile and remarked, "Ah, you all eat. I must take my leave." Grasping her bag, Dai Fei hurriedly departed, her mind a tumultuous whirlwind as she took the elevator to the 16th floor's Chinese restaurant. Following their agreement, she entered the private room where her classmates gathered. 2 tables were already filled, bustling with chatter. Each student was engaged in hushed conversations, discussing the recent exam questions, comparing answers, and predicting scores. Upon spotting Dai Fei, Lu Shiyan waved, signaling for her to take a seat beside her. A look of discomfort crossed Dai Fei's face. Surely her dear friend remained unaware of the significant development involving Jiang Cheng, who was now paired with the campus beauty. After taking her seat, Dai Fei listened as Lu Shiyan casually remarked, "Many students did not attend. We only have 2 tables." Dai Fei acknowledged with a soft glancing at her friend, hesitant to speak. Suddenly, the classmates erupted in cheers. "Class monitor, you've surely secured your place at the University of Electronic Science and Technology." Indeed, the monitor's accuracy was unmatched. He was destined to be first in the class. Not just first in the class. I wager he ranks among the top in the entire school. After exchanging answers, the students gazed at the class monitor, Chang Junwei, with envy. A flicker of pride crossed Chang Junwei's face. After years of hard work, this is the moment I've strived for. He surveyed the group, then frowned, noticing Jiang Cheng's absence. His sense of accomplishment diminished significantly, leaving him with a feeling akin to a peacock strutting in silence. Chang Junwei's eyes darted, and he turned to Tao Tsong, saying, "Tao Tsong, why isn't Jiang Cheng here? Perhaps he is too embarrassed to show up after performing poorly? Or is he too frugal to part with 100 yuan for dinner?" Chuckling, he continued, "We are all classmates. Such stinginess is unbecoming." The classmates exchanged glances. Sensing the tension, the class monitor and Jiang Cheng had never seen eye to eye. Who would have thought their rivalry persisted even after graduation? Tao Tsong shot Chang Junwei a glance, his expression impassive. "My boss is busy with significant matters. Do you think he is like you? What is your sudden interest in him? Want to flaunt your grades? Show off your wealth? You're like a hawk that gorged itself on too many chickens." The boys present were momentarily taken aback before bursting into laughter. Tao Tsong's sharp tongue was indeed notable, while some girls cast shy glances at him. Chang Junwei, incensed by the retort, exclaimed, "Tao Tsong, in our experimental class, you and Jiang Cheng are the only 2 slacker troublemakers. I wonder when you'll ever amount to something. Dreaming of making big bucks? Keep dreaming." He let out a tremor of indignation, and Tao Tsong nearly short-circuited from a quip that slipped from his lips. Just as the 2 were locked in a battle of wits, Lu Shiyan suddenly interjected with an air of nonchalance. "Tao Tsong, is your notion of achieving great things merely about being a porter?" Her irritation towards Jiang Cheng had now extended to her perception of Tao Kong coincidentally. She had recently witnessed them laboring as porters and took the opportunity to deliver a sharp retort. Upon hearing her words, Tao Song felt a surge of anger, ready to flaunt the substantial sum of money on him to teach them a lesson. However, at the last moment, he hit the brakes. If Lu Shiyun discovered that their boss was thriving, she would undoubtedly cause a stir. That simply would not do. This young woman was no simpleton. Tao Song then scoffed. That is not something you need to worry about. Lu Shiyun raised her eyebrows, poised to respond, but was interrupted by the waiter arriving with their dishes. The classmates were instantly diverted, engaging in lively conversation. Let's eat. People are like iron, and meals are like steel. One meal missed. And we feel famished. Don't stand on ceremony. I'll start first. The atmosphere in the private room grew warm once again. Lu Shiyun huffed at Tao Song, choosing not to pursue the topic further. Amidst the clinking of glasses, several male classmates formed a group to offer Lu Shiyun a beverage, showering her with flattering words. Lu Shiyun, may your dreams come true. You will undoubtedly excel in your pursuit of a law degree at Sichuan University. Let's toast to you. With her beauty and talent, she would surely become one of those prominent lawyers seen on television. How do you even speak? School bell. Oh, my mistake. Yes, school bell. Beautiful and intelligent. Our school bell. Lu Shiyun, overwhelmed by the compliments, blushed with pride and replied, I also wish you all a brilliant future. After clinking glasses, Dai Fei hesitantly turned to Lu Shiyun. What is your current stance on Jiang Cheng? Lu Shiyun snorted. No particular stance, just as we discussed previously. I want him to understand that the game of feigned indifference does not work with me. Dai Fei softly inquired, do you know why Jiang Cheng didn't come today? Lu Shiyun nodded, yes. This left Dai Fei momentarily stunned. You know? Lu Shiyun revealed a hint of sarcasm. It's simply because I'm here that he is deliberately avoiding me. He is merely pretending to be aloof, playing mind games to provoke my thoughts. I'll see how it all ends for him. Dai Fei nodded reluctantly, her heart a whirlwind of emotions. Chapter 14. Shen Xingruo. Why do you always hit the brakes? After finishing their meal, Jiang Cheng glanced at the time. It was already past 5 o'clock. Too late to deposit money at the bank now. Shen Xingruo immediately remarked, there is still time. I can skip the queue and handle it in the VIP room. Jiang Cheng agreed, and they took a cab to the bank, heading straight to the VIP room at the back of the hall. The business manager greeted them with a beaming smile. Jiang Cheng first transferred over 100,000 yuan as the final payment to Xian Chunluan. He then withdrew 20,000 in cash and deposited the remaining 30,000 into his account. Once they exited the bank, Shen Xingruo inquired curiously, who did you just send money to? Quite generous of you. Jiang Cheng replied with a faint smile, that was the payment for the batch of Qipao. I had only paid a deposit of over 10,000 before. Was momentarily taken aback. Her curiosity soon piqued. Why do you carry so much cash? Jiang Cheng chuckled and replied, the 20,000 deposit was simply convenient at home. I need to return it now. At once, his bright eyes widened in astonishment. So, you've managed to pull a fast one without spending a dime yourself? Jiang Cheng feigned a stern expression and retorted, nonsense. This is what one might call leveraging opportunities. Now that the egg has been laid, it is time to return the hen. He then sauntered onto the sidewalk, his spirits soaring. Followed him, speechless. As they passed a bicycle shop, Jiang Cheng waved his hand grandly. You've worked hard these past few days. I'm gifting you a bicycle. S face lit up with a radiant smile. Not bad. You remembered I wanted to learn how to ride. They quickly settled on a sky blue lady's bicycle. After wheeling it to the cycling path, Jiang Cheng glanced at the yellow dress. Your outfit is not quite suitable for riding today. I'll take you home first and teach you next time. Brimming with excitement, exclaimed, great. I've never ridden a bicycle before. Jiang Cheng mounted the bicycle and turned back to caution her. Be mindful of your dress. Don't let it get caught in the chain, or you might find yourself exposed. Playfully swatted his back. You're insufferable. She then turned sideways and settled onto the back seat, adjusting her skirt. Observing her position, Jiang Cheng frowned. Sitting like that is somewhat unsafe. If you fall backward, you could injure your head, and even if treated, you might drool. Retorted with annoyance, you're the one who would drool. She then wrapped her arms around Jiang Cheng's waist. All right, this should be safe. Jiang Cheng was momentarily taken aback, then began to pedal. As he rode, he marveled at the vitality of his youthful body in this second life. Had it been in his previous existence, he would have lacked such energy. The bicycle sped up, racing through the streets and alleys. Passers-by turned their heads to gaze at the duo, the handsome young man with striking features and the fashionable beauty with flowing hair. They embraced the evening breeze, reveling in the moment, a scene of sheer beauty. Approximately half an hour later, Jiang Cheng stopped in front of his villa. She gracefully dismounted, complaining, "Why you always stop so abruptly? My chest is sore from the impact." She instinctively rubbed her chest. Jiang Cheng, with an earnest expression, replied, "Because this is a new bike, I must frequently test the brakes. If there's an issue, I need to return it to the owner." Nodded graciously. "All right, now that the brakes are fine, remember to teach me." Jiang Cheng affirmed, "Rest assured, with an entire summer, even a pig could learn." Shot him a glare. "Are you calling me a pig?" Upon returning home, Jiang Cheng found his parents in the living room, engrossed in a television show. The lively chatter of "For My Fair Princess" filled the air. However, as Jiang Cheng took a seat, his father, Jiang Jihong, lowered the volume. His mother, Fong Meiwan, immediately inquired, "How did you fare in your exams? Which university can you attend?" Jiang Jihong chimed in, "Your mother has been eager to ask you for days, but was concerned it might affect your exam mindset." Jiang Cheng chuckled, "I feel I did reasonably well. I'm planning on attending Sichuan University." He pondered for a moment. In this lifetime, one could leverage the advantage of foresight to establish an entertainment company, transforming future hits into a thriving enterprise and securing the initial fortune. Presently, the arts program at Sichuan University does not require an entrance examination. Thus, one might navigate the performance major, signing actors and reaping the benefits from proximity to success. Jiang Cheng then added, "The performance major, indeed." Jiang Jihong, taken aback, inquired, "You aspire to create films and television? To become a star?" Jiang Cheng jested, "With my looks, not becoming a star would be a loss for the entertainment industry." Jiang Jihong nodded slowly, acknowledging, "Your appearance certainly passes muster, having inherited my genes." Fong Meiwan furrowed her brow and remarked, "Yet, mere good looks are insufficient. Acting requires skill." Jiang Cheng, with a playful smile, replied, "My acting prowess is beyond reproach. If I were to tell you that I earned hundreds of thousands in just a few days, would you believe me?" Jiang Jihong immediately shook his head, stating, "Every business requires capital. Where would you procure such funds?" Jiang Cheng chuckled, "See, this indicates my acting skills are indeed commendable. You, who are with me day in and day out, have failed to perceive that I am a wealthy individual." Fong Meiwan playfully slapped Jiang Cheng's arm, saying, "Do you think you're the owner of a cheapao business?" Jiang Cheng, momentarily puzzled, asked, "What do you mean?" Fong Meiwan elucidated, "I refer to the cheapao I previously purchased, the one that signifies success. The real owner possesses business acumen. The rumor circulating in society is that he earned a lifetime salary in just a few days during the examination period. That is the mark of a born entrepreneur, destined for prosperity." Jiang Cheng listened, amused yet silent. The great entrepreneur sat right before them. He did not intentionally conceal his business dealings from his parents. It was merely that, with examinations looming, he wished to spare them any concern. Now that matters had settled, Jiang Cheng planned to surprise his parents when they provided him with living and tuition expenses at the start of the academic term. "Son is the cheapao owner, and there will be more wealth in the future. You need not worry," he thought. In the following days, Jiang Cheng rested at home to rejuvenate. After several days of engaging in the cheapao business, it was time to relax. A week later, Shen Xingruo called, requesting his presence to discuss a matter at her mother's executive office. With curiosity, Jiang Cheng took a taxi to the Golden State Hotel. Chapter 15. The Meticulous and Beautiful Young Woman. Upon entering Bai Yanjun's office, Jiang Cheng noticed several individuals present. Bai Yanjun, exuding elegance, sat gracefully in the executive chair, while Shen Xingruo engaged in light conversation beside her. Opposite the mother-daughter duo, a row of well-dressed male and female guests occupied chairs, meticulously handling microphones, cameras, and other equipment. As Jiang Cheng entered, all eyes turned toward him. Bai Yanjun stood with poise and smiled. "You've arrived." She promptly introduced Jiang Cheng to the reason for his summons. Due to his influence during the examination period, a qipao trend had emerged. The streets buzzed with discussions regarding the origin of this business. Jianzhou Television quickly recognized this societal phenomenon and sought to interview the qipao owner, with a beautiful host, Yuna, and her team reaching out to Bai Yanjun for assistance in arranging the interview. As Bai Yanjun introduced her, Yuna rose gracefully to join them. Her curious gaze fixated on Jiang Cheng. With a smile, Bai Yanjun inquired, "Jiang Cheng, I would like to seek your opinion. Would you be willing to accept an interview?" She subtly winked at Jiang Cheng, suggesting her encouragement. Jiang Cheng felt a warmth in his heart, understanding that Bai Yi was concerned he might miss this opportunity. He was acutely aware that the trend of qipao during the college entrance examination period would undoubtedly sweep across the nation and endure over time. As its founder, this achievement would certainly be commendable in the realm of business, possibly proving useful in the future. The interview at this moment would serve as a definitive record, capturing the initial essence of this venture. Jiang Cheng responded with a smile. "No problem. I will fully cooperate with the interview." Bai Yanjun promptly replied, "Great. Please take my seat for the interview." Jiang Cheng glanced at Bai Yanjun's office setup. Her executive chair was crafted from rare ebony, with cushions and a backrest upholstered in the softest velvet. The top of the chair's back was adorned with an intricate gemstone badge, a testament to the skill of a master craftsman. The grand desk before him was made of rosewood, its deep hue reflecting both the passage of time and a sense of taste. Even the extensive bookshelf on the wall was constructed from the finest winged wood, a costly choice. Jiang Cheng understood that Bai Yanjun intended to present a grand image, akin to that of a boss. "Thank you, Bai Yi," he said, smoothly settling into the executive chair. The elegant host, Yuna, gracefully positioned herself opposite Jiang Cheng. The camera crew and interview assistants quickly took their places, preparing scripts and adjusting equipment. Observing this, Shen Xingruo moved towards Bai Yanjun's lounge, retrieving a brand new Armani suit for Jiang Cheng to change into. Jiang Cheng glanced at the black suit Shen Xingruo held, surprised by her thoughtfulness. Indeed, his shorts and short sleeves were quite mismatched with the sophisticated backdrop of the office. He promptly stood up and donned the Armani suit. The women in the room immediately brightened at the sight. Once clad in the suit, Jiang Cheng shed his youthful appearance, exuding a more dignified aura, accompanied by an inexplicable sense of maturity and composure. As the interview commenced, Yuna smiled and asked, "Mr. Jiang, may I inquire your age? You appear remarkably youthful." Jiang Cheng replied with a smile, "My age is not a secret. It is not an impertinence. I am 18 years old and have just participated in the college entrance examination." Yuna exclaimed in surprise. "Oh, Mr. Jiang is so young." She continued with admiration. "While many young people older than you are still searching for jobs, you have already achieved entrepreneurial success. What motivated you to market and sell qipao during this year's examination period?" Jiang Cheng elaborated thoughtfully. "As a fellow examinee, I needed a belief to bolster my examination state and enhance my confidence, which, from a psychological perspective, requires a form of positive mental suggestion. I believe that other candidates could greatly benefit from such positive feedback. Thus, it occurred to me, quite serendipitously, to use the qipao as a medium to elevate one's spirit." Yuna nodded in admiration, saying, "Indeed, Boss Jiang, your idea has proven to be immensely successful. Your qipaos have sold out in no time. I had originally planned to purchase one to wear for this interview, but alas, I was unable to acquire one." Jiang Cheng glanced at Yuna, who, with her slender figure clad in a fitted white suit and shoulder-length hair, embodied the essence of an elite woman. Smiling, Jiang Cheng remarked, "You would surely look stunning in a qipao." He then shrugged regretfully. "It's unfortunate they have all sold out. Otherwise, I would have gifted you one." Yuna beamed, her lips curving into a smile. "Thank you for your kind words, Boss Jiang." As the interview drew to a close, Yuna posed one final question. "By the way, Boss Jiang, as a candidate this year, which university do you hope to attend?" Jiang Cheng replied thoughtfully, "The performance department at Sichuan University. I just wonder if my scores will suffice." Yuna paused, then her face lit up with a smile. "That is my alma mater as well. I believe we shall be classmates." She then rose to shake Jiang Cheng's hand. Jiang Cheng took her small hand and smiled. "I appreciate your good wishes." After the interview concluded, Yuna and her team departed with cheerful farewells. By Yanjun also had to inspect other hotels, and they left together. The office was left with only Jiang Cheng and Shen Xingruo. Shen Xingruo gracefully walked over to sit opposite Jiang Cheng and cast him a sidelong glance. How do you know she would look beautiful in a cheap how? Jiang Cheng chuckled. It's just conversation. One should say what others enjoy hearing. Shen Xingruo mumbled something indistinctly and then shifted her chair closer, leaning forward. Hey, when will you teach me how to ride a bike? She casually placed her arms on the table to rest. Jiang Cheng responded, I can't teach you today. I have relatives visiting to check on my college entrance examination situation. Shen Xingruo nodded decisively. Then let us arrange another time. Suddenly, Jiang Cheng was struck by a thought. By the way, which university do you wish to attend? Chapter 16. You've revealed your true colors. Shen Xingruo slowly replied. During my studies in the capital, I participated in the International Mathematical Olympiad and achieved a perfect score, earning a gold medal. Both Harvard and MIT have sent me acceptance letters. Furthermore, Tsinghua and Peking University have also granted me direct admission, offering full scholarships and the like. What do you think I should choose? Her sparkling eyes were fixed on Jiang Cheng. Jiang Cheng was momentarily taken aback. He knew Shen Xingruo was academically gifted, yet he had not anticipated her achievements to be of such magnitude. It appeared that prestigious institutions, both domestic and international, were vying for this exceptional talent. He maintained a composed demeanor and said, from a friend's perspective, I hope you choose a university in our country, as it would be closer to home. Being alone abroad, in an unfamiliar environment, might feel rather isolating. However, in terms of future prospects, the business programs at foreign universities seem to be superior and more suitable for you. He then mused, once university begins, the distance between us will be vast, and our friendship will resemble the New Year celebrations, occurring only once a year. Shen Xingruo, with a smile that seemed both genuine and playful, remarked, the West River University you attend is closer to home. Why not recommend it to me? Jiang Cheng cast a silent glance in her direction. Although West River University held a respectable reputation within the province, it paled in comparison to internationally renowned institutions like Tsinghua and Peking University. He retorted teasingly, very well. I suggest you enroll in West River University. We can be classmates for another 4 years, and I'll protect you. Shen Xingruo immediately sat up and shook his hand, exclaiming, Deal. Jiang Cheng, somewhat skeptical, grasped her delicate hand. Shen Xingruo nonchalantly declared, I have already decided to attend West River University, with you as my ready-made bodyguard. Why wouldn't I? Jiang Cheng was taken aback, but Shen Xingruo looked at him and said, Honestly, I don't care whether my university is prestigious or not. After all, I am quite capable. Jiang Cheng paused, then smiled brightly. That sounds good. Shen Xingruo playfully tapped his palm, asking, Tell me, whose hand is better, mine or Yuna's? Jiang Cheng was momentarily stunned. How could this stunning girl compare herself to Yuna, someone so seemingly unrelated? He raised his hand, feigning seriousness, and appraised her before earnestly responding. Your fingers are long, your skin is fair, and the texture is smooth. Yuna cannot compete. Shen Xingruo beamed with delight. Now that's more like it. At that moment, Jiang Cheng's phone chimed incessantly. Glancing at it, he noticed that classmates were bustling with excitement over the impending college entrance exam results. I want to enroll in the architecture department at Mountain City University, but I heard that this major is quite rigorous. I'm torn. I'm considering Jiqing University, but I've heard that in the north, they have communal baths and the dorms lack private bathrooms. Don't know if that is true. I've heard there are all sorts of clubs at university. I want to join a street dance club. Haha. I'm also planning to apply to Mountain City. I can't wait to indulge in hot pot every day. The class monitor, Chang Junwei, proclaimed sternly, Why are you all so fixated on enjoyment? Even once you enter university, you must continue to study diligently. Suddenly, Lu Shiyin shared a travel photo of herself standing by the riverside, her white dress billowing. She messaged, Oops, I accidentally sent this photo to the group. Daifei replied, Wow, Shiyin, you look stunning. Chang Junwei added, Truly beautiful, like a fairy. Qianli inquired, Where did you buy that white dress? It's gorgeous. Zhang Sen exclaimed, Impressive. Li Si remarked, So beautiful. Wang Er chimed in, Looks great, keep it coming. Lu Shiyin playfully insisted, You're all forbidden from looking. Someone send a meme to cover up my photo. Chang Junwei laughed. Haha, you're so scatterbrained. It's adorable. The atmosphere in the group surged once more, with even the quieter classmates emerging from the shadows. Lu Shiyun instantly became the center of attention. Jiang Cheng observed in silence, thinking it was quite amusing. He promptly muted the group chat. Suddenly, Dai Fei sent him a private message. Everyone's so lively. Yet you haven't said a word, classmate. Jiang Cheng replied casually. Nothing much to say. Dai Fei quickly responded. What do you mean, nothing to say? Which university are you planning to attend? Without hesitation, Jiang Cheng answered, West River University. Dai Fei's expression turned to one of surprise. It seemed Jiang Cheng still held a lingering affection for Shiyun, who intended to attend West River University. Jiang Cheng promptly followed suit. It appears that the campus Belle, Shen Xingruo, and Jiang Cheng do not share the relationship I had envisioned. After all, Shen Xingruo is a paragon of beauty and intellect, a scion of a wealthy family, an unattainable super lady for ordinary folk. How could she possibly develop feelings for Jiang Cheng? Perhaps their previous encounter was merely a fortuitous occasion for a meal together. I realize I may have misjudged their connection. Dai Fei then sent a mischievous smirk emoji. Now you've truly revealed your true colors. Jiang Cheng, perplexed, chose to exit the conversation without a response. Eagerly, Dai Fei clicked on Lu Shiyun's profile to initiate a private chat. I must inform you that Jiang Cheng is also planning to apply to Sichuan University, the same institution as us. His attempts at feigned indifference have clearly failed. With graduation approaching, he can no longer conceal his affections for you. Lu Shiyun glanced at the message, a wave of satisfaction washing over her. Was he not pretending with me? Seems he can no longer maintain that facade. He thought he could bait me into taking the hook. How ridiculous. Dai Fei remarked, You have achieved your wish. Once you enter university, your relationship will surely revert to what it once was. Lu Shiyun typed swiftly, in his dreams. If he fails to impress me, just watch if I even acknowledge him in university. Chapter 17. Is today April Fool's Day? On June 26th, the Gaokao results were released. Jiang Cheng scored 566 points, securing a near certainty for admission to the Performing Arts Department at Sichuan University. Fang Meiwan joyfully prepared a feast to celebrate. As Jiang Cheng took his seat and gazed at the spread of chicken, duck, and fish, he chuckled, Mom, are you trying to turn me from a high schooler into a high and mighty one? Fang Meiwan playfully rebuked, Nonsense. You're at that crucial growth stage. Eat as you please. She then beamed, Son, you make me so proud. Jiang Cheng raised his drink to clink glasses with Fang Meiwan. Mom, you've worked hard all these years. Fang Meiwan, momentarily taken aback, joyfully lifted her glass. Let us toast to that. Jiang Jihong also raised his glass. Looking at Jiang Cheng with a pleased expression, your efforts over the years have not been in vain. I'm truly happy for you. Jiang Cheng chuckled, Dad. You've broken the rules of toasting. I'm the one raising a glass here. How can you join in? Jiang Jihong's expression darkened. You cheeky brat. Are you going to lecture me on etiquette now? Jiang Cheng laughed heartily, and the family's glasses clinked together. Amidst the convivial atmosphere of food and drink, Jiang Cheng's phone rang. He glanced at the caller ID. Qipao shop owner, Xian Chunlan. With an odd expression, he answered the call, greeted by Xian Chunlan's teasing tone. Director Jiang, whatever happened to the citywide employee sports meet we discussed? Jiang Cheng replied, puzzled. Hasn't it started yet? Xian Chunlan, with a hint of amusement, continued. I heard in Tiandu City that your Qipao has gained quite a reputation here in Jinzhou. I couldn't help but notice how similar it was to mine. So I decided to come to Jinzhou to learn more about the situation. Your skills have truly opened my eyes. As it was mealtime, she added, Director Jiang, would you do me the honor of joining me for a meal? We could chat. Jiang Cheng surveyed the food on the table and then invited. I'm just about to eat. If you don't mind, would you care to join me for a simple meal? Xinchuan Lan readily agreed. Jiang Cheng promptly provided her with the address. After hanging up, he informed his parents that he was indeed the much-discussed Chongsan proprietor during this period. To his surprise, they were utterly incredulous. Jiang Jihong chuckled, remarking, You commute daily between school and home. When would you find a time to run a business? Fang Meiwan, echoing her husband, cast a skeptical glance at Jiang Cheng, admonishing him to speak more sensibly. Jiang Cheng succinctly recounted his background, explaining how he had, under the pretense of burning incense and praying, accompanied Tao Tasong to the city to assess the market. Leveraging his father's official capacity, he paid the deposit and secured a truckload of Chong Sams. Collaborating with the Golden State Hotel, he successfully marketed the Chong Sams, leading to a significant boom. Upon hearing this, Jiang Jihong and Fong Meiwan paused their meal, gazing at Jiang Cheng with a mix of disbelief and curiosity. "Are you serious?" Jiang Cheng beamed. "The wholesale Chong Sam owner, Xin Lan, is on her way. It cannot be a falsehood." Moments later, the doorbell chimed. Jiang Cheng rose to open the door. Xin Lan stood outside, clad in a purple Chong Sam, her figure graceful and her demeanor sophisticated. With a glimmer of amusement in her eyes, she regarded Jiang Cheng. He chuckled. "If you've come, then let us skip the formalities." He reached out to take the milk and fruits she carried. Xin Lan looked at him, both exasperated and amused. Jiang Cheng invited her into the house. Upon noticing Jiang Jihong at the dining table, she burst into laughter, saying, "Are you playing a game of true and false Monkey King with me?" The resemblance between father and son was striking, as the work ID Jiang Cheng had previously shown was undeniably his father's. Jiang Cheng smiled and introduced himself. "I am Jiang Cheng." He then invited Xin Lan to sit at the table, making introductions among his parents and Xin Lan. She greeted Director Jiang, Sister Fong. Jiang Jihong and Fong Meiwan exchanged astonished glances. The female proprietor had immediately addressed Jiang Jihong by his official title. It became evident that the young man had indeed spoken the truth. Had he truly used his father's identity to feign business acumen? Moreover, he had even participated in the design and marketing of the Chong Sams. After a brief exchange, Xin Lan expressed her surprise. She had never imagined Jiang Cheng was merely a recent high school graduate. "Are students nowadays this formidable?" Jiang Cheng casually served her some dishes, smiling gently. "Boss Exine, you might want to prepare more stock before every annual college entrance examination." Xin Lan snapped back to attention. "That's precisely my thought. This Chong Sam trend will likely sweep across the entire province, thanks to you." Then a thought struck her. Jiang Cheng, "How about we apply for a patent for the Chong Sams you designed?" Jiang Cheng shook his head. "I don't think that's advisable. The design patent for clothing primarily protects the aesthetic aspects, shape, pattern, and color, applicable to industrial use. The embroidery on the garments merely conveys cultural significance and serves decorative purposes. Simply put, the likelihood of successfully obtaining a patent is almost zero. It would be a futile effort." Upon hearing this, Xi and Chunlon seemed to grasp the concept partially and remarked, "So there are these intricacies. I thought if we used something no one else had, we could apply for a patent." Jiang Cheng suggested, "In the realm of fashion, if you innovate or improve in areas such as fabric, cutting techniques, or production processes, there may indeed be an opportunity to apply for a patent." Xi and Chunlon immediately raised her glass and exclaimed, "I have learned so much. You truly are a scholar." Jiang Jihong and Fong Meiwan exchanged glances, bewildered by the eloquence of their own son. Had he undergone a subtle transformation? As the delightful meal drew to a close, Jiang Cheng's phone rang again. It was Shen Xingruo. Upon answering, her melodious voice resonated through the line. "Boss Jiang, when will you teach me to ride a bicycle? Mine is rusted." Jiang Cheng chuckled. "Nonsense, your bike is soaking in the bathtub." Shen Xingruo retorted, "Oh, it's the same idea." Jiang Cheng casually replied, "All right, I'll come over after dinner. Consider it a means of digestion." After hanging up, Jiang Cheng turned to his parents. "I'll be stepping out shortly to teach a friend how to ride a bicycle." Fong Meijuan's attention sharpened. "A girl?" Jiang Cheng affirmed, "Yes. She is the top scorer from Jianzhou High School this year." Fong Meiwan gasped. "The top scorer, Shen Xingruo?" Jiang Jihong's expression mirrored disbelief. "The daughter of the owner of Jianzhou Grand Hotel?" Jiang Cheng responded in surprise. "She is so well known?" "Yes, that's her. My Chong Sam this time is a collaboration with Jianzhou Grand Hotel. Shen Xingruo and I are friends." Fong Meijuan's mind buzzed. Her son had connections with such a remarkable young woman? She stared blankly at Jiang Jihong. "Isn't today April Fool's Day?" Jiang Cheng, uncertain, replied, "It shouldn't be." The couple gazed intently at Jiang Cheng, overwhelmed by the series of surprises and excitement that their hearts could scarcely endure. Their son had successfully gained admission to university, prospered in business, and now mingled with the elite. Was this truly their laid-back son? Jiang Cheng chuckled awkwardly. "You two take your time to digest this. I'll escort Boss Xin out now." He then quietly departed with Xin Chunlan. Chapter 18. Shen Xingruo learns to drive upon reaching the ground floor. Jiang Cheng discovered that Xin Chunlan had driven herself, a red Fukong car. She invited him to join her, offering to take him to the location where he would teach cycling. Jiang Cheng graciously accepted the passenger seat. After settling in, Xin Chunlan removed her pointed blue stilettos and slipped into a pair of comfortable flats suitable for driving. Noticing Jiang Cheng's unwavering gaze upon her stocking-clad feet, she exhibited a hint of confusion. Jiang Cheng glanced at the clutch by her feet and smiled gently. "Boss Xin can drive a manual. Your skills are commendable." Xin Chunlan chuckled in realization. "In the early days of my venture, I drove a van all over to negotiate business." She then expertly started the engine and began to drive. Jiang Cheng nodded, contemplating how convenient it would be to have a car. Perhaps he should take the opportunity during his break to obtain his driver's license and purchase one. The luxurious vehicle arrived silently at the Ning'an Villa district, finally coming to a halt before the villa belonging to Shen Xingruo, dressed in a pristine white tracksuit. Shen Xingruo stood by, pushing a bicycle, eagerly anticipating Jiang Cheng's arrival. Xin Chunlan cast a glance at the exquisitely graceful Shen Xingruo and then teased Jiang Cheng, saying, "Boss Jiang seems to be thriving, balancing both career and romance." Jiang Cheng shook his head and replied, "Just a friend." With a playful expression, Xin Chunlan asked, "Do you think I believe you?" Jiang Cheng shot her a silent look and said, "Safe travels." He then opened the door and stepped out of the car, waving goodbye with his back turned. Xin Chunlan shook her head and departed. Upon reaching Shen Xingruo, she gazed at the retreating vehicle and remarked, "This doesn't look like a taxi." Jiang Cheng casually replied, "It's a family member." Shen Xingruo responded with an "oh," then inquired, "Where will you teach me to ride?" Jiang Cheng surveyed the villa area and suggested, "The internal roads of the community are quite suitable, with fewer cars and people." He then pushed the bicycle onto the road and adjusted the seat height slightly, saying, "You are tall, so a slightly higher seat will make riding easier. Give it a try." Shen Xingruo nodded and mounted the bicycle to test the height, exclaiming, "This works." Jiang Cheng firmly grasped the rear seat, stating, "I'll steady it for you. Now pedal and give it a try." Shen Xingruo promptly obeyed, her long legs pushing down on the pedals. However, due to her hesitance, the bicycle only moved a few steps before it began to tip. Jiang Cheng quickly advised, "You can exert a little more force. If the bicycle lacks forward momentum, it will topple to the sides, and vice versa." "Got it," Shen Xingruo responded, applying more strength to the pedals, and indeed, the bicycle traveled further with surprising effectiveness. Jiang Cheng quietly loosened his grip, yet the bicycle remained stable and upright. He couldn't help but admire her. Shen Xingruo was unlike most girls. Typically, they learned to ride with great caution and clumsiness, taking a long time to master it, but this stunning girl picked it up remarkably fast. He began to jog leisurely alongside her. As Shen Xingruo became increasingly adept and faster, Jiang Cheng slowed his pace, enjoying the moment as he trailed behind her. When they reached the end of the pathway, Shen Xingruo exclaimed, "Hey, how do I turn?" Silence followed, realizing that Jiang Cheng's hand had long since vanished from her back. She was startled and called out, "Jiang Cheng, how do I turn? You haven't taught me how to turn." Jiang Cheng, hearing her frantic voice from ahead, was taken aback and responded, "What are you shouting about?" Suddenly, with a loud thud, Shen Xingruo collided with a flower bed, tumbling off the bicycle and landing on the ground. Jiang Cheng, startled, rushed to her side to assist her in getting up. Shen Xingruo placed her hand on Jiang Cheng's shoulder, gasping, "I think I hurt my backside." Feeling a bit embarrassed, Jiang Cheng replied, "I was careless." Shen Xingruo quickly reassured him, "It's fine. If you're afraid I'll fall, I won't learn anymore. Just help me home and apply some medicine." Jiang Cheng hesitated, saying, "That might be a bit inconvenient." Shen Xingruo cast a sidelong glance at him, remarking, "Why are you, a grown man, so hesitant? Women encounter male doctors during childbirth as well. How can you claim to be a friend if you stand idly by in a moment of need?" Jiang Cheng promptly replied, "Let us go." He supported Shen Xingruo, quickening their pace. Upon arriving at her grand villa, Jiang Cheng wasted no time. He swiftly located a tube of furacil ointment in the medicine cabinet and assisted Shen Xingruo to her bedroom. After examining her injury, he frowned and commented, "There is some tissue damage and bruising." Shen Xingruo acknowledged with a soft Jiang Cheng then applied the ointment to the injured area. Once he had finished, he sat on the bed and advised, "You should rest at home for a while. You'll recover swiftly." Shen Xingruo gazed at him with bright eyes and replied, "All right, I've nearly mastered it anyway." Suddenly, she perked up with a smile. "Hey, am I learning to ride a bicycle quickly?" Jiang Cheng nodded. "Indeed. You are the quintessential girl possessing both beauty and intelligence." Shen Xingruo playfully retorted, "How virtuous." Jiang Cheng chuckled during this time. "Focus on your recovery while I enroll in driving school to obtain my license." He added with a hint of jest, "Don't miss me too much." Shen Xingruo shot him a look. "I can't be bothered to think about you." Chapter 19. Class reunion in the following days. Jiang Cheng braved the scorching sun to learn driving at the driving school. He returned home exhausted, having worked tirelessly from dawn till dusk. Feng Meiwan prepared lavish meals daily, feeling a pang of sympathy for her brilliant son, while both Jiang Cheng and Jiang Jihong winced at the sight of meat dishes. One day, upon noticing that he had tanned a shade darker while gazing into the mirror, he decisively enrolled Tao Tsong at the driving school as well. After all, true brothers share in the experience of becoming sun-kissed together. Throughout the learning process, Jiang Cheng's performance astounded the young driving instructor, who questioned the very nature of existence. How could there exist such a prodigious student, mastering every maneuver without instruction? In light of the instructor's bewildered gaze, Jiang Cheng merely smiled, knowing that his driving experience surpassed that of the instructor. One day, after finishing a driving session, Tao Tsong turned to Jiang Cheng and said, "Disciplinary committee member Qian Li has sent a message in the group. They are hosting a graduation banquet at Hong Shuangxi restaurant today at 6 o'clock. She invited the entire class, and the female tyrant will be there. Are you going?" Jiang Cheng, drenched in sweat, replied, "I'm not going. I just want to go home, take a shower, and rest." Tao Tsong chuckled at plan to attend. Jiang Cheng looked at him in surprise. "You seem quite fond of group activities. Is there a girl in our class that you have your eye on? Let me tell you, unrequited love is one thing, but you might be clinging to something already lost." Tao Tsong paused, then explained, "If we all skip it, Chang Junwei will undoubtedly spread rumors about us. So, I must attend to exercise my oversight." Jiang Cheng regarded him thoughtfully. "You would make a fine prosecutor." Tao Tsong exclaimed in surprise, "How did you know?" "I plan to take the civil service exam for the courthouse right after university. My uncle is the president of the court." Jiang Cheng laughed heartily. "Because I possess an uncanny foresight. Couldn't you tell?" They continued to jest and laugh as they exited the driving school. Jiang Cheng rode his bicycle home, while Tao Tsong took a taxi to the Hong Shuangxi restaurant. Qian Li has successfully gained admission to Sichuan Dental College, and her family is hosting a grand celebration with 30 tables, inviting all relatives and friends to partake in the graduation banquet. Approximately 30 classmates have also gathered, perfectly filling the 3 round tables in the private room. Tao Tsong has been seated at a table with Chang Junwei, Lu Shiyun, and other classmates, with their homeroom teacher, Lu Yuzhen, joining them as well. The hostess, Qian Li, stands beside teacher Lu, beaming and engaging in cheerful conversation. Class monitor Chang Junwei casts a glance at Tao Tsong, inquiring, "Has Jiang Cheng not shown up again today?" The classmates fall silent, sensing the tension. It seems the rift between Chang Junwei and Jiang Cheng is far from resolution. Tao Tsong, maintaining his composure, replies, "He has matters to attend to and cannot make it." Chang Junwei furrows his brow, exclaiming, "This is unacceptable. He missed the last class gathering, and now he skips an event with teacher Lu present." This is a blatant disrespect towards classmates and teachers alike. Lu Yuzhen is about to interject when Tao Tsong, displeased, retorts, Chang Junwei, many classmates are absent today. Why do you fixate solely on Jiang Cheng? As the class monitor, is it appropriate for you to instigate discord? Qianli, being a class officer and having a good rapport with Chang Junwei, chimes in, I don't believe I have offended Jiang Cheng. He simply isn't here. Some classmates are from rural areas, others are traveling, and Jiang Cheng, despite being in the city, chose not to attend. I truly did not expect this. With a sigh, she continues, everyone present is an exemplary student of high caliber, destined to achieve great success in society. Jiang Cheng's academic performance is relatively lacking. He should truly value his relationships with classmates. After all, we represent a valuable network of exceptional peers for him, don't you think? Her expression conveys that Jiang Cheng ought to be more considerate and seek to ingratiate himself with them. Upon hearing this, the classmates feel a shift in mood, suddenly empathizing with her perspective. Indeed, Jiang Cheng seems to be unaware of his fortunate circumstances. Once they become pillars of society, opportunities to interact with them will be rare for ordinary individuals. Take Qianli, for instance. Upon graduating from Sichuan Dental College, she will emerge as a distinguished professional in the dental field. Encountering her will require appointments and payment, and even then, availability may be scarce. Just as Tao Tsong prepares to speak, Chang Junwei interjects loudly. I completely agree with what Qianli has said. Is there anything that could surpass the bonds forged over several years of camaraderie? To be candid, I am currently working a summer job at a relative's company, earning 200 yuan a day. However, upon learning about Qianli's graduation banquet, I did not hesitate to take leave. Losing 200 yuan is inconsequential when it comes to nurturing our friendships. The classmates are astonished by his revelation. 200 yuan a day? That is indeed impressive. During their high school years, their monthly allowance was only 200 to 300 yuan. Chang Junwei savors his moment of admiration from his peers when suddenly he snaps his fingers, looking at Tao Tsong. I just recalled that I heard Jiang Cheng was working as a mover-turned pocket money, right? Is that why you mentioned he couldn't come? Chang Junwei lamented. You should have mentioned it earlier. The meager earnings he makes could easily be supplemented by me, and he wouldn't have to miss meals. Upon hearing this, Dai Fei turned to Lu Shiyan. The matter of Jiang Cheng working as a laborer was something he had revealed during their last class gathering. Lu Shiyan quietly sipped her tea, remaining silent. Tao Tsong chuckled. You haven't even stepped through the gates of university, and you're already fantasizing about post-graduation glory? Earning 200 a day from odd jobs doesn't make one a millionaire, you know? Frankly, compared to Jiang Cheng, you two are merely children. Chang Junwei chuckled softly. Tao Tsong, I understand your close relationship with Jiang Cheng and your desire to spare him embarrassment, but we are merely stating facts. You ought to reconsider your stubbornness. Qianli shook her head. Blind confidence is hardly a virtue. Suddenly, the television in the private room came to life with the host's clear voice. Good evening, dear audience. We are here with the evening news. Our first story features an exclusive interview with a remarkable young talent, Jiang Cheng. He has made a name for himself in the bustling Jianzhou business district with his uniquely creative qipao designs, quickly achieving a financial miracle. Join us as we delve into his legendary journey. The classmates in the private room turned their attention to the television, where Jiang Cheng appeared in an opulent office. Dressed in a high-end suit, he sat confidently in a boss's chair, exuding the aura of a formidable CEO. As the interview commenced, he engaged in a lively discussion with the charming host, Yuna. My age is no secret. If it's not presumptuous, I'm 18. I require a belief to enhance my examination performance, which, in psychological terms, translates to a need for positive mental reinforcement. I believe other candidates could also benefit from such affirmative feedback. If you were to wear a qipao, you would undoubtedly look stunning. Chapter 20. Overwhelming Dominance. The private room fell into a stunned silence as classmates gaped at the television. So, the qipao that had taken the city by storm was managed by Jiang Cheng? He had quietly orchestrated such a significant enterprise? He had already amassed wealth before even entering university? The classmates then turned their gazes toward Chang Junwei. In comparison to Jiang Cheng's thriving business, his part-time job earning $200 a day seemed rather trivial. Hadn't he, the class monitor, just claimed that Jiang Cheng was busy to no avail for those meager earnings? Feeling the weight of their scrutinizing stares, Chang Junwei's face flushed with embarrassment. He had tried his utmost to overshadow Jiang Cheng, only to be utterly outshone. It left him feeling like a complete fool. Who could he turn to for justice now? Qianli sat in stunned silence, watching Jiang Cheng speak so confidently on the screen. She had defended Chang Junwei earlier, believing him to be a promising student with a bright future. Yet, in this moment, it was clear that Jiang Cheng was already on the path to success. The disparity was glaring. Regret washed over her as she recalled her previous statements. She had considered herself and her peers as valuable academic resources, while Jiang Cheng seemed indifferent to their worth. Now, that perspective had dramatically shifted. Having amassed wealth, Jiang Cheng has become the most valuable asset among his peers. In the midst of an eerie silence within the private room, the homeroom teacher, Lu Yuzhen, smiled gently. Chang Junwei, you previously claimed that Jiang Cheng's lack of respect for teachers was a biased perspective. Have you forgotten that he even went out of his way to bring me flowers? Chang Junwei turned his head mechanically towards the teacher, opening his mouth, but failing to produce any sound. Lu Shiyun stared in astonishment at Jiang Cheng on the television. How had he suddenly become so remarkable? She had heard nothing of it. Did the sale of Chi Pao not require employees or various arrangements? How had he achieved this? Jiang Cheng's voice continued to resonate from the television. I aspire to enroll in the Performing Arts Department of Sichuan University. Lu Shiyun's spirits lifted upon hearing this. Jiang Cheng had indeed applied to Sichuan University. She still held affection for him. The only difference now was that he had become wealthy. In the blink of an eye, Lu Shiyun seemed to radiate an air of nobility. She turned to Tao Tsong and remarked coolly, "Tell me, how did Jiang Cheng, who was once a mover, suddenly become a big boss?" The entire class directed their gazes at Tao Kong. He furrowed his brow, feeling quite uncomfortable with Lu Shiyun's current demeanor, as if she were an elevated matriarch inquiring of the household servants. Was she losing her mind? Tao Tsong replied nonchalantly, because those goods he moved were his own Chi Pao. The classmates suddenly understood, realizing the magnitude of the misunderstanding. Chang Junwei still could not accept it. Everyone is preparing for exams. Jiang Cheng hasn't skipped class. Where did he find the time to start a business? Tao Tsong scoffed. What do you know? My boss has said he is a master of time management. Everything is under control. Nothing is delayed. That's the difference between him and ordinary people like you. Chang Junwei felt stifled, unable to bear it. It was too overwhelming. The person he found disagreeable had suddenly risen to prominence. How unjust the heavens were. Dai Fei, present among them, wore a perplexed expression. Had she misjudged? Was Jiang Cheng's enrollment in Sichuan University completely unrelated to Lu Shiyun and merely a coincidence? All her previous judgments rested on one significant premise, that Shen Xingruo was an exceptionally radiant goddess. Such a dazzling girl would never be interested in someone of Jiang Cheng's modest background. They were simply from different worlds. Thus, when Dai Fei learned that Jiang Cheng also wished to attend Sichuan University, she instinctively felt he was pursuing Lu Shiyun out of love. However, at this moment, having watched the news, that notion crumbled. The Golden State Hotel was owned by Shen Xingruo's family. Jiang Cheng must have a profound connection with them to have access to such resources for profit. His relationship with Shen Xingruo was indeed complex. Dai Fei hesitated, glancing at Lu Shiyun, uncertain whether to share this speculation with her friend. Yet, upon witnessing the glow of joy on her friend's face, she chose to remain silent. Once the meal commenced, the classmates whispered among themselves, stealing glances at Tao Tsong, Chang Junwei, and Qianli. The dynamics were utterly fascinating. Tao Tsong also noticed Chang Junwei, who was eating as if the food had turned to ash in his mouth, his face dark with discontent. He promptly sent a message to Jiang Cheng, exuberantly recounting the amusing episode of the dinner party. Jiang Cheng, one hand pushing his bicycle and the other engrossed in his phone, chuckled, "You should tone it down a bit. Today is Qianli's banquet. Be careful she doesn't throw you out and leave you starving on your way home." Tao Tsong replied with a mischievous grin emoji, That's impossible. Qianli started talking to you and barely pays attention to Chang Junwei anymore. She even served me food, basking in your glory. Upon reading the message, Jiang Cheng sighed. Ah, women. When Jiang Cheng returned to the community, he unexpectedly spotted Shen Xingruo pacing at the entrance. She was adorned in a fresh white long dress, draped with a striking yellow shirt, and sporting large black sunglasses. This color contrast rendered her the epitome of a glamorous heiress. Upon noticing Jiang Cheng, Shen Xingruo hurriedly approached him, and before she could reach him, she suddenly removed her sunglasses, exclaiming, "How did you turn into an African?" Jiang Cheng, taken aback, responded, "Did you come here just to critique my appearance? Do you even understand the significance of summer driving school and outdoor practice?" Shen Xingruo gazed at Jiang Cheng with a look of astonishment, her rosy lips emitting a sympathetic sound. Poor thing. She circled around him, noting the tan on his skin. Jiang Cheng, feeling somewhat vexed, retorted, "I'm drenched in sweat and need to go home for a shower. Are you here to find me, or is this mere coincidence?" This question momentarily stunned Shen Xingruo. Indeed, what is she doing here? Recently, she had been cooped up at home nursing an injury, expecting to enjoy a leisurely time, as she was accustomed to a life of watching movies and sipping coffee. However, time dragged on, and she found herself increasingly absent-minded. Movies seemed dull, and coffee lost its flavor. Thus, she had suddenly decided to venture out, only to find herself at the entrance of Jiang Cheng's community. Shen Xingruo shrugged her shoulders. "Perhaps I did miss you a bit, and that is how I ended up here." She then chuckled. "No wonder you've been disappearing lately. You've turned into a dark-skinned fellow, too embarrassed to face me." Jiang Cheng laughed. "I appreciate your concern, but my complexion does not diminish my attractiveness." He then recalled, "Since you're here, you might as well retrieve the dress you left in the taxi last time. It would be a shame for you to leave empty-handed." Shen Xingruo retorted playfully, "You're the real thief." She then asked, "Are your parents home? Should I bring something for them?" Jiang Cheng replied with amusement, "No need. They are busy informing relatives that I've been accepted into university." Shen Xingruo waved her hand dismissively. "Then let us hurry. What are we waiting for?" She donned her sunglasses, striding into the community with an air of elegance, her tall figure swaying like a true heiress. Chapter 21. Shen Xingruo. You truly are a celestial friend. After following Jiang Cheng home, Shen Xingruo curiously surveyed her surroundings. "This place is quite nice," she remarked, "though small, is well equipped." She explored the space with the curiosity of a princess who had wandered into the world of commoners. Jiang Cheng, rendered speechless, remarked, "Please, my dear Phoenix, come to my bedroom to collect my clothes. I'm about to take a shower." He strode directly toward his private quarters. Shen Xingruo followed closely behind, saying, "I genuinely mean it. My villa feels far too spacious and lacks the warmth of your home." Upon opening his wardrobe, Jiang Cheng searched for a fresh change of clothes and gestured towards Shen Xingruo's garments and trinkets. "Feel free to find a pocket to stow them away," he said before departing for the bathroom. Shen Xingruo cast a glance at the wardrobe, but did not rush to gather her belongings. Instead, she began to explore Jiang Cheng's bedroom. Posters of Ronaldo adorned the walls, and in the corner lay a football. There was a bed, a desk, and a desktop computer. How simple the male dormitory appeared. She then wandered over to the window, intrigued by the view of the courtyard below. Before long, Jiang Cheng emerged from the shower, towel drying his hair. "Why haven't you tidied up yet?" he inquired. Shen Xingruo glanced at the wardrobe. "Forget it. They're all wrinkled, and I dislike that. I'll just buy new ones." Jiang Cheng, feigning seriousness, warned, "It's best if you take them away. Are you not afraid that I might find some interest in those little trinkets during the quiet of the night?" Shen Xingruo froze, confused. "What do you mean by using them?" Jiang Cheng chuckled. "I thought you were well-versed in such matters. Turns out you're quite ordinary." He then subtly clarified his insinuation. Shen Xingruo gasped in astonishment. "Are boys really that filthy? Even the dirty belongings of girls?" Jiang Cheng nodded gravely. "Hence, you should hurry and take them away, lest they be sullied by me." Shen Xingruo blinked her large eyes. "Didn't you say you'd never date or marry in this lifetime? If you wish to use them, go ahead. Who else would help you but me? A friend like you?" Jiang Cheng shot her an exasperated glance. "I have locked my heart away. I have no interest. I merely wanted you to clear out some space in my wardrobe. How can you be so oblivious? Shen Xingruo rolled her eyes at him. I'm too lazy to clear it out. If you don't want them, just throw them away. She then turned and walked out of the bedroom, mumbling, I don't believe you'll remain single forever. Jiang Cheng followed her outside, asking, have you eaten yet? Shen Xingruo turned to examine him. Are you planning to cook? Shall I sample your culinary skills? Jiang Cheng waved his hand dismissively. Stop the nonsense. I can't even tell if the water is boiling. I'm hardly a chef. Let us eat out instead. Shen Xingruo laughed. You're quite foolish. She then followed Jiang Cheng out. Why waste money? Let us go to the steakhouse at our hotel. They soon hailed a taxi to the Golden State Hotel. As they entered the lobby, Shen Xingruo handed her sunglasses to Jiang Cheng, declaring she needed to visit the restroom. Jiang Cheng, in turn, donned the sunglasses and lounged on the lobby sofa, his posture exuding the nonchalance of a wealthy heir. It was then that he spotted a group of familiar faces entering. Tao Tsong, Chang Junwei, Qian Li, and Dai Fei. After exchanging glances, Jiang Cheng curiously asked Tao Tsong, aren't you all supposed to be dining at the restaurant? What brings you here? Tao Tsong hurriedly approached Jiang Cheng, lowering his voice to say, the crowd has dispersed over there. That fellow Chang Junwei is relentless. He intends to come to the hotel personally to inquire whether you truly possess such prowess. He suspects you may be engaging in some form of publicity stunt. Jiang Cheng replied, somewhat bemused, this lad has watched too many dramas. When their group arrived, Qianli smiled brightly and said, Jiang Cheng, I can't help but feel you become more handsome, almost like your Tianla. Jiang Cheng chuckled. If you aren't sincere in your flattery, please refrain from it. I'm aware I've tanned. Qianli playfully retorted, it's not just the tan. You've genuinely become handsome, and even your demeanor has elevated. Dai Fei, standing nearby, nodded in quiet agreement, for she had sensed this transformation long ago. There was an indescribable aura about Jiang Cheng now. Jiang Cheng glanced at Chang Junwei and smiled slightly. I heard the class monitor has been seeking a part-time job that pays 200 a day. Impressive. Chang Junwei momentarily faltered. Why bring up such a touchy subject? He then discreetly surveyed the surroundings, contemplating asking the hotel staff later about the intricacies of the Cheongsam business. As they spoke, a cleaning lady nearby cheerfully greeted Jiang Cheng. Hello, Mr. Jiang. He smiled kindly in response. Hello there. The front desk and lobby managers, having overheard the exchange, also acknowledged Jiang Cheng with a chorus of greetings. Hello, Mr. Jiang. Greetings, Boss Jiang. They either worked part-time for Jiang Cheng or recognized his close ties with the owner. Instantly, they flocked around him with palpable enthusiasm. Even Tao Tsong joined in with a few calls of, hello, Assistant Tao. Chang Junwei's expression darkened. This was hardly an investigation. Not only had Jiang Cheng become impressive, but even Tao Tsong's status had risen alongside him. Once the crowd dispersed, Dai Fei observed Jiang Cheng thoughtfully. What brings you here now? Jiang Cheng casually replied, I was too busy to eat earlier, so I came to the restaurant for a quick bite. He then glanced at Qian Li. Otherwise, I would have eaten with you earlier. I truly missed that opportunity. Qian Li brushed her hair back gently, smiling sweetly. No worries. There will be plenty of chances in the future. We should keep in touch. Chang Junwei seethed inwardly. Qian Li was rather brazen. Was such blatant flirtation necessary? And was Jiang Cheng's remark truly sincere? Coming to a grand hotel just for a quick bite. How ostentatious. Amidst their varied thoughts, Shen Xingruo strode confidently towards Jiang Cheng. She pouted in complaint. The hot water for washing hands has stopped. I should have known to use the restroom at your place earlier. Jiang Cheng, bemused, replied, You're criticizing your own hotel, are you? Cold water can't clean your hands? He then stood up and, in a smooth motion, took off his sunglasses and placed them on Shen Xingruo. A group of classmates looked on in disbelief at the playful exchange between Shen Xingruo and Jiang Cheng. Shen Xingruo, the campus belle of Bentley, the academic prodigy, the top scorer of the college entrance examination. This privileged daughter was being so intimate with Jiang Cheng. They were left utterly stunned. Once they regained their composure, Qianli's expression turned sour. She had just been daydreaming about engaging in profound exchanges with Jiang Cheng, the affluent classmate. Now, it appeared that she had truly made a spectacle of herself. Utterly mortified, Chang Junwei was equally taken aback, nearly fainting at the sight. His intention for this venture was to uncover a flaw in Jiang Cheng's seemingly impeccable facade. Instead, he witnessed an even more astonishing scene. Jiang Cheng had become involved with the school's stunning beauty. His eyes were dazzled. Dai Fei's heart sank to the depths. Realizing her prior judgment had been utterly flawed. With a dazzling girl like Shen Xingruo by his side, would Jiang Cheng still hang on to Lu Shiyan? Clearly, he would not. Clinging to a final glimmer of hope, she ventured, "By the way, Jiang Cheng, Lu Shiyan and I are also planning to attend Sichuan University." Jiang Cheng smiled nonchalantly. What a coincidence. He then recalled that in his previous life, Lu Shiyan had indeed attended Sichuan University. How could he have forgotten her situation entirely? Quite remarkable. Observing Jiang Cheng's expression, Dai Fei felt a profound sadness. It turned out that from the very beginning, it was Shiyan who had been deluding herself. Sigh. Chapter 22. You are truly impressive. After Jiang Cheng and Shen Xingruo took their seats at the Western restaurant, Shen Xingruo retrieved a brand new phone from her Hermes bag and handed it to him. "Thank you, Coach Jiang, for teaching me to ride a bicycle. This is your coaching fee, and the SIM card is already installed." Jiang Cheng glanced at it, a latest model Motorola. He toyed with it in his hands. "I could manage just fine with my old model. Why spend this money? In this era, mobile phones had limited functionality compared to future advancements, so he had never considered purchasing one." Shen Xingruo looked at him with her bright, autumn-like eyes. "I'm flying to the capital tomorrow to visit my grandparents for the summer. Your old model probably can't make interprovincial calls, right?" Jiang Cheng casually tucked the phone into his pocket. "Thanks." In the subsequent days, although Shen Xingruo was no longer in Jinzhou, Jiang Cheng found himself busier than ever. As the media interviews began to circulate, every day, neighbors and friends visited to congratulate him. They celebrated his acceptance into undergraduate studies and hailed him as a rising young talent known throughout Jinzhou. Fang Meiwan beamed with delight, unable to contain her joy. Jiang Jihong, though more composed, radiated a glow that spoke of his elation. Jiang Cheng was filled with a sense of accomplishment. "At last, I have made you proud." Once this wave of excitement finally subsided, Jiang Cheng dedicated all his time to driving school. Each day, he would rise before dawn to call Tao Song out for relentless practice. By the end of July, both obtained their driving licenses. Jiang Cheng then decided to purchase a car, and Tao Song, brimming with excitement, accompanied him to the car dealership. As they stepped out of the taxi, Tao Song exclaimed, "Isn't that Ran Chong outside the gate?" Jiang Cheng glanced over and confirmed, "Indeed, it is him." Ran Chong was a top student in the experimental class, seated directly behind him and Tao Kong. During evening study sessions, they would quietly converse. Occasionally, when their strict teacher came to the corridor to monitor classroom discipline, Ran Chong would kick their chairs as a signal. Their camaraderie was quite strong. However, it appears that Ran Chong's family is facing considerable financial difficulties, seldom participating in gatherings for fundraising. Jiang Cheng and Tao Tsong then approached Ran Chong. Upon noticing them, Ran Chong greeted Jiang Cheng. Tao Kong Jiang Cheng nodded in acknowledgement. Tao Tsong inquired, "What brings you here?" Ran Chong lifted the lunchbox in his hand, explaining, "My mother is selling cars here. I brought her lunch and am about to head home." Tao Tsong was momentarily taken aback, glancing at Jiang Cheng. Jiang Cheng chuckled, "What a coincidence. I'm here to buy a car today." Ran Chong was startled and quickly asked, "Could you please support my mother's business? She is quite fair and 1T overcharge you." Jiang Cheng placed his arm around Ran Chong's shoulder. "Let us go take a look." The three of them subsequently entered the showroom. Upon meeting Ran Chong's mother, Jiang Cheng understood why Ran Chong was so excited. The female sales staff in the showroom were all young and beautiful, clad in white shirts and fitted black skirts, exuding a youthful exuberance. However, Ran Chong's mother was over 40. Although she was still attractive, time had taken its toll, and she could not compete with the young ladies. It was evident that she had not made many sales and was eager to secure any potential deal. Before long, Jiang Cheng set his sights on a Santana in stock. The car had sharp angles and a robust presence, distinctly masculine. In contrast, models like the Buick and Elise, while elegantly designed, lacked that boldness. Jiang Cheng promptly retrieved his bank card to settle the payment. The total, including the vehicle price, purchase tax, and first-year insurance, amounted to 80,000 yuan. Rand's mother was visibly moved, expressing, "Thank you, Jiang Cheng. It's truly a blessing for Xiao Chong to have such good classmates like you." Jiang Cheng smiled gently, replying, "It is our fortune to be classmates with someone as accomplished as Ran Chong. Please, no need for formalities." Rand's mother nodded gratefully and turned to process the paperwork for Jiang Cheng. Ran Chong looked at Jiang Cheng, hesitating to speak. Jiang Cheng quickly waved his hand, interrupting, "You need not thank me. We have a good relationship, and being overly polite feels awkward." Ran Chong silently nodded and softly mentioned, "My mother has struggled to make sales. The boss said if she doesn't close a deal soon, she may lose her job. You are her first customer." Jiang Cheng patted his shoulder reassuringly. In the afternoon, once all the paperwork was completed, the dealership presented the car to Jiang Cheng, having cleaned it meticulously. Jiang Cheng appeared quite nonchalant, having grown weary of driving in his past life. In contrast, Tao Tsung's face flushed with excitement, reminiscent of a newlywed on their wedding night. Jiang Cheng casually tossed the car keys to Tao Tsung. "You drive." Tao Tsung eagerly caught the keys, exclaiming, "Sure thing, boss." He hurriedly took his place in the driver's seat and started the engine. However, upon hearing the engine roar and feeling the vehicle vibrate, Tao Tsung nervously glanced at Jiang Cheng, asking, "Boss, are we really just going to hit the road like this? I just got my license this morning." Jiang Cheng chuckled. "What do you expect? Should we carry the car on our backs?" Tao Tsung hesitated. "I lack driving experience, and I'm worried that something might go wrong." Jiang Cheng waved his hand dismissively. "Experience comes from driving. Don't worry. Even if you have an accident, there's insurance." Tao Tsung spoke slowly. "All right, I shall give it a try." He promptly pressed the accelerator, engaged the gear, signaled with the turn light, and then the Santana slowly began to move. The procedure, quite standard. Jiang Cheng waved at Ran Chong and her son as the Santana vanished from sight. Under Jiang Cheng's guidance, Tao Tsung circled the streets repeatedly. By the time dusk settled, he had become remarkably adept at driving. In the vibrant heart of the city, illuminated by flashing neon lights, the Santana cruised leisurely. Jiang Cheng adjusted his seat to a comfortable angle, reclining in a relaxed manner. Bathed in a gentle breeze and listening to the soothing melodies from the radio, he savored the delightful experience. When a full tank of gas was exhausted, they prepared to head home. Jiang Cheng's phone erupted with a series of beeps. Frowning, he glanced at his device, exasperated by the incessant notifications. Upon opening the messages, he discovered a barrage of photos sent by Shen Xingruo, showcasing her adventures in the capital, climbing the Great Wall, exploring the Forbidden City, and selfies taken inside a Rolls-Royce. In one of the photos, he noticed that Shen Xingruo was accompanied by a bodyguard clad in a suit and sunglasses throughout her family outings. "How about it? Are you envious? Which attraction do you wish to visit? I'll help you plan a trip tomorrow," Shen Xingruo texted, accompanied by a playful smirk. Jiang Cheng snapped a photo of himself and sent it back. "Why would I be envious? My life is quite splendid as well. I bought a car today, and I'm out for a drive with Tao Kong." Shen Xingruo responded with 3 furious emojis. "You scoundrel! How can you be so happy?" She then cheerfully added, "However, I will be flying directly to Tiandu in a few days when school starts. Will you drive to the airport to pick me up?" Jiang Cheng replied with a grin, "As long as you don't mind my humble vehicle, I have no objections." Shen Xingruo promptly sent a silly smile emoji in response. Amid their light-hearted exchange, Jiang Cheng received a notification from his mobile provider about exceeding his data limit. Warning of impending charges. He was immediately disheartened, lamenting the absurdity of $5 for 30 megabytes of data. Just then, another message chimed in, this time from Lu Shiyan. Curious, Jiang Cheng opened it. "Aren't we attending the same university? Don't you have anything to say to me?" After sending the message, Lu Shiyan angrily tossed her phone onto the pillow. Since learning of Jiang Cheng's enrollment at Sichuan University, her mood had been buoyant for quite some time. However, as the days passed and summer vacation came to an end, Jiang Cheng seemed to have vanished, failing to express his feelings to her. Now, as the start of the school year approached, Lu Shiyun could no longer contain her impatience and boldly initiated a conversation. Jiang Cheng, puzzled by the message, replied with a simple question mark. Upon seeing the question mark, Lu Shiyun's frustration intensified, and she began typing furiously. What I mean is, I am aware of your feelings for me. Otherwise, you wouldn't have chosen to attend Sichuan University. I appreciate that you still think of me after achieving success. So once we are in university, I will give you a chance. There's a possibility that we could become more than friends. Jiang Cheng replied. You truly are something else. Lu Shiyun responded with a cascade of question marks. Jiang Cheng, with a hint of impatience, remarked, I articulated everything clearly the other day at school. Let us refrain from unnecessary chatter now. It consumes quite a bit of data, and it's no wonder I've exceeded my limit today. He decisively added Lu Shiyun to his blacklist and proceeded to open the chat window with Shen Xingruo. Chapter 23. Unable to imagine what she missed at the end of August, within the quiet confines of the student group, Lu Shiyun suddenly posted a half-body photo showcasing her slender legs adorned in petite black shoes paired with long white socks. Can freshmen wear such black shoes during military training? Is it something like this? She inquired. The previously lurking boys emerged en masse. Jiang Cheng exclaimed, Lu Shiyun has shared a photo. Come take a look. Lu Shiyun replied, Stop it. Let's talk about serious matters. Li Si chimed in, Admiring beauty is the most serious matter. Wang Yer added, What lovely feet. 666. Wang Yer continued, But I doubt that's allowed. There are specific shoes for military training. Lu Shiyun responded, I wanted to pair it with a cute skirt. Chang Junwei complimented, You look good in anything. Lu Shiyun giggled, hee. Lu Shiyun then fretted, Oh no, I forgot to buy my train ticket. What should I do? Chang Junwei reassured her, I have acquaintances at the train station. I can have them hold a ticket for you. We can go together when school starts. And I'll help you collect it. Jiang Cheng interjected, Class monitor, that seems a bit risky. I live near the train station. I can buy it for Lu Shiyun. Jiang Cheng insisted, Lu Shiyun, let us chat privately. Li Si added, I think I live even closer. Should I buy it? Jiang Cheng countered, No. I'm currently wandering around the train station and can purchase it right away. The group was suddenly alive with eager offers, a chorus of competing admirers. Seeing this, Dai Fei immediately inquired within their small group, What is going on? Didn't the three of us buy tickets early on? Qianli echoed her confusion with a puzzled expression. Both Dai Fei and Lu Shiyun were studying at Sichuan University, while Qianli was enrolled at Sichuan University of Stomatology in Tiandu City. They had long agreed to set off together for school, and their train tickets were already secured. Lu Shiyun fumed, Jiang Cheng has blacklisted me. His game of hard to get continues. He likely wants me to yield and seek his favor. I intend to show him that Lu Shiyun, am not just any ordinary girl. Many admire me. Qianli was taken aback and quickly messaged Dai Fei privately. Does she not know about Shen Xingruo? Dai Fei replied, Apparently not. Qianli pondered, Should we tell her? Dai Fei responded, We cannot. She has always been sensitive about her pride. If she finds out, it could be disastrous. Qianli suggested, What about hinting at it? Dai Fei agreed, that could work. Dai Fei then typed in their small group. How do you know Jiang Cheng wants you to yield? What if he has truly given up? Lu Shiyun replied instantly, Impossible. Qianli pressed, What makes you so certain? Lu Shiyun asserted, Because Jiang Cheng applied to my school. Dai Fei questioned, What if it's just a coincidence? Lu Shiyun retorted, No way. Jiang Cheng applied to the performing arts department. After years of acquaintance, do you really think he has any interest in acting? Has he participated in any shows? None. The only plausible explanation is that his intentions lie elsewhere, as the arts have lower admission scores. Regardless of the means, he wants to attend the same school as me. Upon witnessing this, Dai Fei furrowed her brows and remarked, Let me test his attitude. She promptly addressed the bustling class group. Boss Jiang, have you purchased your ticket yet? Don't forget like Shiyun did. Jiang Cheng replied, Oh, I'll drive there. The once boisterous class group fell into a sudden silence. The male classmates who had been clamoring to buy Lu Shiyun a train ticket were now rendered mute. Damn, a legendary figure has emerged in our class. What a stroke of misfortune for everyone. Ran Chong suddenly shared a photograph. Thanks to Brother Jiang for my mother's achievements. The photo was taken on the day Jiang Cheng went to buy the car, showcasing him inside the vehicle waving cheerfully. The silent group instantly buzzed back to life. Jiang Cheng commented, "Driving a Santana, fearless across the world. I genuinely envy that." Li Si added, "Brother Jiang is impressive. Need a keychain?" Vanga chimed in, "Count me in too." Tao Tsong chuckled, "Where were you all before? Now that we're graduating, we're all heading our separate ways." Many classmates followed suit, posting emotional emojis. Chang Junwei, with a scowl, observed the class group. He had shone brightly for 3 years, yet Jiang Cheng diminished his presence in just 3 days. How infuriating. He hastily typed, "What a show-off," but deleted it before hitting send. The man truly is remarkable, not pretending at all. He wearily set his phone down. Upon seeing Jiang Cheng's reply, Dai Fei immediately engaged in a private chat with Qianli. Jiang Cheng was aware that Lu Shiyun lacked a ticket and had not invited her for a ride. She should now understand his shifting affections. Qianli stated no, because she is unaware of Shen Xingruo's existence. She still believes Jiang Cheng's teasing is merely a ploy to make her yield. Qianli continued, "She will think that once she submits, Jiang Cheng will be overjoyed." "Do you believe that?" Dai Fei fell silent, convinced of this. Even as an observer, she had misjudged before meeting Shen Xingruo. Believing Jiang Cheng still harbored feelings for Shiyun, it was even more so for Shiyun, who had once been favored. Suddenly, Qianli expressed her frustration. "How did I not realize Jiang Cheng was a gem before?" Qianli lamented, while other peers are still begging their families for pocket money. He is already earning a fortune, dating the school beauty, appearing on television, driving while studying, truly a life on easy mode. She added, "Had I known, I would have thrown myself at him. Alas, there is no medicine for regret." She followed up with a series of exasperated emojis. Dai Fei sent a sweating emoji. "What are you even talking about? This is nowhere near the point. What of Lu Shiyun?" Qianli conceded, "That's true. If I were Lu Shiyun and learned the truth, I would bang my head against the wall for missing out on such a man." Qianli pundarat. "But if she discovers Jiang Cheng's girlfriend is Shen Xingruo, I wonder how she would feel." She added, "Her only way out might be to find a better man in college. Otherwise, she'll regret it for a lifetime." Dai Fei responded, "Easier said than done. Jiang Cheng is merely testing the waters now. In just 3 days, he's earned what an ordinary person would in a lifetime. Once he starts school in the big city, that will be his true stage." The two fell into a profound silence, seemingly sharing a moment of telepathic understanding. They could hardly fathom what lay ahead. The young prodigy Jiang Cheng ultimately ascends to what heights, while the tardy Lu Shiyun reflects on what she has truly missed. Chapter 24. Money is the easiest commodity to acquire in this world. On the day of their school registration, Jiang Cheng and Tao Tsong bid a heartfelt farewell to their parents, watching as they drove away in a Santana, disappearing from sight. Once on the highway, Tao Tsong immediately cranked up the exhilarating music, bobbing his head in excitement. Jiang Cheng reclined beside him, leisurely observing the scenery outside. In his previous life, he and Tao Tsong would have been burdened with heavy bags, squeezing onto trains and navigating buses. Upon arriving at school, they would have been utterly exhausted, lacking such carefree moments. Suddenly, an empty freight truck whizzed past them. Tao Tsong, incensed by the sight, exclaimed, "Damn it, even a freight truck can overtake me? Today feels like an old lady applying lipstick. Let me show you some color." With that, he pressed down on the accelerator, pursuing the truck. Jiang Cheng found the scene amusing, grateful that the current era's highways were not congested, allowing for such unrestrained driving. As the engine of the Santana roared to life, they swiftly overtook the truck. Tao Tsong, glancing in the rearview mirror at the truck being left far behind, boasted, "You, my friend, are like a yellow cow chasing a rabbit, all strength with no effect." Jiang Cheng chuckled softly, reminding him, "That's called road rage. It compromises safety. When you drive in the future, try to remain calm." Tao Tsong sheepishly replied, "By the time I buy a car, who knows when that will be." Jiang Cheng smiled knowingly, "Then marry early. You can extort a car from me as a wedding gift." Tao Tsong instantly perked up in that case. "I'll burn incense for you daily in the dorm, wishing for your prosperity. I want a luxury car." Jiang Cheng retorted with mock annoyance, "I'm not dead yet. What incense? But rest assured, money is indeed the easiest thing to acquire in this world. Even without your incense, I will prosper." He had long harbored plans for wealth, eagerly awaiting the opportunity to set them in motion upon arriving at school. Tao Tsong then mused aloud, perhaps I should find a girlfriend and marry soon. He glanced at Jiang Cheng with admiration. You truly are remarkable. I was worried that the setback with Lu Shiyun would affect your exams and leave you disheartened. I never imagined you would rebound so brilliantly, achieving both love and career success. Jiang Cheng smiled faintly. What love? My relationship with Shen Xingruo is merely a pure friendship. Tao Tsong immediately interjected, but you, Jiang Cheng, cut him off. Enough. Focus on your own affairs. When you seek a partner, keep your eyes wide open, and, if uncertain, consult me. They continued their light-hearted banter, unknowingly approaching the exit of the highway. Jiang Cheng cautioned, the exit is narrow and winding. Take it slow. Heeding the advice, Tao Tsong reduced his speed, only to discover a small car stationary just around the bend. He quickly slammed the brakes, feeling a surge of relief. Thank goodness you reminded me, or I might have crashed. Jiang Cheng glanced at the vehicle ahead, a bright yellow Beetle, likely driven by either a wealthy young matron or a privileged young lady. The car lacked both power and space, relying solely on its aesthetic appeal to attract female drivers. It was not inexpensive. Jiang Cheng promptly pressed the horn of the Santana, curious about the commotion. After a few honks, the door of the Beetle swung open. Out stepped a young woman clad in a short leopard print dress, holding a cup of milk tea in her left hand and a black handbag in her right. She approached with a captivating grace. Jiang Cheng immediately exited his vehicle, expressing his displeasure. What do you mean by parking here? The woman in the leopard print dress replied in a soft voice. The tire is flat, and I don't know how to fix it. I've already called for a repair service. Jiang Cheng frowned. There's only one lane here. If a large truck comes and can't stop, we could be in serious trouble. The leopard print-clad woman was taken aback. Having never considered such a scenario, Jiang Cheng glanced at the Beetle's tires. They were deflated, and even the rim was broken. It was quite remarkable how someone could manage to drive in such a state. He impatiently asked, Do you have a spare tire? With a look of dismay, she replied, Yes, I bought one, but have never used it. It's still in the car. Jiang Cheng then retrieved the spare tire and jack from the Beetle to assist her with the replacement. The woman watched him intently, her voice sweet as she remarked, You're really impressive. I can hardly understand what you're doing. Jiang Cheng, uninterested in her flattery, continued his task without engaging in unnecessary conversation. Once he completed the tire change, he slid into the driver's seat of the Beetle, started the engine, and parked by the roadside after exiting the ramp. The leopard print girl hurried after him, her eyes glistening as she said, Thank you for your help. Could I have your number? Jiang Cheng glanced at her and replied, With your driving skills, you need more practice. He then got into the Santana, which Tao Tsong had just arrived in, and drove away. The leopard print girl stood there, momentarily dazed. If it had been an ordinary boy who helped her, he would have eagerly sought to build a connection. But this young man seemed utterly indifferent to her advances and left without a second thought. They were unlikely to ever cross paths again in such a vast place like Sichuan. This boy was unlike any she had encountered before. As the Santana gradually distanced itself, Tao Tsong remarked while glancing in the rearview mirror, Having a car makes all the difference. One can easily encounter beautiful girls from affluent families. Jiang Cheng chuckled. Don't be infatuated. Girls like that are beyond your reach. Tao Tsong nodded. Indeed, she is too flamboyant. He then added, But with your abilities, you could certainly manage her. Why didn't you leave your number? Jiang Cheng shot him a glance, but remained silent. Tao Tsong suddenly understood. I see. You have sister-in-law, Shen Xingruo now. You must be devoted. Jiang Cheng playfully rebuked, Drive your car and stop babbling nonsense. Upon entering the city, the Santana first arrived at Tao Tsong's Tiandu Polytechnic University. Afterward, Jiang Cheng drove to Sichuan University to report for enrollment. However, upon reaching the campus entrance, he was halted by security. Outside vehicles were prohibited from entering. Jiang Cheng casually tossed a pack of cigarettes to the guard, who then whispered, Students can apply for a pass at the logistics office. The number is limited, so apply early for a pass that lasts 4 years. He promptly provided a detailed explanation of how to navigate through the entrance, indicating which building, which floor, and which office to visit, as well as whom to seek out. Jiang Cheng nodded in acknowledgement and subsequently parked his vehicle in the parking lot across from the campus gate. Upon stepping out of the car, he was momentarily taken aback. What was the leopard print skirt doing here? Chapter 25. Enigmatic leopard print skirt. I am impressed. While lost in thought, the girl in the leopard print skirt opened her car door and alighted. Upon spotting Jiang Cheng, her almond-shaped eyes sparkled with recognition. So, you are also a student at Sichuan University? What a coincidence. Jiang Cheng replied with a stern expression. I am a teacher. The girl in the leopard print skirt feigned disbelief, playfully retorting, I've never encountered such a cocky teacher before. Jiang Cheng, uninterested, turned and strolled towards the campus entrance. She quickly caught up with him, murmuring softly, handsome. Why not share your contact information? My name is Xiao Manru, and I owe you my gratitude. As she continued her gentle coaxing, a security guard collecting fees smiled and nodded at Jiang Cheng. He returned the gesture and leisurely made his way towards the administrative building. Xiao Manru's voice abruptly ceased. Are you truly a teacher? Observing the chiseled profile of Jiang Cheng, she sensed that he lacked the youthful naivety typical of students. With an air of composure, Jiang Cheng replied coldly, Look at your attire. You hardly resemble a university student. Your skirt is practically bursting at the seams. And your makeup, it's excessive. Xiao Manru bit her lip playfully, responding, Teacher, this is a fitted dress. It's designed this way and cannot possibly burst. As for my makeup, it's merely a light touch of powder. Jiang Cheng retorted sternly, Speak respectfully. Which school did you graduate from? For every word I say, you respond with 100? I must inquire how your teachers instructed you. Xiao Manru immediately fell silent, walking beside Jiang Cheng in meekness. After walking for a while, Jiang Cheng noticed that Xiao Manru continued to follow him. He frowned and asked, What are you following me for? Xiao Manru, in a feeble tone, replied, Teacher, I need to obtain a vehicle entry permit at the administrative building. It's in the same direction. Jiang Cheng, expressionless, stated, You ought to learn some automobile knowledge before hitting the road. Otherwise, you pose a danger to society. Xiao Manru nodded obediently. Yes, teacher. Jiang Cheng merely acknowledged her with a slight grunt. After a moment, they traversed a narrow path together, entering the administrative building and reaching the logistics department on the 3rd floor. Xiao Manru increasingly felt that the situation was suspiciously coincidental. Once they both entered the office, Jiang Cheng approached the plump head of the department with a beaming smile, saying, Director Chun, I am a new student in the Performing Arts Department, here to request a vehicle access permit. Director Chun replied warmly, Please register your details first. The parking fee is 80 yuan per month. Are you aware of that? Jiang Cheng nodded, I am aware, Director. I would like to apply for 4 years. He then settled into a chair, picking up a ballpoint pen to diligently fill out the necessary paperwork. Standing beside the desk, Xiao Manru glared at Jiang Cheng, her face flushed with indignation. She had never been treated in such a manner before. Once Jiang Cheng completed the forms and payment, he took his permit and departed the office. With a swift turn, Xiao Manru was ready to follow him out to settle the score. Hey, young lady, what brings you here? The director inquired with a smile. Xiao Manru was momentarily taken aback, but quickly responded with a smile of her own. Director, I am here to apply for a pass as well. Ah, splendid. Please, take a seat and fill out the paperwork, he replied. In her mind, a battle raged. Should she pursue him or stay? If she chose not to chase, that young man would surely escape. Yet, upon noticing the information Jiang Cheng had filled out, she clenched her teeth in frustration. You may escape the monk, but you cannot flee the temple. Xiao Manru promptly sat down to complete her own application. Upon finishing her paperwork and stepping outside, she was taken aback to find Jiang Cheng waiting for her. Anger surged within her as she marched towards him, her high heels echoing on the floor. Jiang Cheng, however, spoke earnestly. I waited for you. I apologize for my earlier jest. It was in poor taste. She realized she didn't want her vehicle to break down on the road, yet she had been giving him the cold shoulder. Even in their next encounter, he merely wished to express his gratitude, and it felt rather trivial to toy with him. Xiao Manru paused, scrutinizing Jiang Cheng, and sensed a hint of sincerity this time. She waved her hand in dismissal. Forget it, it's no matter. Jiang Cheng smiled and turned to leave. Xiao Manru walked alongside him. You truly are a character. You got me all flustered. I've never been so handled by a man before. Jiang Cheng chuckled. Please, don't exaggerate. I'm quite the gentleman. Together, they completed the registration process, submitted their admission letters, and ultimately received their campus cards, thus finalizing their enrollment. Just as they were about to part ways, Tao Tsung appeared before Jiang Cheng like a ghost, startling him. What brings you here? Jiang Cheng asked. Tao Tsung glanced at Xiao Manru before grinning. Boss, you have quite a bit to carry. Allow me to help you, so you don't have to make multiple trips to the dorm. Jiang Cheng understood that Tao Tsung had something to discuss, but it was inconvenient with Xiao Manru present. He nodded. Let us grab lunch at the cafeteria first. It's about that time. As they departed, Jiang Cheng looked at Xiao Manru and made a polite inquiry. Are you joining us? Xiao Manru, with a flourish, tossed her hair and replied, Thanks, but I haven't tried the cafeteria yet. Jiang Cheng was momentarily taken aback by her straightforwardness. The trio then headed to the cafeteria. The offerings were rather unremarkable, and Jiang Cheng casually ordered a few dishes. Throughout the meal, Tao Tsung seemed distracted, frequently glancing at his phone, piquing Jiang Cheng's curiosity about what was occupying his mind. He also noticed a boy loitering nearby, casting furtive glances at the alluring Xiao Manru. In a playful manner, she shot him a flirtatious look, leaving the boy blushing before he hurriedly retreated. Jiang Cheng sighed, feeling overwhelmed by the distractions, and focused on his meal. After they finished dining, Xiao Manru added Jiang Cheng on social media before taking her leave. Tao Tsung followed Jiang Cheng to his dorm, voluntarily carrying his suitcase and handing his phone to Jiang Cheng. Boss, take a look at this beauty. I find her quite enigmatic. Jiang Cheng cast a surprised glance at her, remarking, You've done quite well for yourself, having barely just entered school. As he ascended the staircase, he glanced at the messages on Tao Tsung's phone. The beauty across from him had taken the initiative to add him as a friend and greet him. A big cabbage. Hello, brother. What are you doing in Tiandu? Tao Tsung, huh? I'm a freshman at Tiandu University of Technology, just registered today. How about you? A big cabbage. Me too. The start of school is so boring. I don't have a single friend yet. Tao Tsung, no worries. You'll make friends after classes begin. A big cabbage. So can we be friends? Good friends. Tao Tsung, sure. I'm Tao Tsung, and you? A big cabbage. You can call me Yeah. Tao Tsung. All right. Yeah, that is a lovely name. A big cabbage. Thank you, brother Tsung. It's almost noon. Let us meet up and find a place for lunch. Tao Tsung, huh? Today? A big cabbage. Yes, don't say you're not eating. You're not a deity. At this point, Tao Tsung sought assistance from Jiang Cheng. Jiang Cheng quickly typed, There's a good beef noodle place at our school. I'll wait for you at the school gate. A big cabbage. Beef noodles? I don't eat noodles. Tao Tsung. I also know of a decent Chinese restaurant. Shall we go there? What cuisine do you prefer? A big cabbage. I'm on a diet, so I'm not eating rice. Tao Tsung. If you're not eating rice or noodles, what can you eat? A big cabbage. I know a fantastic Western restaurant. How about we try it? Tao Tsung. Haha, I've never had Western food. Is it expensive? A big cabbage. Not at all. Brother Tsung, you just started school. You can definitely afford it. She then sent an alluring photo, playfully saying, Come on, brother Tsung. I mainly want to meet you. A big cabbage. I want to go out with anyone else. I only like brothers like you. Jiang Cheng furiously typed, Get lost, you shameless woman. Go eat dirt. He decisively deleted and blocked her. Then tucked the phone into Tao Tsung's pocket. Tao Tsung, puzzled, asked, What is going on, boss? Jiang Cheng casually grabbed his suitcase. I've already deleted her. You can head back now. Tao Tsung was taken aback. Deleted? Jiang Cheng replied, exasperated. You're usually quite clever. How could you let a small fry outsmart you? This girl is a scammer. Her profession is to bait rich boys online for meals. Once you go to the Western restaurant she designated, her gang will present you with an exorbitant bill, and half your tuition could vanish. Tao Tsung was astounded. Damn, how wicked. I almost went bankrupt at the start of school. He instantly felt a wave of relief. Thank goodness I came to you. Jiang Cheng nodded. The city has its traps. It's wise to be cautious. After a few more casual exchanges, Tao Tsung turned to leave. Jiang Cheng then pushed open the door to dorm 520, where three roommates simultaneously turned to look at him. Chapter 26. Filming a drama? Jiang Cheng shared a smile with them, realizing they were a group of unique characters, with himself being the standout in terms of looks. He then stepped inside to engage in conversation with his roommates. The cold and stoic figure resembling Bao Zheng is called Bao Zheng and hails from the province of Kainan. The slender young man reminiscent of Lu Xiaolingtong is known as Ho Xiaodong from the southern region of China. The comedian who sings the five-ring song is named Wang Jianba, originating from the northeast. Ho Xiaodong, rummaging through his bag, produced a packet of sunflower seeds, and the group began to engage in light banter while cracking the seeds. They traversed topics from their hometown customs to their experiences during the college entrance examination, discussing interests and personal specialties along the way. As the conversation meandered, Wang Jianba abruptly exclaimed, "Brothers, this isn't right. We've been rambling on about trivial high school matters. I've heard tales from some dormitories that have ventured from outer space to the inner sanctum." The dormitory members were momentarily taken aback. Bao Zheng coolly remarked, "I have never had a girlfriend, so I do not understand these matters." Ho Xiaodong, eager and intrigued, looked at Wang Jianba and said, "Though I lack a girlfriend, I am keen to learn. Enlighten us, my friend." Wang Jianba, surprised by this, responded, "How is it that you all are still single? You are adults." He then turned to Jiang Cheng and said, "Old Jiang, don't tell me you are also without a partner?" Jiang Cheng shrugged and replied, "I am a proponent of solitude. I intend to remain single for life. I am quite poor, and women would only hinder my ability to earn." Wang Jianba chuckled. "Your perspective is flawed. You may choose to be devoid of women in your heart, but you cannot afford to be without them in your vicinity." Ho Xiaodong, with a look of enlightenment, urged, "Well said, old Wang. Please continue." Even the cool and composed Bao Zheng lifted his gaze towards Wang Jianba. Wang Jianba, with a leisurely tone, declared, "As my roommates, you are fortunate to have me, your romantic sage. I shall take on the role of dormitory leader and guide you all to find your partners." "What do you say?" Ho Xiaodong enthusiastically responded, "Thank you, Brother Bo." However, Bao Zheng furrowed his brow and questioned, "That's merely your assertion. How can you prove you are indeed a romantic sage?" Wang Jianba immediately stood up and retorted, "Oh, you dare question me? I will now introduce you to my sister-in-law, so you may witness efficiency in action." Eagerly, Ho Xiaodong rose to follow. "All right, let's go for a stroll." Bao Zheng, however, turned to Jiang Cheng. Seeing this, Wang Jianba shouted, "Come on, brothers. We are newcomers and must familiarize ourselves with the campus. Once mealtime arrives, we shall indulge in a grand feast. This is our first meal of university life." Jiang Cheng, amused, stood up. Bao Zheng followed suit and exited the dormitory with the others. Upon leaving the dormitory building, Wang Jianba casually explained, "Sichuan University consists of two campuses. The old campus houses traditional disciplines such as literature, business management, and law. Our side is the new arts campus, primarily featuring our performing arts, music, and directing programs. My girlfriend is from the old campus's literature department." Jiang Cheng, realizing, recalled that during his earlier visit, he had been engrossed in conversation with Tao Kong. He had felt as though he had walked for an eternity without reaching his destination, only to discover he had traversed from the old campus to the new. As the lively group arrived at the old campus, Wang Jianba indeed called out for his girlfriend. She appeared, possessing above-average looks, heavily made up, with a strong scent of perfume wafting around her. Wang Jianba embraced her shoulders and introduced her as Gong Fong to the group. Ho Xiaodong looked on with envy and eagerly greeted her as sister-in-law. Bao Zheng politely offered a greeting as well, while Jiang Cheng simply smiled and nodded in silence. Gong Fong found herself immediately captivated by Ho Xiaodong, who possessed a discerning eye. However, Jiang Cheng, with his affected demeanor and aloofness, failed to pique her interest. A group of students meandered around the campus, familiarizing themselves with the fundamental locations of the teaching buildings, library, gymnasium, and other sites. Along the way, Wang Jianba strolled with his girlfriend, accompanied by the sycophantic Ho Xiaodong, exuding an air of youthful exuberance. Jiang Cheng and Bao Zheng leisurely followed behind. When mealtime approached, they sought a Sichuan restaurant to gather for a meal and drinks, now that they were adults. As they made their way to the establishment, The previously lively banter among the group suddenly ceased. They collectively turned their gaze towards the distance, where a stunning girl appeared in the square. Clad in a fresh, elegant light blue dress, she moved with a graceful poise, reminiscent of the ethereal beauty often depicted in television dramas. Ho Xiaodong exclaimed, "That girl must be the campus Belle." Bao Zheng coolly nodded in agreement. Gongfang playfully pinched Wang Jianba's arm, declaring, "You must not look." To which Wang Jianba replied, "You are the most beautiful in my heart. I have no interest in other girls." Yet, he couldn't help but glance at the approaching figure. Jiang Cheng, however, furrowed his brow as he recognized Lu Shiyun. Under the curious gaze of his roommates, Lu Shiyun walked directly up to Jiang Cheng, tilting her head to gaze at him intently. After much contemplation, she had resolved to make her intentions known. Despite Jiang Cheng's desire for her to soften, she was resolute in her stance. This was her bottom line. Her best strategy was to appear before him intermittently, rekindling the feelings he once held for her, prompting him to acknowledge his past mistakes and revert to their former dynamic. Jiang Cheng regarded Lu Shiyun with a stoic expression, appreciating the silence that enveloped them. Wang Jianba and the others were left bewildered, wondering if they had stumbled into a melodrama. Suddenly, Jiang Cheng smiled faintly at his friends, saying, "What are you all standing there for? Let's go eat." He then brushed past Lu Shiyun. His roommates exchanged glances, their expressions tinged with confusion as they followed suit. Observing this, Lu Shiyun bit her lip and quickly caught up to Jiang Cheng, walking alongside him. Wherever he went, she followed. The atmosphere grew palpably tense, with the group remaining silent as they continued on their path. Lu Shiyun then quickened her pace to position herself directly in front of Jiang Cheng, her hair blowing into his face with the wind. Jiang Cheng paused momentarily, offering a faint smile to his roommates. "Never mind, I won't eat. You all go ahead." He pivoted and strode purposefully away from the dining area. Lu Shiyun abruptly turned and hastened after him, but Jiang Cheng continued on without a backward glance. Wang Jianba and the others stood in stunned silence as they watched Jiang Cheng depart. Bao Zheng remarked coolly, "I believe our dorm leader's status is now uncertain." Ho Xiaodong echoed, "I think so too." Wang Jianba's expression darkened. He had prided himself on his relational experience, believing he could help his friends find love and solidify his position as the leader. However, witnessing Jiang Cheng's quiet confidence, it seemed his status might indeed be challenged. The exquisite beauty, exuding an air of charm, was being pursued relentlessly. Suddenly, Gongfang, deep in thought, remarked, "They don't seem to have the aura of being in a relationship." Instantly, the group turned their attention toward her. Gongfang continued, "Could it be that Jiang Cheng owes this beauty money? Perhaps she is pursuing him to reclaim it, compelling him to flee in haste?" The others were momentarily taken aback. This line of reasoning was quite novel. Ho Xiaodong, struck by the idea, exclaimed that as possible. He spoke rapidly. Earlier, during a casual chat in the dorm, old Jiang mentioned he was a staunch bachelor and quite poor, claiming his primary focus was on making money. Upon hearing this, Gongfang smiled. This makes sense. Jiang Cheng's departure serves a dual purpose. He must be relieved to avoid spending money on meals. Wang Jianba, upon hearing this, perked up. "If that's the case, I'm still the leader of the dormitory. I'm a co-heir, I have money." Ho Xiaodong was astonished. "Your family owns a mine?" Bao Zheng also wore a look of surprise. Wang Jianba confidently declared, "Absolutely." Gongfang chimed in with a playful laugh. "I can attest to that." A smug expression crossed Wang Jianba's face as he declared, "I'll ask old Jiang what is going on. As the dorm leader, I must lend a helping hand." Ho Xiaodong promptly flattered, "Brother Bo, you are so righteous." Wang Jianba then instructed, "Call old Jiang back for dinner and tell him I'll treat him. He doesn't need to chip in." Ho Xiaodong quickly took out his phone to dial, but after a moment, he looked at the others and said, "He said he has something to do." Wang Jianba frowned. "This one T do. Old Jiang is too sensitive and struggles to fit in." He then led the group into the restaurant. Meanwhile, Jiang Cheng was driving toward the airport. Shen Xingruo's flight was set to land in just over an hour. He reasoned that he wouldn't have to wait long upon arrival. Chapter 27. Get in. I'll teach you how to drive. Upon arriving at the airport and parking his car, Jiang Cheng reclined his seat, resting his hands behind his head, and comfortably awaited his arrival. Approximately half an hour later, the airport's announcement stated that a flight had landed, and passengers began to emerge in a steady stream. Instantly, the black car drivers outside surged forward like a tide, eagerly vying for the attention of the newcomers. To Qingyan Mountain, hop in and go. To the city center, come with me. Are there any rides to the districts? There are no buses running now. The area outside the terminal buzzed with activity, resembling a bustling market. Shen Xingruo gracefully exited the terminal, resplendent in a high-waisted white skirt paired with a short black top, her large sunglasses adding to her allure. The black car drivers, resembling a swarm of flies, immediately crowded around her. Beautiful lady, are you headed to Zhuge Temple? To Jingquan ancient town, hop in. Due to Shen Xingruo's striking presence, they maintained a rare distance while calling out to her. Hearing the word beauty, Jiang Cheng glanced out the window, then promptly opened the car door and strode purposefully towards them. Activating his phone's camera, he approached the black car drivers with a stern expression and inquired, "How much did you just quote for Qingyan Mountain? And you, what is the fare to the city center?" The black car drivers looked at him with suspicion, asking, "What do you want? Who are you?" Jiang Cheng coldly remarked, "I have recorded everything here. Do not attempt to deceive me." The driver of the unlicensed taxi was startled, offering Jiang Cheng an awkward yet courteous smile. "I am not a rogue driver. I am here to pick up my family." "Indeed, I mistook you for someone else." My family has arrived. I must take my leave." A throng of people dispersed like frightened rabbits. Shen Xingruo looked at Jiang Cheng with amusement. "Aren't you afraid of getting beaten?" Jiang Cheng shrugged, then turned to walk towards the Santana. After they both entered the vehicle, as Jiang Cheng started the engine, he cast a glance at Shen Xingruo, saying, "Did I not mention that you should call me as soon as you land?" Shen Xingruo was taken aback. "I didn't receive a call." Upon retrieving her phone, she suddenly realized, I forgot to turn off airplane mode. As the Santana slowly exited the airport, Shen Xingruo jested. "These unlicensed drivers really look down on people. When I said my boyfriend was here to pick me up, they told me motorcycles aren't allowed in the airport. It made me quite upset." Jiang Cheng corrected her, "Male friend." Shen Xingruo shot him a glance, so meticulous. "Are you drafting a medical report?" She then added, "First, we need to stop by the Tiandu Grand Hotel. I need to collect my luggage." Jiang Cheng nodded, casually asking, "How do you plan to retrieve your luggage from there?" Shen Xingruo replied, "That hotel is registered under my mother's name, so she had the luggage prepared there in advance." Jiang Cheng regarded her thoughtfully. "Just how wealthy is this stunning young woman?" Shen Xingruo continued, "What do you think about me staying in a hotel suite during my university years?" Jiang Cheng pondered for a moment. There are pros and cons. Living in a hotel suite provides a pleasant environment, with services at your disposal. You wouldn't even have to wash your clothes. However, residing in a dormitory would enrich your university experience, enhance your social skills, and improve your adaptability to communal living. Shen Xingruo nodded, "Then I'll stay in the dormitory. My mother hopes I will eventually take over her business, and it wouldn't be beneficial to avoid interactions with others. As for hotel services like laundry, I am indifferent. I prefer to wash my own clothes and am not accustomed to others doing it for me." Jiang Cheng nodded in agreement. They subsequently headed to the Tiandu Grand Hotel to collect her luggage and grab a meal before driving to Sichuan University. En route, they stopped to refuel, stepping out of the car for casual conversation. Upon learning that her business management program was located in the old campus, while Jiang Cheng's was in the new one, her expression soured slightly. When they finished refueling and prepared to get back in the car, Jiang Cheng jokingly opened the driver's door and asked, "Shall you take the wheel?" Shen Xingruo's face turned pale as she stepped back in alarm. Sensing her distress, Jiang Cheng's heart sank, and feigning nonchalance, he said, "I was just teasing." He then took his place in the driver's seat. Shen Xingruo, still shaken, composed herself before settling into the passenger seat. As Jiang Cheng ignited the engine and departed from the gas station, his expression grew stern. Shen Xingruo's earlier reaction was indicative of classic post-traumatic stress response, likely stemming from the recent car accident that nearly claimed her life, leaving her with lingering psychological scars. She had expressed her fear of driving, requesting that he teach her to ride a bicycle instead. She initially believed that she had merely experienced a fleeting fright, thinking she would recover in a few days. Such complacency could prove perilous. If this state of affairs persisted, she would inevitably encounter fear and anxiety each time she faced a similar environment, leading to heightened psychological stress that could manifest physically, resulting in insomnia, headaches, and various bodily ailments. Out of the corner of his eye, Jiang Cheng glanced at Shen Xingruo and noted that she had returned to her usual self. He then spoke softly, "When you're driving the Bentley, was it during your internship?" Shen Xingruo forced a smile and replied, "Yes, I bought the car after turning 18. Jiang Cheng feigned nonchalance as he remarked, "What a pity, I didn't know you back then. I could have been your internship coach, guiding you through it." Shen Xingruo nodded involuntarily. "Indeed, you have a remarkable talent for driving. Even with a manual transmission, there's no jolt." Suddenly, Jiang Cheng pulled over to the side of the road. "But it's not too late now," he said, adjusting his seat slightly and patting his thigh. "Come on, let me take you for a spin." Chapter 28. The beautiful girl knows a little, but not much. Shen Xingruo immediately replied, "I'm not driving. Just get going." Her bright eyes dared only to gaze ahead, her expression tense. Jiang Cheng tugged at her hand, feigning ease. "Hurry up, don't waste time." Shen Xingruo began to sweat. "Stop teasing me. Just start driving. I have a driver at home. I want need to drive in the future." Jiang Cheng chuckled. "You wish. If you never learn to drive, I'll have to be your chauffeur for 4 years in college." Shen Xingruo couldn't help but giggle at that. Seeing her smile, Jiang Cheng felt a wave of relief. Her symptoms seemed mild, giving him hope. He once again urged her, "Come on, give it a try." Hearing this, Shen Xingruo cautiously glanced at the steering wheel before looking back at Jiang Cheng's thigh. She was afraid of driving, yet she inexplicably wanted to experience the sensation of being in control while sitting on a friend's lap. Jiang Cheng noticed her hesitation and, without hesitation, turned slightly, wrapped his arm around her waist, and lifted her from her seat, placing her on his thigh. As she settled in, staring at the steering wheel, her body tensed instantly, burdened with anxiety. Jiang Cheng leaned in close and whispered playfully in her ear, "You ought to lose some weight, chubby." Shen Xingruo was taken aback, retorting indignantly, "Nonsense. I'm 173 meters tall. Whereas the fat?" Her displeasure manifested as she shook herself, and her tense body relaxed considerably. Jiang Cheng nodded inwardly, pleased with his state. He swiftly started the engine, driving while holding Shen Xingruo. Realizing that Jiang Cheng was not directly putting her in control of the vehicle allowed her to relax further. He rolled down the window to welcome the gentle breeze and turned on the soothing music from the radio. The two of them cruised leisurely along the main road, enveloped in an ambience of tranquility. Once Jiang Cheng perceived that Shen Xingruo's once tense nerves had completely relaxed, he softly suggested, "You take the wheel. I'll rest for a bit." Shen Xingruo responded with an affirming hum, gripping the steering wheel tightly, her focus entirely on the road ahead. Jiang Cheng managed the brakes and accelerator, taking it step by step as they drew ever closer to Sichuan University. Jiang Cheng sensed that Shen Xingruo was becoming increasingly adept at maneuvering the vehicle, and he promptly relinquished control of the accelerator and brake. Observing Shen Xingruo's driving gradually stabilize, he took the opportunity to offer guidance. "In the future, when you are driving and wish to avoid aggressive tailgaters, steer close to their direction. If a car on your left attempts to cut in, align yourself with the left boundary of the lane. Conversely, if a vehicle on your right seeks to intrude, position yourself near the right boundary." By adhering to this method, you significantly elevate the difficulty for those attempting to cut in, and they will likely abandon their endeavor. Shen Xingruo appeared perplexed. "What do you mean?" Jiang Cheng clarified, "Just drive like that." Shen Xingruo nodded decisively. "All right." Noticing the return of her composure in her tone, Jiang Cheng felt a wave of relief wash over him. However, as he relaxed, an unusual expression crossed his face. Here was Shen Xingruo, a stunningly beautiful heiress, elegantly seated beside him in her dress, her fragrant scent wafting from her back. Shen Xingruo spoke softly, "Thank you for helping me heal my psychological trauma today." Jiang Cheng was taken aback. "You know, of course," she replied, exasperated. "I have a hospital at home. Naturally, I've consulted it." "Your family has a hospital?" Jiang Cheng mused, realizing how his poverty had limited his imagination. Had it not been for the fortuitous friendship he had forged with the affluent Shen Xingruo, he would have remained oblivious to the realities of the wealthy. As the city lights began to twinkle, the Santana car glided into Sichuan University. Jiang Cheng instructed Shen Xingruo to drive directly to the girls' dormitory. He then grabbed his suitcase and accompanied her into the lobby. The dormitory matron immediately regarded Jiang Cheng with a wary eye. Feigning maturity, he smiled and nodded. "I'm here to see my cousin off to school." The matron's expression softened with understanding. During the enrollment period, it was common for relatives and friends to accompany students. As Jiang Cheng ascended the staircase with his suitcase, Shen Xingruo teased, "Cousin, are you tired? Let your cousin help you." Jiang Cheng chose to ignore her. Shen Xingruo giggled. Upon reaching the door of room 521, Jiang Cheng set down his suitcase. "I'll be heading back now." Shen Xingruo quipped, "Aren't you going to come in for a while?" Opportunities to visit the girls' dormitory are rare. Jiang Cheng replied nonchalantly, "I need to hurry back and wash my clothes." Shen Xingruo looked momentarily taken aback. "What do you mean?" Jiang Cheng cast her a glance, realizing she understood a little but not much. He then turned with a flourish and waved goodbye. As she watched his retreating figure, Shen Xingruo remarked, "By the way, I'm planning to buy a car." Jiang Cheng continued on without pausing, responding cheerfully, "That's wonderful. I won't have to drive anymore." It was only after he disappeared around the staircase corner that Shen Xingruo pushed open the dormitory door with her suitcase in hand. Chapter 29. If I don't prosper, who will? Upon returning to his dormitory, Jiang Cheng was met with the collective gaze of his roommates, who had assumed a mock trial posture. Wang Jianba sat in the center, sporting sunglasses, flanked by Hou Xiaodong and Bao Zheng on either side. He exclaimed in astonishment, "Are you filming?" Wang Jianba's expression turned serious as he replied, "As the leader of the dormitory, I need to have a word with you, Lao Jiang." Jiang Cheng nodded in acknowledgement, saying, "I'll take a shower first." He promptly entered the bathroom with a change of clothes. Wang Jianba's expression stiffened, yet he maintained an air of authority. However, after Jiang Cheng finished a shower, he proceeded to wash his clothes and hang them up to dry. Wang Jianba grew weary of waiting, removing his sunglasses and saying, "Could you hurry up? Maintaining this image is quite exhausting." Jiang Cheng, amused, glanced at them and then took a seat, inquiring curiously, "What do you intend to discuss?" Wang Jianba once again donned a serious demeanor and instructed Hou Xiaodong, "You take it from here." Hou Xiaodong nodded and began to speak, his words flowing rapidly. The crux of the matter revolved around whether Jiang Cheng was experiencing financial difficulties or owed money to others. Bao Zheng coolly added, "Since we all live together, there is no need to be shy about it." Wang Jianba waved his hand grandly, stating, "How much do you owe? Just name the figure. As the dormitory leader, I will assist." Jiang Cheng was taken aback, realizing they had gravely misinterpreted the situation. He chuckled and replied, "I'm perfectly fine. There is nothing to worry about. With your words, feel free to approach Brother Jiang in the future if anything arises." He then rose and walked towards his desk, announcing to the others, "Let us go out for a late-night snack later. Everyone should join." After sitting down, Jiang Cheng retrieved his notebook from the drawer, casually placing his phone beside it. The others stared in astonishment. Hou Xiaodong quickly approached Jiang Cheng from behind, exclaiming, "Whoa, a Dell laptop and a Motorola phone." He gawked at the impressive duo. "ISNT that worth over 10,000? Brother Jiang, are you pretending to be modest?" The other two quickly gathered around, with Bao Zheng glancing at the items before turning to Wang Jianba. "It seems we were overly concerned for the ancients." He then returned to his bed to rest, conserving energy for their upcoming barbecue outing. Wang Jianba gazed enviously at Jiang Cheng's Dell laptop and Motorola phone, muttering, "Lao Jiang, you're quite affluent. Your set is identical to mine." Hou Xiaodong exclaimed in surprise, "Boch, you have one too?" "You and Lao Jiang are truly rivals, both being rich second generation." Wang Jianba forced a smile, then returned to his bed with a forlorn expression. Lao Jiang's financial standing rivaled his own. Who, then, was the true leader of the dormitory? This was a question worth pondering. After each became preoccupied with their tasks, Jiang Cheng opened a document titled Lyrics. During the summer, he had already penned a song from his previous life, "The Mouse Loves Rice." This song, with its simple melody and straightforward lyrics, became immensely popular in 2004. The Mouse Loves Rice topped the ringtone download charts, earning a staggering 100 million. Jiang Cheng's current objective was to find a suitable vocalist from the neighboring music department to perform the song and then apply for copyright. The final step would be to market the song and establish a partnership with telecommunications providers for ringtone revenue sharing. This was the most accessible path to wealth for him, requiring minimal investment. After glancing at the document, a contemplative look crossed Jiang Cheng's face. Indeed, there were many internet hits from that era. Having a few more would be even better. He immediately began to reflect seriously, recalling more songs, a myriad of heart-wrenching reasons, and the intoxicating fragrance of perfume, among others. Yet, without exception, he found himself unable to remember the lyrics, rendering his efforts futile. Suddenly, a spark ignited in his eyes. How could he have forgotten this particular song? Two Butterflies. The lyrics were simpler than those of The Mouse Loves Rice. The rhythm was lively, and it was undeniably a phenomenal hit, generating substantial revenue. After humming a few lines, Jiang Cheng swiftly began typing away on his document, recalling the lyrics. My dear, fly slowly, be cautious of the thorns ahead. My dear, open your mouth, the fragrance in the wind will intoxicate you. After a flurry of activity, Jiang Cheng contentedly closed his notebook. With two iconic songs at his disposal, he felt confident in his ability to soar. He then stood up and clapped his hands. Let us go to the city for a late-night snack. Ho Xiaodong sprang up eagerly. Thank you, Brother Jiang. I'm quite hungry. Bao Zheng nodded in agreement. I didn't eat much earlier either. I'm still getting used to the spicy Sichuan cuisine. Wang Jianbo stood up, dissatisfied. You two could have ordered something else. I'm not counting pennies. Bao Zheng replied slowly. It's precisely because you're treating us that we shouldn't order too much. Ho Xiaodong quickly nodded. We shouldn't waste just because you're wealthy. Wang Jianbo was momentarily taken aback, left speechless. The group then descended to the city for their midnight feast. Throughout the journey, Wang Jianbo pondered how to outshine Jiang Cheng financially, aiming to rightfully claim the title of dormitory leader. In this world, one must maintain their pride. As they walked, Ho Xiaodong questioned, Brother Jiang, isn't this the wrong direction for the main gate? Jiang Cheng smiled faintly. We're stopping by the parking lot to get the car. A new chapter begins. I hope my brothers and sisters will kindly add the book to their shelves and request updates. I will be immensely grateful. Your support is the driving force behind my writing. Thank you all. Chapter 30. Xiao Manru presents a gift, Ho Xiaodong exclaimed. You bought a bicycle on the very first day? That was quick. Bao Zheng frowned. But we haven't bought a car yet. A single bicycle can only accommodate two people, which isn't enough. Wang Jianbo's heart raced with alarm. Old Jiang, what kind of car do you have? Jiang Cheng chuckled. A Santana. Wang Jianbo felt darkness clouding his vision. Was fate conspiring against him? He hadn't even obtained his driver's license yet. Old Jiang was already driving to school. Bao Zheng stared at Jiang Cheng in disbelief. Are you referring to the Santana that cost tens of thousands? Jiang Cheng strolled ahead casually. Yes. It was over 80,000 when all was said and done. Ho Xiaodong gasped. Goodness, over 80,000? Even if we spent our entire academic lives here. From undergraduate to graduate and doctoral studies, we wouldn't be able to exhaust that amount. Wang Jianbo lamented tearfully. Old Jiang, does your family have a mine? Jiang Cheng shrugged. Just an ordinary family. The others looked on with skepticism. Their conversation continued as they arrived at the parking lot, where they beheld the brand-new Santana. Ho Xiaodong exclaimed excitedly, Brother Jiang, you're amazing. He promptly opened the door and slid into the passenger seat, eagerly rolling down the window. Wang Jianbo and Bao Zheng followed suit, taking their places in the back seat. Jiang Cheng then ignited the engine, and the Santana glided smoothly along the campus pathways, flanked by a steady stream of students walking along the sidewalks. Upon seeing the youthful faces of several individuals inside the car, both boys and girls exhibited expressions of astonishment. When Ho Xiaodong met their gazes, a semblance of unremarkable restraint appeared on his face, accompanied by an inexplicable sense of satisfaction within. Even the cool and composed Bao Zheng, confronted with the waves of astonished stares from students by the roadside, felt an unaccountable lightness in his bones. After the Santana navigated through the crowd and exited the school gates, Ho Xiaodong remarked with lingering curiosity, "So this is the sensation of the world inside a car." Bao Zhonglong, too, slowly confessed, "It is my first time in a sedan." Jiang Cheng smiled quietly, remaining silent. Wang Jianbo, feeling a pang of envy, declared, "I want to get my driver's license as well." Half an hour later, Jiang Cheng steered the car into a riverside parking lot in the city. As the group disembarked, they were immediately greeted by a vibrant new world. The entire riverbank was ablaze with light, and a multitude of night markets lined the streets, bustling with voices. Jiang Cheng casually explained, "Locals enjoy coming here at night for late-night snacks, relishing grilled fish and beer while basking in the riverside breeze. Vendors suspend entire crates of beer in the river, drawing them up when needed for a naturally chilled drink." Wang Jianbo, feeling somewhat disheartened, remarked, "I knew you were exceptional, Lao Jiang, but how come you are so familiar with this place? Aren't you from a county-level city?" Jiang Cheng chuckled silently, as he had visited this place several times in a previous life. He then guided them to a night market that he recalled to have delectable food, and they settled at a table. While waiting for their dishes, a server brought a plate of sunflower seeds and fruit. They chatted as they waited, listening to Ho Xiaodong call Jiang Cheng brother Jiang. Wang Jianbo's expression turned complex as he lamented, "Why must there be a rival when one is already exceptional? Lao Jiang, I harbor resentment towards you." Jiang Cheng smiled wryly. "As the dormitory leader, you benefit from my presence." Wang Jianbo retorted, "No way. I must strive to surpass you." Jiang Cheng shrugged, "I accept your challenge." He then raised his hand and called out, "Bring us 3 crates of beer." The server promptly retrieved 3 crates from the river. Wang Jianbo's eyes widened in disbelief. 3 crates? Jiang Cheng chuckled. "Are you intimidated already?" Feeling a surge of bravado, Wang Jianbo proclaimed, "If we're drinking, then let us drink. Who is afraid?" Jiang Cheng nodded. "I must drive, so you each get a crate." Wang Jianbo's eyes bulged in surprise. "You." As time passed, Jiang Cheng leisurely savored his grilled fish while the 3 from the dormitory clinked glasses, enjoying their revelry. Suddenly, snippets of conversation from a neighboring table reached Jiang Cheng's ears. "Are you foolish? How can you start a business off campus while in university? You should first try applying for university support for student entrepreneurs." What do you mean, senior? You truly are a novice, completely unaware. Universities typically have entrepreneurial incubation centers that provide support for student entrepreneurs, such as cash subsidies, space assistance, and even credit rewards. By recklessly venturing out to start a business, you are missing out on these opportunities. What can I say? The novice, looking bewildered, exclaimed, "This is the first time I've heard of such things." He then expressed his regret. "If only I had known you earlier, senior." Upon witnessing the scene, the senior consoled, "However, there is no need for you to be overly disheartened. Such support is not accessible to everyone. Typically, one must prepare materials for submission, participate in an interview or defense with the team, and ultimately undergo evaluation by the reviewing faculty, after which the results are made public. Many teams fail to pass the assessment, rendering their efforts futile." The novice felt slightly uplifted after hearing this. Jiang Cheng, listening from the side, felt a stir within him. Their conversation indeed provided him with inspiration. Originally, Jiang Cheng had intended to quietly amass wealth and develop his career in secrecy. However, it now seemed foolish to pass up an opportunity. It was truly necessary to investigate what entrepreneurial support Sichuan University offered. As he pondered, Tao Tasong sent him a message, expressing gratitude for the previous reward of 10,000 yuan. Jiang Cheng was taken aback. "What do you mean?" Tao Tsong smirked. "Our classmates are having a reunion dinner. I just treated them, and everyone was astonished. Even some female classmates took the initiative to add me." Jiang Cheng chuckled. "Not bad. Better than hiring someone to treat." Tao Tsong sent a sweating emoji. At the same time, a message from an unfamiliar female profile popped up. Jiang Cheng curiously opened it. "Jiang Shui, I am Xiao Manru. You are in class 1 of the performing arts, right?" Jiang Cheng replied, "Yes, what is up?" Xiao Manru responded, "I'm coming to deliver a small gift tomorrow to thank you for helping me change a tire." Jiang Cheng replied, "No need, it was a simple task." After sending the message, he received no reply. Xiao Manru had already logged off. Jiang Cheng shook his head. Chapter 31. The mysterious confidence of a young woman after a hearty meal. Jiang Cheng and his companions drove back to campus. The three intoxicated individuals sang boisterously in the car, belting out unity is strength. Jiang Cheng's ears buzzed from the noise, prompting him to accelerate and send them off as quickly as possible. Upon arriving at the parking lot, Jiang Cheng instructed them to go ahead, as he had some matters to attend to. Wang Jianba, reeking of alcohol, nodded while draping his arms over Ho Xiaodong and Bao Zheng's shoulders as they headed towards the dormitory. Once they departed, the Santana fell into complete silence. Jiang Cheng then reclined his seat and took out his phone. He accessed the official website of Sichuan University through his browser, seeking information regarding entrepreneurial support policies. After browsing, he discovered the existence of an entrepreneurship guidance center, which streamlined the procedural requirements for student teams. They merely needed to fill out a form, submit a set of materials at a designated window, and receive assistance in applying for a business license. Additionally, the center would provide a certain amount of entrepreneurial grants for students, and if further funding was needed, they also offered interest-free loan policies. After thoroughly reviewing all the policies, Jiang Cheng concluded that applying would not pose significant issues. The only obstacle was that an entrepreneurial team must consist of at least 3 members to qualify for support. He planned to recruit one individual to sing Mouse Loves Rice, another to perform 2 butterflies, and with himself, they would form a trio. He then searched online for businesses renting out the Tiandu City recording studio, intending to collaborate with suitable singers once he found them. Suddenly, from the corner of his eye, Jiang Cheng caught sight of a suspicious figure lurking outside the window. A girl clad in a pink dress scanned her surroundings with great vigilance before hastily making her way to the rear of her vehicle. At that moment, Jiang Cheng sat up, a look of perplexity crossing his face. After a brief silence, there was a rustling sound emanating from the back of the car. Jiang Cheng's eyebrows arched. Could it be that he had encountered a thief in the act? He promptly opened the car door and stealthily approached the back of the vehicle. As he reached the rear, the girl in the pink dress gasped in surprise, her demeanor turning cautious. "Who are you? Why are you following me?" she demanded. Instinctively taking a step back, Jiang Cheng furrowed his brow as he regarded the slender girl before him, clearly a student from their school. While her beauty did not rival that of top-tier beauties like Shen Xingruo, nor did it compare to the likes of Lu Shiyun or Xiao Manru, she nevertheless held her own as a minor beauty within the academic realm. She certainly did not appear to be a thief. Jiang Cheng's expression softened as he began to speak, but the girl in the pink dress interrupted him, her tone dripping with sarcasm. "You needn't say anything. I want to share my contact information, not my phone number, and certainly not my class. I'm not interested in dating right now, so that's that." Casting a disdainful glance at Jiang Cheng, she turned on her heel and strode away with an air of pride. Jiang Cheng stared at her retreating figure, bemused by her inexplicable confidence. Suddenly, his gaze fell upon the ground, and he realized with dismay that she had been hiding behind the car to relieve herself. He quickly returned to his vehicle, started the engine, and relocated to another parking spot. The following morning, Jiang Cheng awoke feeling refreshed. His roommates, having overindulged the previous night, remained deep in slumber. He leisurely washed his face and brushed his teeth, meticulously styling his hair in front of the mirror. The more he looked, the more satisfied he became. In this era, male university students typically sported hairstyles reminiscent of Aaron Kwok, commonly known as the Kwok hairstyle. Unfortunately, not everyone possessed the striking features of Aaron Kwok, making the style appear somewhat outdated. Jiang Cheng, however, had opted for a fresh, tousled look early on, adhering to the standards set by Edison Chun. After washing his hair, he felt undeniably stylish ahead of the times, and quite pleased with himself. Once he had perfected his appearance, Jiang Cheng texted Shen Xingruo to inquire if she was awake. She replied with a picture from the road, stating she was heading to the classroom for a class meeting. Jiang Cheng responded with a thumbs-up emoji. Shortly after, she sent a cheeky grin emoji, teasing, "You missed out yesterday. There's a stunning beauty in our dormitory, and her fitted skirt had me drooling. Truly magnificent." She followed up with a drooling emoji. Jiang Cheng replied with a nonchalant haha, not interested. After exchanging a few more messages, He glanced at the time and realized the class meeting was set to commence in 10 minutes. He promptly put away his phone and called for his roommates to wake up. Upon realizing the time, the others sprang from their beds, as if shocked, hurriedly washing their faces and brushing their teeth. They eventually set off, sporting tousled hair, to join Jiang Cheng in the classroom for their performance class. Wang Jianbo eyed Jiang Cheng with dissatisfaction. Old Jiang, you've gone too far. You've cleaned yourself up so well, leaving us no time to prepare. Bao Zheng assessed Jiang Cheng with a glance, taking in his tall stature, fresh face, and stylish hair. The contrast between them was striking, and he silently nodded in agreement. Indeed, quite the show-off. Ho Xiaodong remained silent, discreetly adjusting his hairstyle with a mirror. Jiang Cheng spoke earnestly. You are like dogs biting El Dongbin, failing to recognize a benefactor's goodwill. I merely wish for you to indulge in a bit more rest. Otherwise, I would have summoned you earlier. Do you think I fear competing in looks with a bunch of specialized actors? Wang Jianbo, instantly wounded, retorted, get lost. As they reached the classroom, they arrived just in time. The thought of the room, filled with classmates, made the few from the dorm feel somewhat intimidated. Entering the classroom meant facing all those gazes, akin to stepping onto a stage under a spotlight. Jiang Cheng patted Wang Jianbo on the shoulder and sighed. How can you compete with me for the top spot when I am genuinely worried for you? He then boldly pushed open the classroom door and entered with an air of elegance. Wang Jianbo and the others promptly followed suit. Chapter 32, A Classmate After All. The entire class observed the latecomers. Jiang Cheng glanced over the classmates and chuckled, turning to the others. It seems I misunderstood you. I thought all the specialized actors were from our dormitory, but it appears there are quite a few in the class. Previously, he had assumed that the performing arts department was entirely comprised of handsome men and beautiful women, but reality proved otherwise. The female specialized actors in class glared at Jiang Cheng with discontent, while the boys immediately became agitated, exclaiming, "What do you mean by that? Are you saying we are unattractive?" Jiang Cheng quickly raised his hands in a gesture of peace. Calm down. Calm down. You have misunderstood me. What I meant is that in the future, you will all be respected veteran actors, while I will merely be an unremarkable idol. The group promptly responded by gesturing rudely at Jiang Cheng. They soon took their seats in the last row of the classroom, with several girls still casting glances at Jiang Cheng. This classmate is rather interesting, one remarked. Indeed, quite humorous, far more entertaining than the other boys. Yes, not all dull. Suddenly, Su Mingyao, clad in a pink dress, scoffed. This is the stalker I mentioned yesterday. What a coincidence that he is in the same class. Her roommate was taken aback. What a coincidence. It's a classic case of knowing someone's face, but not their heart. Following a female classmate in the dead of night is rather creepy, isn't it? Quite frightening, really. They immediately directed their whispers towards Jiang Cheng. Once seated, Ho Xiaodong remarked quietly, "The girls in our class are quite attractive." Wang Jianbo chuckled. Well, what did you expect? Why else would I be in the performing arts department? Bao Zheng coolly added, "The prettiest one is the girl in the pink dress. They're still glancing at us." Wang Jianbo and Ho Xiaodong straightened their backs and looked over. They were indeed being watched. Among so many classmates, none seemed to look elsewhere but at them. Could it be that they possessed an allure yet undiscovered? Wang Jianbo nudged the meditative Jiang Cheng. Old Jiang, what's with the cool demeanor? Look at that girl over there. She is genuinely attractive. Jiang Cheng languidly replied, I'm not looking for a partner. What is there to admire? As he nonchalantly glanced over, he suddenly froze. Wasn't that the girl from last night? After locking eyes with Su Mingyao, he turned away in disdain. Jiang Cheng felt a sense of bewilderment. He had yet to blame you for the corrosive effects of your urine on my tire, yet you have taken on an air of arrogance? Wang Jianbo, standing nearby, chuckled mischievously. Old Jiang, it seems that looking handsome does not necessarily attract the affections of young ladies. The moment she saw you, she immediately turned away. Jiang Cheng merely smiled, choosing to reflect on this. Wang Jianbo then pondered aloud. That beautiful girl we encountered in the cafeteria yesterday can't possibly be your girlfriend, can she? Jiang Cheng promptly shook his head, affirming no. Wang Jianbo appeared pleased, stating, It seems my status as a romantic connoisseur remains secure. He was still the first in the dormitory to have a girlfriend. A moment later, the homeroom teacher, Hu Rong, entered the classroom. She appeared to be nearly 40 years old, tall and voluptuous, with striking and dignified features. Dressed in tailored black trousers and a white shirt, she exuded an air of propriety. The once boisterous classroom fell silent upon her arrival. Hu Rong took her place at the lectern and welcomed the students, then wrote down her contact information on the blackboard. She emphasized that college differs from high school, requiring greater autonomy and exploration in the learning process. She also introduced the school's regulations and safety education and solemnly outlined the selection process and responsibilities of the class committee. Hu Rong finally instructed all students to take turns introducing themselves. The students perked up, glancing around eagerly. Following the seating order, the boys and girls of the class took turns stepping onto the stage, while whispers filled the air below. Ho Xiaodong remarked softly, "I find Zhou Jiao quite adorable. She is petite and seems to compliment me well." Wang Jianbo scoffed, "You're actually suited for taller girls. That way, you can improve the genetic stock of future generations. I think Xianghong would be a good match for you." Ho Xiaodong replied weakly. Such height disparities would only invite ridicule. Bao Zheng, with a cool demeanor, stated, "Xianghong is indeed quite appealing." His eyes sparkled as he gazed at Xianghong in the distance. When Su Mingyao took the stage to introduce herself, Wang Jianbo nudged Jiang Cheng's arm, saying, "The class beauty, who has no interest in you, is named Su Mingyao." Jiang Cheng glanced at him and replied, "I shall surprise you shortly." Wang Jianbo, taken aback, asked what? Jiang Cheng merely smiled enigmatically. As the students concluded their introductions, Jiang Cheng was the last to step onto the stage. He smiled faintly and said, "I am Jiang Cheng." He then awkwardly pivoted. "Last night, my roommate Wang Jianbo and I engaged in a heartfelt, all-night conversation. He passionately expressed his ambition to produce major films in the future and promised to prioritize our classmates as actors, insisting that the fruits of labor should not flow to outsiders. Initially, I was skeptical, as anyone can boast. However, upon learning that Wang Jianbo hails from a prominent local coal family, I was moved. I realized he speaks the truth, not mere dreams. Therefore, I sincerely request that during our class committee elections, you cast your vote for Wang Jianbo, allowing him to assume the role of class leader. For his commendable qualities truly merit it. Thank you all." Jiang Cheng offered a slight bow to his classmates before returning to his seat. The class turned in surprise, collectively gazing at Wang Jianbo. So he was indeed from a coal family. For him, becoming a leading actor in films seemed a foregone conclusion. Indeed, the practice of bringing funds into the group has become a commonplace occurrence. I must say, what a remarkable opportunity. In the future, even if we find ourselves relegated to minor roles, having such classmates will give us an advantageous head start upon graduation. The classmates immediately turned to Wang Jianbo with friendly smiles. Wang Jianbo basked in their attention, waving at them as if he had just consumed a ginseng fruit. Upon returning to his seat, Jiang Cheng exclaimed with excitement, "What a brother!" Jiang Cheng replied with a faint smile, "What is the point of being the dormitory leader? If one is to lead, it should be as the class leader." Wang Jianbo chuckled heartily, Thank you. Jiang Cheng merely smiled in silence. Once he embarks on the ringtone project, it seems that our class will be as inconsistent as fishing for 3 days and sunbathing for 2. If Wang Jianbo were to become the class leader, having connections in the administration would surely simplify many matters. Ultimately, the class teacher, Hu Rong, expressed her approval of Jiang Cheng's remarks, inviting any students interested in the class leader position to step forward. She then called upon the students in the front row to join her in collecting textbooks and military training uniforms. Suddenly, Su Mingyao raised her hand, saying, "Teacher Hu, I would like to go as well." Her roommates immediately chimed in. "Are you foolish? Why volunteer for such chores? Let the boys handle it." Su Mingyao replied, "I intend to report Jiang Cheng to Teacher Hu to prevent him from bothering me in the future." Her roommates suddenly understood. Hu Rong, who was just about to leave, cast a surprised glance at Su Mingyao. "You can help, but it might be a bit heavy." Su Mingyao promptly stood up. "It's all right. I'm strong enough." She quickly exited the classroom, following Hu Rong and the others. The classroom quickly buzzed with energy in the absence of the teacher. Wang Jianbo was already animatedly discussing with Ho Xiaodong and Bao Zheng how he would manage the class and help his classmates shine. Just then, Jiang Cheng's phone rang. It was a message from Xiao Manru. Jiang Shui, are you in the classroom? Jiang Cheng replied, yes. Xiao Manru, great, I'm coming over. Wait for me, moi. Jiang Cheng was taken aback, preparing to decline her invitation. But then his phone buzzed again with a message from Lu Shiyun. I admit you've won. I'm coming to discuss something with you. You're not allowed to leave until I arrive. Jiang Cheng was left in a state of confusion. Didn't they agree on this? Chapter 33. Xiao Manru. The stunning presence of the class after teacher Hu Rong's departure. The atmosphere in the classroom relaxed significantly. Students chatted freely with those around them. Some even stood to stretch their limbs or strolled about the classroom, forging diplomatic relations. Wang Jianbo patted Jiang Cheng on the chest, declaring, Old Jiang, once I become class leader, the girls in our class will be at your disposal. Just tell me who you want to date, and I'll take care of it. Jiang Cheng barely lifted his eyelids, not interested. Wang Jianbo, incredulous, replied, You're just being disingenuous. Our class has a diverse array of girls, each with their unique charm. Isn't that enough for you to choose from? For those who prefer the sweet and delicate type, there's Zhou Jiao from Jiangnan. If you fancy a taller, fuller figure, there's Xionghong from the northeast. Just name your preference, and I'll make the arrangements. Jiang Cheng waved his hand dismissively. No need. You can keep the odd fruits for yourself. Bao Zheng, with a voice both deep and resonant, remarked, Xionghong cannot be deemed a mere blemish, for her robust stature is undeniably appealing and conducive to motherhood. Ho Xiaodong timidly added, Zhou Jiao is truly beautiful. The women of Jiangnan are known for their gentle grace. Wang Jianbo nodded in agreement, stating, Lao Jiang, this is rather unbecoming of you, to disparage what you cannot attain. He tilted his head towards Jiang Cheng, inquiring, surely you do not harbor affection for the class beauty. So Minyao, I fear your aspirations are rather lofty, bordering on impractical. Jiang Cheng retorted, do I truly fancy her? She resembles a lesser version of Lu Shiyun, a mere fifth-rate. Wang Jianbo whispered, did you not notice? After Su Mingyao departed with the homeroom teacher, a throng of boys followed to assist her. Do you presume their intentions were noble? They merely sought to flaunt their allure. Consequently, if you pursue Su Mingyao, the competition is formidable. Both Ho Xiaodong and Bao Zheng nodded in agreement. Jiang Cheng smiled faintly. Let me put it this way. If I were to run ahead and Su Mingyao were to chase after me in her undress, merely glancing back at her would constitute a defeat. With that, the others immediately raised their middle fingers in jest. Suddenly, the previously boisterous classroom fell into an instant hush. The chatting students lifted their heads in confusion, expecting the return of their homeroom teacher. To their astonishment, an extraordinarily beautiful and alluring girl entered the classroom. Her diamond-like visage was strikingly fair, and her enchanting eyes were adorned with iridescent makeup, while her delicate ears sparkled with dazzling diamond earrings. She wore a black spaghetti-strap dress with a heart-shaped neckline that accentuated her graceful curves. As she swayed, her chestnut waves danced freely, exuding an effortless sensuality. Her arrival instantly captivated the entire classroom. Female students gazed at the unexpected guest with a mix of envy and admiration, while the boys murmured excitedly among themselves. This is simply remarkable, so beautiful and alluring. And she must be affluent. That black dress costs over 10,000, exclaimed one. My word, she is beyond my reach. Wang Jianbo blurted out, could it be that she is a latecomer from our class? In comparison, Su Mingyao seems quite ordinary. Ho Xiaodong, incredulous, remarked, indeed, since entering university, the girls have become increasingly stunning. The group then glanced at Jiang Cheng, who was observing the alluring girl on stage with an expression of intrigue. Wang Jianbo patted him on the shoulder, saying, this is not someone we can aspire to. Perhaps your dreams of Su Mingyao are more feasible. Upon the stage, Xiao Manru scanned the room before casually striding towards the last row where Jiang Cheng sat, her heels clicking rhythmically against the floor. The eyes of everyone in the classroom followed her as she approached Jiang Cheng. When she reached him, She playfully pouted, "I've never been to this new campus. It took me quite some time to find you." Jiang Cheng replied with exasperation, "I told you it's unnecessary." Xiao Manru persisted, "That's simply one do." She gently tapped Jiang Cheng's arm, her voice soft as silk. "Please stand up for a moment." Jiang Cheng, eyeing her with suspicion, eventually complied. Xiao Manru then beckoned to a group of workers outside. "Over here." For workers soon entered the classroom, carrying an enormous executive chair. As the gaze of his classmates scrutinized him, the honest worker hastened his steps, eager to complete the task at hand. Upon reaching Jiang Cheng's designated spot, they promptly commenced the installation of the executive chair. The classroom was soon filled with the clinking sounds of tools at work. Once the chair was assembled, several workers collected their payment and swiftly exited the classroom. Xiao Manru turned to Jiang Cheng with a charming smile, exclaiming, "This is my gift to you, ensuring your utmost comfort during class." The classmates exchanged bewildered glances, astonished by Jiang Cheng's apparent prowess. How could such an alluring and beautiful girl show him such care? It was merely a class. Did it necessitate a special chair as a privilege? Wang Jianbo and his companions were left in utter confusion. Just moments ago, they had advised Jiang Cheng against entertaining notions of pursuing Su Mengyao, and now a stunning beauty, surpassing even her, was showering him with attention. How many secrets did Jiang Cheng harbor that they were oblivious to? Wang Jianbo gazed at the chair, significantly taller than his own, and felt a pang of envy. It was just a class, yet it felt as though an emperor was being crowned. How excessive! Amidst the collective astonishment of the class, Jiang Cheng frowned and remarked, "This is too ostentatious. You should remove this." He had intended to focus on his studies, and new tardiness would be a common occurrence. Thus, having such a conspicuous chair felt rather inappropriate. Xiao Manru playfully chided, "The workers have already left. How can I remove it?" Jiang Cheng sighed, "Then I suppose I shall sit here for now." Instantly, a captivating smile graced Xiao Manru's face. Wang Jianbo watched in disbelief. How could Jiang Cheng even contemplate rejecting the attentions of such a beauty? It was as if he was reluctantly accepting her affection only after her insistence. Yet, she appeared relieved and overjoyed. It was nothing short of miraculous. Such a scenario was beyond his wildest dreams. He exchanged bewildered glances with Bao Zheng and Ho Xiaodong. In comparison to Jiang Cheng, was his own life not far too mundane? Chapter 34. Against all odds, two beauties compete for Jiang Cheng. All eyes in the classroom fixated on Jiang Cheng and Xiao Manru, their whispers and pointed gestures creating a buzz throughout the room. Undeterred by the attention, Xiao Manru addressed Jiang Cheng. "Why don't you take a seat and see if it's comfortable?" Jiang Cheng nodded slightly and confidently seated himself in the chair. He surveyed his classmates and felt a surge of superiority. Xiao Manru smiled gently. "If you find it too high, it can be adjusted." She then crouched beside him, delicately reaching out to tweak the settings. Instantly, the chair descended significantly. Xiao Manru looked up at him, inquiring, "How does it feel?" Jiang Cheng nodded slowly. "It's suitable." With grace, she stood up, smoothing her black dress. The expressions of their dorm mates were filled with awe. Jiang Cheng had truly elevated his status, making even the enchanting beauty behave as though she were a maid in his service. Ho Xiaodong dramatically wrapped his arm around Jiang Cheng's, proclaiming, "Brother Jiang, from this day forth, you are my true brother." Jiang Cheng found the situation amusing. "I certainly do not have a younger brother as large as you. Are you vying for my inheritance?" Ho Xiaodong promptly declared, "Then I shall be your left protector." To which Bao Zheng replied in a deep voice, "And I shall be the right protector." Suddenly, the previously boisterous classroom fell into silence. They thought their homeroom teacher, Hurong, had returned. When they looked up, the dormitory members displayed expressions of surprise. It was the beautiful girl who had accompanied Jiang Cheng during their last encounter. Lu Shiyun was dressed in a crisp white shirt and a blue plaid skirt, her pristine white shoes completing her quintessentially youthful appearance. Like Xiao Manru, she stood on the podium, surveying the entire class. The students gazed at Lu Shiyun in awe. Her skin was flawless, her delicate face charming, and her flowing black hair cascaded casually over her shoulders. Was the quality of female students at Sichuan University always this high? Though Lu Shiyun appeared calm, a hint of anxiety stirred within her. Nonetheless, she felt compelled to come today. She sensed that Jiang Cheng's obsession was profound this time. If she did not soften her stance and accept his words, he might remain obstinate indefinitely. This was something Lu Shiyun could not tolerate. She had grown accustomed to Jiang Cheng orbiting around her. Thus, she made a significant decision. Today, she would yield to Jiang Cheng and accept being with him. Lu Shiyun adjusted her mindset and began to search for Jiang Cheng's figure. She soon spotted him seated prominently alongside Xiao Manru. A pang of unease struck her heart. Swiftly, she descended the podium and approached Jiang Cheng with purpose, casting a wary glance at Xiao Manru. "Who are you? What are you doing here?" Xiao Manru, intrigued, replied, "I am pursuing my beloved, Jiang Cheng. What else could I be doing?" Lu Shiyun exclaimed loudly, "Absolutely not." Xiao Manru, with a playful demeanor, retorted, "Excuse me? Who are you? Do we know each other? Were you to dictate whom I may like?" Lu Shiyun's face flushed as she replied, "I am an old classmate of Jiang Cheng's, and you're not allowed to like him." Xiao Manru chuckled in disbelief. "Is there anyone in this school who isn't his classmate? What makes you so special?" Lu Shiyun's expression hardened. "I won't discuss this with you." She then turned to Jiang Cheng, her tone fierce. "Jiang Cheng, I have made my decision. We are going to date." After speaking, she cast a pointed glance at Xiao Manru. As long as she yielded, Jiang Cheng would revolve around her. "Though you are beautiful as well, wouldn't you contest against me?" However, Jiang Cheng was taken aback. "Have you lost your mind?" Lu Shiyun had already faded from his world. Why was she suddenly acting so erratically? Angrily, Lu Shiyun responded, "I said I want to date you, to be with you. Did you not hear me?" Jiang Cheng waved his hand in exasperation. "Don't complicate matters." Lu Shiyun trembled, unable to believe what she was hearing. After her declaration, Jiang Cheng should have been ecstatic. Xiao Manru stifled a laugh. "My dear classmate, unreciprocated affection holds no significance. It must be mutual, just like my bond with Jiang Cheng." Jiang Cheng felt overwhelmed. "You too. Please don't create chaos." Lu Shiyun abruptly lifted her head and spoke indiscreetly to Xiao Manru. "Jiang Cheng would not be fond of a girl like you. Who poses so provocatively?" Xiao Manru chuckled lightly. "How childish. We are adults now. Boys are attracted to alluring, beautiful girls who exude passion. Your innocent Act 1T work in university." Lu Shiyun's face flushed a mix of red and green. "I refuse to believe it. Jiang Cheng likes girls like me." Xiao Manru elegantly brushed her long hair and gestured towards Jiang Cheng. "If you doubt me, just ask him." The argument between the two young women left their classmates in a state of shock. The entrance of the seductive beauty had already dazzled their eyes, and now the appearance of a pure beauty compelled them to blink in disbelief. Unexpectedly, these two stunning girls, each with her unique charm, were now vying for the affections of the same man, refusing to yield an inch. Had Jiang Cheng saved the galaxy in his past life? With two such breathtaking beauties competing over him, any one of them would be worth sacrificing a decade of life for. Wang Jianbao felt a shiver run down his spine as he watched the two women contend for Jiang Cheng's attention. Old Jiang truly is a master of romance. Chapter 35. Su Mengyao was astounded. After their instructor, Hu Rong, led the students to the logistics office. She instructed them to carry a bundle of textbooks and a set of military training uniforms to the classroom. As Su Mengyao remained stationary, a nearby boy eagerly offered, "You don't need to carry anything, Su Mengyao. It's not suitable for girls to do heavy labor." Another chimed in, "Indeed, with so many of us, there's more than enough to manage. You could take a break." Su Mengyao smiled modestly. "Thank you." She had never intended to engage in such menial tasks. Hu Rong observed this scene with keen eyes, and her impression of Su Mengyao quickly soured. When the group returned to the classroom with the textbooks and uniforms, Su Mengyao walked beside Hu Rong. "Teacher, Hu, I have something to report." Hu Rong replied coolly, "What is it?" Su Mengyao promptly stated, "There is a significant issue with Jiang Cheng's character. Last night, while I was walking alone through the campus at night, he stealthily followed me. If I hadn't run quickly, something terrible could have happened." Hu Rong was taken aback. "Is that so? This is a university campus, not a den of ruffians." She regarded Su Mingyao with skepticism. Could it be that you simply happened to cross paths? Su Mingyao shook her head vigorously. No. Jiang Cheng actually blocked my path to speak to me. It was pitch dark, and I was terrified. The surrounding boys immediately chimed in. Teacher, who? I believe what Su Mingyao says is true. Jiang Cheng truly lacks decency. Another added, yes, when we first met today, he insulted our appearances. Su Mingyao glanced at them with delight. The foremost admirer, Kong Lei, further elaborated to Hu Rong, teacher who, when Jiang Cheng entered the classroom today, he remarked that many of us looked like special actors, implying that he is an idol and we are unattractive. Hu Rong waved her hand dismissively, one thing at a time. Following a girl is indeed a serious matter. However, the distinction between acting and idol is inherently complementary. Both are essential and cannot be separated, so that does not amount to an insult. Kong Lei felt stifled, and the boys fell silent. Hu Rong slowly spoke. I will now discuss the matter of tracking Su Mingyao with Jiang Cheng. This is of utmost importance. Su Mingyao felt a surge of joy within her. Thank you, teacher. As their group arrived outside the classroom, they were immediately greeted by the sound of girls arguing inside, their voices quite loud. Hu Rong took the lead and entered, with the students following closely behind. Upon entering the classroom, they were astonished to see all the students tilting their heads towards the back row, where the argument was emanating from. Hu Rong, puzzled, approached the last row, with Su Mingyao closely trailing beside her. At that moment, Lu Shiyun and Xiao Manru were embroiled in a heated tug-of-war. Lu Shiyun's face flushed with excitement. Jiang Cheng likes me. Xiao Manru calmly replied, he likes me. Lu Shiyun retorted loudly, you're talking nonsense. He likes me. Xiao Manru, indifferent, said, he likes me, he. Lu Shiyun pointed at Xiao Manru, her small arm trembling with anger. Jiang Cheng likes me, not you. Xiao Manru casually remarked, he likes me. Lu Shiyun, in a state of despair, repeated, he likes me, he likes me, he likes me, her voice echoing throughout the classroom. The boys returning in their school uniforms and carrying textbooks stared in disbelief at the spectacle of the two girls vying for a boy's attention. What was happening? They had only stepped out for a moment, and such a commotion had ensued. A pure beauty and a seductive beauty were actually arguing over Jiang Cheng. Two school beauties were causing a scene before everyone. They exchanged bewildered glances. Jiang Cheng was like a royal prince. How could he be so sought after? Su Mingyao was astonished as she observed the rivalry between the two girls. Both possessed beauty and figure that could easily overshadow her. How could they be fighting over Jiang Cheng in public? Had the world gone mad? Hu Rong looked at Su Mingyao with a strange expression. Are you certain Jiang Cheng followed you last night? Su Mingyao snapped back to reality, her face flushing crimson. These two stunning girls were competing for Jiang Cheng, and if she continued to ask the teacher to caution him, she would undoubtedly become the laughingstock of the class. With a pale expression, Su Mingyao said, Teacher, there seems to have been a misunderstanding yesterday. There is no need to warn Jiang Cheng. She quickly turned and fled back to her seat. Just as Su Mingyao settled down, her roommate chimed in, Mingyao, I think you were being overly sentimental yesterday. Did you know that just now Jiang Cheng? A group of girls began to chatter excitedly, recounting the events, from Xiao Manru's stunning entrance to her thoughtful gesture of bringing a chair for Jiang Cheng, to Lu Shiyun's graceful approach to express her affection, culminating in the ongoing dispute between the two girls. Su Mingyao bit her lip tightly, feeling as though all the surrounding girls were laughing at her. Her toes curled tightly within her shoes, restless and wishing to sink into the ground to hide. Observing the endless tug-of-war between the two girls, Hu Rong slowly remarked, You don't seem to be students from our class. The students then realized their homeroom teacher had arrived and quickly returned to their seats, restoring order in the classroom. SHOM and RU immediately responded with a charming smile. Hello, teacher. Jiang Cheng has poor eyesight, so I brought him a convenient chair for class. I sincerely apologize for the disturbance. I shall return to my classroom now. She then waved lightly at Jiang Cheng with her ruby lips before departing the classroom in a flamboyant manner. Upon seeing Ring, Li Shyn also regained her composure from her earlier excitement and promptly stated, I apologize, teacher. I came to check on my classmates and will leave now. She too turned and walked towards the exit. As Li Shyn observed Shomnru's alluring figure, a competitive spirit surged within her. Though you are beautiful, I am not lacking. We are merely evenly matched. Thus, upon exiting the classroom, Li Shyn called out loudly to the departing Shomnru, "Let me tell you, if you contend with me, you are bound to lose." The classmates in the room exchanged peculiar glances upon hearing her voice. Jiang Cheng had received such treatment on the very first day of school. How fortunate it would be if you were in my place. Li, holding his uniform and textbooks, looked at Jiang Cheng with a complex expression. Their group had toiled hard to please Shen Xingruo, hoping to draw closer to the class beauty. Yet, Jiang Cheng sat in the classroom, doing nothing while stunning girls came to him. The disparity in treatment was truly remarkable. Chapter 36. The Elegant Young Beauty. After the two girls left, Jiang Cheng noticed H.R.ing observing him with great interest. He immediately remarked, "Teacher H, should I switch back to my previous seat?" He felt that the throne beneath him was somewhat extravagant. You're seated in the last row. Sitting high does not affect the other students, so let it be. Having taught for many years, it was her first encounter with a boy so favored by girls, and she found it rather refreshing. H.R.ing then turned toward the podium. "All right, now, please come up one by one to collect your textbooks and military training uniforms." Once all the students had received their items, H.R.ing announced a day off, stating that they would gather on the playground tomorrow morning for the opening ceremony. The students in the class then exited the classroom in small groups. Jiang Cheng and his friends chatted as they walked. Bozh exclaimed in a deep voice, "Old Jiang, you're the most impressive classmate I have ever known." Hushod concurred. Indeed, the previous scene left the other classmates dumbfounded. Gnb spoke with a peculiar tone, "Old Jiang, will you ultimately choose Li Shyn or Shomnru?" Jiang Cheng appreciated him for being the class monitor. He felt grateful, excited, and thrilled. However, the brilliance of his humble background was overshadowed entirely, which was indeed a bitter fate. In response to their inquisitive gazes, Jiang Cheng smiled faintly. "I will choose neither. I have stated that I do not wish to engage in romantic relationships." The others immediately displayed skepticism. Which boy could withstand the pursuit of such top-tier beauties? As they continued walking, Jiang Cheng bid them farewell. "You all should head back to sleep. I'm going to wash my car." He then walked alone towards the parking lot. Upon finding an open-air car wash, Jiang Cheng approached the plump female owner, who glanced at the license plate and nonchalantly stated, "Washing a small car is 30. Jiang Cheng nodded and sat down in chair to wait. The owner then shouted fiercely towards the small pavilion, "Are you blind? A car has arrived." "Ah, I'm coming." A strikingly beautiful young woman emerged from the pavilion, her features elegantly defined. Clad in denim jeans and a black short-sleeve top, she exuded a casual charm. The female proprietor, with a hint of impatience, remarked dismissively about the young woman's incessant focus on her sheet music. The young beauty, feigning ignorance, deftly grasped a water gun, preparing to cleanse the vehicle's exterior. Approaching the Santana, she appeared perplexed and commented, "Is it truly this clean? I have never encountered such a spotless car for a wash. Isn't this a waste of money?" Jiang Cheng chuckled softly, explaining that while the exterior might merely need a light wash, the interior bore a strong odor of alcohol, necessitating a spray to eliminate the scent. The young woman, as if struck by a revelation, nodded affirmatively, assuring him she would ensure the owneress satisfaction. She promptly began spraying water and creating foam, her movements quick and efficient. Meanwhile, Jiang Cheng's mind wandered as he gazed at the Santana. He knew he needed to secure a suitable singer soon, and promptly register the copyrights for "The Mouse Loves the Rice and Two Butterflies," which he deemed of utmost importance. Gradually, a hint of discomfort surfaced on the young woman's face as she became acutely aware of the young owner's gaze. Even a simple act of bending to wipe the car door felt awkward, as she found herself in an ungraceful position before him. Lost in her thoughts, she eventually finished washing the car and approached Jiang Cheng, announcing in a bright tone, "Boss, it's all done." Jiang Cheng, still lost in contemplation, did not respond. She gently reminded him, "Boss, it's finished." Only then did he snap back to reality. A blush crept across her cheeks as she realized that the young owner had not been watching her, but rather was lost in his own thoughts. Jiang Cheng handed the female proprietor 30 yuan and prepared to leave the vehicle. However, just as he started the engine, the young woman hopped into the car as well. Jiang Cheng, puzzled, inquired, "What is this about?" She shyly explained, "Big brother, our car wash is 15 yuan. My mother saw your out-of-town license plate and doubled the price, so I'll make up the difference for you." She carefully extracted a crumpled 15 yuan from her pocket and handed it to Jiang Cheng. Surprised, Jiang Cheng noted the spirited mother had a kind-hearted daughter. He couldn't help but ask why her mother was so fierce when calling her to work. The young woman, her expression dimming, explained that she had always loved singing, which led her to enroll in a music academy during her college years. Upon entering the school, she realized the program was quite costly and, coming from a family of farmers in the suburbs, her parents blamed her for pursuing music, wishing for her to withdraw from her studies. Consequently, she only found time to wash cars, hoping to lighten her family's burden and continue her music education. Jiang Cheng raised an eyebrow in interest. "Which music academy are you attending?" The young woman replied softly, "It's the music academy at Sichuan University. I'm already in my second year." Jiang Cheng felt a spark of inspiration. Her image seemed perfectly suited for the sweet melodies of The Mouse Loves the Rice, aligning with her professional training. He then proposed, "I run an entertainment company and am currently signing singers. Would you be interested in joining my company?" The young woman abruptly looked up, her eyes wide with surprise. "Can I really?" Jiang Cheng smiled gently. "We won't know until you try." He then hummed a few lines of lyrics, encouraging her to give it a shot. With a serious demeanor, she nodded and opened her mouth to sing. "I hear your voice, and it evokes a special sensation that compels me to remember you, a person who will forever reside in my heart, even if I can only cherish the thought of you." When she sings, her lips curl upward, revealing a set of immaculate, pearly teeth. After finishing her song, the petite beauty cautiously gazes at Jiang Cheng, asking, "Is it acceptable?" Jiang Cheng nods, replying, "Your voice possesses a sweet and gentle quality. We can sign a contract." The young lady's eyes sparkle with joy as she exclaims, "Thank you, big brother." They promptly exchange introductions, and upon learning that her name is Xiaowei, it becomes evident that she is aptly named. During their casual conversation, the female manager storms over, fuming, "All you do after washing cars is laze around here. Don't you know to tidy up? What use is there in keeping you?" A look of embarrassment instantly crosses Xiaowei's face. Jiang Cheng calmly interjects, "Our company intends to sign your daughter as an artist under our label, offering a guaranteed salary of 3,000 plus commissions." The manager stands dumbfounded. Jiang Cheng then drives to a printing shop to prepare the contract and swiftly returns. When he arrives back at the car wash, Xiaowei's entire family has gathered. Her fierce mother, her alcoholic father, and a cluster of relatives, all chattering excitedly. Without any superfluous words, Jiang Cheng places the contract firmly on the table. Xiaowei's father immediately picks up the contract, glancing at it, and exclaims with exhilaration, "It's true. A base salary of 3,000 plus commissions." Jiang Cheng calmly states, "From now on, Xiaowei must continue her education and study music. Our company will cover her tuition fees entirely. Her spare time belongs to the company, and she can no longer wash cars. Her hands are meant for playing the piano, not for scrubbing vehicles." Xiaowei is momentarily taken aback, discreetly glancing at her delicate hands. The middle-aged woman beams, saying, "This is wonderful, truly wonderful. Thank you, Boss Jiang." She excitedly grasps Xiaowei's hand, adding, "I always knew you would succeed in singing. You have outshone others since childhood." Her inebriated father chuckles foolishly nearby, while friends and relatives express their envy. "Big brother, your Xiaowei is indeed impressive. The university tuition is all covered for you." One praises, another interjects, "This isn't just saving money. Cousin is earning a salary while studying at university. Hey, you know how to learn from others, don't you?" One relative quips, "Could I ever emulate that?" He retorts, I've always known Xiaowei is exceptional, beautiful, gentle, and exceptionally gifted." Xiaowei gazes in astonishment at her mother, who is transformed into a tender figure, her father, now amiable, and the relatives offering compliments. This is a treatment she has never experienced throughout her life. Finally, Xiao Xiaowei lifts her head to gaze at Jiang Cheng, her bright eyes shimmering with delight. Chapter 37. Is there truly such a thing as charisma in this world? Upon returning to their dormitory, Wang Jianbo and his companions find themselves restless, tossing and turning. Bao Zhang suddenly inquires, "How can we become someone like old Jiang?" Ho Xiaodong immediately counters, "Become like Jiang? Bao, you might be overthinking this." Bao Zhang responds, "It is precisely my overthinking that leaves me perplexed. There are plenty of individuals at school who outperform him academically, are taller, or better looking. Yet, why are they not as remarkable?" Ho Xiaodong shrugs, saying, "Because Jiang Ge has a Santana." Bao Zhang pauses, bewildered. "Is that a merit?" Ho Xiaodong retorted, "Isn't it so?" Bao Zhang fell silent immediately. Driving to school indeed seemed rather impressive. When you ride a bicycle to court a girl and the chain snaps, it pales in comparison to someone simply pressing the accelerator. As a girl, I too would prefer to ride in a Santana. He then coolly remarked, "You are right. Having a car does confer a certain status." As their conversation continued, they were suddenly taken aback. Why was the dormitory's initial leader silent? Curiously, Ho Xiaodong inquired, "Bogo, what are you pondering?" Wang Jianbo sighed. "I previously saw Xiao Manru on campus. She drives a Beetle to school, which is far more expensive than Lao Zhang Santana, worth hundreds of thousands." Instantly, Ho Xiaodong and Bao Zhang felt their minds short-circuit. This indicated that their previous conclusions were flawed. If Xiao Manru were wealthier than Lao Jiang, then the possibility of her liking him for his money was null. Could it be true that charisma exists in this world? The group fell into silence, reminiscing about Jiang Cheng's demeanor, speech, gait, and expressions. These were all points of knowledge to remember and apply, hoping they might yield results. "Hey, you should check out the performance department's forum," Wang Jianbo suddenly suggested. Ho Xiaodong and Bao Zhang promptly opened their mobile browsers and navigated to their department's forum. The pinned post was titled, "The most impressive man from the performance department has arrived." They opened it to find it recapped the earlier classroom spectacle of the two beauties vying for a man. The vivid descriptions made one feel as if they were right there. The replies flooded in, filled with envy and resentment. Who is Jiang Cheng? And how did he become so remarkable upon entering school? It was not merely the arrival of the most impressive man, but rather the emergence of a rival to all men. "He has stolen my goddess. I challenge him. Bro, what you have never possessed was never truly yours." Wang Jianbo read with a sour expression. Surely this post wasn't authored by Lao Jiang himself? Ho Xiaodong chuckled. "I think it's quite possible. Such an impressive event deserves to be spread." Bao Zhang, in contemplation, remarked, "No wonder Lao Jiang didn't return with us earlier. He must have been hiding to post this." However, the tone of the thread began to shift. An anonymous account replied, "I am Jiang Cheng's high school classmate. He has always had feelings for Lu Shiyun, but she rejected him. This morning's Lu Shiyun was simply upset to see her admirer pursuing other girls." In an instant, this reply garnered significant acclaim. Many students began to question the anonymous poster, inquiring about various details. The anonymous individual responded fluently, clearly well-versed in the intricacies. Another account chimed in, "I thought Jiang Cheng was something special. Turns out he is just like everyone else." Immediately, a chorus of agreement followed. Observing this, Bao Zhang discreetly commented, "But Jiang Cheng still has Xiao Manru pursuing him." The original commenter was momentarily taken aback. Yet soon, another anonymous poster responded, "Come on. My girlfriend is in the dorm next to Xiao Manru's, and I've heard it's just because Jiang Cheng helped her with something that she expressed her gratitude. One can easily deduce that gifting a chair to a beloved is quite absurd. Even presenting a lighter, a belt, or a razor would be more sensible, wouldn't it?" The online community erupted in approval. This clarifies the puzzlement I previously felt. How could a wealthy and beautiful woman possibly fall for Jiang Cheng at first sight on the very first day of reporting? Such notions are utterly preposterous. Hence, it is said that sometimes what one perceives is not necessarily the truth. A female user named Su Mengyao sarcastically remarked that Jiang Cheng is hardly impressive. However, it seems he is indeed well suited for the drama department, as he is a natural performer. Previously, in class, he had successfully deceived everyone with his flamboyant persona. Kong Lei immediately agreed. Absolutely. Ho Xiaodong swiftly typed a reply. Su Mingyao, Kong Lei, are you too making a mockery of our classmates from other classes? Kong Lei responded. If there is no joke, then there is nothing to mock. Su Mingyao added. Indeed, are we not allowed to discuss matters objectively? We are not fabricating anything. The boys fervently liked and replied to them. Wang Jianba observed with a furrowed brow, typing a response. Come on, Jiang Cheng drives a Santana. Do you all have one too? I truly admire him. However, due to the overwhelming number of replies, his comment was swiftly buried and vanished from sight. After a long day, Jiang Cheng had dinner with Xiao Xiaoyi's family before returning to the dormitory that night. Wang Jianba immediately sat up in bed. Old Jiang, someone has taken your underwear. Hurry and check the forum. Jiang Cheng, puzzled, opened the forum. After a cursory glance, he exited and prepared for bed. Everyone, let's call it a night. Don't be late for the opening ceremony tomorrow. His roommates were taken aback, and Wang Jianba exclaimed, Old Jiang, how can you remain so composed? Jiang Cheng smiled lightly. Who can avoid being talked about behind their back? It's beyond my control. Wang Jianba was momentarily stunned. It seems you are indeed impressive. If it were me, I would have them questioning their existence. Ho Xiaodong chimed in. Yes, even if I couldn't retaliate. I would keep a close watch on the post to see what they were saying. Jiang Cheng chuckled and remained silent. Such sensational posts are fleeting. If you ignore them, they will soon fade away. However, once the protagonist makes an appearance, they will undoubtedly pull you into an endless debate. After lying down, he received a message. Shen Xingruo sent a weary expression. I am utterly exhausted today. Jiang Cheng, intrigued, asked, What have you been up to? Shen Xingruo replied, After our class meeting, I went to purchase a car, secured insurance, registered it, and ran around everywhere, only just returning to the dormitory now. Jiang Cheng laughed. You are quite the go-getter. Buying on a whim. What kind of car? Shen Xingruo, a Ferrari. Jiang Cheng couldn't help but smirk. How fortunate it is to have such luck in life. What is unattainable for ordinary people is effortlessly within her grasp, as simple as buying groceries. After a brief exchange, Jiang Cheng advised Shen Xingruo to rest early, as the opening ceremony awaited them the next day. Shen Xingruo replied, I am indeed feeling tired. Will you be attending the opening ceremony at the old campus tomorrow? Jiang Cheng, no, they're being held separately. I will be at the new campus. Shen Xingruo, I will visit the new campus after I finish my work tomorrow. Wait for me at the playground after you dismiss the class. Jiang Cheng, all right. Shen Xingruo, is parking convenient for you? Jiang Cheng, there's ample space. You can park beside the playground. Shen Xingruo, great. Chapter 38, Old Jiang, do you have any limits at all? Just as Jiang Cheng was about to put down his phone and retire for the night, Shen Xingruo's avatar flickered to life once again. He swiftly tapped on it. Shen Xingruo, I just looked in the mirror on my backside. Jiang Cheng was taken aback, ready to respond with a question mark. Shen Xingruo quickly added, However, I did not see the bruise from my fall while riding last time. What is going on? She even sent a cute question mark emoji. Jiang Cheng chuckled. That bruise is at the junction of your backside and thigh. It's not a flattering sight. Shen Xingruo suddenly understood. I see. So it shouldn't leave a permanent scar, right? I'm really worried about that. It's too unsightly. Jiang Cheng replied, exasperated. Who's going to notice your backside? It doesn't matter much. Shen Xingruo shot back with an eye roll emoji. Didn't you just look at it? Jiang Cheng instantly responded with a smiling face. I'm different. I caused that scar, so I must take full responsibility. Shen Xingruo replied with a sweat emoji. Jiang Cheng then sent a cool expression. It seems like I scratched you while saving you. Do you need me to apply some ointment? Shen Xingruo nonchalantly said, I can apply it on my chest myself. It's right in front of me, but it's inconvenient for my backside. As they continued their conversation, Shen Xingruo dozed off with her phone in hand. Shortly after, Xiao Manru also messaged Jiang Cheng. Jiang Shui, did you see the post from your performance department? Jiang Cheng, I glanced at it but didn't examine it closely. Xiao Manru sent a blushing emoji. Actually, they're mistaken. I genuinely want you to be my boyfriend. Jiang Cheng chuckled. I advise you not to have such thoughts. I don't date. Xiao Manru was taken aback and quickly replied with a wilting rose emoji. Well then, forget it. Unrequited love is pointless. Let us just be ordinary friends. Jiang Cheng quickly responded, I already have a female friend. I can't accommodate a second one. So let us just be good alumni. Xiao Manru, you're being unreasonable. She then sent a crying emoji. Jiang Cheng, typing rapidly on his phone, noticed the peculiar expressions exchanged among his dorm mates. Ho Xiaodong immediately said, Jiang Ge, are you secretly arguing with those people in the post? Bao Zheng slowly remarked, it seems no one can escape the norms. I thought you truly didn't care about others' opinions, old Jiang. Jiang Cheng casually replied, no, I'm just chatting. Wang Jianbo exclaimed, old Jiang, don't suffer for the sake of pride. If you're really arguing, just say a word. We can concentrate our firepower, unify our stance, and fight as a team. It's better than you fighting alone. Jiang Cheng laughed. I'm really not. I'm going to sleep now. Just as he set his phone down, it lit up again, and Xiao Xiaowi's avatar began to bounce. Xiao Xiaowi, Brother Jiang, I've practiced the mouse loves rice a few more times at home. Would you mind listening and offering some feedback? Jiang Cheng promptly replied, sure. An employee who is constantly devoted to work has struck gold. Xiao Xiaowi quickly responded, all right, please hold on. She then sent an audio file, which was loading. Wang Jianbo, feeling suspicious, remarked, didn't you say you were going to sleep, Lao Jiang? Yet here you are, replying quietly. I think you have many admirable qualities, but as he spoke, Jiang Cheng's phone began to play music. No matter how far the road may be, I will make her dreams come true. I will softly whisper in your ear, I love you, just as the mouse loves rice. Regardless of the storms we face, I will always be by your side. The girl's melodious, sweet, and gentle voice echoed in the quiet dormitory, as if it could melt one's soul. Wang Jianbo exclaimed, Lao Jiang, are you deliberately playing music to overshadow my voice? However, Ho Xiaodong interjected, Brother Jiang, what song is this? It's wonderful. Bao Zheng, with a cool demeanor, added, I've never heard it before. After the music concluded, Xiao Xiaowi chirped, Brother Jiang, do you think I sing well? Jiang Cheng immediately responded, beautiful and enjoyable. Keep up the great work, and you will surely become a star. The others in the dormitory were taken aback, sitting up abruptly, all gazing at Jiang Cheng. Bao Zheng, with a peculiar expression, remarked, are we perhaps acting like the emperor's eunuchs, being more anxious than the emperor himself? Lao Jiang, you really shouldn't pay attention to those attacks online. Ho Xiaodong, astonished, said, Brother Jiang, you truly lead a remarkable life that needs no explanation. I'm certain those people online are merely trying to tarnish your reputation. This beauty sings effortlessly. Wang Jianbo flopped onto the bed, staring at the ceiling, and said, Lao Jiang, do you even have a limit? We seek bookshelves and urge updates. Chapter 39. Opening ceremony. The next morning, the dormitory occupants rose early, grooming themselves and applying hair gel, donning their finest attire. The opening ceremony was a grand occasion, and it was essential to showcase their charm. Jiang Cheng, having discussed music with Xiao Xiaowi late into the night, was the last to get up. After a quick wash and brush, he joined the others as they headed out. However, Jiang Cheng's tall stature and striking features left the others feeling somewhat disheartened. Jiang Cheng reassured them, looks are bestowed by our parents. That is an unalterable truth. They all nodded in agreement, albeit with a hint of gloom. Yet, I merely need to exert a little effort, and I am already at the pinnacle of your capabilities, a fact that cannot be changed. Go away, Wang Jianbo exclaimed in frustration. Jiang Cheng laughed heartily. After a playful scuffle, Wang Jianbo addressed the group. Have you all heard? There's a super goddess over at the old campus. Also a freshman this year. Jiang Cheng chuckled. Where are all these titles coming from? One moment it's class flower, the next it's campus flower. And now we have a super goddess? Wang Jianbo quickly clarified. There are indeed distinctions. The class flower is someone like Su Mingyao from our class. Simply pretty. The campus flower is of the caliber of Lu Shiyun and Xiao Manru, who came to find you previously. The term super goddess signifies that her allure extends beyond the confines of the school, captivating both within and outside its walls. Observing the attention of his peers, Wang Jianbo spoke enigmatically. This super goddess hails from the Department of Business Management, named Shen Xingruo. Not only is she breathtakingly beautiful, but she is also extraordinarily wealthy. She arrives at class in a Ferrari. Can you believe it? Bao Zheng was taken aback. Are you certain it's a Ferrari? Ho Xiaodong echoed his confusion. Is there even a supercar in all of Sichuan? Does our school have one? Wang Jianba immediately responded, more genuine than gold. Last night, the old campus was abuzz with excitement as the goddess drove in a crimson Ferrari. Truly, the girls at our school are a tier above the rest. He then turned to Jiang Cheng and asked, Old Jiang, would you consider such a girl, wealthy and stunning beyond compare, a true super goddess? Jiang Cheng nodded. I suppose so. Wang Jianba retorted with dissatisfaction. What do you mean, I suppose? She absolutely is. Ho Xiaodong chimed in. Then, after the ceremony, shall we head to the old campus to check out the Ferrari? Snap some photos? Absolutely. They unanimously agreed. However, Jiang Cheng chuckled. You need not bother. She will come to the new campus shortly. The others were taken aback. Wang Jianba, filled with suspicion, asked, How do you know? Jiang Cheng, with a knowing smile, replied, What do you think? Wang Jianba, astonished, exclaimed, Old Jiang, you can't possibly be interested in the super goddess. Have you already inquired about her? He then added earnestly, Old Jiang, I won't deny that you are quite charming to women, but with her, I advise you to reconsider. It's a futile endeavor. Ho Xiaodong asked curiously, Why is that? Wang Jianba lamented. It's different. This goddess is truly a distinguished heiress, a paragon of privilege. She is simply on a different level than us. He then addressed his companions. Take you all, and even our classmates, we all harbor dreams of stardom. Don't we? Aspiring to be singers or actors. Ho Xiaodong nodded vigorously. Indeed, otherwise, we wouldn't be studying this. Bao Zheng concurred coolly. Wang Jianba continued. Yet, for someone like Shen Xingruo, even if directors eagerly attempt to elevate her to superstardom, she would dismiss it with disdain, for she embodies capital herself. Do you grasp the disparity here? The dreams we strive for, the success under the spotlight, is merely an inconsequential industry to a talent like her. In such stark contrast, what could possibly win her over? Not just the students of performance arts, but even accomplished male stars would pale in comparison. Wang Jianba then turned to Jiang Cheng. So, Old Jiang, dream with a touch of realism. Jiang Cheng shrugged. Meanwhile, Ho Xiaodong and Bao Zheng wore expressions of dismay. Acutely aware of the sensation of belonging to the same species, yet existing in entirely different realms. However, youthful emotions are fleeting, and soon they shifted to other topics of conversation. At one point, Bao Zheng ventured to the convenience store to purchase milk and bread. Wang Jianba remarked in exasperation, Why are you having breakfast now? After the ceremony, we are going for a grand feast. Tomorrow marks the start of military training. Today deserves a celebratory meal. Bao Zheng remained silent. As several individuals arrived at the playground, the ceremony had yet to commence. Nevertheless, students from various departments and classes were already gathered in their respective groups, engaging in conversation. They, too, approached the formation of the performing arts department. Suddenly, Bao Zheng quickened his pace and stood before Xiong Hong, presenting her with milk and bread, solemnly declaring, This is breakfast I've bought for you. Xiong Hong glanced at Bao Zheng, whose dark complexion was far from appealing, and disdainfully replied, I don't need it. I've already had breakfast. Bao Zhen Yin Si. It is said that girls have larger appetites than boys. You must still be hungry. He attempted to thrust the bread into her arms. Xiong Hong immediately retorted, I said no. Can't you understand human language? You're the one with a big appetite. Jiang Cheng and the others, observing from behind, were taken aback. Bao Zheng, usually so taciturn, turned out to be quite proactive, returning to the group amidst the peculiar stares from the boys and girls. Bao Zheng was met with Wang Jianba's exasperated remark. What can I say about you? Is it appropriate to speak like that? Girls are very conscious of their figures. You can't just say they have a big appetite and encourage them to eat. That is quite ridiculous. Ho Xiaodong chimed in, Old Bao, your heartfelt breakfast gift was too forceful. Bao Zheng nodded and then turned to Jiang Cheng. Old Jiang, do you have any suggestions? Jiang Cheng smiled faintly. Even if Xiong Hong accepts your breakfast, it doesn't mean she will fall for you. Her current rejection is actually saving you money in the long run. Sometimes, misfortune can turn into a blessing. The others were momentarily stunned. This perspective seemed rather novel. However, Bao Zheng furrowed his brow and said, "But it's difficult to find a girlfriend if I keep saving money." Jiang Cheng sighed. A person's character is not easily changed. Even if you alter your words, you might still find yourself saying similar things in the future, giving others reasons to dislike you. Only when you say something and the other person accepts the breakfast, playfully scolding you for being annoying and asking if you think she is fat, will you know you have found a suitable partner and truly fallen in love. Bao Zheng's expression shifted. "Thank you, Brother Jiang." Wang Jianbao regarded Jiang Cheng with a peculiar expression. "Old Jiang, you really have some insight." Suddenly, Su Mingyao interjected sarcastically. "Jiang Cheng, with your eloquence, you must have been together with that Lu Shiyun before, right?" The classmates turned their attention to Jiang Cheng. Having seen the post from the previous day, Jiang Cheng cast a casual glance at Su Mingyao. "Logically speaking, given your level of attractiveness, you're not in a position to inquire about my affairs. However, to satisfy your curiosity, I can tell you that Lu Shiyun and I are merely ordinary classmates. We were before, and we will be in the future." Su Mingyao's expression turned contemptuous. "So it's unrequited love?" Xiong Hong, visibly irritated, remarked, "He's saying you're ugly." Su Mingyao paused, then furiously retorted, "What about my looks? I wonder who was stalking and flirting with me that night? Let me tell you, you and I will forever be just ordinary classmates. That is the case now and will be in the future. Don't harbor any delusions about me." She huffed, casting a cold glance at Jiang Cheng. Previously, she had thought Jiang Cheng was quite remarkable, and now she felt somewhat disheartened, believing she had been overly sentimental. After much ado, it turned out to be a mere misunderstanding. The enchanting beauty, Lu Shiyun, was simply acting out of momentary frustration at her devoted admirer, preparing to bestow her affections elsewhere. Likewise, the alluring Xiao Manru was merely expressing her gratitude for his assistance by gifting him a chair. In truth, no captivating beauty had ever harbored feelings for Jiang Cheng. In Chapter 40, Shen Xingruo made a stunning entrance. Upon hearing this, Kong Lei could no longer remain seated. Jiang Cheng had the audacity to set his sights on Su Mingyao. She was the very girl he had coveted since his arrival. He immediately turned to Jiang Cheng and declared, "You are unworthy of Su Mingyao. I advise you to abandon your pursuit." Jiang Cheng cast him a sidelong glance, retorting, "You're merely a warm-hearted dog." Enraged, Kong Lei shot back, "Are you calling me a dog?" Jiang Cheng merely smiled faintly. "At least you possess some self-awareness." Su Mingyao scoffed. "Jiang Cheng, even if I were to consider someone like Kong Lei, I would never look your way." Kong Lei felt a surge of joy upon hearing this and earnestly advised Jiang Cheng, "Though yesterday, Xiao Manru regarded you as just an ordinary friend. Since you have aided her, if you put in some effort, she may yet extend an opportunity to you. Do not waste your energy on Su Mingyao." With one less rival in the pursuit of Su Mingyao, he relished the chance to undermine Jiang Cheng, thinking himself quite the genius. Suddenly, the students began to whisper, "Teacher, who is coming?" Hu Rong, with her serious demeanor, strode purposefully towards the classroom. The students scurried back to their seats like frightened mice, daring not to engage in further idle chatter. Jiang Cheng and his dorm mates lingered at the back of the classroom. Upon her arrival, Hu Rong stood beside Jiang Cheng. Dressed in black jeans and an olive-green shirt, she resembled a statuesque beauty from the British Isles. As she assessed Jiang Cheng's chiseled profile, she could not help but acknowledge that this young man was indeed exceptional. Recalling the previous day's commotion in the classroom involving two girls vying for his attention, she leaned in and cautioned Jiang Cheng, "While university allows for free love, do not create a scandal." Jiang Cheng smiled at her. "Teacher Hu, it is all a misunderstanding. I do not even have a girlfriend." Hu Rong's lovely features immediately reflected skepticism. The ruckus caused by the two girls had escalated to the classroom. What could be misconstrued? Jiang Cheng quickly interjected, "Teacher Hu, if you check our drama department's forum, you will see that I am truly wronged." Hu Rong, with a hint of doubt, glanced at Jiang Cheng before retrieving her phone to access the forum. As she perused the content, she remarked meaningfully, Your romantic endeavors are indeed shrouded in mystery. Jiang Cheng found himself speechless. He had not realized his homeroom teacher harbored such curiosity. It felt as though a heavy burden had been unjustly placed upon him. At that moment, the loudspeaker on the playground blared to life, announcing the commencement of the opening ceremony. Following this, a stirring piece of music filled the air, instantly transforming the atmosphere into one of solemnity. Jiang Cheng feigned ignorance of Hu Rong's earlier remarks, focusing instead on the school officials taking the stage to deliver their speeches. An hour later, the principal declared the opening ceremony a resounding success. The students collectively exhaled in relief, preparing to depart in groups. Suddenly, the earth-shattering roar of a sports car echoed through the skies, startling both teachers and students alike. What was that noise? Such a commotion. All eyes turned in unison towards the school gate. A well-informed student excitedly explained to those around him, "That's the sound of supercars revving." To his astonishment, he realized that our school had a sports car. Following this were several explosive engine roars. Boom, boom, boom. The deafening sounds reverberated, approaching the ears of teachers and students alike. In an instant, a flash of red sped into the school, heading straight for the playground. As the car drew nearer, the students in the playground erupted with excitement. Wow, a red Ferrari, a car worth millions. Our school actually has a Ferrari. The vibrant red paint of the Ferrari glimmered brilliantly under the sunlight, dazzling all who beheld it. The stunning female driver, adorned with oversized sunglasses and flowing hair, created a visual spectacle of beauty and luxury. Under the gaze of the crowd, she parked the car beside the playground. With effortless grace, she disembarked without looking back, while the convertible's roof slowly closed behind her. The supercar owner, tall and elegant, wore a flowing bohemian-style dress, its vibrant colors strikingly bold. Paired with her porcelain complexion and stunning features, she radiated an otherworldly beauty, captivating all in her presence. Her statuesque figure glided with a sense of nobility and ease, resembling a princess parading through her domain. Wang Jianba excitedly remarked to Jiang Cheng, "Did you see that? This is the super goddess of the business management department, Shen Xingruo, just as I mentioned." I wasn't exaggerating. A top-tier beauty paired with a top-tier sports car is simply extraordinary. Ho Xiaodong nodded in agreement. Indeed, she's living up to her reputation. Meanwhile, Su Mengyao and a group of girls stood entranced, gazing at the radiant supercar owner. With her perfect oval face, bright eyes, high nose, and luscious red lips, her towering figure rendered them feeling like mere chickens among elegant cranes. As the goddess of the sports car approached, the girls felt an overwhelming pressure. Su Mengyao instinctively lowered her gaze, too self-conscious to meet the supercar goddess's eyes. The goddess, unperturbed, walked past the girls of the performance class and headed towards the boys. Kong Lei, watching her approach, displayed a flustered expression. As she brushed past him, he hurriedly stepped aside, only to stumble and awkwardly rise, his face flushed. The homeroom teacher, Hu Rong, observed the goddess's stride with curiosity, wondering if she was headed toward her students. Under the watchful eyes of the crowd, Shen Xingruo approached Jiang Cheng directly. Casually, she offered him half a cup of milk tea from her hand, saying, "I can't finish this. Would you like the rest? Let's not waste it." Jiang Cheng chuckled. "After standing here for so long, I am indeed quite thirsty." He took the milk tea, sipping through Shen Xingruo's straw. "You've certainly made a bold entrance today. I could hear your engine from afar," he remarked. Upon hearing this, Shen Xingruo glanced around and realized she had become the center of attention in the crowd. She spoke with an air of nonchalance, remarking that she had yet to become accustomed to the new car, and she too felt that the engine's roar was somewhat excessive. With a glance that sparkled like autumn waters, she turned to Jiang Cheng and said, "Why don't you take me for a spin in the Ferrari?" Jiang Cheng's lips curled into a wry smile. Was he destined for another laundry mishap? Suddenly, Shen Xingruo inquired, "By the way, you mentioned a bruise earlier. Where is it? You should press on it for me to feel." Jiang Cheng nodded and gently tapped the bruise's location with his fingertip. Shen Xingruo slightly inclined her head. "Now I understand." Chapter 41. Even the blind can see their relationship is anything but ordinary. After exchanging a few casual remarks, Jiang Cheng led her out of the playground. and they strolled around the campus. The students and teachers on the playground stood in stunned silence, gazing at their receding figures. Once Jiang Cheng and Shen Xingruo vanished from sight, the once silent playground erupted into a buzzing chorus of chatter, with students whispering about the goddess of sports cars and Jiang Cheng. Goodness, how wealthy must he be to own a Ferrari? A dream car, they mused. I wonder which affluent family this young lady hails from. She is simply extraordinary. It became evident that the university was indeed a reservoir of hidden talents, with students from all corners of the nation, some of whom were well informed. Hey, the goddess of sports cars is Shen Xingruo. She was quite the renowned beauty and academic prodigy back in her high school days in the capital, one student remarked. Ah, the capital? I've heard she is the Belle of Jianzhou High School in our province, another voiced. Then she must have transferred here. But if she is such a scholar, why would she come to our university? Confusion clouded their faces. Although Sichuan University is a prestigious institution, it pales in comparison to some of the nation's top schools. One student enlightened the group. It must have something to do with the boy beside her. Immediately, envious expressions surfaced on the faces of the boys. How could someone as ethereal as Shen Xingruo, a veritable goddess, be captured so swiftly? Su Mingyao, overhearing the discussions from all directions, felt her cheeks flush with embarrassment. Those online trolls only knew how to fabricate nonsense. How could Jiang Cheng, with such a remarkable girlfriend, have ever harbored unrequited feelings for Lu Shiyun? This rumor had utterly humiliated her. Previously, she had arrogantly warned Jiang Cheng to not entertain any illusions about her, insinuating that he was unworthy of her. The thought of it made her cheeks burn. Her classmates must surely be mocking her. Wang Jianbo and a few of his roommates were left utterly bewildered. He had previously been enlightening everyone about how they and the super goddess were from entirely different worlds, presenting his analysis with confidence. Yet, here was the super goddess, arriving in a Ferrari to date Jiang Cheng, and all of his assertions seemed to crumble. Ho Xiaodong was taken aback, exclaiming, "No wonder Jiang said we didn't need to go to the old campus to see the Ferrari. It turns out he had an insider tip." Wang Jianbo wore a grim expression. With Jiang Cheng around, my reputation as a love guru is in grave jeopardy. Bao Zheng, with a mockingly deep voice, chimed in. Do you even remember your title as a love guru? I've long forgotten. Ho Xiaodong eagerly nodded in agreement. Wang Jianbo felt a great pressure. But when he caught sight of Kong Lei, who looked utterly lost, he couldn't help but chuckle. Kong Lei, yesterday you were quite boisterous on the forum, suggesting that Xiao Manru's gratitude towards Lao Jiang was merely a courtesy for his assistance, claiming that Lao Jiang was unworthy of the favor of such a stunning beauty. What do you have to say now? Kong Lei cast a glance at Wang Jianbo and dared not speak. The exquisite beauty of the supercar was openly engaging with Jiang Cheng, exchanging charming smiles. They shared a cup of milk tea and playfully flirted, with Jiang Cheng affectionately touching her. Even a blind person could discern that their relationship was far from ordinary. All of us are classmates. Why does Jiang Cheng possess such remarkable charm? The spirit he once had was now utterly diminished. Jiang Cheng and Shen Xingruo strolled along a shaded path, discussing the arrangements for their respective departments. After the ceremony, the performance department would enjoy a day off, with military training commencing the following day. Shen Xingruo, on the other hand, still had classes in the afternoon and needed to collect her textbooks. Jiang Cheng teased her, predicting that her looks would drastically diminish during military training, turning her into a sunburned mess. Little did he know, Shen Xingruo cheerfully replied, I won't be participating in military training due to my previous psychological issues related to post-traumatic stress. Jiang Cheng was taken aback. Is the hospital that accommodating? Have they already issued a report? Shen Xingruo casually remarked, It's my family's hospital. I mentioned it before. Jiang Cheng's lips curled slightly. He had assumed that military training was mandatory for all university students. It seemed that some individuals were afforded privileges, and this time it was someone close to him. Shen Xingruo elaborated. Having access to our family hospital is convenient. When family members have minor ailments, they can avoid the hassle of waiting in line at public hospitals for appointments. Moreover, having a hospital is a form of investment, yielding benefits in multiple ways. Jiang Cheng pondered for a moment and abruptly halted his steps. Then let's not linger. Give me a medical record exempting me from military training. Shen Xingruo shot him a disapproving glance. I have a legitimate reason, but you want to fabricate one? Jiang Cheng retorted. My fear of love and marriage is also a psychological issue. I should visit the hospital. They soon drove to the hospital, with Shen Xingruo allowing Jiang Cheng to take the wheel. As Jiang Cheng sped through the streets in the Ferrari, he garnered plenty of attention for passersby. Driving this car was indeed a different experience from his old Santana. He would certainly invest in one after achieving success. Shen Xingruo suggested, let us take a few laps before heading to the hospital. There's no rush. She stroked her silky hair and sighed. We can say we've enjoyed a drive together. Jiang Cheng replied, somewhat incredulously, why do you make it sound as if sharing a drive is a rare occurrence? Shen Xingruo retorted, Comrade Jiang, you must have gone cruising with Tao Song ages ago. We are all your friends. You're being unfair. Jiang Cheng casually replied, that was because you were in Beijing when I bought the car. Otherwise, I would have taken you out long ago. Upon hearing this, Shen Xingruo's smile brightened. Now that's more like it. After circling the city a couple of times, Jiang Cheng proceeded to the hospital for a psychological evaluation. The diagnosis was a phobia of romantic relationships, with the doctor noting potential emotional trauma or personality traits that contributed to a lack of confidence in forming intimate connections. Shen Xingruo stared at the medical record in disbelief. So it truly exists. Jiang Cheng shrugged. What did you expect? After leaving the hospital, they found a restaurant to enjoy lunch. Jiang Cheng promptly escorted Shen Xingruo back to the old campus for her classes, then drove his Santana to the girls' dormitory. He intended to summon Xiao Xiaowei to the recording studio to finalize the song Mouse Loves Rice. Just as Jiang Cheng parked and dialed Xiao Xiaowei's number, he spotted their homeroom teacher, Hu Rong, arriving to check on the dormitory. He quickly alighted from the car and said, Teacher Hu, due to my psychological condition of emotional disorder, I would like to request leave from military training. Hu Rong gazed at Jiang Cheng, who had gracefully exited the vehicle, her expression revealing a hint of peculiarity. Among the classmates, he was known for his romantic escapades. Only that morning, he had been seen on a date with a wealthy heiress, and now he claimed to suffer from emotional disorders? She regarded him with a bemused smile. Do you expect me to believe that? I'm serious. I have documentation, Jiang Cheng replied, presenting a report from within the car for her perusal. Hu Rong examined the contents, her expression shifting to one of surprise as she confirmed it was indeed an official document from a legitimate hospital. She slowly nodded, very well. You may be excused from military training. Jiang Cheng chuckled. I knew you were kind-hearted, Teacher Hu. Hu Rong playfully admonished him. You're quite the charmer. As they conversed, Xiao Xiaowei approached, her voice bright and cheerful. Brother Jiang, clad in light-colored jeans and a white t-shirt, her natural beauty shone through despite her minimal makeup. Jiang Cheng gestured for her to get in the car. After they settled inside, Jiang Cheng nodded at Hu Rong before driving away. Hu Rong watched the retreating vehicle, muttering to herself, is there a romantic thief in our class? How is it that so many lovely girls are around him? Her gaze fell back to the report in her hand. An emotional disorder and a romantic thief? As Jiang Cheng drove, he engaged in light banter with Xiao Xiaowei, introducing himself as a third-year student from Sichuan University involved in campus entrepreneurship. Xiao Xiaowei, without suspicion, affectionately called him Brother Jiang. However, amidst their conversation, Xiao Xiaowei suddenly fell silent. Jiang Cheng glanced over, noticing a look of unease on her face. What is wrong? He inquired. Her cheeks flushed. Xiao Xiaowei replied. My relative has arrived. She averted her gaze, unable to meet his eyes. Jiang Cheng paused, then said, No worries, I'll find a restroom for you to handle it. He quickly located a public restroom nearby and parked the car. Xiao Xiaowei immediately opened the door and dashed toward the supermarket. Jiang Cheng gently tugged at her arm. Go to the restroom first. I'll take care of the shopping. Xiao Xiaowei hesitated. Jiang Cheng then turned and walked to the adjacent mall, purchasing a pack of sanitary napkins and a pair of women's underwear. Upon returning to the public restroom, he bought a pack of cigarettes from an elderly woman at the entrance and asked her to deliver the items to Xiao Xiaowei. He then returned to the car to wait. About 10 minutes later, Xiao Xiaowei emerged from the restroom and got back into the car. She looked at Jiang Cheng with an uneasy expression. Brother Jiang, how much did everything cost? I'll reimburse you. With a nonchalant demeanor, Jiang Cheng started the engine. There's no need. I called you out on short notice today, and you weren't prepared. I should be the one apologizing. Seeing Jiang Cheng's calm demeanor, Xiao Xiaoyi's previously anxious heart gradually found peace. Today, an unexpected visit from relatives left her in a state of great agitation, compounded by the fear of soiling Brother Jiang's car. To her astonishment, Brother Jiang proved to be remarkably considerate. He not only promptly directed her to a restroom, but also personally procured the necessary items, maintaining an air of nonchalance throughout the ordeal without making light of her predicament. She cast furtive glances at Jiang Cheng, who was driving. Upon their arrival at the Shen Xingruo music company, the charismatic female owner informed them that recording required an appointment and could not be accommodated today. Jiang Cheng was momentarily taken aback. For him, time equated to money, and he was reluctant to waste it. He promptly offered to pay extra, proposing 5,000 yuan for a song that typically cost 3,000. Upon hearing this, the owner replied thoughtfully, recording is possible, but are you prepared? She glanced at the simply dressed Xiao Xiaoyi and cautioned, to record effectively, one must alleviate tension and achieve their best state. It seems you are not professional singers, are you? Jiang Cheng turned to Xiao Xiaoyi, who promptly nodded, declaring, I have no issues. The owner inclined her head slightly and made a phone call, summoning the relevant staff. They convened to discuss the particulars, primarily focusing on the recording engineer's communication with Xiao Xiaoyi regarding the song style, performance ideas, and even the distance from the microphone during recording. Throughout the discussions, Xiao Xiaoyi exhibited remarkable composure, showing no signs of stage fright. Jiang Cheng felt a sense of relief. He had previously thought of her as a timid girl, yet it was evident that she possessed a robust inner strength despite her petite stature and delicate features. Moments later, Xiao Xiaoyi stepped into the recording studio for the official session. Jiang Cheng stood outside, arms crossed, watching her performance. After a few trial notes, the recording engineer signaled for them to commence. In just half an hour, the recording of Mouse Loves Rice was completed. Upon emerging, Xiao Xiaoyi approached Jiang Cheng with a beaming face. The recording engineer praised her, stating, This young lady is truly remarkable. Even professional singers often have imperfections, pitch and rhythm issues that require additional takes. Yet, she executed it flawlessly in one go. That is no small feat. Jiang Cheng smiled slightly, affirming, I wholeheartedly endorse your assessment of her talent. The engineer was momentarily taken aback, feeling a certain resonance in Jiang Cheng's words. Approximately an hour later, the post-production for Mouse Loves Rice was finalized. Jiang Cheng, without delay, hurried to the Copyright Bureau in Sichuan Province. With the assistance of the staff at the Copyright Registration Center, he filled out the application, presented the audio materials, and, after paying the application fee, returned home to await notification. As they exited the Copyright Bureau, Jiang Cheng contemplatively gazed at Xiao Xiaoyi beside him. With her picturesque features and inherent beauty, merely marketing Mouse Loves Rice through her voice seemed a tragic waste of her potential. The most prudent approach would be to integrate video marketing, producing a short film to maximize the impact. Jiang Cheng promptly shared his thoughts with Xiao Xiaoyi. She replied with a bright voice, I will listen to you. Jiang Cheng surveyed Xiao Xiaoyi, noting her slightly faded jeans paired with a simple white t-shirt, her hair casually tied in a ponytail. Such a plain appearance. He then suggested, let us visit a shopping center to enhance your image. They soon drove to the urban shopping district. Jiang Cheng chose a fitted, sleeveless long dress for Xiao Xiaoyi, complemented by a pair of white sneakers. He then let her ponytail down and styled her hair into soft, flowing waves. Instantly, she transformed into the epitome of a youthful and gentle Belle in a white dress. Xiao Xiaoyi gazed in awe at her reflection in the mirror, realizing, I can look this beautiful in a lovely dress. Jiang Cheng was equally surprised. He hadn't noticed before how striking her figure was. The oversized t-shirt had concealed her ample bosom, and now her rounded dairy appeared pleasingly plump. After leaving the mall, Jiang Cheng strode confidently towards the Santana, with Xiao Xiaowei following closely beside him. Passers-by frequently glanced at the enchanting Xiao Xiaowei, marveling at her beauty as she resembled a delicate fairy. Once inside the car, Jiang Cheng casually remarked, "I'll take you back to the dormitory now. Filming should commence tomorrow. Await my call." Xiao Xiaowei obediently nodded. "All right, brother Jiang." The Santana drove silently towards the school. Gradually, Jiang Cheng detected a faint metallic scent in the air, puzzled by its presence. He glanced at Xiao Xiaowei and suddenly recalled her mention of a relative's visit. Yet he found it perplexing. Was there truly such a significant quantity? It seemed rather implausible. Xiao Xiaowei softly explained, "I haven't discarded the pants I changed out of. They can be washed and worn again." In her hand, she held a plastic bag containing the soiled undergarments she had swapped out in the restroom. Jiang Cheng was momentarily speechless. "You should just dispose of them. You want lack for money in the future. Don't be so frugal." Xiao Xiaowei obediently replied, "Okay." After dropping her off at the dormitory, Jiang Cheng drove to the domain of the directing department, ready to scout for a talented director for the project Mouse Loves Rice. Upon entering the academic building of the Performing Arts Department, he made his way directly to the third-floor exhibition area. The display area was a spacious hall adorned with numerous LCD televisions lining the walls, showcasing short films created by outstanding students from the directing department. Jiang Cheng, like others, quietly wandered through the hall, admiring the various works. After surveying the exhibits, he found that most of them were rather average in terms of creativity, visual composition, and editing rhythm. However, as he approached one particular display, he noticed a television that was significantly larger than the rest. Curiously, he glanced at the accompanying plaque, Short Film Gold Award winner, Bai Menong. In the photograph, Bai Menong is clad in an all-black ensemble, topped with a stylish brown cap, embodying the essence of a sophisticated young lady. A gold medalist? Jiang Cheng swiftly turned his gaze to the artwork displayed on the television, immediately captivated. Bai Menong's creations showcased a masterful use of camera techniques, with her deft application of long takes and precise close-ups. In terms of narrative style, her unique employment of flashbacks and interpolations imbued a simple story with suspense and tension, demonstrating a level of maturity and finesse that far surpassed her peers. In her romantic short film, Bai Menong commenced with a breathtaking long shot from a lofty vantage, revealing the city's splendor and solitude, before swiftly zooming in on the protagonist's solitary figure on the street. This striking contrast and seamless transition left a profound impression. Clearly, Bai Menong's filming prowess eclipsed that of her classmates. That settled it. Jiang Cheng inquired and learned that Bai Menong was in classroom number 7, preparing for the final class of the afternoon. He promptly made his way to the lecture hall of the directing department. Upon entering, he discovered that the instructor had yet to arrive and that the seats were filled to capacity, with at least 200 students present. Casually scanning the room, he spotted Bai Menong seated in the center, coolly positioned with no one beside her. He confidently strode over and took a seat beside her. The students in the auditorium regarded Jiang Cheng with surprise. Such audacity. Bai Menong was the crown jewel of the directing department, hailing from a privileged background and maintaining an aloof demeanor that deterred most from approaching her. Yet here was a boy, brazenly sitting next to her. As the classmates scrutinized Jiang Cheng, he too examined Bai Menong. She wore pure black denim shorts, her long legs smooth and fair, complemented by black combat boots. On her upper half, she donned a fitted black short-sleeved top, her head adorned with a brown sun hat. Indeed, she was a strikingly cool and beautiful young lady. Bai Menong regarded Jiang Cheng with an icy stare. "Do you understand the concept of manners? It's one thing to sit next to me, but staring so intently. Who can tolerate that?" Jiang Cheng smiled faintly. "I came to propose a collaboration." Bai Menong raised an eyebrow. "Collaboration?" Jiang Cheng spoke plainly. "I intend to shoot a music video and would like to invite you as the director." Bai Menong averted her gaze, replying coolly, not interested. The elite of the directing department typically started with television and film shorts. Directing music videos seemed a frivolous endeavor. Jiang Cheng produced a 3.5mm jack, swiftly inserting the earbuds into her delicate ears, and began playing Mouse Loves Rice. Bei Minong's expression shifted dramatically as she prepared to reprimand Jiang Cheng for his rudeness. However, she soon paused, captivated by the music emanating from the earbuds. Jiang Cheng wore a knowing smile. Indeed, while the proud director might dismiss it as beneath her, a song with potential for fame would surely be an exception. True to form, Bei Minong was not immune to the allure. As the song concluded, Jiang Cheng removed the earbuds, asking, "What do you think of this new song?" Interested? He gestured towards a classroom door. "Shall we discuss it outside?" Bei Minong let out a soft, contemplative sound before stepping out of the classroom alongside Jiang Cheng. The classmates inside the room were taken aback. Was it truly a rare phenomenon akin to a barren tree blossoming? Bei Minong was actually being approached by a boy. Once outside, Bei Minong crossed her arms and fixed an intense gaze on Jiang Cheng, inquiring about the nature of their collaboration. Jiang Cheng responded with a faint smile. "There are two avenues for cooperation. Either we settle on a payment per filming session, or you sign a long-term contract, committing to oversee all my future filming projects." Expressing her displeasure, Bei Minong retorted, "You expect me to commit myself to you for the long term? You are quite audacious. Let us first collaborate this once and see how it goes." Jiang Cheng regarded her with an inscrutable expression, silently warning her that once she boarded this ship, it would be difficult to disembark. He nodded, agreeing to the one-time collaboration. He then briefed her on his background, the situation with singer Xiaoxiaowei, and some essential points to consider during the shoot. As they spoke, Jiang Cheng recalled the school's entrepreneurial policies. If a team of 3 could be assembled, they could apply for entrepreneurial support from the school. With himself, Xiaoxiaowei, and Bei Minong, they had indeed formed a makeshift team. Jiang Cheng announced, "Tomorrow morning, we will meet with Xiaoxiaowei and visit the school's entrepreneurship incubation base. I intend to apply for the school's support." Bei Minong shot him a glance, saying, "There's no point in expending effort. Given your current circumstances, obtaining support will be exceedingly difficult." Jiang Cheng raised his eyebrows. "Why is that?" Bei Minong replied nonchalantly, "Freshmen generally harbor unrealistic dreams, believing that any business venture will lead to riches, yet the success rate is less than 1 in 1,000. Consequently, the approval rate for entrepreneurial support applications from freshmen is nearly 0. Moreover, without demonstrable business achievements, who would trust in your potential for success?" A perplexed look crossed Jiang Cheng's face. Achievements? His 3-day venture yielding 300,000 from selling Qipao would surely overshadow other applicants. The interview footage he had given to a television station still resided in his car, ready to be put to good use. He coolly remarked, "One must have dreams. What if they come to fruition?" Bei Minong scoffed, "You are quite stubborn. If you genuinely manage to secure entrepreneurial support, I shall immediately sign a long-term contract and commit myself to you." Chapter 44. Quite impressive the following morning, Jiang Cheng awoke naturally, finding that the others in his dormitory had gone for military training. He resolved to visit the entrepreneurial incubation base to apply for support. Driving to the female dormitory in the new campus, he called Xiaoxiaowei and Bei Minong from downstairs. Moments later, the two emerged from the dormitory building in unison. Xiaoxiaowei, clad in a white dress, exuded a serene elegance, while Bei Minong, dressed in black with a sun hat, radiated a cool and casual beauty. The two approached Jiang Cheng simultaneously. Bei Minong glanced at the Santana, offering a cool appraisal. "You do possess a bit of skill." Beside her, Xiaoxiaowei gently addressed him. "Brother Jiang." Jiang Cheng then introduced the two ladies to one another and invited them into the car. As the Santana cruised leisurely towards the incubation base, Bei Minong and Xiaoxiaowei engaged in light conversation, getting to know each other better for future filming purposes. As they chatted, Bei Minong glanced at Jiang Cheng and remarked, "You are quite proactive, having prepared the application materials overnight." Jiang Cheng remarked nonchalantly, "All my information is stored in my mind. There is no need for preparation." Bei Minong, frowning upon hearing this, responded with displeasure, "You haven't prepared anything at all? It seems we are destined to have made this journey in vain. You're simply wasting my time." Seated in the passenger seat, Xiaoxiaowei gently interjected, "Sister Mon, Brother Jiang is quite capable. There will be no issues." Bei Mon let out a soft scoff. "Has he bewitched you?" Xiao Xiaoyi's expression turned slightly resentful as she cast a furtive glance at Jiang Cheng, who was driving. The group traveled in silence until they arrived at the Entrepreneurial Incubation Center. Upon inquiry, they learned that applications for support were to be submitted on the second floor, where all the applicant teams were located. A female staff member guided them to a hall on the second floor. Upon entering the hall, they were greeted by a lively atmosphere, with numerous entrepreneurial teams seated below, men and women, all well-dressed, totaling at least 100. Jiang Cheng expressed his surprise. There are quite a few people. The staff member explained, this is merely the second batch of applicants for today. After you finish, there are still 3 more batches to come. From morning till night, there is never a shortage of people. Jiang Cheng nodded slightly and stepped inside, flanked by Xiao Xiaoyi and Bei Mon on either side. As the entrepreneurial teams noticed Jiang Cheng's group, they displayed expressions of intrigue. Though this trio was small in number, they exuded an impressive aura, handsome men and beautiful women, truly exceptional. Just as Jiang Cheng and his companions settled down, the head of the center, Director Fu Weihua, entered. He was a refined, middle-aged man accompanied by 2 assistants, a male named Ge Chang, the student council president, and a female named Su Ying, the captain of a university's volunteer team. After taking their seats on the podium, Director Fu Weihua delivered a concise speech expressing the school's support for entrepreneurial teams. The subsequent process involved the leaders of the entrepreneurial teams taking the stage to present their ideas, each holding a manuscript as they articulated their entrepreneurial visions to the audience. One male team aimed to develop a business in electronic product sales, selling computers, mobile phones, and digital devices. They enthusiastically stated that the electronic products market was on the rise, with significant profit margins and development potential. A female team expressed their desire to venture into advertising and media, aspiring to establish a media company that would collaborate with major universities in Tiandu City to organize welcome parties and marketing activities. There was even a non-mainstream team that wished to tap into the beauty and hairdressing sector within the university market, planning to open hair salons and beauty parlors to provide services such as hairstyling, beauty treatments, and nail care for students and faculty. Each team spoke with conviction and demonstrated thorough preparation. Observing this, Bei Mon shot a glance at Jiang Cheng. Now do you realize how fierce the competition is? Xiao Xiaoyi's face also reflected a sense of intrigue. Having previously been sheltered, she had assumed that all students led simple lives of attending classes, dining in the cafeteria, and returning to their dormitories. She was astonished to discover so many remarkable individuals within the school, living entirely different university experiences. These people were truly impressive. Xiao Xiaoyi cast a worried glance at Jiang Cheng, fearing for his potential failure. Jiang Cheng cast a calm and breezy glance at Bei Mon, remarking, discussing matters in theory is hardly worth mentioning. Bei Mon furrowed her brow slightly, retorting, you're just being stubborn. As the group engaged in casual conversation, it was Jiang Cheng's turn to speak. He rose and approached the podium, instantly capturing the attention of the entire audience. His unique demeanor set him apart, as his peers donned respectable suits, clutching printed speeches, while Jiang Cheng appeared in simple shorts and a short-sleeved shirt, empty-handed as he took the stage. Upon reaching the podium, Jiang Cheng courteously greeted everyone before presenting a semi-serious introduction to his business plan. He aimed to leverage his advantages and resources from his artistic background to establish a strong foothold in the entertainment industry. The faculty and students listened in disbelief. Such ambitions seemed like mere daydreams. After all, the entertainment industry was not playground for student teams. It was a realm dominated by capital. Jiang Cheng quietly stated, our team has already released our first single, The Mouse Loves Rice. He then produced a USB drive from his pocket and handed it to director Fu Weihua. Fu Weihua, taken aback, asked, has your project already begun, Jiang? With a smile, Jiang Cheng nodded, indeed, director. Although a skilled cook cannot prepare a feast without ingredients, I believe it is essential to kindle the fire first. At this, Fu Weihua developed an immediate fondness for Jiang Cheng. While other teams were still engaging in empty rhetoric, Jiang had already made a tangible start, embodying the spirit of an entrepreneur. He promptly passed the USB drive to Su Ying, saying, Su, Please play it. Su-Ying quickly stood and inserted the USB into the multimedia device. In an instant, the hall was filled with the enchanting voice of Xiao Xiaowei. The audience was astonished. How could it sound so delightful? They frequently glanced at Jiang Cheng, Xiao Xiaowei, and Bei Manong, sensing that this team possessed something special. After the song concluded, Fu Weihua smiled and said, "Jiang, please provide me with a copy of your entrepreneurial materials." The student council president, Gu Chang, suddenly raised his head. It appeared the director had taken a liking to Jiang Cheng's project. The unspoken rule among them was that only promising projects would warrant the submission of materials. If the business plan was mature and practical rather than juvenile, it was likely to succeed. The other teams in attendance exhibited expressions of envy, as they understood that submitting materials significantly increased their chances of receiving support. Conversely, not submitting materials yielded a mere 30% success rate. Upon witnessing this, Bei Manong's brow furrowed in concern. Jiang Cheng seemed to squander a precious opportunity. Had he adequately prepared his materials today, his application might indeed have borne fruit. Instead, he appeared nonchalantly empty-handed, forfeiting a chance. In response to Fu Weihua's request, Jiang Cheng sheepishly replied, "Director, I have always believed that entrepreneurship is a process of continuous correction. Throughout the development of business, one must address deficiencies and eliminate excess to ultimately achieve optimal results. Therefore, I have not prepared written materials at this time. However, I do have a previous entrepreneurial CD. Would you like to see it?" Fu Weihua regarded Jiang Cheng with surprise, remarking, "Your insights are quite profound." Recently, he attended an economic forum where a representative of an online shopping platform expressed a similar opinion. When he established the shopping website, logistics were still quite primitive. However, as the volume of business increased, logistics companies naturally emerged to fill the gap. During transactions on the website, issues of credit arose during the payment process, prompting them to develop a payment solution akin to Alipay. In the early stages of entrepreneurship, many considerations were simply overlooked, and adjustments could only be made gradually throughout the development process. The requirement for a business plan was essentially a measure to deter students from impulsively pursuing entrepreneurial ventures, while other aspects held little significance. Fu Weihua promptly took the disc and requested Gu Chang to project it on a large screen. After a brief moment of operation on the multimedia system, a video of Jiang Cheng being interviewed by Jinzi Television was displayed on the screen. Chapter 45. You do not need to know who I am. Jiang Cheng sat in a luxurious office chair, clad in an exquisite suit. His gaze was profound as he faced the camera, exuding an air of authority while responding to the interview. "I'm 18 years old, and we find ourselves in an era brimming with opportunities and challenges." His resolute and confident voice echoed throughout the hall. Until the video concluded, the audience remained in a state of disbelief. Fu Weihua suddenly rose, incredulously staring at Jiang Cheng. "So, the popular Qipao for the college entrance examination was your original idea?" Gu Chang and Su-Ying, seated beside him, quickly stood as well. Jiang Cheng smiled. "Yes, director, consider it my foray into the business realm." Fu Weihua responded immediately. "I never anticipated I would become your mentor." He decisively declared, "I can announce right now that your entrepreneurial project has been approved. Our base will handle all the necessary paperwork for your entertainment company, and I will select a suitable office space for you. Once everything is in order, I will notify you. You should go to the office now to complete the required documentation. As you said, let us kindle the fire first." Jiang Cheng expressed his gratitude. "Thank you for your support, director." Fu Weihua patted Jiang Cheng on the shoulder, exclaiming with excitement, "I hope you achieve even greater glory in university." He then instructed Gu Chang and Su-Ying to accompany Jiang Cheng through the necessary procedures. The two beamed with smiles as they surrounded Jiang Cheng, leading him out of the classroom. Once the audience regained their composure, a buzz of whispers filled the room. "Wow, I can't believe this figure on television is actually our alumnus." It said that he has single-handedly boosted the sales of Kipeos in the country, reviving many manufacturers who are now gearing up for a big push next year during the college entrance examination. Incredible, indeed. Xiao Xiaowei blushed with excitement upon hearing that Jiang Cheng's application had been approved. She turned to Bei Manong and remarked, "Sister Manong, Jianggu is truly impressive." Bei Manong, with an unnatural expression, murmured, "I didn't expect Jiang Cheng to be such a prominent figure." Her dark eyes followed Jiang Cheng's departing silhouette, revealing a hint of unusual emotion. After exiting the hall, Gu Chang and Su Ying immediately exchanged contact information with him. Su Ying cheerfully inquired, "Boss Jiang, among those two girls you were with, which one is your girlfriend?" Jiang Cheng chuckled, "Neither, we're just colleagues." Gu Chang promptly remarked, "President Jiang values discretion. A rabbit does not consume the grass near its burrow. I shall introduce you to a girlfriend later. She will undoubtedly be exquisite." The two of them deliberately sought to draw closer to Jiang Cheng. As they strolled, they encountered a group of entrepreneurial teams approaching. Gu Chang leaned in and whispered to Jiang Cheng, "That girl looks rather appealing. Shall I play matchmaker?" Everyone here leaves their contact information. Upon hearing this, Jiang Cheng cast a glance and, to his astonishment, recognized Lu Shiyun. Their group was dressed quite formally, seemingly there to apply for entrepreneurial support. The leading young man, clad in a white suit, appeared to be the head of the group. Jiang Cheng, taken aback, muttered her, "I am not worthy." Gu Chang, taken aback, thought that President Zhang's words were rather contradictory. How could he not be enamored by such a beautiful girl? As they crossed paths, Lu Shiyun noticed Jiang Cheng observing the young man beside her, and her expression shifted slightly. She quickly stepped forward to clarify, "Our class monitor is applying for support for a tutoring program, which is why I was brought along to fulfill a quota. Please do not misunderstand." Jiang Cheng, seemingly indifferent, replied, "This does not appear to concern me." Lu Shiyun, feeling flustered, was about to respond when the young man in the white suit interjected, "I am Belle, the class monitor of the new law class 1. May I ask who you are?" He regarded Jiang Cheng with a discerning gaze. Belle had long set his sights on Lu Shiyun, believing them to be a perfect match. Thus, he had summoned her under the pretense of applying for support, hoping to advance their relationship. However, he sensed something peculiar about Lu Shiyun's connection with this man and felt uneasy without clarity. Jiang Cheng glanced at Belle and replied, "You need not concern yourself with my identity." Belle, incensed, restrained his anger and said, "My friend, you seem rather impulsive. I perceive you are also here for entrepreneurial purposes. We will inevitably cross paths, so I advise you to moderate your demeanor. By the way, the student council president is an old classmate of mine. He is currently the project review assistant at the base directorate. I suggest you keep a low profile." Gu Chang, suddenly serious, interjected, "I do not recall having an old classmate by that name." Belle was momentarily taken aback. "Who are you?" Su Ying, standing nearby, scoffed. "He is none other than Gu Chang, the student council president." Bailei's face turned crimson, stammering I. But no words escaped his lips. Lu Shiyun quickly reassured Jiang Cheng, "I am not familiar with Belle. I was genuinely summoned as a mere figurehead." Jiang Cheng waved his hand dismissively. "I have no interest in knowing." He then strode past them with purpose, followed closely by Gu Chang and Su Ying like loyal companions. Bailei's team stood in stunned silence, watching their retreating figures. A male student timidly asked, "Boss, should we still apply?" Bailei's face drained of color as he glanced at Lu Shiyun beside him. A beauty can indeed bring misfortune, he thought. Lu Shiyun bit her lip, her eyes glistening as she gazed at the back of Jiang Cheng, who did not look back. Bailei suddenly forced a smile and asked Lu, "Are you quite familiar with that young man?" Lu Shiyun, taken aback, responded, "What do you mean?" Bailei, with an air of discomfort, implored, "Could you please convey to him that my attitude was inappropriate earlier? I sincerely apologize. Moreover, our relationship is entirely innocent. I hope he does not misunderstand. Please, do not let the student union president complicate my project because of this. I beg you." Lu Shiyun gazed at the compromising Bailei in astonishment. This young man, who typically exuded confidence and pride in class, seemed to have transformed completely after offending Jiang Cheng. Could Jiang Cheng truly possess such formidable influence? Lu Shiyun, feeling like a mere automaton, left the team, inadvertently following Jiang Cheng's path. Chapter 46, A Narrow Perspective. The unexpected encounter with Lu Shiyun stirred no emotions within Jiang Cheng. He continued his tasks in the director's office, filling out necessary documents and completing various procedures with nonchalance. After a busy morning, he wrapped up his work. Jiang Cheng then called Xiao Xiaowei and Bei Manong to inform them it was time to depart the incubation base. Ge Chang and Su Ying accompanied him out of the building to bid farewell. With a smile, Ge Chang remarked, "Jiang, I didn't realize you were acquainted with that girl from the hallway. It seems my efforts to introduce you to a potential girlfriend were unnecessary." His earlier offer to introduce Jiang Cheng to a companion was genuine, as he believed that forming a closer relationship with such an outstanding young man could be beneficial. After encountering the striking girl in the corridor, he had intended to obtain her contact information to facilitate an introduction. However, it appeared that the enchanting beauty had a clear interest in Jiang Cheng, though her affections were unreciprocated. Ge Chang glanced at Jiang Cheng, recognizing that he had underestimated him, treating him as an ordinary university student, unaware that he was a diamond among men, indifferent to the allure of the so-called beauty. Upon hearing Ge Chang's words, Jiang Cheng offered a faint smile. "She is merely a former classmate." Su Ying, astonished, interjected, "Just a classmate? It seems she was quite concerned about you," hastily clarifying her lack of familiarity with Belle to avoid any misunderstandings. Jiang Cheng waved his hand dismissively. If that man were truly remarkable, she wouldn't have felt the need to explain. Ge Chang and Su Ying were momentarily taken aback. A mysterious expression crossed Jiang Cheng's face. Having lived a second life, he was acutely aware of Lu Shiyun's true nature. In his previous life, she had shown him indifference and manipulated his feelings. Now, however, she sought his attention. "Why?" He chuckled softly. During their idle chatter, Xiao Xiaowei and Bei Manong arrived downstairs. The group then strolled toward the Santana. Jiang Cheng glanced at Bei Manong. "I remember what you said yesterday." Bei Manong raised an eyebrow. "What did I say?" Jiang Cheng replied with a slight smile. "If my application for support is successful, you promise to devote yourself to me for a lifetime." Bei Manong's expression stiffened. She had previously dismissed Jiang Cheng, perceiving him as rather superficial. Her temporary collaboration was merely to satisfy her curiosity about the origins of the song Mouse Loves Rice, and she had assumed that his application for entrepreneurial support would undoubtedly fail. To everyone's surprise, the Mouse Loves Rice turned out to be a creation of Jiang Cheng, who boasts an illustrious track record in business. He effortlessly won over the leaders of the incubation base, securing their support. Bei Minong, feeling displeased, remarked, "I accept the gamble and will work with you." Jiang Cheng nodded in satisfaction. "Excellent." However, Bei Minong promptly warned, "I sell my talent, not myself. My involvement comes without the chaotic conditions typical of the entertainment industry." Confident in her looks, she wished to spare herself from any undesirable notions Jiang Cheng might harbor. Jiang Cheng waved his hand dismissively. "Rest assured, I am interested in your talent, not in you as a person." After a moment's pause, Bei Minong huffed, "That is good." Just as they reached the Santana, a cheerful female voice called out, "Jiang Cheng." Everyone turned to see Lu Shiyun, with her bright eyes and radiant smile, approaching briskly. Upon noticing Xiao Xiaowei and Bei Minong, she faltered slightly, her anger flaring. "Who are you two?" Lu Shiyun, unwilling to accept their encounter with Jiang Cheng as a mere coincidence, had followed after much contemplation. To her dismay, upon arriving at the parking lot, she found two beautiful women surrounding Jiang Cheng. Instantly, she felt her composure slipping, casting an assertive glare at Xiao Xiaowei and Bei Minong. Xiao Xiaowei responded playfully, "I am Xiao Xiaowei." Bei Minong, with an impassive expression, replied, "You need not know who I am." Her words left everyone momentarily stunned. Ge Chang and Su Ying exchanged curious glances, recalling how Jiang Cheng had responded similarly to Belle earlier. Jiang Cheng, growing impatient, looked at Lu Shiyun. "Are you done yet?" The more she behaved this way, the more distaste he felt. Had Lu Shiyun distanced herself after their relationship ended, he might have held her in higher regard. Yet, her current demeanor only served to reveal his previous poor judgment. Upon noticing the look of disdain on Jiang Cheng's face, Lu Shiyun trembled slightly. With reddened eyes, she implored, "Jiang Cheng, do you truly wish to forget me entirely? Can you really accomplish such a feat?" "Yes," Jiang Cheng replied decisively, before opening the car door and driving away with Bei Minong and Xiao Wei. Lu Shiyun, watching the fading silhouette of the car, wept silently. Once the Santana was no longer in sight, she quickly dialed Dai Fei, saying, "I've been bullied by Jiang Cheng. Please come quickly." She wiped her tears and hurried after the Santana. Guchong and Suing exchanged glances, perplexed. The Santana cruised slowly within the incubation base. Inside the vehicle, Bei Minong suddenly spotted Lu Shiyun chasing them from a distance across the lawn, her tear-streaked face desperately pursuing the car. Jiang Cheng undoubtedly saw her. Yet the Santana neither slowed nor stopped. Feeling displeased, Bei Minong remarked, "Jiang Cheng, we can discuss this calmly. You need not be so heartless." Jiang Cheng replied coolly, "I simply do not wish to be in a romantic relationship. What is wrong with that? Is it heartless of me to refuse her advances? If Bei Minong were to pursue me, I would also decline. Am I being heartless towards you as well?" Bei Minong's expression froze. She contemplated scoffing and retorting that she would never chase after him. However, she discerned a note of seriousness in Jiang Cheng's indifferent tone. Bei Minong suddenly realized that her understanding of Jiang Cheng was woefully insufficient. Just yesterday, she had perceived him as a frivolous man, but today, she discovered he was a talented and capable young individual. When he had asked her to work for him, she had worried that he might take advantage of their professional relationship. Now, she recognized that this young man was unlike anyone else. Perhaps she had merely considered herself an ordinary tool in his eyes, and she had indeed been a bit overly sentimental. Xiao Wei suddenly interjected with earnestness, "Sister Minong, you are mistaken. Brother Jiang is not a heartless person. He is kind-hearted." Jiang Cheng chuckled at this. "It's nice to see you care, but please don't label me as a good person. That is hardly a compliment." Xiao Wei was taken aback, questioning why he wouldn't consider himself a good person. Ever since Brother Jiang had entered her life, her once dull existence had transformed into a vibrant one. Her parents even supported her pursuit of music now, and she could wear beautiful dresses. Brother Jiang had also encouraged her to learn the piano. He truly was the finest person in the world. While the group in the car was lost in their thoughts, Lu Shiyun suddenly accelerated and positioned herself in front of the Santana, arms outstretched, defiantly gazing at Jiang Cheng inside the vehicle. Jiang Cheng slammed on the brakes. Accompanying Lu Shiyun were two girls dressed in military training uniforms. One was Dai Fei, and the other was a spirited girl he did not recognize. Chapter 47. What's wrong? Is his girlfriend a celestial being? Once the Santana came to a halt, the spirited girl marched toward Jiang Cheng, standing outside the window and shouting, "You scoundrel, toying with women." She was tall and athletic, a basketball in hand, beads of sweat glistening on her attractive face. Jiang Cheng, displeased, retorted, "And you are?" The spirited girl, with a fierce expression, replied, "I am Chimei, Lu Shiyun's roommate." As the eldest in the dormitory, she had rushed over upon hearing that Lu Shiyun had been mistreated by her boyfriend. Upon seeing two beautiful women in the car and Lu Shiyun silently shedding tears, she immediately grasped the situation. This man driving was nothing more than a fickle-hearted lecher. Seeing this, Dai Fei quickly approached and tugged at Chimei's arm, whispering, "There seems to be a misunderstanding." She then awkwardly nodded at Jiang Cheng. Chimei retorted angrily, "Are you not a sister to Lu Shiyun? She was bullied, and you remained silent?" She then shouted at Jiang Cheng, "Get out and explain yourself. You're not leaving today." As she stood up for her friend, Lu Shiyun, with red-rimmed eyes, approached, looking at Jiang Cheng with a pitiful expression. Jiang Cheng glanced at Lu Shiyun and calmly asked, "May I pose you a question?" Lu Shiyun immediately replied, "Go ahead." She wiped her tears, her gaze fixed on Jiang Cheng. Jiang Cheng smiled gently and asked, "If I were still the person I used to be, would you be so recklessly devoted today?" Lu Shiyun was momentarily taken aback, rendered speechless. Jiang Cheng chuckled softly, then started the engine, the Santana gliding past them and gradually moving away. Chimei's expression shifted dramatically. "You scoundrel, don't think you can get away." She tossed the basketball aside and swiftly pursued Santana. Upon witnessing this, Dai Fei immediately caught up with Chimei and restrained her. Chimei, feeling displeased, exclaimed, "Dai Fei, are you no longer friends with Lu Shiyun?" Are you just going to stand by while that scoundrel bullies her? Dai Fei hesitated, casting a glance at her. Chimei scoffed. I have no respect for you. Dai Fei frowned. You have no idea of his circumstances. Chimei crossed her arms, displeased and challenged, then enlightened me. With a sigh, Dai Fei began to recount the story. Previously, Jiang Cheng had harbored unrequited feelings for Lu Shiyun, treating her with utmost devotion. However, Lu Shiyun rejected Jiang Cheng's confession while shamelessly enjoying his favoritism. Eventually, Jiang Cheng, disheartened, chose to abandon Lu Shiyun. Yet now, she was unwilling to accept this and sought to maintain the previous state of affairs, thus entangling herself with Jiang Cheng. Dai Fei's expression turned complex as she stated, in truth, Jiang Cheng has never wronged Shiyun. It is not the abandonment you have imagined. Chimei, taken aback, questioned, then why didn't Jiang Cheng explain earlier? Dai Fei offered a wry smile. Perhaps he simply couldn't be bothered. Chimei, taken aback, recalled how Jiang Cheng had hardly acknowledged her throughout. She uncomfortably added, even if I misunderstood Jiang Cheng, he is no saint. Driving around with 2 girls is quite the playboy act. Dai Fei's expression shifted. You are mistaken. He looks down upon us, ordinary girls. Chimei raised her brows. Ordinary girls? You underestimate yourself far too much. Whether it's Lu Shiyun or the 2 girls in the car, even including you and Dai Fei, who isn't young and beautiful. Why the need for such self-deprecation? Dai Fei replied with an odd expression. You will understand once you meet Jiang Cheng's girlfriend. Chimei frowned. What? Is his girlfriend a celestial being? After lunch, Jiang Cheng drove Xiao, Xiaowei, and Bei Manong back to their dormitory before returning to his own, lying down. The copyright certification for The Mouse Loves Rice was still in process, waiting for notification from the Copyright Bureau. Meanwhile, the entrepreneurial support at the incubation base was still being arranged. The others in the dormitory had gone for military training, leaving him feeling rather bored. At that moment, a series of message notifications chimed. Shen Xingruo had sent a message. Hey, I recall you mentioning wanting to start a business in college? My roommate, Zhu Min, signed up to be an assistant at the incubation base. Should I contact her to offer you some advice? Jiang Cheng casually replied with a smiling emoji. No need. Your Jiang Gu starting a business is a sure thing. There's no need for external consultation. Shen Xingruo responded with a sweating emoji, then inquired, What are you doing now? Jiang Cheng replied, Just lying here bored. Shen Xingruo suggested, Me too. How about we hike up Qingxing Mountain? It's cooler up there. Jiang Cheng felt a surge of excitement. That sounds great. I'll come pick you up. After they made plans, Jiang Cheng added, By the way, I'll check on a bruise on your backside today and apply some ointment. Shen Xingruo responded with a rolling eyes emoji. I suspect you want to see my backside. No, you want to touch it. What a rascal. She then sent a playful emoji of a person wielding a kitchen knife. Jiang Cheng spoke solemnly. A true healer possesses a compassionate heart. What do you know of this? Without further ado, he rose and departed, driving to the girls' dormitory of the old campus. He chose a shaded spot to park his car and awaited Shen Xingruo to descend. Below the dormitory, a lively throng of youthful female students, clad uniformly in military training attire, bustled about in groups, their chatter vibrant with the exuberance of youth. Even the simple green uniforms could not diminish their enchanting allure. However, upon Shen Xingruo's emergence from the dormitory, she instantly became a striking red amidst a sea of flowers. With her exquisite visage adorned in a resplendent red gown, she walked gracefully, her long hair flowing, radiating vitality. This breathtaking entrance rendered her the focal point of the crowd. Many girls whispered to one another, frequently mentioning words like Ferrari, business administration, and Shen Xingruo. Jiang Cheng immediately straightened in his seat, ready to ignite the engine. Yet, he soon noticed that Shen Xingruo had not seen him. She headed straight toward a pharmacy. Is she unwell? Jiang Cheng furrowed his brow and promptly exited the car to follow her. Upon entering the pharmacy, Jiang Cheng discovered Shen Xingruo already at the checkout, holding a tube of ointment. Amused, he observed her from behind, noting the contradiction in her behavior. She had jokingly claimed to be a bad friend who would touch his backside, yet here she was, hastily purchasing medicinal cream. Clearing his throat, he drew her attention. Shen Xingruo looked startled and remarked, Are you trying to hide and scare me? Jiang Cheng chuckled. If I wanted to scare you, I wouldn't make sound. Shen Xingruo shot him a glance and picked up the ointment, asking, "Is this the one you used last time?" Jiang Cheng nodded. They subsequently settled the bill and exited the pharmacy side by side. Jiang Cheng glanced at Shen Xingruo's curvaceous form and, slightly frowning, commented, "This long dress makes it a bit cumbersome to apply the ointment." Shen Xingruo paused, taken aback. "Should I change into something easier to take off?" Jiang Cheng nodded slightly. "That could work. Wearing a dress isn't convenient for hiking. Just wait for me a moment." With that, Shen Xingruo turned gracefully and walked back toward the dormitory. Chapter 48. You are exploring a novel kind of romance. Jiang Cheng casually leaned against the hood of his Santana, awaiting Shen Xingruo's return. Though the first-year girls were engaged in military training, the area below the dormitory remained bustling with many returning students. Dressed in light and simple attire, tank tops and flip-flops, they moved about with an air of nonchalance, while Jiang Cheng casually observed them. A few bold girls approached him to strike up conversations. "Handsome, are you alone? Hey, are you waiting for someone? Brother, is this your car? How much are you?" Jiang Cheng politely declined their advances, causing the girls to turn away in disappointment. He shook his head, reflecting on how he had never experienced such attention in his previous life. It seemed that girls could indeed be quite proactive. Suddenly, his phone rang. It was a call from Xiao Manru. Upon answering, he heard her voice, tinged with a playful sarcasm. "Jiang Shui, why didn't you call me when you went hiking?" Jiang Cheng was taken aback. How could this woman be so perceptive? He replied nonchalantly, "Who told you that?" Xiao Manru, without a word, responded, "Your companion is from our dormitory. We made plans to hike together, and I just came down." She then promptly ended the call. Jiang Cheng stood there in a daze, realizing that Xiao Manru and Shen Xingruo were roommates. Moments later, Xiao Manru emerged from the girls' dormitory. She wore sky-blue yoga pants that accentuated her long, slender legs, paired with a white crop tank top that revealed her delicate waist. With a blend of grace and allure, Xiao Manru approached Jiang Cheng, her eyes glimmering with mischief. "I was wondering how you could reject me so decisively. Turns out you've already captured the heart of our dorm's goddess. I must say, I admire your prowess." Jiang Cheng chuckled lightly. "Don't speak nonsense. Shen Xingruo and I share nothing but a platonic friendship." Xiao Manru playfully shot him a glance. "Is it platonic friendship, or something more intimate? Surely you know the truth in your heart." Jiang Cheng found himself at a loss for words. Xiao Manru, with an amused expression, remarked, "I suspect you and Shen Xingruo are engaged in a rather unconventional romance." Jiang Cheng raised an eyebrow, intrigued. "What do you mean?" Xiao Manru continued, "During our management department gathering, Shen Xingruo didn't attend. I invited her, suggesting she meet some quality male friends. Do you know what she said?" Jiang Cheng listened attentively. Xiao Manru replied, "She said she already has a male friend and cannot accommodate another." Jiang Cheng was momentarily stunned. Xiao Manru rolled her eyes at him. "Does that sound familiar? You said the same thing when you turned me down." Jiang Cheng smiled. "A male friend does not equate to a boyfriend." Xiao Manru laughed lightly. "Indeed, a mere friend, yet that friend seems to occupy your thoughts even while shopping. This outfit would suit you perfectly. You would look quite dapper in this shirt. I'll buy it and let you try it on later." Jiang Cheng couldn't help but smirk. She believed these were the words of a stunning beauty. After all, during her interview, she had boldly gifted herself a luxurious Armani suit. Jiang Cheng then composed himself and remarked, "You are here to study, not to squander time shopping. Engage in something meaningful." Xiao Manru retorted, "Are you trying to play the role of a teacher now?" She continued, "What do you mean by not doing anything meaningful?" "Our dormitory is planning a cycling trip together." With a teasing smile, she added, "I suppose you taught Shen Xingruo how to ride, showing such enthusiasm for a mere friend? I even suspect she came to Sichuan University because of you. She is, after all, a top scorer in the college entrance examination." Jiang Cheng was taken aback, a peculiar expression crossing his face. After his rebirth, he had inadvertently crossed paths with Shen Xingruo. Their friendship had rapidly blossomed, growing ever more profound. He believed, indeed, that Shen Xingruo had come to Sichuan University because of him. It seemed he had unwittingly altered the course of her life. Whether this was a blessing or a curse remained uncertain. As they chatted, Another girl from their dormitory, named Zhu Min, came down. It was also mentioned by Shen Xingruo earlier that her roommate, who was preparing to work as an assistant at the startup incubation center, was Zhu Min. Dressed in black trousers and a white shirt, adorned with black-framed glasses, Zhu Min bore a serious expression akin to that of a strict homeroom teacher. Indeed, Zhu Min's demeanor was rather austere. Under Xiao Manru's introduction, she merely nodded expressionlessly at Jiang Cheng. Curiously, Xiao Manru inquired, "Why hasn't the goddess come down yet?" Jiang Cheng echoed this curiosity, pondering why it took so long to change outfits. Zhu Min clarified, "Xingruo is taking a shower." Taken aback, Xiao Manru exclaimed, "Showering before climbing a mountain? Typically, one showers after sweating from exercise. Who showers beforehand?" A peculiar look crossed Jiang Cheng's face as he mused. This beauty is washing up to apply her ointment. As the group awaited with bated breath, Shen Xingruo finally emerged from the girls' dormitory. She wore an exquisite pink short-sleeve top paired with denim jeans and white sneakers. The fitted design of her jeans accentuated her long, slender legs and curvaceous form, presenting her as a graceful and striking figure. Upon her arrival, she cast a surprised glance at Xiao Manru and Zhu Min. "Weren't you supposed to go to the zoo to see the pandas? Why haven't you left yet?" With a mischievous smile, Xiao Manru replied, "What's more interesting than climbing a mountain? Zhu Min and I are heading to Qingqing Mountain as well. Don't worry, it won't interfere with your romantic getaway. We'll follow in my car." Jiang Cheng was left speechless. He had been wondering why Shen Xingruo didn't invite her roommate to Qingqing Mountain, only to realize it was Xiao Manru's unilateral decision. Shen Xingruo then turned her gaze toward Jiang Cheng, who instinctively understood her unspoken question, seeking his opinion. Furrowing his brow, Jiang Cheng addressed Xiao Manru. "Qingqing Mountain is steep and winding. With your limited driving skills, it would be safer for you to ride with us." Shen Xingruo immediately nodded in agreement. "Indeed, Manru, you struggle on the highway with straight roads, let alone the curves." Jiang Cheng was taken aback, realizing how much they had discussed. Xiao Manru exclaimed in delight, "That works perfectly. I won't have to drive." Brightening with joy, she opened the back door and settled inside. Zhu Min cast a deep glance at Jiang Cheng before taking a seat beside Xiao Manru. A look of suspicion crossed Jiang Cheng's face as he sensed something peculiar about Zhu Min's gaze. Shaking his head, he joined Shen Xingruo in the car. The Santana roared to life and set off toward Qingqing Mountain. Chapter 49. A journey filled with dog food. During the journey, the passengers engaged in casual conversation. Jiang Cheng soon learned that Shen Xingruo's dormitory consisted of 4 girls. In addition to the 3 of them, there was another girl named Wu Xia, who willingly participated in military training. Suddenly, Jiang Cheng's phone buzzed with notifications. He casually retrieved it from the armrest compartment and handed it to Shen Xingruo. She took the phone, entered the password to unlock it, and opened the messages. She glanced back in surprise and remarked, "Someone has sent you a friend request." She claims to be Wan Qin, the dean of the music college at Sichuan University. Jiang Cheng, puzzled, suggested, "Accept the friend request first, and take a look at her profile to see if she is genuine." Shen Xingruo promptly followed his advice. After browsing for a brief moment, she declared, "She doesn't seem to be a fraud. Her profile contains her photographs and videos of her singing and dancing." She then opened a picture for Jiang Cheng to see. He glanced at it and observed a woman in her 40s, elegantly posed in a black ballet outfit. Shen Xingruo then clicked on a video of the woman singing a classical piece. As the voice resonated, her melodic tones seemed to transcend the passage of time, imbued with a rich depth and extraordinary poise that captivated the listener. Jiang Cheng nodded. She indeed possesses some talent. She is likely not a charlatan. See what she intends to do. Shen Xingruo then greeted the woman and exchanged a few pleasantries before relaying, "She has heard about your startup entertainment company at the incubation base and hopes to engage in further communication with you." Jiang Cheng suddenly realized that if he succeeded in his entrepreneurial endeavors, the music college would undoubtedly reap the benefits, as they would have ample opportunities. It was impressive how quickly the School S leaders caught wind of his activities right after he left the base. He responded, "Just tell her it would be an honor, and I'm sure I'll be troubling Dean Wan in the future." Shen Xingruo immediately began typing away. A thought struck Jiang Cheng. It seemed that Dean Wan's vocal qualities would be perfect for singing to butterflies. That song required a performer with life experience to convey its essence. Previously, he had struggled to find a suitable singer, which led him to have Chow Shall We, Record Mouse Loves Rice. If he could persuade the dean to sing that piece, it would be advantageous in every aspect. Once Shen Xingruo finished exchanging pleasantries with Dean Wan, Xiao Manru, sitting in the back, mischievously remarked, "Xingruo, how do you know Jiang Cheng's phone password? You two are indeed close friends. Many couples nowadays can't even access each other's phones." Shen Xingruo confidently replied, "Because I set his phone password myself." When she gifted Jiang Cheng the phone, she had already installed the SIM card and set the password, which he had never changed. Xiao Manru, with a playful smirk, elongated her tone. "Oh." Jiang Cheng cast a peculiar glance at Shen Xingruo beside him. She was enchanting and captivating. It appeared that they would continue to be misunderstood as a couple. However, this was not entirely disadvantageous. With her as his shield, her university life would be simplified, free from the distractions of other suitors. After arriving at Qingqing Mountain, the group disembarked to stretch their limbs in preparation for their hike. Jiang Cheng surveyed the two women. Xiao Manru embodied the quintessential urban beauty, clad in form-fitting yoga pants and a sultry tank top, her figure undeniably alluring. Shen Xingruo's snug jeans accentuated her flawless silhouette, while her pink short-sleeve top radiated brilliance. The contrast in their auras was quite striking. If Xiao Manru is the enchanting concubine, then Shen Xingruo is the exquisite queen. As for Zhu Min, she resembles a stern teacher who has just finished class, dressed in black trousers, a white shirt, and black-rimmed glasses, even holding a textbook in her hands without seeming out of place. The group, filled with laughter and chatter, strolled to the entrance of the Qingqing Mountain Trail. Jiang Cheng raised his head to admire the mountain, where clouds and mist intertwined, and the peaks appeared to shyly hide behind a veil of mystery. Reminiscent of a bashful maiden, he promptly took the lead, stepping boldly along the lush stone path, accompanied by the soothing sound of a babbling stream, which invigorated the spirit. As Jiang Cheng ascended with remarkable agility, it seemed as though he possessed boundless energy. However, he soon noticed that the ladies had lagged behind. Shen Xingruo's beautiful face had turned rosy, and beads of sweat glistened on her brow. After encountering them, Shen Xingruo gasped, "Boss Jiang, I can't go on." Jiang Cheng chuckled. "This is a typical case of insufficient exercise. It's only a few steps." Shen Xingruo shot him a glare. "I'm carrying more weight than you." Jiang Cheng glanced at her noticeably ample figure and nodded in acknowledgement. He then squatted down in front of her. "All right, hop on." Shen Xingruo's face instantly brightened. "Thank you, Boss Jiang." She gleefully climbed onto his back, wrapping her arms around his neck. Jiang Cheng quickly exclaimed, Hey, I can't breathe. Don't hold on so tightly. Are you not afraid of bursting something?" Shen Xingruo's expression darkened slightly, and she loosened her grip. Jiang Cheng then supported her thighs with both hands and continued the ascent. Before they resumed, he glanced back at Xiao Manru and Zhu Min. "I'm carrying a load here. If you can't keep up, it will be rather embarrassing." Xiao Manru playfully whined, "Boss Jiang, I can't go on either. I need you to carry me too." Jiang Cheng laughed. "No problem. I'll escort you down once we reach the summit, all in one go." Xiao Manru was momentarily taken aback. "What do you mean?" Zhu Min replied nonchalantly. "He means he'll kick you down mountain." Xiao Manru immediately flared up. "How dare you?" Jiang Cheng laughed heartily, continuing to carry Shen Xingruo up the mountain. As they climbed, Shen Xingruo gently rested her soft chin on Jiang Cheng's shoulder. Every time beads of sweat formed on his forehead, she would delicately wipe them away with a tissue. Though they exchanged no words, Jiang Cheng inexplicably felt a profound sense of comfort, a feeling he had never experienced in either this life or the last. When Jiang Cheng slowed his pace, Shen Xingruo immediately said, "I'm all right now. I can walk on my own." Jiang Cheng casually replied, "It's fine. I'm full of energy." He lifted her slightly again and continued their ascent. Xiao Manru, watching from behind, felt speechless. Perhaps this trip should not have happened. It was excruciatingly evident that they were being showered with dog food. Upon reaching the summit, their stomachs growled in hunger. The group decided to enjoy instant noodles atop the mountain. Shen Xingruo directed Jiang Cheng to sit at the pavilion. You rest here. I'll prepare the noodles for you. Jiang Cheng nodded, settling comfortably on a stone bench. The three women then turned and headed towards the vendor. After a brief interlude, they returned with instant noodles, settling on stone benches around a circular stone table to dine. As they enjoyed their meal, Shen Xingruo occasionally transferred sausages and chicken legs from her bowl to Jiang Cheng's. Halfway through, she even handed him a bottle of water, everything flowing with a natural ease. However, Zhu Min, seated at the same table, glared at Jiang Cheng with a dark expression. Noticing her, Jiang Cheng furrowed his brow, sensing an unsettling peculiarity in her gaze, a hint of hostility that was utterly inexplicable. Chapter 50. Under the bright moon after returning from Qingqing Mountain, Jiang Cheng drove back to the school, first parking beneath the girls' dormitory in the old campus. Xiao Manru and Zhu Min exited the vehicle, with Xiao Manru waving goodbye to Jiang Cheng and Shen Xingruo from inside the car. Yet, Zhu Min, frowning, questioned Xingruo, "Aren't you leaving?" With a refreshing smile, Shen Xingruo replied, "I have some matters to attend to." Zhu Min looked at her with unspoken words, and Xiao Manru, sensing the tension, quickly pulled her away, teasing, "You've been a third wheel all day. Aren't you done yet?" As Zhu Min was led away, she cast lingering glances back at Shen Xingruo. Once they were farther away, Zhu Min, her expression darkening, remarked, "Manru, you must understand, Jiang Cheng is not a good person." Xiao Manru, taken aback, inquired, "Why you say that?" Zhu Min replied gravely, "I once saw Jiang Cheng from a distance at the entrepreneurial incubation base. He was flaunting himself with two beautiful women, behaving like a playboy. When he left, a stunning girl chased after his car, crying like a heartbroken flower. Do you think such a person can be good? Can we just watch as Xingru leaps into the fire?" Xiao Manru sighed, "You lack understanding of Jiang Cheng. There must be a misunderstanding." Zhu Min was momentarily speechless. "What do you mean?" Xiao Manru jested, "Let me ask you, who is prettier, those girls or me?" Zhu Min quickly responded, "You are all beautiful in your own right, but you are definitely more alluring." Xiao Manru shrugged, "Then that settles it. I must tell you, I also confessed my feelings to Jiang Cheng, but he rejected me without a second thought." Zhu Min's eyes widened. "Are you trying to steal Xingru's boyfriend?" Xiao Manru retorted, "What nonsense! You insult my character. At that time, I had no idea they were together." She then opened her phone, showing Zhu Min the chat history between her and Jiang Cheng. She had confessed. He had declined. She suggested they remain friends, and he had still refused, stating he could not accommodate another female friend. Zhu Min stared dumbfounded. Xiao Manru tucked her phone away and said, "Now you understand. You needn't worry about Xingru. They share a profound bond, engaging in a very sophisticated romance. Do you see?" Zhu Min hesitantly nodded in agreement. Jiang Cheng meandered in the car, eventually stopping at an abandoned mountaintop park. After turning off the engine, he applied ointment to Shen Xingruo's wounds in the back seat. As he finished, he casually remarked, "In the future, when I am busy, you can have Xiao Manru help you with this." He could tell that Shen Xingruo and Xiao Manru shared a good rapport. Shen Xingruo turned to look at him, her expression playful. How could I possibly ask her to do that? Jiang Cheng was momentarily taken aback. Moments later, they stepped out of the car. Shen Xingruo gazed up at the sky, her eyes sparkling with wonder. "Look at the myriad of stars," she exclaimed. Jiang Cheng smiled faintly, replying, "Then let us take a moment to admire the stars before returning." Shen Xingruo nodded and pointed into the distance. "There's a bench over there. Let us go there." Jiang Cheng inclined his head slightly, and they headed towards a bench. As they walked, Jiang Cheng suddenly inhaled sharply. Shen Xingruo immediately inquired, "What's wrong?" He frowned, saying, "I have a blister on my foot, likely from our earlier hike." Shen Xingruo retorted, "You criticize me for being unfit. Yet here you are, lacking in exercise yourself." She then turned toward the Santana, retrieving some alcohol wipes from her bag. "Come on, let us sit on the bench. I'll take a look at it for you." Jiang Cheng protested, "That might be a bit inappropriate." Having spent the day outdoors in sneakers, he feared his feet might emit an unpleasant odor. Shen Xingruo shot him a disapproving glance. "Stop being so dramatic." She then pulled him down onto the bench. Once seated, Shen Xingruo lifted Jiang Cheng's foot onto her lap. After removing his shoe, she gently peeled off his sock, careful not to disturb the blister beneath. When the sock was off, she delicately ran her soft fingers across the sole of his foot. There is indeed a blister, but it's already burst. I'll clean it with the alcohol wipe to prevent infection. She looked at him and added, "It might sting a bit. Bear with me." Jiang Cheng responded with a non-committal murmur, and Shen Xingruo tenderly began to clean his foot. Jiang Cheng observed her, bemused by the sight of such a refined and ethereal young lady attending to him so diligently. An inexplicable warmth surged within him. After disinfecting his foot, Shen Xingruo carefully put his socks and shoes back on, and they sat in silence, gazing at the stars. As they began their return journey, Shen Xingruo pulled out her phone, saying, "Why is my phone so sluggish? Is it your fault? Do I need to get a new one?" Jiang Cheng glanced at her phone, which was the same Motorola model as his, both being the latest version. "Your phone is lagging because you haven't cleared it out. It builds up over time," he explained. Shen Xingruo, puzzled, asked, "Can you help me clear it?" Jiang Cheng nodded and took her phone. "I'll take a look tonight and return it to you tomorrow." Chapter 51. The canine factor becomes unmanageable in the dead of night. Jiang Cheng returned to his dormitory. The others had already retired early, likely exhausted from military training. After showering, he climbed into bed, but once he closed his eyes, sleep eluded him. Scenes from the day replayed in his mind, carrying Shen Xingruo up the mountain, applying ointment to her back, and her tending to his feet. Restlessly tossing and turning, Jiang Cheng pondered why Shen Xingruo had been so unusually quiet that evening. Normally, she would engage him in light conversation before sleeping. Yet today, she had gone straight to bed. It dawned on him that her phone was still with him. Sitting up, he retrieved her phone from his pocket. Unable to sleep, he decided to tidy up her device. After Jiang Cheng meticulously deleted excess cache and junk files from his phone, he finally opened a browser to test the speed, specifically navigating to Baidu. However, just as he clicked on the search box to begin typing, he was startled to see the search history above. Jiang Cheng, Jianzhou High School, Jiang Cheng, Jiang Jihong Fong Meiwan. Jiang Cheng's eyelids twitched. Why was the stunning beauty searching for him? And why were his family members included? He continued to peruse the history. Sichuan University, Jiang Cheng. Fear of love? Is fear of love severe? How to resolve fear of love? Jiang Cheng, Shen Xingruo. The more he read, the more uneasy he became. He had once vowed never to engage in romantic entanglements again, declaring that such behavior was beneath him. It seemed his resolve was faltering. Alarmed, Jiang Cheng quickly exited the browser, set down his phone, and decided he must sleep. Sleep was imperative. Suddenly, his phone emitted a series of notifications. Upon glancing at it, he discovered it was a message from Wan Qin, the dean of the music academy. "Wan Qin, Jiang Cheng. If you have time tomorrow, I would like to meet and discuss your company." Instantly, Jiang Cheng's anxious heart found tranquility. Having matters to attend to would provide him a distraction. The next morning, Jiang Cheng returned his phone to Shen Xingruo and drove to Wan Qin's office. Wan Qin was an elegantly scholarly woman, adorned in a well-fitted black suit, who welcomed him in the reception area. She introduced herself as an old classmate of director Fu Weihua from the incubation center, suggesting a cordial relationship. Thus, she had learned of Jiang Cheng's cheap-how business and the single mouse loves rice he was recording through his entertainment company. Jiang Cheng suddenly realized that among the many entrepreneurs at the incubation center, Wan Qin had taken a particular interest in him because she had connections. After savoring a sip of tea, Wan Qin gently remarked, "Jiang Cheng, as you establish your music company, consider our academy as your home base. Should you require any assistance, do not hesitate to ask. I also hope that as your company flourishes, you might look after the students from our academy." Her dignified gaze fixed on Jiang Cheng. Upon hearing this, Jiang Cheng felt a surge of delight. Their interests indeed aligned. He had come primarily to invite Wan Qin to perform 2 butterflies and to propose hosting a singing competition at the academy. Leveraging this opportunity to debut Both Mouse Loves Rice and 2 Butterflies. This endeavor could not proceed without the involvement of the beautiful dean. In response to Wan Qin's expectant gaze, Jiang Cheng slowly replied, "Dean Wan, As a member of this institution, I will certainly prioritize supporting my fellow alumni within my capabilities. I am here today to discuss some projects that we can concretely realize. Wan Qin's interest piqued. She encouraged him. Please, go ahead. Jiang Cheng succinctly articulated his plans. Upon hearing him, Wan Qin's face lit up with joy. This is wonderful news. As a school administrator, she immediately recognized the benefits of Jiang Cheng's project. Hosting a singing competition could provide numerous students with part-time job opportunities, allowing them to earn some income while also enabling music academy students to gain valuable experience performing on stage. Ultimately, this endeavor may enhance the presence of the music academy at Sichuan University and elevate its value. However, Wan Qin, after a moment of excitement, hesitated and asked, "What benefits do you foresee from hosting this event?" Jiang Cheng, with a mix of sincerity and jest, replied, "The primary goal is to market Mouse Loves Rice and Tube Butterflies. I intend to make this event grand in scale." He planned to replicate the audition and blind selection formats from the renowned The Voice of China, envisioning rotating chairs, a dramatic lighting setup, and an overall captivating experience. Concurrently, by releasing songs, they could also register copyrights with The Voice, potentially creating a lucrative venture over time, a multifaceted gain. Wan Qin and Jiang Cheng quickly reached a consensus and promptly rehearsed Two Butterflies. Jiang Cheng was thoroughly impressed with her exceptional vocal prowess and melodious tone. He then drove Wan Qin to the Star Era Music Production Company for recording. The owner, Qi Yun, warmly welcomed them and offered a discounted rate of $3,000 for the session. Jiang Cheng chuckled appreciatively, expressing gratitude to Qi. While waiting for the sound engineer, they engaged in casual conversation. Upon learning of Wan Qin's esteemed position, Qi Yun was taken aback, recognizing her as a high-caliber individual. Jiang Cheng then proposed, "Mr. Qi, our university plans to hold a singing competition. Would it be possible to rent a professional sound system from you? The cost is not a concern." Qi Yun responded with a smile, "No problem at all. I can lend you some staff as well to ensure your event runs smoothly." After a busy day of recording and obtaining a demo, Jiang Cheng applied for copyright at the Copyright Bureau. On the way back, Wan Qin regarded Jiang Cheng with an unusual expression, remarking, "You hardly seem like a first-year student. Your approach is remarkably methodical." Jiang Cheng smiled slightly. "I merely execute what needs to be done. Success is ultimately in fate's hands." Wan Qin, with an air of confidence, declared, "You will undoubtedly succeed." She continued, "Upon my return, I will have the student council recruit a group of part-time students, and you can interview and assign tasks." Jiang Cheng nodded in agreement. Dear readers, please add this book to your bookshelf and express your support upon finishing. Your gratitude is immensely appreciated. Chapter 52. Class committee members the following afternoon. Due to the oppressive heat, military training was temporarily suspended and all students returned to the classroom. Hurong, the homeroom teacher of the performance class, seized this opportunity to organize the election of class officers. Wang Jianbo, upon learning of this, hurriedly summoned Jiang Cheng, who had been napping in the dormitory. Once all the classmates were present, Hurong announced that interested candidates could take the stage to deliver their campaign speeches. Positions such as class leader, academic representative, organizational committee member, and life committee member would be assigned based on the votes received. Wang Jianbo was taken aback. "Do we really have to give speeches to garner votes? I'm completely unprepared. What can I possibly say on stage?" Jiang Cheng teased with a smile. "Simply articulate your strengths and your commitment to serving the class. If you have resources, then leverage them to your advantage." Wang Jianbo nodded pensively. As time progressed, the interested students took turns presenting their speeches, each stumbling through their delivery, lacking any noteworthy highlights. When it was Wang Jianbo's turn to take the stage, he proclaimed with a clear voice, "Dear classmates, a train runs swiftly, relying entirely on its engine. If you elect me as class leader, I shall dedicate myself to ensuring that those who prosper first will assist those who follow, allowing everyone to enjoy a vibrant university life. Thank you." After bowing, he returned to his seat with an upright posture. The atmosphere in the classroom erupted, with students buzzing and whispering amongst themselves, glancing at Wang Jianbo. He turned to Jiang Cheng and asked, "What do you think, Lao Jiang?" Jiang Cheng smirked and nodded. Quite impressive. Ho Xiaodong immediately chimed in, I agree. Wang Jianba chuckled heartily. Soon after, other students took the stage to deliver their speeches, while Jiang Cheng began to feel drowsy. However, when a girl named Feng Jing stepped up to speak, he immediately lifted his head. Her performance was commendable. Feng Jing, with her composed appearance and glasses, exuded confidence during her speech, presenting her ideas with clarity. She articulated her intention to be an effective assistant to the class leader, serving as a bridge between students and teachers. She emphasized her commitment to nurturing her classmates' growth in both academic and personal realms. Finally, she humbly pledged to fulfill her role as class leader, welcoming everyone's oversight. Her three-pronged approach was indeed exceptional among the students, even Hu Rong nodded in approval. As Feng Jing concluded her speech, the classmates erupted into enthusiastic applause. Wang Jianba's expression darkened as he thought to himself, I am in jeopardy. As the results were announced, it was indeed confirmed that Feng Jing was elected class leader with the highest number of votes. Subsequently, Kong Lei, Wang Jianba, and others were appointed to positions such as study committee member and life committee member. After Hu Rong announced the results, Wang Jianba lamented, out of nowhere comes a formidable contender. I truly have a hard fate, born to be the second fiddle. Ho Xiaodong quickly replied, Brother Bo, being a life committee member is not bad at all. You're no longer an ordinary student. Bao Zheng nodded in agreement. Indeed, it's not without its rewards. Wang Jianba sighed. What good is it? Holding a position without any real power. It's utterly unremarkable. Ho Xiaodong and Bao Zheng were taken aback. Jiang Cheng chuckled and reassured him. Do not underestimate yourself. Do you not grasp the significance of being a committee member? You are now part of our class committee, a prominent figure among us. What more could you desire? The term class committee straightened Wang Jianba's posture as he felt a strange surge of pride in his role. There's truth in what you say, Lao Jiang, he thought, promptly taking out his phone to add a note in the class group chat. Class committee member. He then posted a message. Dear classmates, today marks my first day as life committee member. To celebrate this splendid occasion, I shall treat everyone to ice cream. I will contact the snack shop now, so please hold on for a moment. Upon seeing the message, his classmates turned to look at Wang Jianba. The replies in the group chat began to soar. Thank you, Big Shot. The life committee member truly cares for our well-being. Thanks, committee member Wang. I want a choco pie, hee. I'll just have an old popsicle. Ho Xiaodong quickly typed. Following committee member Bo, we'll have food and drink. Thanks a lot. Ha! Jiang Cheng cast a humorous glance at Ho Xiaodong, noting how the young man's path was becoming increasingly promising. Soon, the proprietor of the school's convenience store delivered dozens of ice creams. With a nod of approval from their homeroom teacher, Hu Rong, each student was given one, and the classroom erupted in joyous delight. Wang Jianba's popularity skyrocketed, garnering widespread acclaim among his peers. With an excited expression, he exclaimed, Old Jiang, you were right. Being a member of the standing committee is indeed a position of prestige. After the students relished their ice creams, Hu Rong received a phone call and addressed her students with a smile. Upon the conclusion of military training, our school will host a singing competition called the Campus Voice. The student council is currently in charge of recruiting part-time students for this event, with each class selecting 10 participants who will soon come for auditions. The part-time students will earn a daily wage of 100 yuan and will be exempt from military training during their work hours. The classroom buzzed with excitement at the prospect of earning money while avoiding military drills. Hu Rong continued with a smile. Part-time work at art institutions is a long-standing tradition. Besides earning extra income to support living expenses, it also allows you to accumulate relevant work experience. I hope everyone takes this opportunity seriously. The students nodded in agreement. As per tradition, Hu Rong asked, Are there any students who do not wish to participate in the part-time work? If so, you may leave for the day. Upon hearing this, Jiang Cheng immediately raised his hand. After all, this part-time job was something he had proposed to Dean Wanqin. Was he really going to work for himself? Consequently, Jiang Cheng became the sole student in the class to raise his hand in refusal, instantly becoming the focal point of attention. Whispers erupted among his classmates. Jiang Cheng was indeed a maverick in class, declining military training and now part-time work. Wasn't his pursuit of the glamorous car goddess remarkable? Indeed, he had quite the achievements. The girls in class gossiped about Jiang Cheng. I'm quite curious about what Jiang Cheng occupies himself with all day. Me too. I really want to spend a few days with him and see. Hey, that's easy enough. Just book a hotel room and invite her. How rude. Su Mingyao, overhearing her roommate's chatter, frowned and said, "What is so impressive about him? He is merely a clown seeking attention." Her roommates exchanged peculiar glances, and the newly elected class leader, Feng Jing, hesitantly remarked, "Mingyao, is your opinion of Jiang Cheng influenced by the incident at the opening ceremony?" Su Mingyao's expression stiffened, and she scoffed. "I'm just speaking the truth. Isn't Jiang Cheng merely using sweet talk to win over a beautiful girl? Is that truly commendable? She dismissed him, if you ask me. He is not even as good as Wang Jianba, who at least treated us to ice cream. What benefits does Jiang Cheng bring to our class? Can he help us earn money? Please." With no need to register for the part-time job, Jiang Cheng departed the classroom early. He strolled to the nearby Green Lake Art Park and contacted Bei Manong and Xiao Xiaowei to convene, preparing to shoot the Mouse Loves Rice today. Jiang Cheng sat on a bench, his face adorned with contemplation as he awaited the arrival of two women. The song Mouse Loves Rice was a solo performance, lacking the grandeur typical of certain celebrity albums. Thus, it seemed that Mouse Loves Rice lacked a captivating element. After all, Xiao Xiaowei was merely an ordinary person without any fame. As Jiang Cheng pondered, a thought struck him. He could borrow Shen Xingruo's Ferrari. In this day and age, a supercar was indeed a rarity. If he incorporated a Ferrari as a prop, combined with Xiao Xiaowei's image and her sweet singing voice, it would undoubtedly have a significant viral effect. Jiang Cheng promptly sent a message to Shen Xingruo. "I need your assistance." Shen Xingruo replied, "Where are you?" Jiang Cheng responded, "At Green Lake Park near the new campus." Shen Xingruo, "I'm on my way." Jiang Cheng was taken aback by her straightforwardness. Moments later, Shen Xingruo arrived at the park, driving a roaring Ferrari. Jiang Cheng watched as she stepped out of the car, dressed in a fresh blue and white floral long dress. Tall and graceful, with an enchanting beauty, Shen Xingruo elegantly approached him. Jiang Cheng chuckled. Sport cars are indeed swift. Shen Xingruo teased, "When Boss Jiang calls, how could I not rush over?" Jiang Cheng gave her a thumbs up. "Such loyalty." He proceeded to explain, "I have written a song and have already recruited a singer and a director. I plan to shoot a video today." Shen Xingruo waved her hand dismissively. "Just tell me what you need me to do. Whatever you say, I shall comply. I entrust my 100 pounds of flesh to you today." Jiang Cheng was momentarily stunned, looking at Shen Xingruo with an unusual expression. How could such a radiant heiress be so wholeheartedly devoted to him? He felt a flicker of emotion. Regaining his composure, Jiang Cheng elaborated on his situation and requested to borrow the car. He also mentioned his intention to establish an entertainment company. Shen Xingruo immediately inquired, "Are you short on funds?" Jiang Cheng shook his head. "Not at all. It won't cost much." "I see," Shen Xingruo responded, her big eyes blinking. "But I want to partner with you in this venture. Are you sure you don't need money? A few million? Tens of millions? I can transfer it to you right now. Even if it fails, it's on me." Hearing this, Jiang Cheng's heart fluttered. It seemed quite advantageous to lean on Shen Xingruo's support. Why bother struggling when he could enjoy the benefits of friendship, spend freely, and drive a supercar? However, a voice of reason within him quickly dismissed that notion. No, he thought, having been reborn, it would be a waste not to leverage this foresight to soar to new heights. He replied somewhat brusquely, "Please do not sway my resolve. I wish to strive for success on my own." Shen Xingruo let out a disappointed "oh," then continued, "How about I come up with a name for your company?" "I have a great idea." Jiang Cheng, intrigued, asked, "Do tell." Shen Xingruo, excited, proposed, "Let us call it Chengxing Entertainment," signifying that all the artists you sign can become stars. And it also plays on the homophonic phrase about sincerity leading to success. "What do you think?" Jiang Cheng, remaining composed, replied, "That works, but let's go with Chengxing Entertainment for a smoother ring." Shen Xingruo's face brightened with delight. Then it settled. No backing out. Jiang Cheng nodded in agreement. After a brief exchange of pleasantries, Xiao Xiaowei and Bei Manong called to inquire about his location, announcing their arrival. Upon hanging up, Jiang Cheng muttered nonsensically, lamenting the unreliability of employees who lack good friends. The employee who had been informed earlier arrived late, while the friends who were notified later rushed to join him. However, upon their reunion, Jiang Cheng realized he had misjudged the two women. Bei Manong had been delayed due to the preparation of filming equipment, which included a camera, a large lens, a tripod, a stabilizer, lighting gear, and a myriad of other items. Meanwhile, Xiao Xiaowei made her first appearance wearing makeup, naturally beautiful. She had applied some foundation to enhance the smoothness of her complexion and a touch of lipstick to make her lips appear fuller and more alluring. With her subtle enhancements, Xiao Xiaowei transformed into an exquisitely beautiful and slender young woman. Yet, despite her charm, both women were momentarily taken aback upon seeing Shen Xingruo, who was nothing short of ethereal. With her tall, voluptuous figure and stunningly radiant features, she exuded an aura of delicate grace. Could such a being truly exist in reality? After a brief state of astonishment, Bei Manong turned her gaze towards the distant Ferrari and suddenly exclaimed, "Are you the legendary goddess of supercars from the Academy?" Neither she nor Xiao Xiaowei had attended the freshman orientation, so they had only heard tales of the supercar goddess without ever encountering her in person. Shen Xingruo smiled gently. "The goddess of supercars? I suppose so," Bei Manong remarked with an unusual expression. "If you're not a goddess, then who could possibly be?" Xiao Xiaowei nodded adorably. "Absolutely stunning." Jiang Cheng chuckled at the side and proceeded to introduce the three women, outlining the filming plan. There were primarily two main shots, one featuring Xiao Xiaowei singing inside the sports car, and the other with her standing by the front of the car while singing. Upon hearing this, Bei Manong furrowed her brow, stating, "During the shoot, I need to install the stabilizer, which requires clamps both inside and outside the car. If I'm not careful, I could scratch the vehicle. A car worth several million is quite troublesome if it gets even a minor dent." Xiao Xiaowei was left in shock. "Several million?" She stared blankly at the red Ferrari by the roadside, feeling an inexplicable wave of pressure wash over her. Jiang Cheng was momentarily taken aback. Bei Manong's concern was not unfounded. He had heard similar tales in his past life about the tremendous hassle involved in repairing supercars. Even a minor scratch could necessitate returning to the manufacturer for repairs. More serious issues could even involve air transport. And given the rarity of supercars in this era, the complications would only multiply. Upon hearing this, Shen Xingruo glanced at Jiang Cheng and cheerfully said, "What S-mine is his? A scratch doesn't matter. Feel free to use it." Bei Manong raised her eyebrows in surprise, feeling a strange sensation within. The first time she met Jiang Cheng, she had assumed he was a rude suitor who simply sat beside her, only to later discover he sought her collaboration. After their partnership began, she worried he might take advantage of their working relationship to pursue her, and she had candidly warned him. However, following the incident with Lu Shiyan's car chase, she realized Jiang Cheng was resolute in his disinterest in romantic entanglements, concluding she had misread the situation. Yet today, she found herself misjudging him once again. This fellow was far from uninterested in romance. Is it merely a discussion about the top-tier goddesses? She cast a speechless glance at Jiang Cheng before addressing Shen Xingruo. "If that's the case, my pressure diminishes significantly." Xiao Xiaowei nodded in agreement, casting furtive glances at Shen Xingruo, who epitomized perfection with her beauty, exquisite figure, and wealth. Only girls of such caliber seemed worthy of Brother Jiang. Her mind wandered in fanciful thoughts. Subsequently, the formal shoot commenced. Once in work mode, Bei Mon displayed remarkable professionalism, capturing angles that perfectly illustrated the scenes Jiang Cheng envisioned. Xiao Xiaowei, undeterred, sweetly sang Mouse loves rice to the camera in her white dress. From a distance, Jiang Cheng nodded approvingly. Shen Xingruo nudged his arm. "So, do you think they are beautiful, or am I?" Jiang Cheng was taken aback. "What kind of question is that?" "Of course, you are the beautiful one." Shen Xingruo's face lit up with a joyful smile. Jiang Cheng regarded her with a peculiar glance, wondering if the stunning beauty had a misperception of her own allure. In both his past and present lives, he had never encountered a girl more beautiful than her, neither in reality nor in the realms of television or the internet. Chapter 54. Now that is impressive. After the completion of Mouse Loves Rice, Baemon promptly expressed her intention to return for post-production, taking Xiao Xiaowei with her to avoid being a third wheel. At that moment, the student council president, Ge Chang, called Jiang Cheng. Brother Jiang, I'm currently screening part-time students for the singing competition. Do you have any suggestions or thoughts? Jiang Cheng casually replied, just handle it as you see fit. A thought struck him, and he added, Wang Jianba, Ho Xiaodong, and Bao Zheng from the performance class would be quite suitable. Let these fellows skip military training to spare them some physical discomfort. Ge Chang noted it down. Got it. I'll gather them in Hall 1 of the incubation base around 6 o'clock. We will need you to finalize arrangements. Jiang Cheng nodded. No problem. After hanging up, he decided to head to the incubation base, conveniently taking the opportunity to process the registration for Xingqing Entertainment Company. He turned to Shen Xingruo. Shall we take a stroll at the incubation base? Shen Xingruo tossed him the car keys with enthusiasm. Let us go. Jiang Cheng then drove his Ferrari to the incubation base, the roar of the engine echoing like thunder. The staff within the base immediately opened windows to gaze down. The roaming entrepreneurial teams paused to admire the arrival of the Ferrari. Wow, does driving a Ferrari require entrepreneurship? This must be our school's goddess of sports cars. Of course. Who else could it be? The Ferrari parked gracefully in its spot. After disembarking, Jiang Cheng led Shen Xingruo towards the director's office, while onlookers regarded the striking couple with astonished expressions. The director's assistant, Su Ying, stood in the office, looking down at the Ferrari. Upon seeing Shen Xingruo exit alongside Jiang Cheng, a look of surprise crossed her face. What a breathtaking beauty! When Su Ying first met Jiang Cheng, she was slightly taken aback, as he had come with two beautiful women to apply for entrepreneurial support. As Jiang Cheng departed, a beautiful girl chased after him, tears glistening like pear blossoms. It was quite absurd. To everyone's surprise, Jiang Cheng was soon accompanied by an exceptionally stunning beauty and a Ferrari. Su Ying was utterly astonished. Upon entering the director's office with Shen Xingruo, Fu Weihua expressed his surprise, noting that Ge Chang had not yet returned with the part-time students, and questioned Jiang Cheng's early arrival. With a smile, Jiang Cheng clarified his purpose, to register Xingqing Entertainment Company. Upon hearing this, Fu Weihua eagerly took charge, promptly arranging for Su Ying to provide a full suite of services. They proceeded to complete the business registration formalities and named the company Xingqing Entertainment. Additionally, they needed to apply for relevant permits from the cultural regulatory authorities, including a broadcasting and television program production license, a performance permit, and licenses for film and song production. While Jiang Cheng navigated through the bewildering array of paperwork, Shen Xingruo sat beside him, diligently assisting. She reviewed the content, handed him a pen, and with her delicate hands, attentively observed as Jiang Cheng signed. Su Ying watched in a daze, as her envisioned goddess of speed should have been a lofty figure, untouched by mundane matters. She imagined that even while Jiang Cheng was engaged in serious business, the goddess would remain composed, waiting patiently on the sidelines. But to her surprise, the grand goddess busied herself like a devoted wife, harmonizing with her partner. Jiang Cheng truly possessed remarkable charm. Meanwhile, in the performance art classroom, students eagerly awaited the student council selection process. Tension filled the air as only 10 students from the class would be chosen, leading to considerable competition. Many girls discreetly applied makeup, well aware that aesthetic appeal was paramount in attracting attention for artistic endeavors. Thus, students like Kong Lei and Su Mengyao, who were relatively more attractive, felt less anxious. Ho Xiaodong, wearing a gloomy expression, remarked, I estimate my chances are slim. Bao Zheng remained silent, sharing a similar sentiment. Wang Jianba scoffed, in our dormitory, only old Jiang stand a chance. Ho Xiaodong retorted, Brother Jiang, doesn't he even need to go through this process? Didn't he participate in military training? The others were momentarily taken aback. Wang Jianba smirked, Old Jiang is indeed impressive. As they spoke, a large group appeared outside the classroom, led by a man clad in a black suit with a stern demeanor. Ge Chang, the student council president. Upon noticing him, Hu Rong approached with a slight smile, welcoming him. After exchanging pleasantries, Ge Chang was invited into the classroom, followed by a cadre of assistants, each carrying folders and pens, resembling an inspection team. Guchong surveyed the students in the class, drafted a list, and then presented it to Hu Rong for her review. Upon seeing the list, Hu Rong was momentarily taken aback, then turned to the students below with a smile. The names I read aloud belonged to those selected for this part-time opportunity. The students immediately straightened in their seats, eager to listen. Feng Jing, Su Mingyao, Zhou Jiao, Xiong Hong, Wang Jianbo, Ho Xiaodong, and Bao Zheng, 7 girls and 3 boys in total, were to leave with Guchong. As Hu Rong announced the names of the girls, the classmates understood. They were all among the more attractive girls. However, when she called out the names of the 3 boys, the class exchanged bewildered glances. What on earth was the selection criterion? It certainly should not have fallen to them. The smile on the learning committee member Kong Lei's face instantly froze. He looked incredulously at teacher Hu and Guchong, but alas, they bore no obligation to explain themselves. Guchong promptly led the 10 students out of the classroom. Wang Jianbo and the others walked out in a daze, blending into the larger crowd. Ho Xiaodong whispered, "This must be a mistake, right?" Bao Zheng also wore a perplexed expression. Wang Jianbo glanced around, saying, "Since we're here, let us see how it goes." The others nodded, stealthily following behind. Yi Qiang, accompanied by the student council officers, entered one classroom after another, selecting 10 individuals from each, ensuring a fair distribution. Their group expanded rapidly, soon reaching a scale of 100 individuals. Seizing an opportunity, Su Mingyao handed Guchong a can of cola before discreetly returning to her class team. Zhou Jiao, noticing this, teased, "Mingyao, I want some cola too." Su Mingyao retorted, "Go buy your own." Feng Jing adjusted her glasses, inquiring, "Mingyao, do you know the student council president?" Su Mingyao shook her head, replying, "I don't, but I wish I did." The group fell silent for a moment. Su Mingyao continued meaningfully, "Don't you think Guchong is incredibly impressive? He strides confidently into each classroom, selecting students like a general choosing soldiers. That pen in his hand can determine whether we participate in military training or an extra income. Meeting a man like that, one must be proactive." The girls listened, stunned, and turned their gazes toward Guchong, who walked at the forefront, surrounded by admiration. "What you said makes a lot of sense," one remarked. Indeed, the student council holds significant power in the school. They're involved in many matters. Guchong, as president, essentially leads thousands of students. Compared to such a distinguished young man, our classmate Jiang Cheng is hardly noteworthy. What else does he excel at besides charming girls? The girls displayed expressions of contemplation. Su Mingyao glanced at them, asserting, "So please refrain from mentioning Jiang Cheng anymore. Even to this day, I find him unremarkable. In my eyes, he holds no weight, especially compared to outstanding boys like Guchong." Bao Zheng frowned upon hearing this, saying, "Su Mingyao, stop spreading such gossip." "Did Jiang Cheng offend you?" Ho Xiaodong, equally displeased, added, "We are all classmates. Why cast disparagement upon one another? Guchong is impressive, but he is not marrying you." Wang Jianbo was astounded, exclaiming, "Su Mingyao, your words are sheer nonsense. Be wary of being proven wrong in the future." Despite the student council president's formidable reputation, Wang Jianbo inexplicably held a peculiar confidence in Lao Jiang. He felt that if Lao Jiang were present today, the atmosphere would undoubtedly be transformed. It was an unshakable intuition. Su Mingyao scoffed. "So now you think it's acceptable to eavesdrop on girls' conversations? I await Jiang Cheng to slap me in the face, huh?" Chapter 55. There's always a higher peak. Guchong had successfully recruited a part-time team of 200 individuals. He then led them to the entrepreneurial incubation base. As they approached the entrance, they noticed 7 or 8 girls standing outside. The girls were uniformly attired in black trousers and white shirts, resembling members of the student council. Guchong made his way directly to the leader of the group, Su Ying. With a puzzled expression, he inquired, "What are you doing standing here?" Su Ying smiled slightly. "I heard your commotion from upstairs and waited specifically for you." Guchong frowned slightly. "Aren't you supposed to be handling the company paperwork for President Jiang?" With an air of composure, Su Ying replied, "I have completed my tasks. The director is now personally finalizing the details." Guchong nodded. "Well then, I shall lead everyone to Hall 1 and wait for President Jiang to finish." Su Ying smiled. That's exactly what I meant. Let us go together. Gu Chang cast her a meaningful glance and smiled faintly. All right. However, as he turned away, the smile on his face grew faint. They all understood that Jiang Cheng was currently the star of the academy, with director Fu Weihua fully supporting the entrepreneurial ventures. The campus talent show was directly overseen by Dean Wanqin. Everyone was eager to align themselves with Jiang Cheng. Their roles were distinctly defined. Su Ying was responsible for Jiang Cheng's paperwork, while Gu Chang managed the operations of the campus talent show. Unexpectedly, Su Ying, having completed her tasks, sought to establish her presence here as well. Who says women lack political acumen? She seems quite adept. While Gu Chang and Su Ying conversed, the 200-member part-time team stood silently to the side, whispering among themselves about the girl's identity, noting her calm demeanor in Gu Chang's presence. Some students, well-informed, enlightened those around them. She is Su Ying, the president of the Student Association. She oversees the management and coordination of all student organizations' activities and development. Quite an impressive woman. Yes, I have seen her photo on the campus wall. She appears to be the captain or president of the Volunteer Association as well. In short, she is quite remarkable. The students, realizing she was also a prominent figure at the school, exchanged glances of astonishment towards Gu Chang and Su Ying. Although everyone present was a focal point in their respective classes, compared to them, they felt utterly insignificant. Subsequently, the 200 individuals followed Gu Chang and Su Ying into the spacious Hall 1. Once they were seated, members of the student council promptly distributed registration forms, requesting each individual to provide personal information and contact details. In an instant, the hall was filled with the sound of scribbling. Gu Chang and Su Ying, along with their respective groups, sat in a straight line at the head table. After the students completed their forms, they were surprised to discover an empty seat at the center of the head table. To the left of the vacant spot sat Gu Chang's group, while to the right was Su Ying's. Could it be that these two prominent figures were at odds? As the crowd speculated, Gu Chang calmly stated, I will collect the information and later present it to Mr. Jiang, the organizer of the singing competition, who will oversee the next steps. The attendees were taken aback, wondering who Mr. Jiang was. Was this not a school-sponsored event? If it were a privately funded competition, the sponsor must be quite affluent. Just considering the daily wages of the 200 individuals present, which amounted to 20,000, it was indeed staggering. Su Mengyao listened intently to the murmurs around her, eagerly noting the name Mr. Jiang. Her curiosity piqued to see this formidable figure in person. Just as the hall buzzed with chatter, the main doors slowly swung open. Jiang Cheng strolled in with a hand in his pocket, exuding an air of casual confidence. Upon noticing him, Gu Chang sprang to his feet and boomed, Mr. Jiang has arrived. Please join me in welcoming him. As he clapped, he quickly advanced towards Jiang Cheng. The other members of the student council rose in unison, following in his wake. Su Ying, feeling a surge of excitement, beckoned her companions to greet him as well. A throng of over a dozen approached Jiang Cheng. The students below were momentarily taken aback, but instinctively rose to their feet, applauding, which resonated like thunder throughout the hall. Wang Jianbo and his friends exchanged glances, and Ho Xiaodong, in disbelief, exclaimed, Mr. Jiang is actually Brother Jiang? Bao Zheng's eyes widened in surprise. Clearly, Wang Jianbo laughed heartily. I knew it. Old Jiang is always the coolest. He then remarked, look at Su Mengyao. The three of them turned to see Su Mengyao, frozen in shock as she gazed at Jiang Cheng's entrance, utterly dazed. The class monitor, Feng Jing, discreetly tugged at her arm, prompting her to stand. With a pale face, Su Mengyao finally rose, her hands instinctively joining the applause of those around her. Wang Jianbo chuckled. I told you she would be caught off guard, didn't I? Suddenly, Jiang Cheng called out, Wang Jianbo, Ho Xiaodong, Bao Zheng, where are you? As he was invited to take his seat. His first words into the microphone were directed at his roommates. Curious glances filled the room as hundreds turned to look around. Wang Jianbo immediately responded, we're right here. Ho Xiaodong waved excitedly, here. Bao Zheng's face also reflected his exhilaration. Being acknowledged by Jiang Cheng uplifted their spirits immensely. Jiang Cheng smiled lightly. It's good to see you all. The students gazed at the trio in the dormitory with envy and resentment. It was no surprise that these three, despite their lackluster appearances, were summoned. They were, after all, well-connected. Subsequently, Jiang Cheng succinctly outlined the tasks at hand. Students majoring in broadcasting could vie for the role of host for the campus talent show, while those in dance could compete for the position of backup dancers. Students proficient in various musical instruments were encouraged to sign up as well. Those lacking specialized skills would serve as general assistants, responsible for guiding the audience, maintaining order, and providing necessary assistance. Following the successful conclusion of the talent show, I would offer varying bonuses based on the importance of each role. Atop a base daily wage of 100, Jiang Cheng meticulously arranged everything. He concluded with a calm assurance. In my absence, Gu Chong and Su Ying will oversee the operations. You may consult them should any issues arise. Gu Chong responded enthusiastically, rest assured, we will complete the task. Su Ying nodded earnestly. We will not disappoint you. The onlookers exchanged peculiar glances upon witnessing Gu Chong and Su Ying's demeanor towards Jiang Cheng. It seemed the hierarchy within the school was ever evolving. Initially, one would assume that the student council president and the heads of clubs represented the pinnacle of student leadership. Yet here emerged a formidable Jiang Cheng, overshadowing them all. After delegating responsibilities to Gu Chong and Su Ying, Jiang Cheng expressed he had other matters to attend to and excused himself. Just as he exited the classroom, Su Mingyao seized her bag and hastily pursued him. Feng Jing and Zhou Jiao were taken aback, wondering what was transpiring. They promptly followed suit, with Wang Jianbo and others trailing behind. Upon catching up with Jiang Cheng, Su Mingyao swiftly retrieved a can of Red Bull from her bag. Jiang Cheng, it's quite warm. You should quench your thirst. She offered with a bashful smile as she extended the drink towards him. Jiang Cheng, momentarily startled, waved dismissively. No, I only drink purified water. In his distraction, he inadvertently knocked the can from her hand. The Red Bull clattered to the ground and rolled away. Su Mingyao froze momentarily before dashing to retrieve it. Her cheeks flushed as she looked at Jiang Cheng. All right, I'll prepare purified water for you next time. Jiang Cheng furrowed his brow at her, perplexed by her demeanor, and continued on his way with long strides. Xiong Hong, observing the exchange, approached Su Mingyao with a frown. Didn't you dislike Jiang Cheng? Why the change now that he's impressive? Zhou Jiao chimed in, exactly. He didn't even appreciate your gesture and just brushed it off, yet you're not upset? Su Mingyao retorted, don't you think he exudes charisma? I'm drawn to boys with attitude. As their conversation unfolded, a deafening roar of sports cars echoed from outside the building. The group turned to see a striking Ferrari. Students in the hall rushed out, captivated by the sleek red vehicle. Amidst the collective attention, Jiang Cheng drove away in the convertible Ferrari with Shen Xingruo beside him, leaving a trail of admiration in his wake. The onlookers were left in awe. Wang Jianbo turned to Su Mingyao and said with a hint of irony, what do you have to say now, class flower? Su Mingyao's expression grew awkward as she pleaded for leniency. Chapter 56. Indeed, he has always been impressive. Jiang Cheng drove his Ferrari out of the school premises. Shen Xingruo curiously inquired, where are we headed? Jiang Cheng chuckled, I'm planning to sell you. Shen Xingruo shot him a disapproving glance, retorting, if you're short on cash, I can help. No need to sell me. A smirk played on Jiang Cheng's lips as he silently drove to the Tuajiang dock. Once they alighted, Shen Xingruo surveyed her surroundings, commenting, this place is quite delightful. The banks of the river were adorned with dazzling neon lights, while illuminated cruise boats glided through the water. On the shore, people of all ages reveled in leisure. Jiang Cheng explained, those moored boats are dining vessels. We shall indulge ourselves here today. He led Shen Xingruo aboard, where a waiter escorted them to a top-tier booth. After settling in, Shen Xingruo curiously looked around, exclaiming, this ambience is splendid. Relishing grilled fish, feeling the river breeze, and watching the merriment of passers-by brought her immense contentment. While they engaged in casual conversation, Jiang Cheng's phone rang. It was Tao Tsong calling. He answered with a chuckle. You seem to have forgotten your roots. Finally calling me now. Tao Tsong replied bashfully, oh please, the military training is utterly exhausting. I collapse in a bed every night, having long lost my social life. Jiang Cheng laughed. So what brings you back to the land of the living today? Tao Tasong then reported that Chang Junwei and Qian Li had come to visit Sichuan University, hoping to reconnect with old classmates. Jiang Cheng casually remarked, "They're likely at the old campus. I'm at the new one, so our paths don't cross. Besides, I have matters to attend to shortly, and won't have time to entertain them." After exchanging a few more pleasantries, they ended the call. Shen Xingruo, intrigued, asked, "What matters do you have?" Jiang Cheng smiled. "I need to speak with Dean Wan. We should go together. I'm not comfortable letting you return to the dormitory alone at night." Shen Xingruo retorted, "I'm not a child." Jiang Cheng quipped, "You are." She shot him a glare, yet felt an inexplicable joy in her heart. Meanwhile, in the cafeteria of the old campus of Sichuan University, Dai Fei and Lu Shiyun hosted a meal for their visiting old classmates. Initially, Dai Fei intended to host only Qian Li and her old classmate Yulin, totaling 4 people. However, Chang Junwei had the audacity to bring along his cousin, Chang Hui. Aware of Chang Junwei's affection for Lu Shiyun, she didn't refuse the gathering. Once seated, Chang Junwei took on the role of host, ordering dishes and encouraging everyone to indulge. Qianli remarked, "Old class leader, are you treating us today?" Chang Junwei smiled modestly. "Of course, I never allow women to pay." Qianli immediately gave him a thumbs up, praising his generosity. Dai Fei, understanding his intentions were directed towards Shiyun, refrained from contesting the hosting duties. She complimented Chang Junwei, noting his maturity. Yi Lin chimed in with a smile. That's why he's the old class leader. Chang Junwei, flattered by the praise, subtly glanced at Lu Shiyun. However, Lu Shiyun was not herself throughout the day. Aside from exchanging a few pleasantries at the beginning, she appeared to be in a daze, seemingly lost in thought. What would be the reason? Chang Junwei furrowed his brow slightly, and as the dishes were served, he promptly placed some food onto Lu Shiyun's plate. "Shiyun, this perch is delightful. You should give it a try." Lu Shiyun raised her hand to block him, her expression neutral as she replied, "I can manage on my own. There's no need for you to fuss over me." Chang Junwei insisted, "Don't be shy." With deftness, he tossed a piece of fish on her bowl with his chopsticks. Lu Shiyun stared in surprise, her face hardening as she retorted, "I said I don't need it. Are you not listening?" She picked up the fish and tossed it back into Chang Junwei's bowl. The atmosphere at the table suddenly became awkward. Chang Hui, sitting nearby, was left in a daze. Before they arrived, his cousin had mentioned introducing him to his future sister-in-law, Lu Shiyun. Was it all just one-sided enthusiasm? She dismissed him without a second thought, completely disregarding his cousin. As he pondered how to ease the tension, he noticed a bright yellow car approaching the cafeteria entrance. Chang Hui's interest was piqued, and he exclaimed, "You students from Sichuan University are quite affluent, driving a beetle to class." The embarrassed Chang Junwei quickly chimed in, "Indeed, that car costs quite a fortune." Qian Li's attention was instantly captured. "What? Several $100,000? She immediately turned her gaze to the gleaming yellow beetle. "This car isn't even that large." Yi Lin interjected, "The beetle indeed costs several $100,000. I've seen it in magazines." Dai Fei glanced at Lu Shiyun beside her and, attempting to lighten the mood, said, "Yes. Our school indeed has its share of wealthy individuals." Their light-hearted banter eased the atmosphere somewhat, yet Lu Shiyun remained expressionless and silent. As the beetle's door swung open, a youthful and vibrant female driver emerged. She donned a stylish white trench coat and elegant pointed white heels, carrying a black Chanel handbag on her shoulder, exuding an air of brilliance. Qianli was taken aback. "Are the girls at your school this stunning?" Yi Lin gasped in admiration, beautiful and affluent. Even the previously disheartened Chang Junwei couldn't help but exclaim, "She would undoubtedly be the belle of the ball at our school." Upon hearing their remarks, Lu Shiyun raised her head to glance at the female driver entering the cafeteria. When she recognized that the driver was Xiao Manru, her complexion darkened as she remarked, "What's so special about her? Haven't you all seen beautiful girls before? What's the big deal?" The table fell silent once again, bewildered by Lu Shiyun's sudden outburst. Dai Fei, noticing the shift, subtly shook her head at the others, signaling to change the subject. However, Lu Shiyun abruptly slammed her chopsticks down and, with an impassive expression, declared, "I'm feeling a bit unwell. I'm going back to the dormitory. You all enjoy your meal." She then stood up and left without a backward glance. The remaining diners exchanged glances, perplexed. Dai Fei, with a wry smile, explained to the others, "That female driver is Shiyun's rival." Chang Junwei was taken aback. "Rival? Has Shiyun started dating?" Qianli inquired with surprise. "Has she really moved on so quickly? Is everything over with Jiang Cheng?" Chang Junwei, bewildered, responded, "What does Jiang Cheng have to do with this? Didn't he fail to win her over?" Upon hearing the name Jiang Cheng, a sense of vigilance now envelopes him, as he feels a sense of threat from this individual. Dai Fei sighed and remarked, "The female driver is named Xiao Manru. Both she and Shiyun wish to be with Jiang Cheng. They had a fierce argument previously, which caused quite a stir. Your recent compliments toward Xiao Manru would have undoubtedly unsettled Shiyun." Yulin exclaimed in shock, "What did you say? Are they competing for Jiang Cheng's affection?" Though she was aware of Jiang Cheng's newfound wealth, she believed that financial matters and emotional connections were distinct. Wasn't it Jiang Cheng who pursued Lu Shiyun all along? How has the situation reversed? Chang Hui stared blankly at Chang Junwei, feeling as though his cousin's mind was lost in a vast wilderness. Dai Fei lamented, "That is why Shiyun has been out of sorts lately, as if she had lost her spirit, even before your arrival." Chang Junwei's expression darkened as he retorted, "I cannot believe it. On what grounds does Jiang Cheng possess such allure?" Yi Lin hesitated, pondering, "Is there some misunderstanding here?" Leaving Shiyun aside, what about Xiao Manru? She is affluent, dressed in finery. Why would she be interested in Jiang Cheng? Chang Junwei, suddenly animated, nodded in agreement. "Exactly." Dai Fei, exasperated, replied, "I have already conveyed that since entering university, Jiang Cheng has been surrounded by beautiful women. He is no longer the Jiang Cheng of the past. If you wish to verify, just peruse our school's performing arts department forum." The group skeptically retrieved their phones and accessed the forum, only to find a plethora of posts about Jiang Cheng. The most impressive man in the performing arts department emerges. "Brothers, Jiang Cheng is truly remarkable. Let us discuss. I encountered Jiang Cheng today at the entrepreneurship incubator, surrounded by a bevy of beauties. Who is weeping for Jiang Cheng?" Pictures included. Jiang Cheng, the heartbreaker, was stopped by beauties on the street. The individuals at the table clicked on post after post, falling silent, their expressions frozen in disbelief. Simultaneously, Jiang Cheng and Shen Xingruo had arrived at the dean's office. After Wan Qin invited them to sit, she curiously inquired about their purpose. Jiang Cheng slowly replied, "Dean Wan, a segment of the campus voice competition requires your support." Wan Qin gracefully poured tea for him, and Shen Xingruo, smiling as she responded, "As long as it is within my capabilities, it shall not be a problem." Jiang Cheng then elaborated on his vision. Each singer would arrive in a chauffeur-driven vehicle to the playground, walking the red carpet under the watchful eye of cameras, ultimately performing amidst the eager anticipation of the crowd. Wan Qin listened, astonished. Such a grand affair? Jiang Cheng nodded, having entirely adopted the format of the show. Wan Qin, contemplating, asked, "Do you wish for the school to provide the vehicles?" Jiang Cheng chuckled, shaking his head. "The vehicles are not an issue. I will seek sponsorship from a driving school and affix their advertisements on the doors. The current challenge is that the playground is surrounded by railings, preventing vehicle access." Wan Qin laughed. "So you intend to undertake civil engineering, tearing down the railings?" Jiang Cheng grinned. "Is that operation too challenging?" Wan Qin smiled gently. "I do possess some authority in this matter." She spoke slowly. "I will contact the person in charge of military training tomorrow to cancel the outdoor movie event scheduled for the playground tonight. We need to discuss how to appropriately open the venue." "All right, thank you, Dean." Wan Qin continued. "The campus voice is no longer solely your affair. This event is closely tied to our college, and I will naturally lend my full support." Once the objective was achieved, Jiang Cheng promptly stood up to take his leave, ensuring he did not impose further. He asked Shen Xingruo to wait at the door while he went to the parking lot to retrieve his car. Wan Qin gazed at Jiang Cheng's departing figure and then turned to Shen Xingruo, expressing, "Your boyfriend is truly a rare genius." Shen Xingruo was momentarily taken aback. feeling an inexplicable sense of guilt as she glanced at the receding Jiang Cheng, and then replied vaguely, "Yes, he has always been quite remarkable." Chapter 57. Explanation of Circumstances. Greetings, dear readers. As I am preparing for a period of intensive updates, I will be organizing the outline and detailed outline today, necessitating a brief pause and updates. I have also reviewed your comments and would like to express my gratitude for your appreciation and support for this book. I have noticed some readers have raised certain queries. For instance, is there assigned seating in universities? Yes, indeed, especially during the freshman year. University classrooms are categorized into two types. Some have fixed rooms or study areas while others do not, depending on the institution. If you're a college student, you can inquire within your high school classmates group, and you'll find it to be true. As for the issue of the era, some readers mention that life after the millennium does not resemble this portrayal. This reflects a misunderstanding. The renaissance of the millennium is rich and varied, largely due to the integration with international standards, which spurred an explosive growth across various industries. For young people, life encompasses both traditional entertainment elements, ice rinks, arcade games, billiards, basketball, and so on, as well as the internet, social media, and online gaming. Additionally, the cultural and entertainment industries, along with sports, began to flourish, showcasing major films and a plethora of variety shows, along with high-quality pop songs, the Olympics, and much more. This era marked the beginning of a vibrant and diverse cultural explosion. Thus, life after the millennium is not as conservative and antiquated as some may believe. Rather, it possesses a unique sense of romance. Lastly, I assure you that I will strive to create an engaging narrative, providing frequent updates without compromising on quality or abandoning the storyline. I would like to extend my heartfelt thanks to all those who have supported this book with their gifts. Your encouragement means the world to me. I express my heartfelt gratitude to those who generously supported with their affection. Shen Xingruo, who delights in sweet and sour shrimp. Pei Xianjing from Shui West City. Lao Lu. Yezi, the enchanting girl in uniform. Wu Suowei. Mu Gue, who penned a love letter. The humble monk who is bewildered by the concept of love. Xiu, who enjoys spinach with sesame sauce. Heng Jiang from Kaiyuan Temple. And Ling, who is also a supporter. The vice leader of the Zhatian gang, Suda, a Yin from Sisui Prefecture, a Yin, the user with the ID 8790410, Kaiyuan Temple's Heng Jiang once again. The dreamer who embraces the stars, Jiang Yuechen from the Ionian Islands, who deserve a thumbs up, the vice leader of the Zhatian gang, Suda once more. And Tianhe Hua, Longgu, Jiu Yu Xianming, Ji Fa Pai, Zhen Wuzi, who deserve a thumbs up, by Jintian, who savors fruit pancakes, Luo Feng, who adores Huang Xiaoyu, Wan, who relishes pineapple shrimp, and the youth in the empty city, who deserve flowers. Su Sheng deserves a thumbs up. A Yin from Sisui Prefecture again, the flower that blooms just like that, the shore that supports with love, Kaiyuan Temple's Heng Jiang, Qing Hui's Long Yinfeng. With eyes filled with her, Yichun Shun from Yunwu Mountain, Yonghu, and the user 66235991. Qing Hui's Long Yinfeng once again, Zheng Jiqiang, who enjoys cumin rabbit legs, Tang Han Jin, who appreciates cotton, and the vice leader of the Zhatian gang, a once more, user 7419977485735, Long D001, and Sha Laoban, who delights in ice pops. The poet in the sky urging for more chapters, with the light of the lamp guiding the wandering guest. Inspiration Capsule, the vice leader of the Zhatian gang. Su Kei, Han Wuan, and Anderson, who writes fairy tales, deserve a thumbs up. Chapter 58. He Always Laughs last the following evening. Jiang Cheng arrived at the new campus square as per his agreement with Dean Wanqin, intending to finalize arrangements for the entry and exit of vehicles for the Good Voices event. Upon reaching the playground, he noticed students from various departments seated in their respective class groups, engaged in lively conversation. A white movie screen had been set up at the front, and everyone awaited the film's commencement. It appeared Dean Wan had not yet arrived, or else the faculty and students would have been dismissed. Jiang Cheng then made his way toward the performance class. Ho Xiaodong, with keen eyes, spotted him and called out loudly, "Brother Jiang, over here." He along with Wang Jianbo and Bao Zheng, immediately rose to greet him. Wang Jianbo cheerfully remarked, "Old Jiang, are you here to enjoy the festivities with us?" Jiang Cheng chuckled. "Festivities? I'm just an ordinary student." Wang Jianbo nodded in exasperation. "Yes, yes, driving a Ferrari, wooing goddesses, running a company, you truly are just an ordinary student." The classmates observed and whispered among themselves, "Ah, Jiang Cheng has come to watch the movie. He truly is a rare visitor. Indeed, he is a man of significance." Taking a break from his busy schedule to attend. Everyone is now aware of Jiang Cheng's impressive performance at the school's voice competition. This student truly possesses remarkable talent. The class monitor, Feng Jing, regarded the jovial Jiang Cheng with a peculiar expression before rising to fetch a stool from afar and approaching him. "Jiang Cheng, you are indeed a rare guest. Please take a seat." Jiang Cheng chuckled lightly. It seems our esteemed class monitor is quite perceptive. He accepted the stool and seated himself. Feng Jing countered, "Do you truly think I am perceptive?" Adjusting her glasses, she gazed at Jiang Cheng with a serene demeanor. Jiang Cheng smiled gently. "Not only do I think so, but the entire class shares this sentiment." Wang Jianbo chimed in, "Indeed. That is why I have always wholeheartedly supported the monitor's endeavors." He recalled that he was a member of the class committee and that the monitor was his direct superior. Feng Jing scrutinized Jiang Cheng for a moment before smiling and returning to her seat. Once seated, Zhou Jiao giggled. "Monitor, the stool you just lent was Gu Wei's. Will he sit on when he arrives?" Xiong Hong laughed. "What do you know? The monitor is merely borrowing flowers to offer to Buddha." Feng Jing replied with a smile. "Gu Wei is already late. He deserves to be without a stool." The group exchanged glances, surprised at how the seemingly gentle monitor exhibited such firmness and character. Su Mingyao had not engaged with those around her ever since Jiang Cheng's arrival. She had fixated her attention on him, yet he had not acknowledged her presence. Summoning her courage, Su Mingyao approached Jiang Cheng. Once beside him, she crouched down and retrieved a bottle of purified water from her bag. "Jiang Cheng, would you like some water? You mentioned before that you drink only purified water." Jiang Cheng waved his hand dismissively. "I'm not thirsty. You should drink it yourself." Su Mingyao, slightly disheartened, returned the bottle to her bag. Jiang Cheng casually remarked, "You shouldn't drink too much water. It's inconvenient to use the restroom." "The last time in the parking lot, I was sitting in my car and thought you were a thief." "What? The parking lot?" Su Mingyao asked, bewildered. Suddenly, her face flushed crimson. "So that's what it was?" Recently, she had been puzzled by Jiang Cheng's actions. He was so outstanding and had such a remarkable girlfriend, yet he had approached her that night. It turned out it was because she had hidden behind his car to relieve herself, and he had overheard her. Embarrassed, she shuffled her toes on the ground and quickly excused herself, returning to her seat in haste. Feng Jing observed Su Mingyao's flushed face upon her return and remarked nonchalantly, "What did Jiang Cheng say to you? Why are you blushing so fiercely?" The surrounding girls looked at her with curiosity. Su Mingyao's heart raced, and she forced a smile. "Jiang Cheng was concerned about me, advising me to drink less water. Otherwise, it would be inconvenient at the playground." The surrounding girls erupted in teasing. Their playful banter drew the attention of nearby students. Instructor Dao Jiqiang frowned at the unfamiliar Jiang Cheng. Who was this person? Ever since Jiang Cheng's arrival, the class had become restless. The girls were even offering him stools and water. During military training, there should only be one core figure in the class: himself. Dao Jiqiang felt his authority challenged. He strode purposefully toward Jiang Cheng, his expression impassive, and stated, "Student, please adhere to the rules and return to your class." Jiang Cheng smiled faintly, introducing himself. "This is my class. I am Jiang Cheng." Dao Jiqiang squinted his eyes, realizing that this was indeed Jiang Cheng, the student who had evaded military training. He promptly adopted a stern expression and stated, "Since you have not participated in military training, you are ineligible for the collective activities that follow." Jiang Cheng glanced at him and replied, "What collective activities have I participated in? Don't stir up trouble for no reason." Dao Jiqiang's face darkened. "Tonight is the collective movie screening for the students who underwent military training. Do you not understand?" Jiang Cheng waved his hand dismissively. "Today's event has been canceled." Dao Jiqiang exasperated, retorted with a sardonic laugh. Are you the dean or the commanding officer? You cannot simply declare cancellation. Their confrontation immediately drew the attention of those surrounding them. Kong Lei watched with a sense of excitement. Jiang Cheng dared to act so brazenly, yet the military instructor was indifferent to titles and privileges. Within their jurisdiction, he was the authority, and if Jiang Cheng continued to clash, he would undoubtedly face repercussions. Feng Jing observed with a furrowed brow, contemplating whether to intervene and advise Jiang Cheng to take a step back for a broader perspective. Just then, Dean Wanqin and Commander Wei Heping made their entrance onto the playground, accompanied by a formidable entourage that exuded an impressive presence. Wang Jianbo, with keen eyes, noticed that the school's dignitaries were heading straight toward their class, which startled him. He quickly whispered to Jiang Cheng, "The commotion has attracted the attention of the school's leaders. They're coming over." Jiang Cheng, feeling perplexed, remarked, "Why do I feel like a problematic student?" "It's nothing." Dao Jiqiang scoffed. "Whether it is something or not is not for you to decide." As they spoke, the school's leaders approached the group. Dao Jiqiang immediately turned to salute, his voice booming, "Greetings, Commander." He then acknowledged Dean Wanqin. "Hello, Dean Wan." Dean Wan nodded slightly and turned to Jiang Cheng with a smile. "Have you been waiting long?" Jiang Cheng shook his head. "I just arrived." Dao Jiqiang was taken aback. How could the school leaders be so familiar with this student? In his moment of shock, Commander Wei Heping stated flatly, "Notify everyone that today's movie screening has been canceled." Dao Jiqiang, in disbelief, exclaimed, "Canceled?" Wei Heping's expression darkened. "What? Do you have an objection?" Dao Jiqiang quickly regained his composure, panicking. No objections. I will notify everyone immediately." Before he hurried away, he cast a complex glance at Jiang Cheng. Jiang Cheng shrugged nonchalantly. Subsequently, he and Dean Wan strolled side by side across the playground, engaged in light-hearted conversation, exuding ease and comfort. The team of school leaders followed them like stars orbiting a celestial body. The student from Class 1 regarded Jiang Cheng with peculiar expressions. The girls whispered among themselves, realizing that the instructor was not as formidable as they had imagined. Indeed, while he appeared fierce during training, he had to concede when faced with someone of greater stature. Naturally, Jiang Cheng was not an ordinary student. The instructor's stern demeanor held no sway over him. Their faces displayed a mixture of admiration and longing. Kong Lei watched Jiang Cheng's retreating figure with disappointment, feeling a sense of powerlessness rise within him. Why was it always Jiang Cheng who emerged victorious in the end? Chapter 59. The eccentric uncle, as Jiang Cheng and Dean Wan leisurely wandered the playground. Director Fu Weihua of the Entrepreneurship Incubation Base arrived, accompanied by Gu Chong and Suing. After hastily greeting Wanqin, he immediately turned to Jiang Cheng with concern, inquiring if he required assistance with event planning. Jiang Cheng smiled and replied, "I certainly do. Do you have any recommendations, Director?" Fu Weihua nodded and said, "Previously, a team specializing in event planning approached our incubation base, seeking support for their entrepreneurial endeavors. I found their skills quite impressive." He then enthusiastically called the entrepreneurial team, urging them to come to the playground without delay. As they waited on one side of the playground, engaging in casual conversation, Fu Weihua eagerly offered Jiang Cheng some advice. Suddenly, the roar of a sports car approached from the direction of the gate. Everyone turned to see a red Ferrari drawing near. Jiang Cheng was taken aback. What was the stunning beauty doing here? After exiting the vehicle, Shen Xingruo strode gracefully towards Jiang Cheng, clad in white shorts and a black fitted top. Her simple attire exuded beauty and style. Upon reaching Jiang Cheng, Shen Xingruo boldly asked, "Is there anything I can assist you with?" Jiang Cheng chuckled, "I appreciate your kindness, but I don't need any help at the moment." Shen Xingruo continued, "Didn't you mention needing vehicles for the event? I could source a fleet of luxury cars of the same model, and maybe even secure some sponsorship." Jiang Cheng felt a warmth in his heart. Sponsorship? The stunning beauty was likely considering having her mother, chairwoman by Yanjun, foot the bill. He promptly replied, "Really, it's unnecessary. I can contact a driving school for sponsorship. I'll use their funds to manage the event without having to dip into my own pockets." His primary goal in organizing the event was not to make a profit, but to promote 2 new songs and secure the copyright for the show. As for sponsorship, breaking even would suffice. While chatting with Shen Xingruo, Jiang Cheng's gaze inadvertently drifted towards her figure. Why did it seem more pronounced than before? The white shorts fitting snugly. Noticing Jiang Cheng's stare, Shen Xingruo leaned in and whispered, "What are you looking at? Is there something wrong with my outfit?" Jiang Cheng candidly shared his impression. Shen Xingruo retorted, "White tends to accentuate. How could you not know that?" Jiang Cheng merely nodded in response. Shen Xingruo then pulled out her phone and scrolled for a moment. "Let me show you something," she said, her tone shrouded in mystery. Intrigued, Jiang Cheng wondered what it could be. When she turned her phone screen towards him, he was taken aback. The display revealed a flawless, snow-white figure. Devoid of any other context, Jiang Cheng exclaimed, "What is going on? Who is this?" Shen Xingruo, exasperated, replied, "Who else could it be but me? The bruises have completely faded. Didn't you notice?" Jiang Cheng looked again at the photo and cautioned, "You shouldn't keep such pictures on your phone. If it gets lost and falls into the wrong hands, someone could crack your password and access your albums." Shen Xingruo paused, then said, "Should I save it on your phone instead? I actually quite like this photo. It turned out well, the lighting is perfect, and I'm a bit reluctant to delete it." Jiang Cheng replied, "That is acceptable." Moments later, the leader of the event planning entrepreneurial team approached. A young man and woman, both third-year students. The man was named Zhuo Chao, and the woman was in Bingjia. Zhuo Chao, with his remarkable eloquence, greeted the college leaders with fervent enthusiasm upon arrival. Turning to Jiang Cheng, he expressed, "Mr. Jiang, my admiration for you flows like an unceasing river, and today, I finally have the honor of meeting you in person." Jiang Cheng chuckled softly, replying, "You flatter me, boss Zhuo." Zhuo Chao promptly insisted that he was not exaggerating, praising Jiang Cheng's Qipao business with genuine admiration. Jiang Cheng was taken aback. This young man truly possessed talent, analyzing with clarity and depth rather than mere empty flattery, demonstrating a certain finesse. On the other hand, and Bingjie remained composed, casually stating, "Junior, I have some rather immature thoughts regarding your event." Jiang Cheng smiled slightly, inviting her to elaborate. And Bingjie then eloquently articulated her insights, suggesting that the music department selects suitable students for a competition, ensuring a diverse range of song styles was represented. On the night of the competition, the school's vocal instructors would serve as judges, sitting at the front to listen and score fairly. The awards ceremony would culminate in the top 3 singers performing a song with the judges, elevating the atmosphere to a crescendo. She meticulously outlined the detailed steps and pertinent considerations with ease, showing no signs of hesitation. After sharing her thoughts, and Bingjie smiled demurely at Jiang Cheng, asking, "What do you think of my proposal?" Her perspective on Jiang Cheng was not overly flattering. Instead, she focused on the gossip surrounding his initial success in the Qipao business. With a beautiful woman by his side while discussing serious matters, the rumors seemed to hold some truth. Thus, the proud and Bingjie maintained a professional demeanor and a somewhat indifferent attitude. However, Jiang Cheng responded with a mild smile, saying, "Boss Sin, your idea does lack maturity. Perhaps it could benefit from a touch of creativity." He sensed her capability, but felt her imagination was constrained by the limitations of her era, requiring further guidance. Suddenly, Jiang Cheng's phone chimed, and upon checking, he found that Shen Xingruo had sent him a selfie. He momentarily lost himself in thought, while Bingjie, standing across from him, furrowed her brow. She had merely intended to politely suggest her proposal was immature, yet Jiang Cheng had audaciously claimed her idea lacked maturity. It was laughable. What could a freshman like him possibly know about maturity? While she spoke, he was obliviously engrossed in his phone, demonstrating a lack of respect. And Bingjie then firmly stated, "Please enlighten me, Junior. What constitutes a mature and creative proposal? I'm all ears." Chapter 60. Deserving of their brilliance, and Bingjie glared at Jiang Cheng, her delicate features reflecting her displeasure. Zhuo Chao watched from the side, his brows furrowed, realizing that his partner was utterly oblivious to social nuances. Was she truly attempting to embarrass Jiang Cheng in front of everyone? A figure like Jiang Cheng, a diamond among men, was someone one should seek to befriend rather than offend. He had wealth and influence within the school, and cultivating a good relationship with him could yield benefits in the future. Why risk animosity? Even Shen Xingruo, beside Jiang Cheng, cast an annoyed glance at Bingjie. The girl had been haughty from the very beginning. While others referred to Jiang Cheng with titles such as Mr. Jiang or Boss Jiang, and Bingjie, however, casually addresses him as Junior, as if to belittle his experience. Nevertheless, director Fu Weihua, Ge Chang, and Su Ying exhibited curiosity upon hearing this. They were eager to glean Jiang Cheng's insights, as they had yet to witness him showcase his talents since their acquaintance. Jiang Cheng, with a nonchalant glance at Bingjie, remarked, "Selecting contestants solely from the music department is a self-imposed limitation. The campus talent competition should be open to all students. Anyone with an interest should be able to register for the preliminary auditions, thus enhancing the event's reach and influence. Furthermore, once the competition commenced, unified transportation would be arranged to shuttle the finalists from their dormitory buildings. Each singer would be assigned a manager, who would accompany them to the vehicle while being filmed throughout the journey, with the footage broadcast live on the large screen of the playground. Upon arriving at the venue, the singers would disembark and walk down a 100-meter red carpet with their managers before taking the stage to perform. As for the judging segment you mentioned, it would be entirely transformed into a blind selection by mentors. The audience was taken aback, pondering the meaning of blind selection. Jiang Cheng elaborated. For mentors will be seated with their backs to the stage on rotating chairs, listening to the singers perform. When they encounter an exceptional talent, they will tap a button on their armrests, causing the chairs to automatically turn to face the performer, indicating the singer has garnered their approval. If all four mentors turn simultaneously, the singer will advance directly to the next round. Accompanying this moment, dynamic music and appropriate lighting will heighten the visual experience. The crowd exchanged glances, astonished at the innovative approach to the singing competition. And Bingjie, momentarily stunned, urged him to continue. Jiang Cheng then glanced at the elegant Wan Qin. The grand finale of the singing competition will feature Dean Wan of the Music Academy performing her new song. The audience turned in unison to look at Wan Qin, who smiled and nodded at Jiang Cheng. Fu Weihua expressed his admiration, stating, "If this concept can be executed flawlessly, I am certain this competition will achieve tremendous success." Ge Chang and Su Ying nodded in agreement, recognizing that Jiang Cheng's arrangements were unprecedented in both appeal and suspense, particularly the blind selection twist, which was a stroke of genius. They regarded Jiang Cheng with newfound respect, acknowledging his brilliance. And Bingjie, incredulous, gazed at Jiang Cheng and then, with a hint of resignation, admitted, "Mr. Jiang, your proposed segments are indeed more creative and reasonable than mine. The blind selection you described far surpasses my previous notion of a row of teachers monotonously grading performances. I may have overstepped my bounds. I apologize." She blushed as she offered her apology. Zhui Chao observed with a peculiar expression, having never witnessed his proud partner concede to someone else's superiority before. Truly, only the exceptional can be humbled by those even more remarkable. Shen Xingruo, watching the demure and Bingjie, felt a wave of satisfaction, thinking of how she had looked down upon her less accomplished friends. She stood proudly beside Jiang Cheng, filled with a sense of achievement akin to when she had topped the college entrance examination. Jiang Cheng offered in Bingjie a gentle smile. "There is no need for you to undervalue yourself, Bosson. Every individual has their strengths and weaknesses, as you understand. I may not possess the same insights as you. There remains much work ahead for which I will require your assistance." And Bingjie abruptly lifted her head, her eyes wide with surprise. "Mr. Jiang, are you still considering collaborating with us?" Jiang Cheng chuckled. "Of course. Otherwise, why would I provide you with such detailed information? You are the head of the event's execution." And Bingjie responded with excitement. "I assure you, we will accomplish the task." Jiang Cheng smiled and instructed, "I have already spoken with Qi Yun, the owner of Xing Sherdai Music Production Company. We will be borrowing their sound equipment for this event. Please reach out to her once military training concludes and set up the sound system." And Bingjie nodded earnestly. Jiang Cheng then handed her Qi Yun's contact number. After finalizing the arrangements, everyone dispersed on the playground. They watched as Jiang Cheng and Shen Xingruo headed towards the parking lot where the Ferrari awaited. Upon arriving at the parking lot, Jiang Cheng vaguely noticed a shadow lurking behind a large tree. However, he dismissed it and entered the driver's seat, preparing to depart with Shen Xingruo. Just as he started the Ferrari, the figure behind the tree suddenly emerged, hastily approaching the car. Jiang Cheng glanced over in confusion, recognizing it as the instructor, Dao Jiqiang, a young man around his age. Dao Jiqiang, with a flushed face, looked at Jiang Cheng inside the car and mustered the courage to say, "I am here to apologize. I had no other intentions. I simply wanted the students to adhere strictly to the rules, standing tall like a pine and sitting upright like a bell. I worry they might become lax, so I. He stumbled over his words, apprehensive that Jiang Cheng's laid-back demeanor might influence others in the class, leading them to adopt a similarly careless attitude. However, he dared not express this too overtly, having sensed that Jiang Cheng held a significant status at the school, far beyond that of an ordinary student. Jiang Cheng smiled slightly. "You are not wrong. I'm just a bit unique." Dao Jiqiang was taken aback, expressing his gratitude. "Thank you for your understanding." Jiang Cheng nodded gently goodbye. He then drove off in the Ferrari, leaving Dao Jiqiang watching the car fade into the distance, lingering for a while before departing himself. Upon returning to the dormitory, Jiang Cheng was immediately treated with high regard. Ho Xiaodong exclaimed, "Brother Jiang is back. Wash your face, wash your face." He eagerly offered a towel. Bao Zheng, witnessing this, pulled out a fan and silently began fanning Jiang Cheng. Jiang Cheng looked at them with amusement. Offering flattery without cause is often suspect. Wang Jianba jumped down from his bed, curious. "Old Jiang, what have you been up to lately?" The three of them had only recently learned about Jiang Cheng's discreet development during their last encounter at the base's hall, and they had been waiting for an opportunity to chat. As Jiang Cheng washed up, he shared relevant details about the Campus Voice event, explaining that the cancellation of today's film screening was to make way for this initiative. Ho Xiaodong gasped, "Brother Jiang, you are amazing. You're mingling with the school leaders now. That's high status." Bao Zheng pondered, "So if we ever fail a course, Brother Jiang can smooth things over for us." Wang Jianba boldly declared, "Failing a course is nothing. With old Jiang backing us, we can walk through this school with confidence." Jiang Cheng chuckled. "If you're not afraid of having your legs broken, you might as well give it a try." After a moment of light-hearted banter, he returned to his bed. "I have some matters to attend to. You all carry on." The others straightened their expressions and nodded in agreement. When Jiang Cheng mentioned he had something to attend to, it was undoubtedly of great importance to the entire school. After lying down, he picked up his phone and opened a photo of Shen Xingruo. Gradually, the roommates exchanged knowing glances. Jiang Cheng, holding his phone, remained motionless, gazing at the screen, seemingly grappling with a dilemma. The roommates, in silent understanding, refrained from interrupting his contemplation. After a considerable time, Jiang Cheng reluctantly closed the photo, exhaling deeply before messaging Wan Qin. "Dean, do you have time to meet tomorrow?" The next morning, Jiang Cheng drove to Dean Wan Qin's office. They settled on the name for the singing competition, Campus Voice. The preliminary rounds would commence 3 days after military training, lasting for 7 days, followed by the finals. Jiang Cheng also invited Wan Qin to serve as the chief mentor for the event, responsible for appointing other mentors. Wan Qin, upon hearing this, smiled gracefully. "Thank you for your trust, Xiao Jiang." She understood well that the successful execution of Campus Voice would undoubtedly enhance the reputation of the Music Academy. Taking on the role of mentor was also a matter of prestige, and appointing other judges was a favor owed. Jiang Cheng smiled slightly. "I should be the one thanking you for your strong support, Dean." Suddenly inspired, he added, "Let's have the head of the journalism department as one of the mentors." Wan Qin looked at him curiously. "Journalism? Is there a specific reason?" Jiang Cheng pondered for a moment. Many journalists and editors from major news portals are graduates of journalism programs. Their expertise will be invaluable during the promotional activities. Wan Qin was momentarily taken aback, then chuckled. "Your calculations are quite astute." She appreciated Jiang Cheng's candidness, showing no hesitation at all. "That sounds good. Count him in," she replied. As they conversed, the others Jiang Cheng had invited began to arrive, All key contributors to the event: Student Council President Ge Chong, Club President Su Ying, Stage Planning Heads Wu Chao, and in Bingjia. Following them were Bei Manong and 3 of his roommates, who greeted Wan Qin politely. Wan Qin gracefully invited, "Please, make yourselves comfortable. Xiao Jiang has some tasks to assign to you." The group shared awkward smiles and took their seats, mindful of the decorum expected in the presence of the dean. Once everyone was settled, Jiang Cheng shifted into a more comfortable position, crossing his legs and introducing everyone, ensuring they were acquainted with one another's identities. He then addressed Ge Chong and Su Ying. "You two will be the coordinators for the student part-timers. I trust you to manage the several hundred participants." Su Ying replied with a smile, "No problem, President Jiang." Ge Chong, adopting a serious tone, reassured him, "Leave it to us, Jiang Ge." Soon enough, countless individuals will be calling him President Jiang as he grew in stature and influence. If one were to address Jiang as Boss Jiang, how might the uniqueness of their relationship be manifested over time? Thus, it is essential for him to refer to Jiang as Brother Jiang to solidify their connection early on. Jiang Cheng nodded slightly, and then turned his gaze towards Wu Chao and in Bingjia. For this event, each finalist singer is to be assigned a personal temporary manager, a task for which you are responsible in selecting suitable candidates from the hundreds of part-time applicants. Wu Chao immediately affirmed, "No problem." And Bingjia inquired, "Are there any specific focuses regarding the arrangement of the managers?" Upon hearing this, Jiang Cheng regarded in Bingjia with a higher level of appreciation. Her pragmatic work ethic stood in contrast to Wu Chao's somewhat abstract approach. He responded, "The requirements are quite straightforward. Excellent communication skills, strong organizational and coordination abilities, a certain understanding of music, and a sense of responsibility. The role of a manager is quite significant, as they can assist the singers during the competition and also serve as a vital communication bridge between us. Most importantly, having someone by their side can help alleviate the singer's stress and enhance their performance." Wu Chao immediately stated, "We will reach out to President Ge and Chairman Su." The group exchanged glances and nodded in agreement. Jiang Cheng then turned to Bei Manong, "You are the head of the filming team, and the task ahead is daunting. So do not hesitate to ask for help. Quality filming is essential for effective marketing and will also facilitate future copyright applications for the program." Bei Manong nodded earnestly. "I will do my utmost." She gazed at Jiang Cheng, feeling a deep sense of emotion. Initially, when Jiang Cheng approached her for filming, she thought he was just a wealthy heir amusing his girlfriend with playful antics, which initially put her off. Yet, she never anticipated that Jiang Cheng would grow increasingly ambitious, successfully registering a company at the entrepreneurial base, and now, he was set to host a large-scale event. Bei Manong now felt immense pressure, yet also exhilaration, as a hero finally had a platform to showcase their talents. She turned to Su Ying, "I require a team of photographers who understand composition, lighting, and color. Additionally, I need lighting technicians, audio engineers, editors, and special effects artists. Do we have such talents?" Su Ying smiled. "We have everything you need. We will finalize the arrangements shortly." Wang Jianbo, Bao Zheng, and Ho Xiaodong exchanged curious glances. Initially excited to be summoned for a meeting by Jiang Cheng, feeling grown up and engaged in serious matters, they soon found themselves uneasy as they observed Jiang Cheng methodically issuing directives and engaging with professionals for various fields. "Who are we? Why are we here?" Jiang Cheng, perceptive to their unease, smiled lightly. "Wang Jianbo, Ho Xiaodong, Bao Zheng, you 3 are responsible for the promotion of this event. If you require assistance, do not hesitate to reach out to Ge Chong and the others." Wang Jianbo felt a sense of relief. Jiang truly knows how to utilize talent effectively, and he thought to himself, "I still have a role to play." He straightened his posture and declared, "No problem. We will combine online and offline promotions. The campus network and forums will serve as our online battleground, while we can create promotional posters and flyers for offline efforts within school." Ho Xiaodong eagerly added, "We can also promote class by class within the school, enlisting class leader Feng Jing to spread the word." Bao Zheng nodded vigorously in agreement. Jiang Cheng chuckled and nodded. "No problem. I am well aware of your capabilities, akin to the legendary talents of Zhuge Liang and Pang Tong." The 3 roommates felt a surge of delight at this commendation, as Zhuge Liang was indeed a figure of great renown. After the meeting concluded, everyone departed in succession. Jiang Cheng then turned to Wan Qin and inquired, "Does the dean have any engagements this morning?" Wan Qin replied with a light laugh, "My foremost concern at present is to ensure the successful execution of the talent show." Jiang Cheng pondered for a moment and said, "Then I would appreciate it if you could accompany me to the mall. We need to select a set of performance attire." This was an issue he had contemplated for quite some time. Although Wan Qin was poised and elegant, embodying the beauty of a mature woman, her attire typically consisted of serious black suits. Such clothing would undoubtedly detract from the effect if she were to perform on stage. Wan Qin nodded slightly. That is indeed an essential consideration. They then made their way out together. As Jiang Cheng drove, he reflected on how the song Two Butterflies was not your ordinary pop tune, possessing a certain nostalgic quality. Wan Qin, being in her 40s, was not a young girl and would not suit the flamboyant style of someone like Qiao Shaowei. He suggested custom-making a qipao for her performance attire. Wan Qin readily agreed. "You take charge." Jiang Cheng promptly called Xian Chunlan, the qipao designer, to inquire about custom fittings. To his surprise, Xian Chunlan indeed offered this service and had a boutique in the Wanxiang city. After hanging up, he drove directly to Wanxiang City and found the Lanxiang Qipao customization shop. Briefly introducing the background of the performance to Xian Chunlan, she looked at Jiang Cheng with a playful glint in her eye. "Boss Jiang, you're really escalating things, aren't you?" Jiang Cheng was momentarily speechless. This young woman was clearly making a double entendre. What did she mean by escalating? The dean? He pretended not to understand and replied with a deep voice, "The dean is quite busy. Let us not linger on idle chatter." Xian Chunlan shot him a teasing glance before turning to fetch a small carpet to place on the floor. She then smiled at Wan Qin. "Sister Wan, I will take your measurements. Please step onto the carpet barefoot." Wan Qin nodded and gracefully removed her high-heeled shoes, revealing her petite feet clad in black socks. Once she stood on the carpet, Xian Chunlan remarked with a smile, "You must also remove your jacket." She assisted Wan Qin in taking off her suit and set it aside. Jiang Cheng was taken aback, not expecting the dean's figure to be so well-proportioned. Her usual attire concealed her curves. At that moment, she wore fitted black trousers that accentuated her rounded, shapely posterior, while her blue knitted top embraced her slender waist and full bosom. As Xian Chunlan measured Wan Qin's waist, hips, and bust, Wan Qin displayed remarkable composure, showing no signs of shyness despite Jiang Cheng's presence. While taking her measurements, Xian Chunlan engaged in light conversation, exclaiming, "Sister Wan, your figure is truly impressive. Your bosom is ample yet perfectly perky." Jiang Cheng felt a jolt at such candid remarks, wondering how Wan Qin would react. Just as he was about to intervene, Wan Qin smiled gently. "You flatter me, dear. You are equally admirable, if not more so." Xian Chunlan smiled softly in response. As Jiang Cheng listened, a faint smile tugged at the corners of his mouth. Is this the conversational style of a mature woman? He promptly rose and said, "I'll also purchase a few items. You all carry on." Xian Chunlan waved her hand dismissively. Go on. We women have some matters to attend to." Jiang Cheng then ventured out into the bustling Wanxiang city, casually buying some gifts for his parents. A suit, leather shoes, women-esque clothing, handbags, and the like. After leaving the shipping address at the store, he called his mother, Feng Meiwan, to inform her. Upon hearing the news, she was quite pleased, but reminded him, "Son, you should be mindful of your spending. Money can vanish quickly. What you have is in the hundreds of thousands, not millions, and at one tea lasts a lifetime. Perhaps you should return the items. Your father and I have everything we need, and we don't require your financial support. You have your own expenses to consider." Chapter 62. Single no more listening to his mother's advice, Jiang Cheng felt a wave of sentimentality. His parents were very traditional Chinese individuals, valuing the security of savings. During the real estate boom of his previous life, they remained unmoved, only to later regret it as their savings depreciated, missing out on the benefits of the era. When he purchased a home in the magical city, they lamented that their decision had burdened him, wishing they had bought several properties in the celestial city, which, if sold, could have allowed them to acquire a modest apartment in the magical city without pressure. Jiang Cheng shook his head. grateful for his rebirth. At least this time, he would not have to worry about finances. The ringtone industry was beginning to flourish, and before long, he was certain that his 2-hit singles would yield substantial profits, propelling him to great heights. After declining his mother's suggestion to return the goods, Feng Meiwan suddenly lowered her voice, asking, "Son, how far have you and Shen Xingruo progressed?" Jiang Cheng, puzzled, replied, "What do you mean?" She cautioned, "When you are together, be sure to take protective measures. We wouldn't want her to become pregnant at such a young age, especially since you are both still students." Jiang Cheng chuckled. "I'm not a magician. I can't just make someone pregnant." Feng Meiwan retorted, "Play dumb all you like." Jiang Cheng shook his head in exasperation, then imagined a beautiful woman with a round belly walking alongside him, suddenly finding the thought amusing and delightful. After concluding the call with his mother, he stepped into a digital product store in Wanxiang City, selecting a Dell laptop and a Motorola phone, intending to use them as rewards for the 2nd and 3rd places in a campus talent competition, with cash for the 1st place. Upon exiting, he sought a store selling office chairs to custom order a rotating mentor chair. There was no need for the extravagant chairs from his previous life as talent show. That would be too costly. A simple motor for rotation and some colorful lights would suffice. Eventually, Jiang Cheng negotiated the deal with the female owner for 4 chairs, totaling 20,000, with a deposit of 10,000 and a pickup scheduled for 7 days later. By the time Jiang Cheng and Wanxin had both completed their errands and left Wanxiang City, it was already 4 in the afternoon. Wanxin had ordered a light blue cheongsam that accentuated her figure while exuding elegance. Jiang Cheng took the initiative to pay the bill, feeling quite pleased with the image of the female director. On the return journey, Wanxin smiled and remarked, "I feel sorry for the expenses incurred today." Jiang Cheng shook his head in response, saying, "Hearing you say that makes me feel quite ashamed." He recalled how the dean had asked Wanxin to record 2 butterflies and perform on stage without asking for a single penny, joking that accepting payment would be akin to accepting a bribe. Having benefited so greatly, he now felt undeserving of gratitude over a mere outfit. He resolved to express his appreciation to Wanxin in a different manner. Wanxin adjusted her short hair and softly inquired, "Do you have any plans for tonight?" Jiang Cheng replied, "No plans." Wanxin continued, "After I return to school, I will contact the head of the journalism department and try to arrange a dinner tonight, inviting his promising students from various media outlets to join us for a discussion." Jiang Cheng chuckled, playfully praising, as expected of the esteemed dean, "Your efficiency is impressive." Wanxin playfully chided him, "You're quite the flatterer." She then beamed with an elegant and charming smile. When Jiang Cheng returned to the dormitory, he found only Wang Jianbo sitting in front of the computer, busily searching for information related to publicity and promotion. Jiang Cheng remarked, "Why are you doing this yourself, Wang? Didn't you say you'd find some part-time students for this? You guys just need to issue orders." Wang Jianbo casually replied, "I'll do some preliminary work first. Once I have a clear understanding, I'll officially recruit tomorrow." Jiang Cheng silently nodded, appreciating the methodical approach of this young man, a product of the coal industry, who had absorbed much from his upbringing. He then inquired, "Where are Xiaodong and Baozheng?" Wang Jianbo paused his work and turned around, saying, "They went to find Zhou Jiao and Xianghong. They bought 2 sun hats with small fans to woo the ladies." Jiang Cheng was speechless. "Is Baozheng still pining for Xianghong?" Wang Jianbo pondered, "Among the 4 of us, I have a girlfriend, and you have girlfriends everywhere. They must feel some pressure and are eager to find partners. After all, Xianghong was Baozheng's first crush, and he wouldn't easily give up." Jiang Cheng retorted, "Choose your words wisely. What do you mean by girlfriends everywhere? Be careful, or I might accuse you of defamation." As they chatted idly, Baozheng and Ho Xiaodong returned, looking dejected, still holding the sun hats, clearly having failed in their gift-giving endeavor. Ho Xiaodong weakly greeted Jiang Cheng, "Brother Jiang," before collapsing onto the bed without removing his shoes. Baozheng regarded Jiang Cheng with a complex expression, saying, "Perhaps Xianghong is truly not my ideal match. A forced relationship yields no sweetness." Wang Jianbo quickly reassured them, "Don't worry, we still have 4 years in university. We want to end up as bachelors in this dormitory." Ho Xiaodong sighed. "There are too many beauties and handsome men in the arts program. If I had your charm, Jiang Cheng, I wouldn't feel anxious. Bao Zheng added, if I had a wealthy background like yours, Jianba, I wouldn't feel anxious either. Wang Jianba was momentarily taken aback. Jiang Cheng, maintaining a composed demeanor, asked, are Zhou Jiao and Xiong Hong really that remarkable? His impression of the two female classmates was rather lukewarm. Ho Xiaodong sighed in response. Without deeper interaction, I can't be certain if they're truly wonderful, but I find myself drawn to them. Bao Zheng nodded in agreement. Jiang Cheng cast a deep glance at them and then said, Jianba, create a group right now and invite a batch of part-time workers to join. Include Zhou Jiao and Xiong Hong as well. Arrange for the other girls to promote the Campus Voice event online, while Zhou Jiao and Xiong Hong distribute flyers offline. The others were momentarily taken aback. They had an inkling that the part-time students responsible for publicity were fervently hoping their task would be online promotion, as it allowed them to work from their dormitories using their phones and computers. In contrast, those engaged in on-site promotion faced a grueling task, braving the scorching sun outdoors. Two entirely different experiences. Was Jiang Cheng assisting them in retaliating against Zhou Jiao and Xiong Hong? Wang Jianba promptly sprang into action, understood. He swiftly created the group, invited members, and assigned tasks. Ho Xiaodong and Bao Zheng exchanged hesitant glances with Jiang Cheng, feeling a twinge of sympathy. Jiang Cheng, however, turned and lay down on the bed, closing his eyes to rest. Moments later, Ho Xiaodong and Bao Zheng abruptly sat up. Ho Xiaodong, holding his phone with excitement, exclaimed, Jiang Ge, Bo Ge, Zhou Jiao just invited me to dinner. She and Xiong Hong said to meet at the cafeteria later. His face beamed with enthusiasm. What made her change her mind? She was so indifferent before and found my hat gift bothersome. Bao Zheng, with a peculiar expression on his face, added, Xiong Hong invited me too. She mentioned discussing part-time work and wants me to talk to Jianba about her doing online promotion as well. She even sent me a cute emoji. The group simultaneously turned their gaze towards Jiang Cheng, suddenly grasping his intention. So, the dynamics among some of the girls in college had become this intricate. To earn easy money, they could switch from cold indifference to enthusiastic communication in the blink of an eye. Jiang Cheng opened his eyes and smiled slightly at the foolishly excited expressions of Ho Xiaodong and Bao Zheng. They reminded him of the pure and innocent college students he once was. Jiang Cheng then offered them a few words of advice, and with eager nods, Ho Xiaodong and Bao Zheng hurried to change their clothes and prepare to leave together. Just before stepping out, Ho Xiaodong excitedly shouted to Jiang Cheng, Jiang Ge, you are the most amazing person. Bao Zheng cast a grateful glance at Jiang Cheng, recognizing that their current sense of worth stemmed from Jiang Cheng's endeavors. After they left, Wang Jianba sighed, Old Jiang, you truly are remarkable. Perhaps you will genuinely assist them in finding love. Jiang Cheng suddenly remarked, many relationships do not end well. So why do so many people still pursue them? Wang Jianba responded in surprise, Old Jiang, that sentiment seems somewhat at odds with your romantic persona. Love is not a business transaction. It does not necessitate success, nor must it culminate in everlasting companionship. As long as two people share affection, even if the outcome may be unfavorable, the beauty of the experience suffices. As the saying goes, while death is inevitable, there is no need to hasten it. It is best to enjoy the present. Jiang Cheng listened thoughtfully. Suddenly, his phone rang, an incoming call from Wan Qin. I've finalized arrangements with the head of the journalism department, Wen Xiangdong. He invited about 10 students working in the media industry for dinner tonight. Jiang Cheng immediately stood up. I will book the restaurant now and pick you up at dinner time. Chapter 63, Intoxication. Evening. Jiang Cheng and his companions settled into a private room at the Dihao Grand Hotel. After the courteous insistence of Wan Qin and Wen Xiangdong, he took the seat of honor, with the two leaders flanking him on either side. The remaining attendees were esteemed students of Wen Xiangdong, the head of the journalism department, comprising editors from several prominent online platforms and television entertainment channels. They had evidently rushed over directly from work, still clad in their company uniforms from NetEase, New, Soho, Xiaonan Television, Dongfang Television, and Jiangsu, Zhujiang Television. Jiang Cheng observed this arrangement with a silent nod of approval. Subsequently, he discreetly scrutinized Wen Xiangdong a slender man with spectacles, embodying the charm and wit of a seasoned middle-aged gentleman. Sensing Jiang Cheng's gaze when Xiangdong beamed, "Mr. Jiang, Dean Wan has sung your praises to the heavens. I was skeptical at first, but upon meeting you today, I must concede he does not deceive. A distinguished figure, a young talent indeed." When Xiangdong understood that his invitation to serve as a judge was primarily due to his media resources. However, this was of little consequence. What mattered was the opportunity to connect with Wan Qin. The Music Academy represented a key focus of Sichuan University, and with Wan Qin at the helm, potentially advancing to vice president, the stakes were even higher. For him, this gathering was an invaluable chance to forge closer ties with leadership. Upon witnessing the warm rapport between the director and Jiang Cheng, the editors promptly discerned the underlying dynamics and adjusted their attitudes accordingly. After exchanging a few pleasantries of mutual admiration with Wen Xiangdong, Jiang Cheng signaled for the waitstaff to serve the dishes. The ensuing banquet was filled with joviality, toasting and laughter as they finalized work arrangements. Once the campus voice event commenced, they would extensively cover this initiative, inundating the audience with reports until the show's conclusion. Noticing this, Jiang Cheng distributed red envelopes of 1,000 yuan each as transportation allowances. The editors initially hesitated, but ultimately accepted, recognizing this as an unspoken industry norm. Their smiles grew even brighter in response. Once the business was settled, the atmosphere at the table intensified, becoming exceedingly vibrant. The only interruption was the attendees, who were dining with Dean Wan for the first time, enthusiastically raising their glasses in her honor. Jiang Cheng astutely noticed that Wan Qin had a moderate tolerance for alcohol, thus graciously undertook the task of drinking on her behalf. As the evening progressed, Jiang Cheng consumed a fair amount, feeling a slight intoxication. Just as everyone had feasted and the air was thick with the scent of spirits, Jiang Cheng suddenly had a thought. He might consider securing sponsorship for Voice of Good, recognizing that these individuals could serve as leverage in negotiations for his enterprise. Capturing a group photograph today would serve as evidence of the media resources associated with the event. Unsure of the appropriateness of his idea, he leaned in a whisper to Wan Qin. She felt a tickle in her ear, her cheeks flushed with an inexplicable warmth. Regaining her composure, she nodded affirmatively, "No problem." Under the coordination of Wan Qin and Wen Xiangdong, the group rose for a collective photograph. Wan Qin, Jiang Cheng, and Wen Xiangdong positioned themselves in the front row, with 10 editors and reporters standing behind them. After the photo session concluded, the crowd exited the grand restaurant in a lively manner, dispersing in pairs to hail cabs. Once Jiang Cheng had seen everyone off, he sank onto a nearby bench to rest. The earlier hustle of arranging the feast and bidding farewell had not taken its toll. But now that the business was concluded, a wave of intoxication hit him with a vengeance, leaving him dizzy and nauseous. At that moment, Shen Xingruo called him via video chat. Leaning against her bed, her damp hair framing a radiant face, she likely had just emerged from a shower. Upon noticing Jiang Cheng's condition, she immediately straightened. "What is wrong with you?" Jiang Cheng managed a feeble smile. "Had a few too many drinks. I'll be fine after a short rest." Shen Xingruo promptly climbed down from her bed. "Where are you?" Jiang Cheng, speaking indistinctly, replied, "No need to worry about me. I'm really okay." Shen Xingruo, dissatisfied, retorted, "If I don't care for you, who will? Where are you?" Jiang Cheng, with bleary eyes, glanced around. "Sihai Grand Restaurant? I'm on my way." Shen Xingruo ended the call and grabbed her car keys before rushing out. Xiao Manru, who was applying a facial mask, was startled. "Where are you going?" But Shen Xingruo hurried past, the sound of her descent echoing. Xiao Manru quickly pulled Zhu Min along. "Let us see what is going on with the goddess." They hurried after her. Moments later, Shen Xingruo's Ferrari and Xiao Manru's Beetle arrived in succession at Sihai Grand Restaurant. As they disembarked, they spotted Jiang Cheng on the bench, the overwhelming scent of alcohol wafting around him in a state of half-consciousness. Jiang Cheng glanced at them, stammering, "What is with this grand display?" Just as he finished speaking, his head drooped, yearning for sleep. Shen Xingruo immediately stepped forward, supporting him to stand and guiding him toward the Ferrari. However, The weight of the inebriated man proved too much for her. Observing this, Xiao Manru swiftly rushed to assist Jiang Cheng with his other arm. The two women settled him into the passenger seat of the Ferrari, where Zhu Min furrowed her brow. Are we taking him back to our dorm? Shen Xingruo waved her hand dismissively. Tiandu Grand Hotel. She then returned to the driver's seat, started the engine, and the Ferrari sped toward the hotel, with Xiao Manru and Zhu Min following closely in the Beetle. In a brief moment, the women placed Jiang Cheng onto the plush bed. Shen Xingruo, however, found herself at a loss, having never cared for a man, let alone one inebriated. Xiao Manru, more experienced, approached Jiang Cheng, ready to assist, but suddenly halted and turned to Shen Xingruo. Xingruo, why don't you take off Jiang Cheng's shoes and socks? Then use a towel to wipe his face and such? Zhu Min, listening from the side, was taken aback. Was it realistic for young Lady Xingruo to serve someone in this manner? She then suggested, I can call the housekeeping department to send over a couple of attendants. We can just give them a red envelope for their trouble. Her voice abruptly trailed off. Shen Xingruo had already knelt by Jiang Cheng's feet, swiftly removing his shoes and socks. She then turned and entered the bathroom, emerging with a warm towel, sitting on the bed to gently wipe Jiang Cheng's face and body. Zhu Min watched in astonishment. After washing his face, Jiang Cheng felt slightly more alert. He squinted as he observed Shen Xingruo meticulously drying his face, her exquisite features reflecting utmost seriousness. Once she finished, she turned to Xiao Manru and inquired, do those hangover remedies actually work? Are there any side effects? Xiao Manru pondered for a moment and replied, they don't have any detrimental effects, but their significance is minimal. A good sleep is all that is needed. It's not a serious ailment. Shen Xingruo immediately rose, stating, the sooner we sober up, the better. Being drunk is quite unpleasant. She added, I'll head downstairs to the pharmacy to buy some medicine. Please keep an eye on Jiang Cheng. With that, she hurriedly exited the room. Jiang Cheng suddenly spoke in a fragmented manner. Upon hearing him, Xiao Manru approached, asking, what did you say? She leaned closer, her delicate face near his lips. Jiang Cheng repeated, go with her. It's unsafe for her to go alone. Xiao Manru was momentarily taken aback, then chuckled, you two are truly something else. If you don't get married in the future, I shall lose faith in love. She then stood and addressed Zhu Min. I'll accompany Xingruo. You stay here and watch over Jiang Cheng. Pay special attention to ensure he doesn't lie down and vomit. It could block his airway and lead to suffocation. Zhu Min was startled and promptly replied, I'll go with Xingruo. You stay here. Xiao Manru nodded in agreement. All right then. Zhu Min quickly departed. Once only the two were left in the room, the bored Xiao Manru took the towel and resumed washing Jiang Cheng's face. After several attempts, he had regained considerable clarity, now 6 parts sober and 4 parts intoxicated. Observing this, Xiao Manru tossed the towel aside and looked at him with a smirk. Hey, you didn't deliberately drink too much to plot against Xingruo, did you? Hoping to take advantage of her? And then we showed up and thwarted your plans? Jiang Cheng, with a hint of drunkenness in his voice, retorted, our relationship is purely platonic. Xiao Manru, with a teasing glint in her eyes, surveyed the room and remarked, pure friendship leading to something more intimate. What could that be but a matter of sharing a bed? Jiang Cheng slowly closed his eyes, lacking the strength to respond. Xiao Manru then leaned in and whispered, how about I take Zhu Min with me later, giving you the chance to pursue the great goddess? Jiang Cheng mumbled, Kaifeng is too far. Why would I go to Kaifeng? Xiao Manru, slightly annoyed, replied, just keep pretending. Chapter 64. A sleepless night, Jiang Cheng tilted his head bleary-eyed, gazing at Xiao Manru, standing by the bed. She was clad in a snug, short gray plaid skirt and a fitted black short-sleeved top tucked in her slim waist, presenting herself as a seductive figure. He then turned over, presenting his back to her. Xiao Manru, displeased by his reaction, retorted, I'm concerned for you, and you find me bothersome? Truly, a dog biting El Dong Bin, not recognizing a good heart. Hearing her incessant chatter, Jiang Cheng slowly opened his eyes to look at her and said, since you're so eager, why not practice on yourself first? Xiao Manru was taken aback and stepped back 2 paces, exclaiming, you jerk, what do you take me for? Jiang Cheng lazily replied, "If you're afraid, just be quiet." A smirk danced at the corners of his mouth. Realizing she had been teased, Xiao Manru, flustered, declared, "As long as Goddess Shun is willing, I'd gladly play the role of a concubine. But do you dare? You called her to have a word. I have no objections." Jiang Cheng cast a disapproving glance at her. "Stop fooling around." Xiao Manru chuckled softly. In the midst of their conversation, Shen Xingruo returned. Xiao Manru immediately approached her. "Why did you take so long? If you hadn't come back, I would have fallen victim to Jiang Cheng's wrath." Shen Xingruo raised her eyebrows. "Are you truly that capable?" Jiang Cheng suffers from a phobia of romantic entanglements. How could that be possible? Xiao Manru, at a loss for words, retorted, "What do you mean by that? Are you saying Jiang Cheng is akin to an emperor choosing a consort, and he might overlook someone like me who presents herself so readily? How had she never realized her elder sister possessed such a romantic mindset?" After Jiang Cheng finished his medication, Shen Xingruo stood and addressed the two women. "Thank you for your efforts today. You should return and rest. I will stay here and sleep." Zhu Min nodded. "Call if anything arises." Xiao Manru reminded. "Jiang Cheng cannot sleep on his back at night. He must lie on his side. Some inebriated individuals sleep on their backs and may not realize they are vomiting in the middle of the night, causing a suffocating predicament." Shen Xingruo, startled, replied, "Thank you for the reminder." Xiao Manru waved her hand and, together with Zhu Min, departed. Shen Xingruo then laid down beside Jiang Cheng, her hand supporting her face as she gazed at him. As Jiang Cheng dozed off, he inadvertently rolled onto his back. Observing this, Shen Xingruo immediately reached out, straining to push him onto his side. Once again, she cradled her chin in her hands, watching Jiang Cheng, feeling a bit fatigued. In a fleeting moment, Jiang Cheng lay back down. Realizing that she was on the verge of sleep, Shen Xingruo was jolted awake. She could not allow herself to succumb to slumber. She nudged Jiang Cheng onto his side once more, then rose from the bed, pulling up a chair to sit beside him, vigilantly watching over him. Before long, Jiang Cheng suddenly stirred, his throat constricting. Shen Xingruo instinctively reacted. "Are you going to be sick?" She quickly squatted before him, retrieving a wastebasket to catch the impending vomit. Jiang Cheng squinted as he expelled a wave of nausea, filling the room with the pungent scent of alcohol. Shen Xingruo, concerned, watched over him. "How are you feeling?" Jiang Cheng, in a dazed manner, murmured, "I'm fine now." After attending to his needs, Shen Xingruo brought him some mineral water to rinse his mouth, then gently wiped his face with a warm towel. Amidst her flurry of activity, Jiang Cheng once again found comfort in sleep. Shen Xingruo resumed her watchful position in the chair. As the minutes ticked by, fatigue weighed heavily upon her. Her little head bobbed with drowsiness. Upon awakening the next morning, Jiang Cheng noticed Shen Xingruo by his bedside. The beautiful woman had fallen asleep in a wooden chair, her lovely face resting peacefully. A look of confusion crossed Jiang Cheng's features. What was the situation? After a moment of reflection, he recalled the events of the previous night. He had indulged too much in drink, and it seemed that the lovely woman had cared for him throughout the night, sitting vigil by his side. A peculiar expression flitted across his face. He gently lifted Shen Xingruo and placed her on the bed, covering her with a blanket. Just then, someone knocked on the door. It was Xiao Manru. Upon entering, Xiao Manru discovered Shen Xingruo slumbering on the bed, and she couldn't help but smirk mischievously at Jiang Cheng, asking, "Has it happened?" Jiang Cheng replied softly, "She was exhausted yesterday. Let us not wake her." He then sauntered over to the sofa and reclined lazily. Xiao Manru persisted. "So, did it or did it not happen?" Jiang Cheng, with a hint of skepticism, responded, "Happened? I was inebriated yesterday and remember nothing." Xiao Manru, not convinced, retorted, "You're being disingenuous. You both shared a bed and still pretend otherwise?" Jiang Cheng replied slowly, "It's not as you imagine." Xiao Manru chuckled, "Of course. Everything is different for you too. Clearly, you're in a romantic relationship, yet you stubbornly insist you are merely friends. I have never encountered such friends." The two exchanged banter until Shen Xingruo awoke, and an inexplicable glance passed between her and Jiang Cheng. After they had all gathered themselves, they exited the room and proceeded to the hotel's French restaurant for lunch. Xiao Manru instinctively gravitated towards a window side booth. Observing this, Jiang Cheng promptly suggested, "Let us sit over there." He pointed to a corner booth, which was sheltered by a wall and adorned with potted plants. Xiao Manru questioned, "Don't you want the well-lit window seat?" She was aware that Jiang Cheng preferred bright spots during class. Shen Xingruo interjected softly, "I prefer that booth. It's quite serene." Her bright eyes glanced at Jiang Cheng. Xiao Manru immediately felt as though she was being fed dog food. Realizing that Jiang Cheng had chosen the spot with Shen Xingruo's preferences in mind, the three settled into the booth, and a blonde waitress approached with the menu. Shen Xingruo selected baked escargot, foie gras, and St. Jacques scallops before handing the menu to Xiao Manru. With practiced ease, Xiao Manru ordered camembert cheese and black truffle. She then passed the menu to Jiang Cheng, who waved his hand dismissively, indicating he would not order. Xiao Manru expressed surprise. "We are ordering our favorites. Want to order something?" Shen Xingruo smiled and said, "Jiang Cheng enjoys baked escargot and foie gras. I've already ordered them." Xiao Manru was momentarily taken aback. These two, who constantly claimed to be friends, were astonishingly familiar with one another and showed no restraint in their affections. This meal was becoming quite unbearable. It felt unjust that she had previously fretted over their relationship. After lunch, Shen Xingruo planned to go shopping with Xiao Manru, and they also summoned Jumin Jiang Cheng. Lacking interest, decided to return to his dormitory for some rest. They then split into two groups. The three women drove Xiao Manru's Beetle to the shopping district, while Jiang Cheng drove his Ferrari back to the school. Upon returning to the dormitory, Jiang Cheng found several people present. Ho Xiaodong was animatedly recounting his progress with Zhou Jiao, noting that due to their part-time jobs, Zhou Jiao had warmed up to him, and they had begun to chat frequently. Bao Zheng also suppressed his excitement, nodding repeatedly, as he had experienced a similar shift with Xiong Hong, who had recently become notably kinder and more amiable towards him. Wang Jianba offered strategic advice. "You must seize the moment and solidify your relationships before the part-time project concludes." Bao Zheng, momentarily stunned, asked, "How do we proceed?" Ho Xiaodong quickly remarked, "I share the same sentiment, yet I am uncertain about how to approach this." Wang Jianba casually interjected, "Thanks to the groundwork laid by Lao Jiang, you are already ahead of the game. You could invite them for a meal or to sing together. Such activities are quite popular now and would be perfectly suitable. Just inform those two about the team gathering. The dynamics between the genders are quite simple. With increased interaction, they will naturally gravitate towards one another." Upon hearing this, Ho Xiaodong and Bao Zheng's eyes brightened. "All right, let us follow Brother Bo's advice. What do you think of my suggestion, Jianba?" The three of them engaged in a fervent discussion once more. Meanwhile, Jiang Cheng refrained from participating after washing his face. He lazily reclined on the bed. He found himself somewhat at a loss regarding the trajectory of his relationship with Shen Xingruo. The stunning beauty displayed a deep emotional connection and attentive care towards him. Was it merely gratitude stemming from her rescue? Or did she genuinely regard him as a close friend? Or perhaps, had this friendship begun to evolve into something more? Jiang Cheng sighed. He had once vowed never to engage in romantic entanglements again, yet he felt himself increasingly drawn into such sentiments. His sigh caught the attention of his roommates. Wang Jianba inquired with curiosity, "Old Jiang, are you facing any troubles?" Ho Xiaodong, eager to assist, chimed in, "Brother Jiang, if there's anything you need, just let me know." Bao Zheng also turned his gaze towards Jiang Cheng. Looking at them, Jiang Cheng sighed once more. "Shen Xingruo has been exceedingly kind to me. I find myself struggling to cope." The next morning, Jiang Cheng received a call from the Copyright Bureau, notifying him that the copyrights for 2 songs had been successfully registered. He promptly drove to the Bureau and obtained the certificates. With these documents in hand, he felt empowered to boldly market Mouse Loves Rice and 2 Butterflies, as well as to pursue sponsorship opportunities for his new song. Jiang Cheng then contacted Guchong to arrange a meeting and drove his Ferrari to the entrepreneurial incubation base. Upon his arrival, Guchong was already waiting at the entrance of the building. "Brother Jiang," Guchong enthusiastically greeted as Jiang Cheng stepped out of the car. Jiang Cheng nodded, leaning against the car door, and stated, "I have a task for you. organize a team to invite several companies to participate in the advertising bidding conference at the base. Gu Chong was taken aback. I have no issues on my end, but will the companies actually come? Typically, entrepreneurial teams from schools seek sponsorship by asking others. Jiang Cheng crossed his arms and replied. When inviting, emphasize the grandeur of this event, such as the full support from school leadership, the dean taking the stage, and the innovative program format, along with coverage from multiple media outlets. He then took out his phone and sent Gu Chong a document containing relevant information. Gu Chong immediately opened the document, growing increasingly astonished as he read. The novel program format included preliminary selections and blind auditions, featuring high-quality new songs debuting at the event, one of which would even be performed by the dean himself. A grand photograph was taken with various media representatives, where the director and the dean surprisingly stood at the sides. Jiang Gu, upon regaining his composure, exclaimed with renewed vigor, with these materials, I am confident in accomplishing the task. Jiang Cheng nodded with a smile and handed him a wad of cash, saying, this is for the event expenses. Don't skimp on the transportation or meals. We must ensure that the team feels valued. Jie Chong was taken aback, realizing the openness with which Jiang Gu operated. This stack of money must amount to several thousand, a pure exercise of his authority. He nodded appreciatively and solemnly accepted the cash. As they conversed, part-time students returned to the entrepreneurial base in small groups, engaged in cheerful banter. Many greeted Jiang Cheng and Jie Chong, who occasionally nodded in acknowledgement. Among the crowd, Su Mingyao spotted Jiang Cheng and immediately approached him, her demeanor a blend of delight and shyness. Jiang Cheng, you're at the base too, she exclaimed, holding a bucket containing several towels. Jiang Cheng noticed the rosy hue on her cheeks and beads of sweat on her forehead, and he nodded slightly. You've worked hard. Su Mingyao quickly shook her head. It's no trouble at all. Glancing at the Ferrari, she eagerly offered, let me clean your car. It's dusty. She promptly placed the bucket on the ground and began scrubbing the towels. No need. You should focus on your tasks, Jiang Cheng replied. Su Mingyao turned back with a smile. It's fine. I'm responsible for logistics anyway. She then picked up a towel and started wiping the Ferrari S door, resembling a car wash attendant. Students from the performance class observed from a distance, bewildered. Was this truly the proud Su Mingyao who once warned Jiang Cheng against bothering her? Now she was willingly cleaning his car. Quite a shift in demeanor. Jiang Cheng watched her in disbelief. It's quite sunny. Aren't you worried about getting sunburned? Su Mingyao paused, then replied with a charming smile, I have a hat. It's all right. You all carry on with your work. She retrieved a sun hat and continued to bend down to clean the vehicle. Jiang Cheng furrowed his brow, unable to comprehend the erratic logic of these girls, who seemed to oscillate between extremes. Noticing this, Jie Chong suggested quietly, Jiang Gu, shall we head to the office? We need to discuss a specific invitation list. Jiang Cheng nodded slightly, all right. He glanced back at Su Mingyao before he and Jie Chong made their way out. After Jiang Cheng vanished from sight, Kong Lei emerged from the shadows, his face flushed as he positioned himself in front of Su Mingyao. Su Mingyao, this is a bit excessive. Does Jiang Cheng not have hands? Why must he do it? Irritated, Su Mingyao retorted, don't block my way. Just because you're a boy doesn't mean you can't clean. I'm doing it just fine. She maneuvered around Kong Lei and resumed her task of polishing the windows. Kong Lei, with a grim expression, said, ISNT Jiang Cheng, just paying you 100 a day? Why are you so eager to serve him? Su Mingyao, exasperated, shot back. Can you give me 100 a day, or would you prefer to help? If not, then please don't hinder me. Kong Lei's face darkened. He barely managed to scrape together a few hundred for living expenses each month. How could he afford 100 a day? Helping Jiang Cheng wash the car was out of the question. He glared at Su Mingyao, then turned and stormed off in frustration. After wiping the beads of sweat from her forehead, Su Mingyao continued to polish the car lights with a towel. By the time Jiang Cheng emerged from the building, the Ferrari gleamed under her meticulous care. Breathless and glistening, Su Mingyao stood beside the car and said, it's all done. Jiang Cheng responded with a nonchalant opened the door and got in. Suddenly, he lowered the window and remarked coolly, from now on, assist Su Ying in the office, refrain from running around outside. With that, he pressed the accelerator and sped away. Su Mingyao stood there, momentarily stunned, gazing at the receding silhouette of the car. No sooner had Jiang Cheng departed the base than he received a call from Wan Qin. "Could you bring Xiao Xiaowei over to my place? We need to rehearse our song in the practice room today." Jiang Cheng promptly replied, "I'll be there shortly." He then contacted Xiao Xiaowei, and together they made their way to the faculty building of the school. Upon arriving at the top floor of Wan Qin's residence, they found it to be truly enchanting. Besides the suite, there was an expansive terrace that housed a practice room. After giving them a tour, Wan Qin smiled and said, "Let us eat first. We'll practice after the meal." Jiang Cheng and Xiao Xiaowei followed her into the kitchen to help with the dishes. However, Wan Qin ushered Jiang Cheng out, declaring, "The kitchen is a woman's domain." Thus, he was assigned to sit at the dining table, waiting. He glanced into the kitchen at the two women. Wan Qin wore form-fitting black trousers and a blue knit top, exuding sensuality. Xiao Xiaowei, on the other hand, donned white casual pants and a vibrant green short-sleeve shirt, radiating freshness. Each possessed her own charm. Once the delectable dishes were served, Wan Qin retrieved a bottle of Matai from the wine cabinet and, with a smile, handed it to Jiang Cheng, saying, "This is for you." She had noticed during their last outing at the Sihai restaurant that Jiang Cheng enjoyed drinking and had a remarkable capacity for alcohol, often taking on shots for her without a second thought. Hence, she had prepared a bottle of Matai in advance. However, upon seeing the Matai, Jiang Cheng smiled and politely declined, saying, "I can't drink this. My tolerance isn't great. I'm still feeling the effects from that last meal." Wan Qin was taken aback for a moment, warmth blossoming in her heart. So, Jiang Cheng had selflessly looked after her during their previous outing? She gazed at him thoughtfully, then chuckled, "And juice it is." She promptly rose to fetch a bottle of mulberry juice. Once the group began to eat, Jiang Cheng's eyes fell upon the hairy crabs on the table, and he chuckled, "We are indeed fortunate today to have hairy crabs from Yangcheng Lake." He teased Xiao Xiaowei, who responded with a slightly awkward smile. Wan Qin, taking the opportunity, served a hairy crab into Jiang Cheng's bowl. "How can you be so sure they're from Yangcheng Lake? They were a gift, and I wouldn't know." Jiang Cheng replied thoughtfully, "Because they have a green back, white belly, golden claws, and yellow hairs. These are the hallmarks of Yangcheng Lake hairy crabs." Wan Qin examined the crab, and indeed found it to be true. Realizing that Xiao Xiaowei's bowl was empty while she had only served Jiang Cheng, Wan Qin smiled and served a crab to Xiao Xiaowei as well, saying, "Since it's the real deal, you both should enjoy more." Xiao Xiaowei immediately expressed her gratitude. "Thank you, Dean." She took the bowl containing the exquisite hairy crabs with both hands, yet felt a twinge of discomfort at the sight of the delectable delicacy. Jiang Cheng keenly sensed Xiao Xiaowei's unease, as she appeared somewhat constrained. Perhaps it was the feeling of a child from a modest background visiting the opulent home of a leader that made her feel shy. It was possible that Xiao Xiaowei had never tasted hairy crabs before and was unsure of how to approach them. With this thought in mind, Jiang Cheng chuckled softly. "I'm quite the expert at shelling crabs. You all focus on eating, and I shall play the role of the server." He casually picked up the small scissors from the table and snipped off the crab legs, simultaneously removing the shells, while saying, "The meat of the Yangcheng Lake hairy crab is exceedingly delicate. If not handled properly, it would result in a significant waste." As he spoke, he deftly extracted the crab meat with a toothpick and placed it into Wan Qin's bowl. He then took Xiao Xiaowei's bowl and positioned it before himself. Beginning to shell the second crab, Xiao Xiaowei, feeling inexplicably grateful, said, "Thank you, Brother Jiang." She was uncertain about how to eat crabs and felt quite embarrassed, glancing furtively at Brother Jiang and the dean, fearful they might mock her. During her discreet observations, she even locked eyes with Brother Jiang, leading her to feel assured that his act of serving was, in fact, a means of alleviating her discomfort. The group continued to chat amicably while dining, creating a harmonious atmosphere. In the midst of their conversation, Jiang Cheng suddenly recalled, "Dean, in the next couple of days, I will be seeking sponsorship for The Voice and will host a presentation at the Entrepreneurial Incubation Base to introduce the activities. Will you be able to attend?" Wan Qin laughed and replied, "You really can't let that crab meat go to waste. It seems you have a task waiting for me." She jested with Xiao Xiaowei, saying, You must be cautious when you are with Xiao Jiang. Be careful not to get sold while helping him count the money. Xiao Xiaowei smiled shyly, yet her mind wandered, pondering that if such a kind person as Brother Jiang were to sell her out, it must be due to some hardship. Jiang Cheng clarified. The dean's participation in the presentation signifies the school's support for the voice, which serves as a reassurance for our sponsoring enterprises. Otherwise, they might think I am a fraud. Wan Qin teased. You are indeed a little trickster, luring me onto your ship with a song about 2 butterflies. Just make sure to call me when the time comes. Jiang Cheng immediately raised his glass of juice in a toast as a substitute for wine. After the meal, Wan Qin and Xiao Xiaowei went to the kitchen to wash the dishes, leaving Jiang Cheng with nothing to do. While heading to the restroom, he noticed that the faucet in the bathroom was persistently dripping, clearly broken, and Wan Qin had placed a bucket underneath to collect the water. Jiang Cheng shook his head. Although Wan Qin was a school leader, when faced with plumbing issues, she was no different from an ordinary woman. After stepping outside, he inquired if there were any tools like a wrench or waterproof tape at home, as he intended to fix the dripping faucet. Wan Qin raised her eyebrows and replied slowly, yes. After discovering the problem, she had promptly purchased tools and materials but was unsure how to proceed, and thus the matter had been left unresolved. Upon receiving the tools and materials that Wan Qin procured, Jiang Cheng turned and returned to the bathroom. Wan Qin followed behind, explaining, I intended to fix it myself, but I gave up when I couldn't even unscrew the screws. The dripping water makes the bathroom damp, so I placed a bucket underneath. It's quite bothersome, as I have to empty it frequently. Jiang Cheng crouched before the faucet, wielding a wrench as he twisted the screws. It was a minor issue. Once he loosened the screws and wrapped the white tape around the threads of the pipe joint, reattaching the screws would cease the dripping. However, as he continued, he suddenly froze. The screw had slipped. Jiang Cheng promptly requested Wan Qin to fetch a hammer, frowning as he remarked, the screw is now compromised. We must resort to brute force. In due course, Jiang Cheng, armed with a hammer, began to strike the screw, carefully balancing the need to shatter it with the necessity of avoiding damage to the surrounding tiles. Beads of sweat gradually formed on his forehead, a testament to the physical and technical demands of the task. Observing his struggle, Wan Qin dampened a towel and gently wiped the sweat from his brow. You've worked hard, she murmured. Jiang Cheng casually replied, serving the people. Wan Qin chuckled and playfully patted his shoulder, calling him a wisecracker. After some time, Jiang Cheng successfully resolved the dripping issue in the bathroom, while Xiao Xiaowei had tidied up the kitchen. The 3 of them then proceeded to the karaoke room on the terrace. The room was designed like a cozy home, complete with a large sofa, a substantial coffee table, and a big screen television. The only distinction was the bright lighting, devoid of any suggestive ambience. Once Jiang Cheng and Xiao Xiaowei settled onto the sofa, Wan Qin stepped out briefly, returning with a platter of fruits and nuts. She placed it on the coffee table and turned to Jiang Cheng, saying, Your task today is to listen to music. She then gracefully took a seat beside him. Shortly thereafter, Xiao Xiaowei and Wan Qin began to sing Mouse Loves Rice and 2 Butterflies, continuously refining their performance and offering each other constructive feedback. After several iterations, they perfected both songs, leaving Jiang Cheng utterly satisfied as he listened. During their break, Jiang Cheng casually offered them a piece of cantaloupe with a toothpick, saying, To soothe your throats. Xiao Xiaowei beamed, Thank you, Brother Jiang. Wan Qin paused momentarily as the cantaloupe was presented to her, then elegantly savored it. As the 2 women rested, Jiang Cheng felt inspired to sing as well. He picked up the microphone and passionately belted out a few rock songs by Mayday. While Xiao Xiaowei and Wan Qin's voices could be deemed national level, his might at best be considered community level. Nonetheless, Xiao Xiaowei enthusiastically clapped her hands, her face alight with excitement, exclaiming, So good, Brother Jiang. Even Wan Qin smiled and praised him not bad. Bolstered by their encouragement, Jiang Cheng boldly joined them in singing a few duets. And the atmosphere in the karaoke room grew ever more vibrant. He even set aside the fruit platter, propping his legs on the coffee table in a most comfortable manner. Xiao Xiaowei and the graceful Wan Qin, not to be outdone, followed suit, playfully placing their feet on the table as well. As the clock struck midnight, the trio reluctantly concluded their joyful gathering. Just as Jiang Cheng was about to leave, Wan Qin called out to him. Here are a few packs of cigarettes for you to take. I have no use for them. She held up a black bag containing several packs of Zhonghua cigarettes. Jiang Cheng was taken aback. Isn't that inappropriate? We came here in a hurry today, without even buying anything, and now you're offering me food and cigarettes. How can I accept? Wan Qin chuckled lightly. If I offer it to you, just take it. No need for pleasantries. I don't smoke, and you can certainly make use of it in your business. Jiang Cheng smiled in response. Then it would be disrespectful not to accept. I appreciate the dean's generous gift. He then accepted the cigarettes. After bidding farewell to Jiang Cheng and Xiao Xiaowei, Wan Qin turned back to the living room and settled onto the sofa. A fleeting, unusual expression crossed her face, as if a thought had struck her. Chapter 68. The male's possessiveness. Jiang Cheng slept soundly until the afternoon. Upon waking, he received a call from director Fu Weihua, informing him that all the necessary procedures for Xingqing Entertainment Company had been completed. Jiang Cheng promptly drove to the entrepreneurial base. Upon receiving the thick stack of documents, he chuckled. This is why the base feels like home to us entrepreneurs. Had I pursued these procedures myself, it would have taken at least 3 to 5 months. I truly appreciate your efforts, Director. Director Fu laughed. That is precisely my job. If anything, you, President Jiang, are the benefactor for your employees. Your generous wages for part-time students have certainly alleviated some of their financial burdens. He was well aware that typical campus part-time jobs offered only 30 to 50 yuan a day. However, Jiang Cheng provided ordinary part-time students with 100 yuan daily, and those with skills earned as much as 3 to 500 yuan. It was no wonder these students were dedicated to their tasks. Jiang Cheng smiled. You flatter me. Director, as a student of Sichuan University, I naturally have to look out for my own. Director Fu gave him a thumbs up. Jiang Cheng glanced around curiously and asked, Why is it just you here at work? Where are the others? Director Fu replied leisurely. Good Chong took a group to handle your company's matters. And Suing has been busy with your paperwork these past few days. She likely just finished and is now taking a breather on the rooftop. Jiang Cheng was taken aback, realizing that it was his affairs that had left the director as the lone commander. He forced a chuckle and stood to take his leave. As he stepped out of the office, he encountered Bei Manong in the hallway. She was dressed in denim shorts, a black short-sleeve shirt, and a brown cap, exuding beauty and confidence. Bei Manong strode confidently towards Jiang Cheng and seized the opportunity to report on the work from the past couple of days. She and Bingjie had selected dozens of singer agents from their part-time pool. The filming and post-production teams were also assembled, awaiting the official start. Jiang Cheng nodded in satisfaction and instructed, You and Bingjie should select 2 suitable hosts. Bei Manong nodded assertively. Any specific requirements? Jiang Cheng casually remarked, Nothing much. To speak quickly. Bei Manong paused, taken aback. Is that it? Speaking quickly is hardly a requirement. Jiang Cheng smiled silently in agreement. Since they were replicating a successful format, it was essential that the host be quick-witted to facilitate smooth advertising narration later on. Bei Manong nodded and then hesitated, casting a glance at Jiang Cheng. Jiang Cheng teased. What is it? Haven't you seen a handsome man before? Or is there a fee for that? Bei Manong responded curtly. Suing has been off lately, looking lethargic. I suspect something might be troubling her. Jiang Cheng looked at her with keen interest, eager to hear more. Bei Manong spoke slowly. In this event, Suing plays a pivotal role. I'm concerned that her current state may affect your progress. Jiang Cheng waved his hand dismissively. It's a minor issue. Bei Manong replied, somewhat exasperated, Do not take this lightly. Many seemingly trivial matters can have significant repercussions. Jiang Cheng nodded. All right, I will go and cheer her up now. He then brushed past her and made his way to the rooftop. Bei Manong watched Jiang Cheng's retreating figure in silence, pondering the depths of a woman's heart. Did he think he was privy to Su Ying's innermost feelings? Upon reaching the rooftop, Jiang Cheng saw Su Ying standing by the railing, gazing quietly into the distance. Dressed in tailored black trousers and a crisp white shirt tucked neatly into her waistband, she exuded a sense of professionalism and elegance. Jiang Cheng strolled over, fully aware of the reason behind her discontent, his preferential treatment. As prominent figures among the students, both Su Ying and Guchong had always been competitive with one another, subtly vying for recognition. With Jiang Cheng hosting the Good Voice event, they both wished to partake more actively, viewing it as a valuable addition to their resumes. However, he had assigned Gu Chong the more critical responsibilities, such as managing funds and liaising with companies, while Su Ying was relegated to handling administrative tasks, leaving her feeling disheartened. In truth, Jiang Cheng found this situation somewhat favorable. If those executing the tasks were in harmony, the pressure on him would lessen. Sensing movement behind her, Su Ying turned around and, upon seeing Jiang Cheng, managed a forced smile. "President Jiang." He replied with a warm smile. "I've been searching for you. I see you've been hiding here." Su Ying was taken aback. "You were looking for me?" Jiang Cheng nodded. With military training coming to an end, the preliminary rounds of the Good Voice event are about to commence, and your responsibilities are substantial. Su Ying immediately responded, "What would you like me to do, President Jiang?" Jiang Cheng elaborated, "Once military training concludes, we will begin the preliminary rounds. The judges will be several instructors from the Music Academy, arranged by Dean Wanqin. I also intend to include you and Belle Nong from the directing department as judges." Su Ying was astonished. Me? She could hardly believe she would be entrusted with such an important role alongside the instructors. Jiang Cheng nodded slightly, a blend of youth and experience. "Additionally, you will be responsible for coordinating the event's progress and organizing relevant part-time work, which means your tasks will be quite demanding." Su Ying's face lit up. "I have no objections." The two then engaged in a light conversation about the event's details, and Su Ying's spirits were lifted, eager to initiate the preliminary rounds immediately. Jiang Cheng subsequently handed her a stack of money, stating, "Consider this as an activity fund beyond your salary. You will be in charge of the catering for the team. Given the current heat, we must ensure an adequate supply of bottled water." Su Ying accepted the money with enthusiasm. "Thank you, President Jiang." She felt she was finally receiving treatment on par with Gu Chong. More importantly, during the preliminary rounds, she would have the opportunity to deepen her relationships with the other instructors, which would be immensely beneficial for her future. The two then left the rooftop side by side, with Su Ying accompanying Jiang Cheng to the parking lot. Upon arriving in the lobby on the first floor, Jiang Cheng noticed a furtive figure hiding behind a pillar. Intrigued, he approached, only to find Belle Nong emerging with an embarrassed expression. "Are you heading back?" Since Jiang Cheng sought out Su Ying, Belle Nong had been quietly observing, eager to see whether Jiang Cheng truly possessed such abilities. To her surprise, Su Ying appeared to be quite captivated by Jiang Cheng. Amused, Jiang Cheng remarked, "What a coincidence to encounter you. I have a task for you." He promptly reiterated his request, appointing her as a judge for the talent selection. Belle Nong, taken aback, responded, "Me?" Her expression mirrored Su Ying's earlier disbelief. What qualifications did she possess to critique contestants alongside seasoned professionals? She couldn't even sing. Jiang Cheng glanced around before quietly explaining, "You are the chief videographer for this event. Hence you understand which types of performers are most visually appealing and effective on camera. Your selections should primarily be based on their appearance." With a peculiar expression, Belle Nong inquired, "Are you suggesting I should choose only attractive individuals? The singing ability doesn't matter?" Jiang Cheng smirked. "Vocal prowess is certainly important, but image holds greater significance. Weigh the pros and cons, perhaps a 70-30 split." Belle Nong nodded thoughtfully. "All right, I'll do my best." She exchanged a peculiar glance with Su Ying, sensing that they were just beginning to brush against the complexities of adulthood. It seemed that talent shows indeed had their unspoken rules. Excitedly, she realized that she had become a key decision-maker in this process. However, upon catching a glimpse of Jiang Cheng's enigmatic smile, she felt a sudden jolt. Just moments ago, she had thought Su Ying was completely under Jiang Cheng's control. Yet she too was swayed by his words, her emotions swinging like a pendulum. This man was truly remarkable. The two women then accompanied Jiang Cheng toward the Ferrari. Once inside the car, he lowered the window and looked at them, stating, "If Shen Xingruo registered for the competition, do not approve her application." Belle Nong was taken aback. "Why not? Shen Xingruo is stunning. If she were to take the stage with a microphone, she would undoubtedly garner immense popularity, which could only benefit the show." Su Ying chuckled beside her. "Mr. Jiang seems intent on keeping his beauty hidden, not allowing her to shine in public." Belle Nong suddenly understood. Ah, the possessiveness of men. Jiang Cheng shot them a disapproving glance before accelerating away. Once the Ferrari left the base, he abruptly hit the brakes, lost in thought. His reluctance to allow Shen Xingruo to compete stemmed from a desire to shield her from too many prying eyes. Could this indeed be classified as possessiveness? Chapter 69. The situation is as follows. Due to some inappropriate content within this book, the editor has requested that I revise it today and temporarily take it offline. Consequently, I am working diligently on these revisions and will not have time to update. The book will be reinstated tomorrow, and I will ensure a series of updates to make up for the delay. I hope that readers who enjoy this book will add it to their shelves and, after reading, gently encourage further updates. This is very important for the book's success. Thank you, everyone. The author has 2 completed older works that may pique the interest of readers. Rebirth of the Great Villain. The female protagonist persona completely collapsed, and rebirth of the high-ranking official's family, starting from the mayor's position to achieve greatness. Lastly, heartfelt gratitude is extended to the readers who have generously supported this book. Thank you to Luo Cheng for generating love-powered electricity. Luo Cheng generates love-powered electricity, and so does Lao Lu. On that day, the master generated love-powered electricity, as did the mystical beast fond of vegetable dumplings. The morning light over West Lake generates love-powered electricity, captivating in its serene beauty. You, who look bewildered, generate love-powered electricity, as does the brother who relishes beef sandwiches. Users express their appreciation, and the world witnesses the flourishing of love-powered electricity. The Atlantics by Shao Jie generates love-powered electricity, along with the one who adores the yellow-eyed dove. The brother who enjoys beef sandwiches continues to generate love-powered electricity, as do those who gaze at the fire trees and silver flowers of the human realm. The one who savors Longbin wine generates love-powered electricity, as does user 10150576. A sense of drowsiness envelopes the flowers, while the carefree spirit laughs in the wind. User 97463009 generates love-powered electricity repeatedly, as does user 14904957. A heartfelt letter is gently strummed, and chemo generates love-powered electricity. The brother who enjoys stir-fried lotus root also generates love-powered electricity, as does the one who appreciates the gray heron. The love for Sot Ed locusts resonates deeply, and Xiao Fij continues to generate love-powered electricity. The one who cherishes the language of roses, Jian Leifeng, generates love-powered electricity, along with the enduring love of Tingsu. In the realm of Dao Dan Pavilion, the knowledgeable painter generates love-powered electricity, while the admirer of black-skirt fish, Chong Sui, also generates love-powered electricity multiple times. The flowers bloom, and Gu Yuzheng from the Small Fairy expresses love for loquat juice drinks. The struggle against hesitation ultimately succumbs to defeat, as does Chen Guanji, who lacks a camera. Pei Shihao, who enjoys steamed egg custard, generates love-powered electricity, alongside Hagasa from Yuyuan. Users continue to generate love-powered electricity amidst the chaotic rhythm of the times. With a grim reaper rests. The master from Jiji Island generates love-powered electricity repeatedly, as does the admirer of white cardamom, Wuhui Jing. User 219863990 generates love-powered electricity, as does LZ, who relishes steamed meat buns. The warm embrace of November generates love-powered electricity, along with user 102277757. The one who enjoys the snow chicken, Li Xiang, continues to generate love-powered electricity. In Chapter 70, the scale has shrunk. The next morning, a promotional meeting for The Voice is held at the entrepreneurial incubation base. Yi Qiang, dressed in formal attire, welcomes various vendors along with the student council. The representatives of the vendors, in small groups, converse and laugh, exhibiting an air of utmost relaxation. For these enterprises, student entrepreneurial teams are merely dabbling in trivial pursuits, hardly worthy of significant attention. Their presence today is primarily to gauge the event's authenticity. Should it exhibit some merit, a modest sponsorship would pose no detriment. However, as the various representatives entered the corridor of Hall 1, astonishment gripped their expressions. Editors from major domestic portals arrived clad in their professional attire, accompanied by editors from prominent television stations wielding cameras and equipment. Successful entrepreneurs from the Sichuan University entrepreneurial base were also present. These individuals congregated around another group, engaging in lively conversation. The representatives exchanged glances before approaching to join the casual chatter. In that instant, they discovered that the director of the Sichuan University incubation base, the head of the journalism department, the dean of the music school, and a distinguished vice president were in attendance, all contributing their efforts to the Good Voice event. The representatives' demeanor shifted as they realized the event's stature was indeed considerable. Suddenly, the thunderous roar of racing cars reverberated through the air. Everyone turned to look outside the corridor, where a red sports car sped into view. Under the watchful eyes of the crowd, the Ferrari elegantly parked, and Jiang Cheng, dressed in a black suit, stepped out with a casual air, his hand in his pocket as he made his way towards the entrepreneurial building. "Xiao shall we," in the corridor exclaimed with delight. "Brother Jiang has arrived." Wan Xin addressed the crowd with a faint smile, saying, "General Jiang is here. Please come inside." She then entered Hall 1, followed by her assistant, with others streaming in behind. The representatives exchanged peculiar glances. Was the owner of the Ferrari truly the host of this event, General Jiang? The earlier plan to casually offer a sponsorship of 10 or 20,000 seemed rather inadequate now, bordering on the ridiculous. By the time Jiang Cheng entered Hall 1, it was already filled to capacity. He took to the stage to express gratitude for the school's support and the arrival of various guests before diving straight into the main topic. The target audience for the Good Voice event was predominantly youthful, aligning closely with the target demographics of the attending enterprises. The innovative mechanism of our program promises to afford brands substantial exposure. Good Voice is not merely a campus event. It aspires to transcend boundaries and become a sensational hit, with an impact far exceeding anyone's imagination. Jiang Cheng delivered an impromptu speech, articulating recommendations for the most suitable sponsorship plans for each brand. Once he concluded, an entrepreneur inquired, "I am quite interested in sponsoring the Good Voice event. May I ask what the specific sponsorship amounts are?" Jiang Cheng glanced at the questioner, only to recognize Qi Yun, the owner of Star Era. He found it amusing, suspecting that Wan Xin had summoned him to play the role of a supportive foil. The other entrepreneurs quickly expressed their keen interest, eager to make their bids. They perceived the event's potential through the specifications of Good Voice and Jiang Cheng's presentation. However, Jiang Cheng smiled slightly and replied, "The advertising bidding for the Good Voice event will be conducted via sealed bids. After the meeting, you will have ample time for consideration, and within 3 days, please submit your sealed bidding documents. We will announce the results thereafter. During this process, our side will take full responsibility for answering queries and facilitating communication. If you have any doubts, feel free to contact me directly." Jiang Cheng elegantly inscribed his mobile number on the blackboard behind him. The manufacturers promptly noted down the number. This arrangement was rather commendable, as representatives lacking sufficient authority would need to consult their superiors upon returning. After the presentation concluded, groups of attendees departed in 2s and 3s, each exchanging warm pleasantries with Jiang Cheng as they left. Regardless of the event's success, the ability to integrate resources demonstrated by Jiang Cheng positioned him distinctly ahead among university entrepreneurial teams, forging beneficial connections in the process. Once Jiang Cheng had seen everyone off, he turned to Gu Chang and instructed, "Please arrange for someone to draft the sponsorship contract. You may contact me for any details." Gu Chang nodded promptly, "No problem. I will reach out to someone from the law department at the old campus and will present it to you once it's ready." Suddenly, Jiang Cheng received a text message from Bao Zhang. "Brother Jiang, Shen Xingruo has been in an accident with your Santana, right by the school gate." Jiang Cheng's expression changed dramatically. At the school gate, his Santana had crashed onto the floral embankment, with the front end facing skyward, the front and headlights utterly damaged. Shen Xingruo and a few female dorm mates stood by the car, visibly shaken, while a crowd of onlookers gathered to witness the scene. Shen Xingruo sighed. "It seems I'm fated to have bad luck with cars. Last time, I drove the Bentley into the river. This time, I crashed the Santana. What a predicament." Xiao Manra lamented. "This is all my fault. Had I not suggested that Jiang Cheng's car carry more cargo, you would have taken to Santana for our shopping trip. Shen Xingruo waved her hand dismissively. It's not your fault. Her roommate, Wu Xia, hesitated. Xingruo, do you think your boyfriend will blame you? It seems that guys are quite protective of their possessions. The last time I accidentally dropped my boyfriend's new phone, he was furious. Given the state of the car, Wu Xia, a modestly dressed student from a rural background, felt particularly anxious. Xiao Manru immediately said, don't worry. I'll take responsibility. I'll buy Jiang Cheng a new car. Wu Xia was taken aback by this declaration. Zhu Min, frowning from the side, remarked, it doesn't seem to be merely about the new or old car. I've heard that men are particularly fond of their vehicles and gadgets. She had never held Jiang Cheng in high regard, believing he would react with fury upon learning of the situation. Xiao Manru, momentarily taken aback, then spotted Wang Jianba among the spectators, having seen him when she delivered chairs to the classroom previously. She turned to Wang Jianba and inquired, does Jiang Cheng cherish this car? Wang Jianba replied uncertainly, I suppose he does. After we had some drinks in that car last time, he immediately went to get it washed. Upon hearing this, Shen Xingruo furrowed her brow slightly. Su Mengyao quickly interjected, Jiang Cheng is currently busy with an event. If he needs to replace the car, he'll have to go through the procedures, which could be quite troublesome. Class monitor Feng Jing subtly tugged at Su Mengyao's arm. As while Mengyao's statement was indeed factual, it seemed unnecessary to voice such thoughts. Su Mengyao's gaze flickered momentarily before she fell silent. As the crowd buzzed with chatter, the roar of a Ferrari grew increasingly audible, heralding its approach. The sleek red silhouette raced towards them, screeching to a halt as Jiang Cheng bolted from the vehicle, leaving the door ajar. Upon witnessing this, Shen Xingruo felt a flicker of unease, anticipating a reprimand. Zhu Min scrutinized Jiang Cheng's demeanor as he sprinted, eager to discern his reaction. Meanwhile, Su Mengyao felt a surge of delight. Surely Jiang Cheng would express his fury towards Shen Xingruo for the mishap involving his cherished Santana. If tensions brewed between them, it might present her with a small opportunity. As Jiang Cheng neared the group, Xiao Manru promptly approached him. Jiang Cheng, today this incident is my fault. I insisted on the car swap with Xingruo because your vehicle, Jiang Cheng brushed past her and rushed directly to Shen Xingruo. Are you all right? Did you sustain any injuries? Are you feeling unwell? Shen Xingruo was momentarily taken aback. Huh? Jiang Cheng, in a state of urgency, pressed on. Did you hit your head? Can you not speak? Shen Xingruo burst into laughter, her face beaming. I'm fine, just a bit startled. Jiang Cheng immediately asserted, whether you're fine or not is irrelevant. It's the doctor's opinion that matters. Come on, let's get you checked for any internal injuries. He took her hand and led her toward the Ferrari. Shen Xingruo chuckled. Oh, it can't be that serious. Without further ado, Jiang Cheng opened the passenger door for her, ushering her inside before accelerating out of the school grounds. The onlooking students exchanged glances, bewildered. Xiao Manru turned to Zhu Min and Wu Xia, remarking, you really lack perspective, compared to Sister Xingruo's invaluable well-being. Was a mere car. Zhu Min appeared contemplative. Wu Xia, clicking her tongue, remarked, I just don't understand the romantic pursuits of the affluent. Jiang Cheng didn't even glance at the Santana. Su Mengyao gazed dreamily in the direction the Ferrari had vanished, wishing she could be in Shen Xingruo's position. After Shen Xingruo underwent a thorough examination, she emerged unscathed and in excellent health. Following their lunch together, Jiang Cheng arranged for the Santana to be towed to the repair shop. After dropping Shen Xingruo off at the old campus, he returned to the entrepreneurial base, where he convened a meeting with his team members. He appointed two key individuals. During the good voice period, Ge Chang would oversee all affairs at the old campus, while Su Ying would manage operations at the new campus. Both Ge Chang and Su Ying nodded earnestly, assuring him of their commitment to their tasks. Ge Chang then reported that the contract had been assigned to Qi Mei, a freshman from the law department, who would be arriving shortly. Jiang Cheng paused, recognizing the name. Qi Mei was a roommate of Lu Shiyun, who had once intervened on her behalf while clutching a basketball. Curiously, Jiang Cheng inquired, are you certain she is capable? A freshman? Ge Chang whispered to him, her mother is a professor in the law department. The compensation we offer is akin to enlisting a professor's assistance. Jiang Cheng chuckled. You truly are a talent. After a brief exchange, Chi Mei knocked and entered, clad in camouflage pants and a black tank top, resembling a striking female special forces operative. Flanking her were a male and a female member of her law study group. Upon seeing them, Guchong promptly stood to invite them to take a seat. Upon seeing Jiang Cheng, Chi Mei's expression shifted dramatically. She also caught sight of Bei Nong and Xiao Hui, the same trio who had shared a car with her last time, with Lu Shiyun trailing behind. Guchong promptly introduced everyone's identities to Chi Mei, who then realized that Jiang Cheng was the boss and that these beautiful women were his employees. She had indeed misjudged them previously. Jiang Cheng greeted Chi Mei with a calm demeanor and proceeded to assign her the task of drafting a sponsorship contract within 3 days. After the meeting concluded, attendees dispersed in small groups. Seizing an opportunity, Chi Mei approached Jiang Cheng and spoke candidly. Jiang Cheng, I was in the wrong last time. I mistakenly thought Lu Shiyun. Jiang Cheng waved his hand dismissively. Ignorance is no crime. Let us not mention that name, as it affects my mood. Chi Mei acquiesced with a murmur, falling into silence. Behind Chi Mei, a member named Yang Hao regarded Jiang Cheng with a watchful gaze. Boss Jiang, do you also have feelings for Lu Shiyun? Jiang Cheng glanced at him. Such blessings are beyond me. Yang Hao responded immediately. That is indeed a fair point. Lu Shiyun is a pure girl, untouched by worldly corruption. Thus, even if you're wealthy, she may not look at you differently. Jiang Cheng nodded slightly. You possess keen insight. Yang Hao replied modestly. You flatter me, Mr. Jiang. To be frank, I am quite fond of Lu Shiyun. We can compete fairly, and I shall surely. Chi Mei interjected sharply. Be quiet. There is no need for so many words. Yang Hao let sleepily, seemingly intimidated by Chi Mei. Another female member tugged at Yang Hao's arm, reminding him that they were here to discuss serious matters, not to engage in rivalry over affection. The group fell silent until Jiang Cheng departed in his Ferrari. Chi Mei glared at Yang Hao. You came to university to acquire knowledge, not to pursue romantic entanglements. What a disgrace. Yang Hao retorted. Isn't Jiang Cheng also. Chi Mei shot him a fierce look. You think you can compare to him? Lu Shiyun cries out for him, and he can't be bothered. Do you believe you stand a chance? Yang Hao was taken aback. What? Lu Shiyun is pursuing him? Chi Mei scoffed. Did you think otherwise? Jiang Cheng is young, accomplished, and handsome. Does he lack for female admirers? And you wish to compete with him for Lu Shiyun? How embarrassing. Yang Hao was left speechless. The noble goddess he held in high regard seemed trivial in Jiang Cheng's eyes. He felt a flush of embarrassment at his earlier behavior. Chi Mei watched the Ferrari vanish into the distance, lost in thought. Although Jiang Cheng possessed admirable qualities, the exaggerated praise from Dai Fei seemed excessive. It was hard to believe that Bei Nong, Xiao Hui, Lu Shiyun, and herself were mere trivialities compared to Jiang Cheng's girlfriend. Was his girlfriend truly a celestial beauty? Unbelievable. Chapter 72. Campus Voice. Following the conclusion of military training, the auditions for Campus Voice commenced simultaneously across 2 campuses. The school was adorned with fluttering colorful flags and vibrant posters, while colorful balloons danced in the sky. School officials delivered enthusiastic speeches, proclaiming the start of the audition event. Cameras from television stations and popular websites captured the scene as students eagerly signed up, ready to showcase their vocal talents. The melodious and passionate voices resonated throughout every corner of the campus during the talent auditions. Jiang Cheng, seated at his dormitory computer, attentively followed the developments of the voice, a satisfied expression gracing his face as the event unfolded according to his vision. University students represent the most vibrant demographic in contemporary society, and the vast scale of the Sichuan University Music Conservatory provides a favorable backdrop for hosting such a competition. Most importantly, in an era marked by a lack of entertainment, the opportunity to witness attractive individuals perform up close is undoubtedly a delightful diversion. Thus, both the contestants and their fans are positively affected. On forums and campus websites, posts about the voice sprouted like mushrooms after rain. Wow, Have you guys seen the beauty at stage 3? Dressed in a cheongsam, she sang Night Shanghai and absolutely captivated the audience. I was there too. The singer is Xiao Manru, and she is stunning, a slender and alluring beauty. I'm on my way. But wait, stage 9 has a beauty named Lu Shiyun. Yes, I'm here too, and Lu Shiyun is truly impressive. Are you talking about the girl in the blue short skirt and white blouse? Her name is Lu Shiyun? Yes, that's her. She also sang Shanghai Beach. Jiang Cheng stared blankly at the posts, bewildered. Lu Shiyun has a passion for singing? Is she competing with Xiao Manru, perhaps viewing her as a rival? Shaking his head in silence, he turned to other threads. Did you know? The first prize for the voice comes with a 20,000 yuan reward. And the school will also issue a certificate of honor. Seriously? 20,000. You're making me tempted. One user casually shared a poster detailing the second and third prizes, which included laptops and mobile phones, with numerous smaller consolation prizes as well. The forum buzzed with excitement. Excellent. It seems it's time for me, the future singing king, to make a comeback. You all chat for now. I'm off to register. Ladies, let us go. In the dormitory, Wang Jianbao was eager to participate. The school even offers certificates. He jumped out of bed, donned a flashy white suit, and styled his hair with gel. Ho Xiaodong asked in surprise, "Are you joining too, Boga?" Bao Zheng, puzzled, remarked, "I've never heard you sing." Wang Jianbao chuckled. "I was merely keeping a low profile. Money doesn't concern me. I must secure that certificate. Just imagine the look on my father's face when he sees it. It's worth far more than 20,000. He then turned to Jiang Cheng and asked, "How do I look?" Playfully adjusting his suit. Jiang Cheng nodded. "Not bad. Standing tall at 18, just like a sidekick." Wang Jianbao's expression darkened. Bao Zheng muttered, "I feel your suit isn't as good as Jiang Ji's." Wang Jianbao retorted, "Of course not. Jiang's is from Amari. Ghosting over 10,000. Ho Xiaodong and Bao Zheng were astonished. Over 10,000? We knew Jianggu was wealthy, but not to this extent. Jiang Cheng, too, was taken aback, realizing that the suit Shen Xingruo had gifted him was indeed quite expensive. In the early days of embarking on the Cheongsam business, I had to borrow 20,000 from my family. Some stunning beauties purchase a dress for 10,000. It's quite infuriating. After Wang Jianbao completed his grooming, he marched confidently to participate in the auditions, buoyed by the encouragement of Ho Xiaodong and Bao Zheng. Jiang Cheng remained in the dormitory, orchestrating the overall strategy from afar, assigning tasks to Guchong and Su Ying, and thus refrained from joining the fray. Approximately an hour later, the trio returned, murmuring amongst themselves. Wang Jianbao boasted, "Old Jiang, my participation elevates the prestige of your event." Jiang Cheng, intrigued, inquired, "Did you pass?" Ho Xiaodong, with an unusual expression, replied, "They say the list of successful candidates will be announced on the campus website shortly." Bao Zheng hesitated before adding, "Jianbao performed a song, Nunchucks." Jiang Cheng, incredulous, remarked, "You can hardly articulate your words, yet you sang that?" Wang Jianbao, indignant, retorted, "You underestimate me, don't you? I've been a fan of Jay Cho for a decade." Ho Xiaodong timidly noted, "He has only been in the industry for 3 years." Wang Jianbao chuckled. "That's roughly the idea." Jiang Cheng found amusement in the situation. Judging by Ho Xiaodong and Bao Zheng's expressions, it seemed Wang Jianbao was somewhat deluding himself. Moments later, the group gathered around the computer to check the list of those who advanced. To their dismay, Wang Jianbao's name was conspicuously absent. He expressed his displeasure. Did they overlook it? Ho Xiaodong quickly pointed out, "Your name is on the notification at the bottom." The group focused their attention. Notice, individuals lacking vocal ability are prohibited from participating in the Voice of China auditions. Violators will be dealt with accordingly. Warning list: Lei Chong, Xuelin. Wang Jianbao. As Wang Jianbao read the notice, his vision darkened. "Damn it, there's corruption in the competition." Jiang Cheng, exasperated, replied, "What are you saying? This event is fair, just, and transparent." It then dawned on Wang Jianbao that the organizers were present. Ho Xiaodong murmured, "I was considering trying out myself, especially since there are many girls in the audience. But after this notice, I'm too intimidated." Bao Zheng nodded in agreement, still shaken. Jiang Cheng chuckled. "There must be too many contestants. exceeding the capacity, thus they set a threshold. He had discussed this issue with Wan Qin the previous day. Each audition stage required several vocal instructors. With 10 stages, that would amount to dozens of teachers, and if the number of participants surged, they simply couldn't keep up. Suddenly, Jiang Cheng glanced at Hou Xiaodong and Bao Zheng with amusement. Were they still pining for the female classmates among the audience? Despite failing to win over Zhou Jiao and Xiong Hou Xiaodong remarked, if Jianba believes Zhou Jiao and Xiong are indifferent, he suggests we tackle the quantity issue before considering quality. Bao Zheng lamented, we can't compare with you and Jiang. You enter the school paired with the top-tier goddess. Chapter 73. Who truly has a romantic mindset? In the afternoon, the first hall of the Entrepreneurial Incubation Center was teeming with people. All relevant personnel for the Voice of China event had congregated here. Everywhere one looked, singers were busy changing outfits and applying makeup. Part-time staff were bustling about, while the directing team sat together, fine-tuning their equipment amidst a mountain of various materials piled high around them. When Jiang Cheng entered to visit them, he couldn't help but frown. The scene was utterly chaotic, resembling a bustling marketplace. He promptly turned and made his way to Director Fu Weihua's office, yearning for a private space. After all, the photography equipment was quite costly, and the presence of petty thieves could lead to significant losses. Fu Weihua smiled and said, indeed, I had not considered this aspect. Your office has long been arranged, but since Hall 1 is sufficiently spacious, I thought it best for you to use it for the time being. Jiang Cheng immediately expressed his gratitude, suggesting, Director, perhaps we could allocate the space differently. The employees of Xingqing Company can work in the office, while the part-time team and participating singers remain in Hall 1. Fu Weihua nodded in agreement. Let us proceed, as you suggested. Soon after, Su Ying escorted Jiang Cheng to Office 818, which spanned 1,000 square meters, fully equipped with desks, chairs, air conditioning, and other appliances. Su Ying made a phone call to summon 20 part-time students, instructing them to clean the office. Holding a registration book, she called out the names of the part-timers one by one. When she reached the last name, Wang Gang, an unexpectedly plump and pretty young girl responded, her mouth occupied with a lollipop. Su Ying frowned and asked, Are you Wang Gang? The chubby girl removed the lollipop and cheerfully replied, Wang Gang is my boyfriend. He's asleep in the dormitory and can't come. So I thought it would be fine for me to clean in his stead. She gazed at Su Ying with sparkling eyes. Su Ying then looked at Jiang Cheng, who waved his hand dismissively. It's a minor issue. It doesn't matter. He turned to the adorable girl and teased, You seem to have a love-struck mind. Your boyfriend is sleeping while you work, and the money goes to him. Quite the arrangement. The girl quickly retorted, I'm not love-struck. My boyfriend worked all night as a part-time waiter to save up for my birthday gift. Jiang Cheng was taken aback. Well, it seems we have a couple of love-struck individuals here. The chubby girl shot him a bemused glance. Under Su Ying's direction, the part-time students began sweeping, mopping, wiping windows, cleaning tables, and hanging business licenses. While overseeing the work, Jiang Cheng received a call from the garage. The Santana had been repaired and was ready for pickup. He promptly called Shen Xingruo, inviting her to join him and exchange cars. Upon receiving the call, Shen Xingruo rushed to the office. As she walked through the door, the part-time students were momentarily stunned by her breathtaking beauty. Shen Xingruo donned a rainbow-striped high-waisted skirt and a bright yellow, sleeveless top, radiating an exceptionally vibrant aura. Her fair and exquisite face glowed radiantly. Upon seeing Jiang Cheng, she remarked with dissatisfaction, You should have informed me about such a significant matter after moving into the office. Jiang Cheng was puzzled. After all, how could a simple cleaning be considered such a grave issue? He chuckled. Well, I did just inform you. Shen Xingruo rolled her eyes and then recalled, How about I gift you a car? Is your vehicle in good condition after the accident? Jiang Cheng jested, A car gift? Sure, just casually give me a Rolls Royce or a Lamborghini. Shen Xingruo nodded. All right, wait for my news. Jiang Cheng was taken aback, exclaiming, I was merely jesting. A minor collision poses no detriment. He mused to himself about how the mindset of a wealthy heiress undeniably diverges from that of an ordinary individual. If one were to replace a car due to a mere bump, would the common folk dare to purchase vehicles at all? Concerned that Shen Xingruo might act impulsively, he promptly advised, I shall replace the car later. The Santana can serve as a company vehicle then. Only then did Shen Xingruo relent, responding very well. As they conversed, the part-time workers in the office whispered among themselves, occasionally uttering Shen Xingruo's name alongside terms such as boyfriend and goddess of sports cars. A plump girl, busy hanging up the business license, glanced at Shen Xingruo. The capitalist's girlfriend is truly beautiful, akin to a blooming flower, she thought. Shen Xingruo? What a melodious name. After securing the license, she looked at the company name, Xing Cheng Entertainment, and was momentarily taken aback. Xing Cheng? Shen Xingruo? Jiang Cheng? She shot an exasperated look at Jiang Cheng, pondering how he could claim to be love-struck when he had incorporated his girlfriend's name into the company title. Who, after all, was the one truly infatuated? Once the office matters were settled, Jiang Cheng retrieved the Santana from the dealership and instructed Shen Xingruo to follow him in the Ferrari to a dining district for dinner. They entered an Italian restaurant where Jiang Cheng ordered a Dominic Corolla 007 Royale pizza, followed by a serving of Alma's caviar, and concluded with a dish of Yuzaki melon. Shen Xingruo, astonished, remarked, Boss Jiang, you certainly indulge. These dishes must cost several thousand. How can you afford to spend so lavishly with that 300,000? Jiang Cheng chuckled. There should still be over 100,000 left. His primary expenditure was the wages of student part-timers, but that sum would be settled after the event concluded. By then, sponsorship fees would also be in place, creating a seamless transition. As Shen Xingruo prepared to speak, Jiang Cheng's phone rang, an incoming call from Chi Mei. After answering, Chi Mei's crisp voice came through. Where are you? I need to see you now. Taken aback, Jiang Cheng replied, I have matters to attend to. How about tomorrow? However, Chi Mei insisted, I must see you immediately. The Voice of China event has commenced. Yet our sponsorship contract remains unfinalized. We cannot afford any delays. Previously, she had anticipated signing the contract before the preliminary auditions commenced to integrate advertisements seamlessly. To her surprise, as the event had already begun, she realized it was too late. Jiang Cheng was momentarily stunned by her strong sense of empathy, as she appeared genuinely anxious for his sake. In truth, Jiang Cheng had deliberately allowed the event to commence, intending for the observing vendors to witness the fervor of the Voice of China and subsequently elevate their bidding prices. He had not expected Chi Mei to become so anxious. He promptly relayed the restaurant's address to Chi Mei. After ending the call, he casually informed Shen Xingruo of an unexpected guest's impending arrival. Shen Xingruo's eyes sparkled with curiosity. From her voice, it seems she is quite the beauty. Jiang Cheng responded nonchalantly. Who could outshine you? Chapter 74. Chi Mei's insecurity. Shen Xingruo displayed a pleased expression, saying, At least you possess some discernment. Jiang Cheng chuckled softly. I'm not blind, after all. After they had dined for a while, Chi Mei knocked on the door and casually remarked, I thought you had something important. Turns out you were just having dinner here. Her voice trailed off upon seeing Shen Xingruo seated at the table. Chi Mei swore to the heavens that this was the most beautiful girl she had ever laid eyes on in her life. Merely sitting there radiated an aura of brilliance, illuminating the warm-toned private room. With skin like creamy jade and an enchanting visage that seemed otherworldly, she was simply stunning. Shen Xingruo set down her knife and fork, offering a composed smile as she said, Hello, I am Shen Xingruo. Chi Mei, feeling suddenly flustered, replied, Hello, I am Chi Mei. Jiang Cheng interjected from the side. Sit down and chat. I prepared the utensils for you. Chi Mei, like a startled goose, exclaimed an "Oh" and promptly took her seat. Stealing a glance at Shen Xingruo beside her, Chi Mei felt an unprecedented wave of insecurity wash over her. Although she possessed a boyish charm and recognized her own inherent beauty, clad in camouflage pants and a black tank top with a bare face, she had never considered her appearance inappropriate, as her looks were her saving grace. Yet in that moment, sitting next to Shen Xingruo felt akin to being a mere ugly duckling beside a graceful swan. Chi Mei recalled Dai Fei's earlier assessment of Jiang Cheng's girlfriend, who had claimed that she and her peers paled in comparison and were nothing more than common beauties. Previously, Chi Mei had dismissed such remarks, But now she found herself in complete agreement. Even celestial beings could scarcely rival her beauty. Jiang Cheng, puzzled, asked, "What are you daydreaming about?" Chimei snapped back to reality and cut a slice of pizza, only to be taken aback by its extravagant toppings: lobster, caviar, salmon, and venison, adorned with decorative gold flakes. What kind of day had Jiang Cheng been having? Regaining her composure, Chimei hastily retrieved the draft contract she had prepared for Jiang Cheng to review. He nodded, saying, "You all eat first." He then began to peruse the contract with deliberate attention, ensuring no detail was overlooked. Seeing this, Shen Xingruo engaged Chimei in light conversation while they ate, alleviating Chimei's awkwardness. After Jiang Cheng finished reviewing the entire document and found no need for amendments, he smiled faintly. "This can be used directly. It's excellent." Chimei sighed in relief, urging him, "Then hurry and sign the contract with the sponsor. Don't wait until the finals of the voice to finalize it, or it will be for naught." Jiang Cheng chuckled. "Thanks for the reminder." After all, she was still a student, lacking in worldly experience. Whether the preliminary rounds of the voice would last was ultimately within his control. After some casual conversation, Chimei curiously inquired, "Mr. Jiang, I've heard you own the copyrights to many songs. Could I assist you in any legal matters when you need to protect those rights? Our team is quite formidable." Jiang Cheng laughed. "You need not wish me ill. Rest assured, I will never need to litigate over these few songs." Chimei was momentarily taken aback, promptly setting down her utensils to remind, "You may not be aware, but there are numerous rights protection lawsuits in our country, particularly in the realm of cultural creation. If your song were to be commercially exploited for free, be it in internet cafes, ice skating rinks, or shopping malls, would you simply turn a blind eye?" Jiang Cheng responded with a silent smile, casting a glance at her. Shen Xingruo, who sat nearby, smiled gently and said, "Chimei, your assertion is misguided." Chimei was momentarily confused, exclaiming, "Huh." Shen Xingruo elaborated, "You are familiar with the Microsoft system on computers, right? Out of every 10, 9 are running pirated versions. Microsoft is fully aware, yet chooses to overlook it. The reason lies in the fact that the piracy market is still a market. As long as it can dominate the landscape, the ensuing profits will inevitably follow. The same principle applies to the songs in Jiang Cheng's hands. Disparate paths may lead to the same destination. In fact, piracy may even facilitate the spread of the song, enhancing its influence. If we were to stifle the song in its nascent state, we might never witness its brilliance." She elegantly lifted her water glass and took a sip of mineral water. Chimei listened in astonishment, taking a while to process her words before regaining her composure. She regarded Shen Xingruo with an unusual expression and admitted, "I stand corrected." Previously, she had merely thought of Shen Xingruo as a top beauty, a mere decoration. To her surprise, despite their similar ages, Shen Xingruo was far more familiar with the intricacies of societal dynamics than she was. What did her own experiences amount to in comparison? Shen Xingruo smiled lightly. "It is merely a discussion, a mutual learning experience. I am a student in business management, hence I possess some rudimentary insights. The business world is never a dichotomy of black and white. It is about seeking profit maximization, which serves as a prerequisite for any subsequent actions." Jiang Cheng gazed at Shen Xingruo, who spoke with such eloquence and astonishment. Whenever they were together, she appeared carefree and cheerful. He nearly forgot that she was a top student who had forsaken prestigious universities to attend Sichuan. Jiang Cheng shook his head and addressed Chimei. "What Xingru means is that whether in law or business, no one exists in isolation. For instance, if you were to open a law firm and foolishly sought business from Microsoft, it would be futile. Even if you offered to represent them pro bono, they would likely dismiss you. In such situations, one must consider factors beyond the law. Only those who think critically can achieve victory." Chimei nodded, her expression somewhat dejected. Initially, she had perceived Jiang Cheng as a wealthy heir amusing himself with business ventures, driving to school, and courting beautiful students. However, after this meal, she realized how detrimental stereotypes can be. Jiang Cheng and Shen Xingruo were undoubtedly a match made in heaven. A perfect pair? Chapter 75. Jiang Cheng's excellent teaching. After the group had satiated their appetites, Jiang Cheng rose and exited to the lobby. He approached the restaurant manager to inquire about the availability of delivery services, which was one of the purposes for dining there today. The polite female manager replied, "Good day. Sir, our establishment indeed offers delivery services, albeit limited to single-serve meals, including pasta, risotto, Italian sandwiches, and salads." Jiang Cheng nodded and stated, "I require 50 servings daily at noon and in the afternoon to be delivered to the new campus of Sichuan University." The manager was taken aback. 50 servings? She subtly reminded him, "Sir, the price for a meal in our establishment is 50. If you order 50 meals, it amounts to 5,000 yuan daily." Jiang Cheng responded with a faint smile. "That standard seems reasonable, but it's too inexpensive to be presentable." The popularity of the voice was soaring, and it was said that the judges were working overtime during lunch. Naturally, dining arrangements needed to be considered. After negotiating with the female manager, Jiang Cheng paid a deposit of 2,000 yuan, adding today's meal cost of 8,000, totaling 10,000. The female manager then realized Jiang Cheng was one of today's customers, astonished by his financial capability. Jiang Cheng promptly returned to the private room to call for Shen Xingruo and Qi Mei to leave. Upon arriving in the lobby, Qi Mei went to the restroom. Jiang Cheng teasingly addressed Shen Xingruo, "Should I start calling you Director Shen? Your previous demeanor certainly left an impression on me. If I find myself in a dire situation, perhaps I could work under you." The formidable female CEO, Shen Xingruo, shot him a glare, raising her small fist. "You're asking for it." Jiang Cheng laughed heartily. Once Qi Mei returned, the three parted ways. Jiang Cheng drove the Santana back to the new campus, while Shen Xingruo and Qi Mei headed to the old campus. Qi Mei, seated in the Ferrari, occasionally stole glances at Shen Xingruo driving. How could such a flawless woman exist in this world? Beautiful, well-proportioned, rich, and discerning. She admired Shen Xingruo's adept driving, exclaiming, "Girls driving look so cool. Your skills are impressive." Shen Xingruo smiled brightly. "Jiang Cheng taught me well." Upon returning to the dormitory, Qi Mei heard Lu Shiyun practicing songs on the balcony. Lu Shiyun had passed the auditions for The Voice and was preparing for the next round. Qi Mei glanced at Lu Shiyun with a complex expression. "Shiyun, you're doing really well now. You and Jiang Cheng truly aren't suited for each other. It's time for you to start a new chapter in your life." Lu Shiyun shot her a displeased look. "Who says Jiang Cheng and I aren't a match? He has just momentarily lost his way. He loves me the most. Once I achieve a ranking in The Voice and become a campus star, Jiang Cheng will surely come back for me. Do you believe that?" Qi Mei was taken aback, having thought Lu Shiyun had moved on and started participating in campus activities. Instead, she was harboring such ambitions? No wonder Dai Fei never mentioned Shen Xingruo's relationship with Jiang Cheng to Lu Shiyun. It would have been too discouraging. Shen Xingruo was a force to be reckoned with, rendering all of Lu Shiyun's efforts insignificant in comparison. Qi Mei feared that revealing the truth would lead Lu Shiyun to despair. She quickly changed the subject, achieving a ranking isn't easy, especially with the music academy at the new campus, where the competition is fierce. "Perhaps you should reconsider." Lu Shiyun replied solemnly, "Where there's a will, there's a way." She then walked towards the balcony with a cold expression to continue her practice. Qi Mei wore a peculiar expression, pondering whether Lu Shiyun was unaware that Jiang Cheng was the organizer of The Voice. Did she think the event was organized by the school with the student council and clubs assisting? Upon returning to the dormitory, Ho Xiaodong immediately jumped off his bed upon seeing Jiang Cheng. Stammering, he said, Jianggu, I have something to tell you." Jiang Cheng chuckled, spit it out. "There's no need to be so hesitant." Ho Xiaodong offered a shy smile before speaking. "Zhou Jiao wishes to participate in the voice competition. Could you assist her in passing the preliminary auditions?" Belle, who was nearby, interjected, "But Zhou Jiao's singing seems rather mediocre. Remember her performance during the military training singing event?" Without hesitation, Ho Xiaodong countered, "Zhou Jiao is quite beautiful. Even though she cannot be compared to Zhang's girlfriend, she is still considered a beauty at school, which should count for something." He cast a glance at Wang Jianbo and added, "If you, Bogu, can sing despite being tone deaf, then Zhou Jiao certainly can too." Wang Jianbao's expression darkened at this remark. Jiang Cheng chuckled. Tell Zhou Jiao to go to stage 4 for the auditions tomorrow, and I shall speak to the judges on her behalf. The unspoken rule of the auditions was essentially 3 parts talent, 7 parts appearance. So this was a favor he was willing to oblige. Ho Xiaodong exclaimed excitedly, "Thank you, Jianggu, thank you." He promptly took out his phone to share the good news with Zhou Jiao. Observing this, Wang Jianbao quickly asked, "Old Jiang, could you also put in a good word for me? I want to give it a shot too." Jiang Cheng, with an expression of exasperation, replied, "You should give up. I must consider the judges' ears. I cannot allow them to suffer your singing twice." Chapter 76. Jiang Cheng's influence, the fervor surrounding the campus voice competition continued to rise, becoming a grand event at Sichuan University. Jiang Cheng entrusted the management of the 2 campuses to Su Ying and Gu Chong, while he himself assumed a more detached role. One day, he drove his Santana to the old campus to oversee the event's progress. As mealtime approached, he invited Shen Xingruo and her roommates to join him for a casual meal in the cafeteria. From the moment they entered, their group drew considerable attention. Jiang Cheng was accompanied by 4 young women, each possessing a distinct charm and striking beauty. Shen Xingruo wore a resplendent blue skirt, exuding elegance. Xiao Manru sported yoga pants and a tank top, embodying a slender and alluring figure. Zhu Min donned black trousers and a white shirt, presenting a serious, authoritative demeanor. Wu Xia opted for jeans and a short-sleeved shirt, appearing simple yet graceful. Once Jiang Cheng and Shen Xingruo settled at the table, he playfully remarked to Xiao Manru, "You skyrocketed to fame during the auditions. Your popularity is quite substantial. The forums are abuzz, calling you the White Rose of Night Shanghai." Xiao Manru shot Jiang Cheng a glare. "I prefer to think of myself as the Black Rose. I merely joined in for some excitement." Suddenly, she straightened up. Her interest piqued. "What is the deal with Shen Xingruo not being able to register? I was planning to sign her up, but it didn't go through. What is going on?" The girls turned their curious gazes toward Jiang Cheng. Even Shen Xingruo appeared surprised, unaware of this development. Jiang Cheng casually replied, "It's obvious. With such striking beauty and an unbeatable figure, if she were to take the microphone and sing a tune, how would the other girls compete?" Allowing Xingruo to participate would only diminish the enthusiasm of the students and affect the event's popularity. Xiao Manru's expression darkened. "Surely we are not that lacking?" Jiang Cheng pointed at Shen Xingruo beside him and boldly declared, "Just look at her beauty. Does she not have any rivals?" Xiao Manru was momentarily stunned, feeling defeated. "You are quite ruthless." Wu Xia stifled a laugh from his side. Shen Xingruo, taken aback, glanced at Jiang Cheng in astonishment, not expecting to hold such a high regard in his eyes. In the past, when Jiang Cheng was with her, he would always tease her about her exquisite beauty. Now, he openly expresses his admiration in front of others. Shen Xingruo, delighted, beams with joy. Zhu Min casts a sidelong glance at Jiang Cheng and murmurs softly, flattery and charm. He certainly knows how to amuse a girl. Their lively banter catches the attention of a nearby table of athletes, who are decidedly displeased, believing themselves to be the epitome of male excellence at the school. With their athletic physiques and striking appearances, they feel that the campus beauties ought to be within their reach. However, this fellow seems to have ensnared 4 of them all at once, which they find quite audacious. Bao Long, seated among them, raises an eyebrow in discontent. Who is that guy? His companions furrow their brows in confusion. He is clearly not from the sports department, as they have never seen him before. Indeed, he looks unfamiliar, likely not from the old campus. If he were from this side, such arrogance would have made him notorious by now. Damn it, are students from other campuses also here to chase our beauties? A wicked grin spreads across the faces of the group as they all turn their gaze towards Bao Long. With a cold hum of acknowledgement, Bao Long stands up, prompting everyone at the table to rise in unison. Just then, a formidable group enters through the cafeteria doors. The leading boy struts with an air of superiority, his companions surrounding him like stars orbiting a moon. They resemble a larger version of the infamous group from Meteor Garden, with the boy at the forefront exuding an attitude reminiscent of Dao Ming-si. Seeing this, Bao Long furrows his brow and remarks, "Those are the student council members." Someone beside him quickly adds, "Yes, the one at the front is the council president, Cheng." A peculiar expression crosses their faces. If there exists a more arrogant group within the school, it would undoubtedly be the student council. These individuals have vast social connections and excel in manipulation, wielding a distinct advantage over ordinary students. "Hey, is Cheng approaching that guy?" The athletes simultaneously turn their gazes toward the distance. Upon spotting Jiang Cheng in the cafeteria, Cheng pauses for a moment, then strides confidently toward him. "Brother Jiang, are you here to enjoy a meal with us common folks?" Jiang Cheng chuckles lightly. "What a show. Am I not allowed to come to the cafeteria for a meal?" Cheng laughs heartily. That is quite different. He knows full well that the meals Jiang prepares for the judges are gourmet, priced at 50 yuan each. There's no way he would settle for cafeteria food. He continues, "Those manufacturers will be coming to the incubation center this afternoon to sign sponsorship contracts and make payments." Jiang Cheng pats him on the shoulder. "Well done. I'll reward you handsomely later." Cheng beams. "Thank you, Brother Jiang. Your generous rewards are always substantial." After exchanging a few friendly words, Cheng bids farewell with a smile. "Enjoy your meal, Brother Jiang. We won't intrude any longer." He and the student council members display amicable smiles as they depart. As Jiang Cheng settles back down, a grand procession enters the cafeteria once more. This group is even more impressive, led by Vice Principal Nie Ziyuan, accompanied by his subordinates for an inspection, along with a cameraman capturing the moment. Instantly, all the teachers and students in the cafeteria turn their attention towards them. Upon entering the dining hall, Nie Ziyuan glanced around, engaging in lively conversation with his subordinates, while the cafeteria proprietor nodded in obsequious agreement nearby. Suddenly, a look of surprise crossed Nie Ziyuan's face as he spotted Jiang Cheng. He promptly made his way over, flanked by his entourage. Jiang Cheng, upon noticing, rose silently and greeted him with a gentle smile. "Principal Nie." Nie Ziyuan cast a glance at Jiang Cheng's plate and jested, "Boss Jiang, while you treat the esteemed judges to delicacies daily, you settle for this." Having participated in the last Voice of China promotional meeting, Jiang Cheng had left a profound impression on him, and their exchanges had been quite pleasant. Other school leaders also regarded Jiang Cheng with curiosity. The recent culinary arrangements for the judges had sparked considerable discussion among faculty members. Jiang Cheng had been ordering gourmet meals from upscale restaurants every day, ensuring the judges enjoyed exquisite cuisine. It was rumored that the daily budget per individual was around 100 yuan, indeed extravagant. Jiang Cheng chuckled. "Money should be spent wisely. As a grown man, I can eat whatever." Nie Ziyuan gave a thumbs up, acknowledging him as a person of great ambition. After a brief chat, Nie Ziyuan led the way toward the cafeteria's serving window for an inspection. Once seated, Shen Xingruo teased, "You speak so casually, one might think you're particularly frugal. Yet last time you splurged over 10,000 on pizza. Was it a wise investment or a reckless one?" Jiang Cheng waved his hand dismissively. "That was different. You had an accident, and treating you to fine food was worth every penny." Shen Xingruo was momentarily taken aback. The girls across the table exchanged bewildered glances. The charismatic figure of the student council and the school leaders were all engaging in light-hearted banter with Jiang Cheng. Was this the stature he now held? Even Zhu Min, who harbored biases against him, displayed an unusual expression. Surrounded by the astonished looks of faculty and students alike, even his deskmate felt a sense of pride, basking in the reflected glory. Chapter 77. I thought you would charge at him provocatively at the athletes' table. Bao Long and his companions stared in disbelief at Jiang Cheng. Who is this guy? How is he so impressive? One boy murmured hesitantly. The table erupted in incredulous looks, as if they were witnessing a spectacle. Bao Long remained silent and took a seat. The others quickly followed suit, even daring not to glance in Jiang Cheng's direction for fear of attracting his attention. After a moment, one person whispered, "They're leaving. He is about to go." Bao Long abruptly lifted his head and noticed that the group had risen and was departing the cafeteria. The impressive young man strolled leisurely toward the exit, accompanied by several beautiful women. A look of indecision crossed Bao Long's face before he suddenly stood up and jogged after them. His table mates were taken aback. What was he doing? They stealthily trailed behind at a distance. Upon catching up to Jiang Cheng, Bao Long beamed and introduced himself. Hello, I'm Bao Long from the sports department. I hear you're also from Sichuan. If you ever need anything, just let me know. Jiang Cheng glanced at Bao Long, noting his talent, despite his youth. He was remarkably savvy, not resembling a typical university student. He gave a slight nod, Jiang Cheng, and continued on his way, unperturbed. As Bao Long watched Jiang Cheng depart, he muttered to himself, Jiang Cheng. His classmates exchanged puzzled glances, initially thinking that Bao Long was about to confront him, only to realize he merely wished to become acquainted with the esteemed figure. In the afternoon, Jiang Cheng arrived at the office of the entrepreneurial incubation base, summoning his capable subordinates, Ge Chong, Su Ying, Bei Manong, Qiao Xiaowei, Qi Mei, and Bingjia, and Zhuqiao. Upon entering, they surveyed their new surroundings with delight, relishing the prospect of a dedicated office space. Su Ying remarked, "It seems we finally have a stronghold. No more guerrilla tactics." Ge Chong concurred. While the first hall was spacious, it was rather chaotic. Bei Manong chose a position against a large cabinet, declaring, "I will sit here. It will be convenient for storing equipment." Qi Mei, glancing around, pointed to a distant corner and stated, "I shall take that spot. It has more drawers for my legal documents and can be locked." Jiang Cheng observed their excitement and smiled, encouraging them to select freely from the available spaces. He then beckoned Ge Chong into his presidential office, furnished with a standard leather sofa, a solid wood coffee table, a desk, and an executive chair. Upon entering, Ge Chong produced 4 documents from his briefcase, stating, "Brother Jiang, these are the sponsors with the highest bids. Please take a look." Jiang Cheng accepted the papers and reviewed them leisurely. The first sponsor was Nongfu Spring, offering 200,000. On finals night, Nongfu Spring was prominently displayed before the judges. The second was a chair manufacturer, also at 200,000. Their rotating chairs were distinctly marked. The third was Lenovo Laptops, again at 200,000. During the singing intermission, the host read an advertisement and integrated prize promotions. The fourth was Volkswagen, contributing 200,000 as well. Their vehicle was the sole mode of transportation for the performers, with branding plastered on the doors. As Jiang Cheng perused the documents, a look of confusion crossed his face. "What is this?" he inquired, noticing both Samsung and Nokia listed as mobile phone sponsors. His established rule was to select only one sponsor per domain, favoring the highest bidder. Ge Chong promptly explained, "Both Samsung and Nokia bid 200,000, so I listed them together for your decision." Jiang Cheng nodded, "Let's go with Nokia." Ge Chong paused. "What do you mean by let's go with Nokia?" Jiang Cheng chuckled. "It's a complicated matter." Ge Chong, still bewildered, nodded and replied, "Understood. I will notify Nokia to arrange the contract." Upon reviewing the last 2 sponsors, Jiang Cheng expressed surprise. Shen Sound at 200,000? KFC at 100,000? He realized his initial sponsorship plan had completely overlooked audio brands. Integrating KFC would be challenging. It would be impractical for the judges to eat burgers while listening to music. Ge Chong smiled. "I considered this. Since bottled water and cola can be integrated on the judges' table, audio manufacturers can certainly do so as well. A large speaker prominently displayed on stage will yield a grand effect." Thus, I contacted the audio supplier, and they readily agreed to sponsor 200,000. Jiang Cheng nodded in approval. "Excellent." Ge Chong continued, "KFC was suggested by Bei Manong. Although fried chicken and burgers are not ideal for stage placement during the finals, she will need to follow the singers closely. She proposed providing KFC to the performers before and after the competition, allowing her to film an integrated advertisement. I find her words to be credible, so I decided to participate as well. McDonald's agreed to sponsor 80,000, while KFC offered 100,000, and I opted for KFC. Jiang Cheng commended, "Well done. This exemplifies the power of teamwork. There are always those who think of what you might overlook." An hour later, various sponsors arrived at the 818 office at the appointed time. Methodically, they signed contracts and transferred funds, totaling 1,300,000 in sponsorship money. Jiang Cheng, upon receiving numerous notifications of bank deposits, could not help but chuckle. This money truly arrived rather effortlessly. Chapter 78. Money nurtures people. After bidding farewell to the last batch of sponsors, Jiang Cheng convened a small meeting with everyone present. He slowly surveyed the youthful faces before him and began, "You may perceive Xingqing Entertainment Company as merely a small venture in campus entrepreneurship. However, today I wish to convey that although Xingqing Entertainment is but a tiny seed at present, we possess immense potential to cultivate it into a towering tree. My vision is to transform this company into an entertainment empire, one that wields significant influence within the industry, capable of setting trends and bringing boundless joy and inspiration to people. As the initial employees of this company, you are the pioneers of this grand journey. You have witnessed the birth of the company, and you will accompany it as it flourishes. Your dedication and efforts will lay the foundation for the company's development. When our entertainment empire rises, you too shall ascend to greatness, overlooking the world and becoming the center of attention." The audience was momentarily taken aback, gazing in awe at Jiang Cheng's ambitious vision. Their spirits subtly ignited. Bei Manong cast a silent glance at Jiang Cheng, remarking inwardly that his ambitions were grand and expansive. Suddenly, everyone jolted back to reality, exchanging peculiar looks with one another. Jiang Cheng's countenance darkened as he recognized Bei Manong's inherent contrariness. Drawing grand visions? Today, I intend to make those visions a reality, he declared with a sweeping gesture. I recognize the hard work everyone has put in recently. Therefore, I have decided to award each of you a bonus of 10,000 to be disbursed immediately. The room fell silent in astonishment. 10,000? Such a substantial amount? In an instant, the notifications of bank deposits resonated throughout the space. The attendees exchanged incredulous glances at their phones, and Bingjie exclaimed with excitement, "Thank you, boss." She had never earned such an amount from her entrepreneurial endeavors in stage design, yet here she was, reaping the rewards under Jiang Cheng's leadership. Chi Mei promptly gave Jiang Cheng a thumbs up, acknowledging, "Impressive." She had merely drafted a contract and received 10,000. It's no wonder Jiang Cheng is thriving. Bei Manong stared blankly at her phone, then turned to Jiang Cheng. "You certainly know how to be generous. Committing to work for someone like you for a lifetime doesn't seem like a bad deal." Ge Chang and Suing exchanged glances. They had already experienced Jiang Cheng's lavishness, with several thousand in funds entrusted to them without stipulations on usage. With a boss like him, should Xingqing Entertainment flourish, they could genuinely reach the pinnacle of their lives. Jiang Cheng chuckled. "You're all free to indulge in shopping today. Gentlemen, dress sharply in elegant suits, and ladies, feel free to adorn yourselves with stockings, short skirts, and exquisite lipstick. Shop to your heart's content. In the future, your wealth will only continue to grow." Left Chow exclaimed excitedly. "What President Jiang said is true." Bei Mo Nong inquired with curiosity, "Black stockings? Is that work attire?" Chi Mei chimed in with a light voice, "I'm not accustomed to wearing that." Jiang Cheng chuckled and waved his hand dismissively. "It was just a casual remark. Don't take it seriously." Xiao Xiao Hui perked up, her little ears twitching, wondering if Brother Jiang preferred girls in black stockings. She glanced down at her own fair, delicate legs, pondering what style would look good. She had heard there were many options. Her small face fell into contemplation. Once the excitement among the group subsided, Jiang Cheng began to assign new tasks. "Ge Chang, your upcoming mission is to lead the team to the telecommunications company and negotiate the ringtone revenue share for 2 songs. Keep in touch with me at all times. Chi Mei will accompany you. Pay attention to the terms of the telecommunications contracts." Both Ge Chang and Chi Mei nodded in agreement. Jiang Cheng then turned to Bingjie, Zhui Chao, and Bei Mo Nong. "The custom swivel chairs for the mentors have arrived. You are responsible for organizing their installation and adjusting them to the optimal filming angle." The 3 nodded solemnly. Jiang Cheng then looked at Suing. "You are in full charge of the Good Voice event on campus. If you encounter any issues, contact me or Dean Wan." Suing assured him, "Sure, no problem." Each person radiated enthusiasm and determination. Money nurtures talent. After the meeting, everyone left work in high spirits. Xiao Xiao Hui approached Jiang Cheng timidly. "Brother Jiang, what should I do?" Everyone else had been assigned tasks, leaving her without one. Jiang Cheng chuckled. "What you need to do is to conserve your energy and sing The Mouse Loves Rice Well on the night of the finals. Xiao Xiao Hui nodded earnestly. I will. After everyone departed, Jiang Cheng eagerly took out his phone to share the good news with Shen Xingruo. Brother John's sponsorship has arrived. I made a small fortune. What do you want to buy? Feel free to ask. Jiang Cheng added, time waits for no one. Prideful expression, Shen Xingruo replied. Has it arrived? Are there any issues with the contract? Don't get scammed. Jiang Cheng reassured her, you can trust Brother Jiang to handle things. Proud expression, Shen Xingruo responded. That's good. Cheerful expression, Shen Xingruo continued. I don't want anything. Jiang Cheng asked, are you sure? Shen Xingruo replied. Oh, can I ask for your time instead? Just one afternoon. Jiang Cheng was taken aback. Shen Xingruo added, I want to go swimming. I've had my swimsuit ready for a long time, but haven't had the chance. Will you accompany me? Mischievous smile, Jiang Cheng replied, I'll be there soon. Wait for me downstairs at the dormitory. After their chat, Jiang Cheng drove to the girls' dormitory at the old campus. Upon arrival, he saw Shen Xingruo and Xiao Man Ro laughing as they came out. Xiao Man Ro playfully threw a flirtatious glance. Jiang Shui. Do you mind if I tag along as a third wheel? Jiang Cheng chuckled, understanding her implication. The three of them then got into the car and headed to the Tiandu City Hotel. This hotel belonged to Shen Xingruo's family, and the pool had already been reserved over the phone. During the journey, the lively Xiao Man Ro leaned forward in the back seat, resting her hands on Jiang Cheng's seat. Hey, I heard you came into some money. Can I extort a little something? Sharing is caring, after all. Jiang Cheng laughed. Who told you that? I'm quite poor, pinching pennies to make ends meet. Xiao Man Ro retorted, you stingy man. I have seen the messages you sent to Shen Xingruo. She then turned to Shen Xingruo and remarked, this individual from your household is quite the miser, only willing to spend on you. Upon hearing this, Jiang Cheng maintained his gaze forward while driving, revealing no emotion. The phrase this individual from your household caused Shen Xingruo's beautiful face to radiate even more brightly. She stole a glance at Jiang Cheng, who was at the wheel. Upon their arrival at the Tiandu Grand Hotel, the female manager greeted Shen Xingruo with great respect and subsequently escorted the three of them directly to the rooftop swimming pool via the elevator. To honor the arrival of the young lady, the hotel had made prior arrangements, announcing that the swimming area was under maintenance and would not be open to the public, allowing them to enjoy the space exclusively. Once they reached the rooftop swimming area, Jiang Cheng was immensely pleased with the environment. The open-air pool resembled a brilliant sapphire embedded in the sky. The area surrounding the pool was adorned with exquisite imported marble, gleaming softly under the sunlight. Elegant rattan loungers were positioned on the deck, with small tables beside them prepared with delicate beverages and fresh fruits. Jiang Cheng strolled to the edge of the pool, gazing into the distance and taking in the magnificent view of the city. Skyscrapers stood in a majestic array, while the bustling streets below flowed like ribbons of vibrant color. After exploring the area, the female manager smiled and said, the pool is equipped with the most advanced water circulation and purification system, ensuring that the water remains crystal clear, akin to that of a flawless gem. Additionally, we have installed an intelligent temperature control system, which has now been adjusted to the most comfortable setting. Shen Xingruo replied with a smile, very nice. The female manager respectfully responded, I am glad you are satisfied. She then led the group to the changing area to don their swimwear. Jiang Cheng was the quickest, emerging first in his swim trunks, diving into the water with great enthusiasm. Moments later, Shen Xingruo and Xiao Manru appeared gracefully in their swimwear. Jiang Cheng looked up at Shen Xingruo and was instantly captivated. She, tall and voluptuous, wore a two-piece red swimsuit, the white curves of her body strikingly prominent. The thong-like design accentuated her ample form. Shen Xingruo languidly said, Boss Jiang, don't rush into the water. Please help me apply some sunscreen first. As Jiang Cheng returned to the shore, the two women were already reclining on the rattan loungers, donning large sunglasses and sipping juice, their swim-clad figures dazzling under the sunlight. Jiang Cheng's expression was one of amusement. This scene resembled something from a Hong Kong film, with a powerful figure and stunning beauties indulging by the poolside. He felt he only lacked a cigar to complete the tableau. Jiang Cheng then sat at Shen Xingruo's feet, picking up the sunscreen. He admired the perfect curve of her delicate, fair feet, each toenail glistening like crystal. Suddenly, his phone rang. It was a call from Chi Mei. Boss, I have looked into the related cases regarding the ringtone revenue-sharing contract. There are generally two types of cooperation models with telecommunications companies: a guaranteed revenue-sharing model and a pure revenue-sharing model. In the guaranteed model, the telecommunications company pays a certain fixed fee to the music company and then shares the revenue based on the ringtone download volume, with the sharing ratio being around 30%. If it were purely a revenue-sharing arrangement, the telecom operator would not prepay a minimum guarantee, but would directly distribute profits based on the earnings from the ringtones, with a sharing ratio typically reaching 50%. What type of contract should our company negotiate then? Without hesitation, Jiang Cheng replied, a pure revenue share without the need for their minimum guarantee. Chi Mei simply affirmed, good. After the conversation ended, Jiang Cheng fell into contemplation. Generally speaking, many factors influence the revenue-sharing model, such as the artist's popularity and the song's appeal. Typically, artists lean towards a minimum guarantee model, ensuring at least some earnings regardless of download numbers. However, Jiang Cheng harbored no such concerns. Firstly, he was not short on funds. And secondly, he was confident that Mouse Loves Rice and Two Butterflies would become hits. Such guaranteed blockbusters did not warrant sharing the spoils with others. While lost in thought, his hand unconsciously caressed Shen Xingruo's delicate foot. Shen Xingruo playfully kicked him. Be gentle, you're turning it red. Jiang Cheng paused, then chuckled, a fair rosy hue. Quite unique. He then picked up the sunscreen and began to apply it to her feet. While doing so, Shen Xingruo, with a frown, remarked, Hey, why do you always apply it on the soles? Can the sun even reach there? Jiang Cheng pressed his thumb against her foot and replied earnestly, Ultraviolet rays are omnipresent. Thus, comprehensive coverage is essential. You wouldn't understand. Shen Xingruo shot him a sidelong glance. You have plenty of theories. Do as you wish. Xiao Manru, nearby, giggled mischievously. Boss Jiang, keep up the pace. After Xingruo is done, the rest still me. Jiang Cheng glanced at Xiao Manru, whose black swimsuit left her fair legs exposed. He casually remarked, You're wrapped like a dumpling. No need for sunscreen. Xiao Manru immediately pouted. Humph, I never intended for you to apply it. Shen Xingruo laughed at the exchange. Amidst their banter, Jiang Cheng diligently applied sunscreen to Shen Xingruo multiple times. Just as he was about to finish, Shen Xingruo suggested, Why not apply another layer? A thicker coat would enhance the waterproof effect, making it easier for later swimming. Jiang Cheng retorted, Do you take me for cheap labor? In an instant, he picked up the sunscreen and resumed applying it. Xiao Manru muttered, You're quite the hypocrite. You're stubborn in words, but honest in action. Jiang Cheng chose to ignore her, focusing on applying another thorough layer. After splashing around in the water for half the day, they drove back to school in the evening. On the way, Shen Xingruo received a call from the 4S shop, informing her that the imported film she had customized for her Ferrari had arrived, and she could take it in for installation tomorrow. Furrowing her brow, Shen Xingruo said, But I have class tomorrow afternoon and can't make it. Jiang Cheng interjected, I'll drive it there. Upon hearing this, Shen Xingruo promptly responded on the phone, Fine, I'll come tomorrow afternoon. After returning to school, Jiang Cheng drove off in Shen Xingruo's Ferrari. Once Shen Xingruo and Xiao Manru were back in their dormitory, Xiao Manru remarked, Jiang Cheng really can hold himself back. I thought you two would stay overnight at a hotel today. Shen Xingruo paused, smiling. He and I are just friends. We've never stayed out overnight, except for that one time when he was drunk. Xiao Manru then leaned in with a playful smile. Would you let an ordinary friend apply sunscreen for you? Are ordinary friends allowed in the blind spots? Upon overhearing the whispered conversation between Xiao Manru and Zhu Min promptly interjected, Manru, you needn't play the role of a tactician. I believe it is best for them to remain as ordinary friends. I have always felt that Jiang Cheng is not someone worthy of trust. He is undoubtedly a fickle person. Shen Xingru furrowed her brow, expressing her displeasure. Zhu Min, I find your slander against Jiang Cheng quite distasteful. Zhu Min was taken aback. Xiao Manru looked at Zhu Min with amusement, saying, You ought to consider your words. Who speaks ill of someone in their presence? Do you truly think they are just ordinary friends? The following noon, Jiang Cheng was awakened by a phone call from Guchang. Brother Jiang, we have encountered some issues with the negotiations with the telecom provider. Typically, the profit sharing is a 50-50 split. However, considering the strength of our two songs, I was hoping we could negotiate a 60-40 split. To my surprise, they looked down on us, perceiving us as a small company without strength. They are unwilling to offer even 50, only proposing a 30 share. This is utterly unacceptable. Other contracts guarantee a 30 share, while ours is merely a profit split of the same. Guchang expressed his indignation. Jiang Cheng smiled lightly. No worries. We will visit them again this afternoon. I will handle the negotiations personally. Chapter 80. Is this a scheme or a conspiracy? After rising, Jiang Cheng drove his Ferrari to get a film applied to the windows, and while there, he enjoyed a meal from the establishment. Once settled, he promptly drove to the mobile company. In the outdoor area of Starbucks, Guchang and Chi Mei once again met with Huang Ying, the female director of the ringtone department at the mobile company. Huang Ying, dressed in a white suit with an ear-length bob, exuded a sharp and capable demeanor. Crossing her legs, she calmly stated, "To be frank, if it weren't for the two excellent songs you brought, I wouldn't even consider meeting with you, let alone discussing collaboration. I am willing to offer a 30 share, which is already quite generous. It would be futile for anyone else to negotiate." With a smile, Guchang replied, "Sistering, our company genuinely wishes to collaborate with you. Our boss is on his way." Huang Ying stirred her coffee with a spoon. Indifferent as she remarked, "Xiaogu, do not take offense, but you are merely a small company. Your so-called boss may be the boss today, but who knows what tomorrow holds. Collaborating with you entails significant risks. There are countless precedents of startups collapsing mid-venture. If your company has many shareholders, disputes over profit sharing could easily arise, leading to ongoing troubles." Chi Mei quickly interjected, "That won't happen. Shen Xingruo Entertainment is solely owned by our boss, who possesses substantial strength, and these issues will not arise." Huang Ying's lips curled into a faint smirk. How strong could he possibly be? Suddenly, the thunderous roar of a sports car approached, shaking the very ground beneath. The sound of revving engines drew the attention of everyone at the table. Chi Mei exclaimed with delight, "Our boss is here." As they all turned their gaze, the flamboyant Ferrari parked with flair. Jiang Cheng stepped out with grace, casually twirling the car keys in his hand as he strode forward. Chi Mei and Guchang promptly rose to pull out a chair for Jiang Cheng, arranging the coffee for him. Huang Ying stared in astonishment at the red Ferrari and Jiang Cheng, questioning the capabilities of this boss. How could he possess such strength? There were hardly any Ferraris in the entire Sichuan, yet he owned one. She instinctively rose to her feet as Jiang Cheng approached with a smile. "I did not expect Director Huang to be so youthful and beautiful. What a pleasure it is to meet you. I am Jiang Cheng, the owner of Xingqing Entertainment." He extended his hand, which Huang Ying promptly took, smiling as she responded, "You are even more accomplished at such a young age, Mr. Jiang." Once they were seated, Huang Ying gently clarified, "Mr. Jiang, our revenue-sharing proposal is not intended to complicate matters for your company. There are valid reasons behind it." She elaborated that, as a leader in the telecommunications sector, Mobile had stringent requirements and high standards for their ringtone collaborations, typically only partnering with major companies. The fact that they were extending a proposal to Xingqing Entertainment was already an exception, primarily due to the promising potential of the project's Mouse Loves Rice and Two Butterflies. In response, Jiang Cheng astonishingly stated, "I completely understand Director Huang's concerns. However, I am willing to forego even 30 and start with just 10. The others were taken aback, with Guchang and Chi Mei widening their eyes in disbelief. How could the terms decrease as discussions progressed? Was Jiang Cheng not clear on the concept of revenue sharing? Huang Ying echoed their astonishment. 10? Jiang Cheng smiled slightly and said, "Director Huang, I have a concept I would like you to consider." He savored a sip of coffee before elaborating. His proposal involved a tiered revenue-sharing contract with a mobile company based on download volumes. If the downloads were under 10 million, he would only take 10. If they reached 20 million, he would then take 20, and so forth, correlating higher download numbers with greater shares. If downloads were low, his share would also diminish. Huang Ying was taken aback. "Wouldn't that put you at a disadvantage? Ringtone downloads are still a novelty, and typically, Songs cap out at a few 100,000 downloads. Even well-known artists manage around 20 million. Essentially, you could only secure up to 20, a worse deal than I proposed. Jiang Cheng smiled softly. Fortune favors the bold. If the downloads reach 80 million or 90 million, my share could rise to 80 or 90. Huang Ying's expression darkened. How could that be feasible? Qi Mei, upon hearing this, discreetly kicked Jiang Cheng under the table, finding the proposal utterly absurd. Xingqing Entertainment could end up giving away more to the telecommunications company. Unperturbed, Jiang Cheng glanced at Qi Mei and turned to Huang Ying, saying with a light chuckle, "Director Huang, my decision is made. What are your thoughts?" Huang Ying, with a perplexed expression, replied, "I certainly have no objections. But as we have not signed such a proposal before, I will need to consult with my superiors." Jiang Cheng nodded in understanding, smiling. Huang Ying then stood up. "Please wait a moment." She clicked her heels as she returned to the office building behind her. Once she left, Ge Chong expressed his concern. "Brother Jiang, is this proposal too risky?" Qi Mei quickly agreed. "What if the downloads do not reach 10 million? Wouldn't that mean our company only receives 10? Even less than what was initially discussed?" Jiang Cheng waved his hand with a smile, reassuringly stating, "Rest assured, there are no disadvantages." He vividly recalled the overwhelming success of Mouse Loves Rice and Two Butterflies, both surpassing 100 million downloads and sweeping across the vast expanse of China. Ge Chong and Qi Mei listened, their expressions suggesting they were both intrigued and perplexed. 2 hours later, Huang Ying replied, agreeing to collaborate according to Jiang Cheng's proposed plan. The group then proceeded to the office of the ringtone department, where the legal team from the mobile company efficiently drafted the contract. Jiang Cheng instructed Qi Mei to meticulously review the document, ensuring that everything was in order. He then took up a pen and swiftly signed his name across the thick stack of contracts. As he busily attended to the signing, the phone rang. Without glancing at the caller ID, he handed the phone to Qi Mei and continued his task. Stepping outside, Qi Mei discovered it was a call from Shen Xingruo. After pressing the call button, she was greeted by Shen Xingruo's melodious voice. "Hey, are you bored the fourth store? Would you like me to come over and keep you company?" Qi Mei promptly replied, "Boss lady, this is Qi Mei. The boss is currently signing a contract at the mobile company." Shen Xingruo paused, then responded, "Qi Mei, you have quite a lovely voice. Well, you all carry on. I'll get in touch with Jiang Cheng later." "All right, boss lady," Qi Mei replied. After ending the call, a look of puzzlement crossed her face. Why did the boss lady compliment her voice? She hadn't mentioned it during their last pizza outing. Shaking her head, she returned to the office. Chapter 81. Jiang Ge. Personally coming to teach? Upon exiting the mobile company, Jiang Cheng was in high spirits. His career was progressing precisely as he had envisioned from the outset. The momentum of the voice was in full swing, with 1 million sponsorship funds already received and the ringtone revenue-sharing contract signed. Now, he merely needed to await the viral success of 2 new songs online, and his fortune would flourish. He then drove to the city's commercial district, intending to purchase a gift for Shen Xingruo as a celebratory gesture. In his previous life, Jiang Cheng was a mid-level manager at Vacheron Constantin in the Shanghai area, possessing extensive knowledge of luxury watches. Consequently, he headed directly to the Vacheron Constantin flagship store in the mall and purchased a Malta Series ladies' watch, priced at $150,000, completing the transaction in just a minute. Afterward, he drove his Ferrari to the entrance of Shen Xingruo's teaching building, waiting for her to come out and retrieve the car keys. During a break, Shen Xingruo emerged, radiating charm. As she reached for the keys, Jiang Cheng seamlessly slipped the watch on her wrist. Momentarily taken aback, Shen Xingruo exclaimed, "Is this for me?" Jiang Cheng shrugged, "Of course. I mentioned that I came into a bit of fortune and wanted to gift you something. You may choose to decline, but I cannot refrain from presenting it." Delighted, Shen Xingruo raised her wrist to admire the watch, exclaiming, "It's truly beautiful." Just then, Jiang Cheng's phone emitted a couple of notification sounds. It was a message from class monitor Feng Jing. "Feng Jing, Jiang Cheng, don't forget about the class meeting later. It's the counselor's first day meeting us." Silly smile emoji. "Jiang Cheng, what is going on? Another counselor has appeared?" "Feng Jing, haven't you seen the messages in the group?" Sweating emoji. Jiang Cheng promptly accessed the class group to review the historical messages. It was only then that I learned that the counselor, Hu Rong, will be traveling abroad for teaching training and seminars. She would observe foreign course instruction and visit Hollywood and Bollywood, a journey that would take over a month. The school had recently appointed a new counselor named Gu Qing. Today's class meeting was to introduce Gu Qing. Jiang Cheng shook his head. Since the beginning of the semester, he had been preoccupied with his own affairs and had truly become disconnected from the class collective. He promptly thanked Feng Jing for the reminder and indicated that he would head to the classroom immediately. As Jiang Cheng parted ways with Shen Xingruo, she recalled, Xiao Manru also wishes to experience that Italian restaurant we dined at last time. She is treating tonight and asked me to invite you. Jiang Cheng nodded in agreement. Sure. I'll come over after the class meeting. He then drove his Santana back to the old campus. As Jiang Cheng exited the parking lot, a woman walked alongside him. She was tall and slender, clad in a fitted black suit, her ponytail elegantly poised, exuding an air of aloofness reminiscent of Zhang Zi's portrayal of a formidable woman in a film. Jiang Cheng was suddenly struck with inspiration. It was time for the company to embark on producing some hit television dramas and films. This woman, with her striking resemblance to a young Zhang Zi, would be an excellent candidate for signing, especially given her novice pricing. He courteously inquired, Are you a student from the acting department? The woman cast a cool glance at him. What do you mean? Jiang Cheng offered a faint smile. I'm a talent scout, and I sense great potential in you. The woman scoffed dismissively, not interested. Jiang Cheng shrugged, choosing not to press further. While talent is indeed precious, he understood that she was not the only option. The two then exited the parking lot in silence. As they walked, the woman furrowed her brow slightly. It was evident that this man was following her wherever she went. He followed. A talent scout? Just a lecherous man. She deliberately slowed her pace. Jiang Cheng, maintaining a composed demeanor, brushed past her and proceeded towards the acting department building. Only then did she resume her pace. As she walked, a look of suspicion crossed her face. This man was mirroring her every move. Upon entering the acting classroom, the previously noisy room fell silent. Wang Jianbo stood up and exclaimed, Jiang, what a rare guest we have. Ho Xiaodong chuckled, Jiang, you're here to attend class personally? Friends who were close to Jiang Cheng chimed in. It's been ages, Jiang. The last time we met was during the class meeting at the beginning of the semester. Haha, Jiang is the kind of student who only shows up for class meetings. Jiang Cheng waved the class from the front and declared Wang Jianbo, as the Life Committee member, arranged for KFC and Starbucks to deliver some food and drinks. I'll cover the bill. The atmosphere in the class instantly became lively, filled with laughter and chatter. As Jiang Cheng made his way to his seat, Su Mingyao hurried after him with a towel in hand. With a charming smile, she said, You haven't been to class in a while. There's dust on your chair. Let me clean it for you. She then began to wipe down Jiang Cheng's large chair. He couldn't help but smirk. Indeed, the chair was rather unclean, so he did not stop her. The classmates have grown accustomed to the situation. Ever since Su Mingyao became aware of Jiang Cheng's extraordinary capabilities and began working for him, she has ceased to be the proud class beauty she once was in his presence. Only Kong Lei, gritting his teeth, gazed at Su Mingyao's eager demeanor with a flushed face. Seeing this, the class monitor, Feng Jing, furrowed her brow slightly. It was she who had summoned Jiang Cheng. Yet Su Mingyao had approached him first. How excessive. From the outset, Su Mingyao had mocked Jiang Cheng, while Feng Jing had consistently maintained a friendly demeanor towards him. Adjusting her glasses, Feng Jing stood and walked to Jiang Cheng, offering him a smile. Jiang Cheng, may I contact you for class matters in the future? Sometimes the group messages can be overwhelming, and you might miss something. Jiang Cheng nodded in agreement. Su Mingyao looked up, displeased, casting an annoyed glance at Feng Jing. With her glasses and scholarly air, Feng Jing seemed eager to curry favor with Jiang Cheng. To Su Mingyao, the so-called class monitor was merely a contrast in character. She scoffed internally, redoubling her efforts to impress. Suddenly, a loud thud echoed from the podium. All the students turned in unison to see an unexpected guest. A young woman clad in black placed her bag heavily on the desk, glaring down at the students with displeasure. Jiang Cheng, was astonished to recognize her as the young woman he had encountered previously, resembling a younger version of Zhang Zi. "Teacher Gu, you're here," Feng Jing exclaimed, quickly returning to her seat. The class soon realized that this was their new counselor, Gu Qing. Such an imposing presence. The students exchanged glances, apprehensive about the challenging days ahead. Teacher Gu did not appear to be a person easy to handle. Gu Qing's piercing gaze fell upon Jiang Cheng, realizing that the young man who had flirted with beautiful women was indeed one of her students. How arrogant he was, flaunting his wealth and expecting the entire class to foot the bill. Even Feng Jing, who had previously communicated with her, seemed to orbit around this ostentatious scoundrel. Jiang Cheng was a true disruptor, tarnishing the class's environment. Subsequently, Gu Qing, with a stern expression, convened a class meeting. The atmosphere was tense, with students afraid to speak. After the meeting concluded, as they enjoyed KFC meals and sipped Starbucks coffee while chatting, Gu Qing shot Jiang Cheng a cold glance before motionlessly exiting the classroom. Chapter 82. The disparity is astounding. That evening, Xiao Manru treated everyone at an Italian restaurant. The dormitory shared 2 cars for the outing. Shen Xingruo drove her Ferrari with Wu Xia as her passenger, while Xiao Manru navigated her Beetle with Zhu Min and her cousin, Zhu Min's younger brother. The 5 of them settled into a spacious booth by the floor-to-ceiling windows. As Jiang Cheng had yet to arrive, Xiao Manru refrained from ordering. They listened to the restaurant's music, engaging in casual conversation. Xiao Manru discreetly glanced at Zhu Min's cousin, Yu Tao, who possessed an ordinary physique and appearance, yet displayed a refined demeanor. She then messaged Zhu Min privately. "What is the story with your cousin?" Zhu Min replied, "Yu Tao's family runs a catering business in Jinling, and he studies at Jinling University. He took leave to help his family assess the hot pot market here in Tianyu City." Zhu Min continued, "He developed quite an interest in Xingruo after meeting her and insisted on accompanying me. Zhu Min, this lad is quite an upstanding individual, devoid of major flaws, thus I agreed." "Xiao Manru, are you out of your mind? If Jiang Cheng finds out, won't he deal with you?" Zhu Min, "Oh, aren't they just ordinary friends? Can he really interfere with someone pursuing Xingruo?" "Xiao Manru, Xingruo drives a Ferrari, and your cousin dares to have his eye on her. He is quite audacious." Zhu Min, "Isn't Jiang Cheng also driving a Santana?" "Xiao Manru, I'm utterly speechless. I regret hosting this gathering. If you seek trouble, don't drag me into it." She promptly shifted the topic, inquiring of Shen Xingruo what delicacies are available here. Before Shen Xingruo could respond, Yu Tao smiled and said, "I have dined at this Italian restaurant in Jinling as well. Their ingredients are meticulously sourced from Italy and air-freighted to ensure each bite delivers an authentic Italian flavor. Particularly, the handmade pasta is exceptional with a delightful texture, complemented by rich meat sauce or exquisite seafood sauce. The Italian cheese is also remarkable, possessing a robust creamy flavor that melts in the mouth. Additionally, the steak is cooked to perfection, crispy on the outside yet tender on the inside, oozing with juices." He enumerated enthusiastically. Xiao Manru responded with a peculiar sound. Although he was addressing her question, she found him rather ostentatious. Zhu Min supported him, saying, "Yu Tao, your knowledge is impressive." Yu Tao chuckled. "Cousin, as you know, I have a passion for gourmet food, hence my familiarity with such high-end establishments." He then turned to Xiao Manru. "I possess a membership card for this restaurant, which will grant us a 10% discount when we settle the bill." Xiao Manru offered a forced smile. "That certainly saves some money." Throughout, Shen Xingruo remained silent, engrossed in chatting with Jiang Cheng on her phone. Yu Tao, noticing this, furrowed his brow, feeling as if his display of erudition and taste was wasted on the blind. He then proactively addressed, "Sister Xingruo, you." Shen Xingruo suddenly exclaimed, "Jiang Cheng has arrived." She stood abruptly, gazing out the window. Everyone turned in unison to see Jiang Cheng's Santana flamboyantly pull into the parking lot. After disembarking, he strode confidently towards the restaurant. Yu Tao glanced at Jiang Cheng, then shifted his focus to Shen Xingruo's wrist, observing her watch with a contemplative expression. Upon entering, Jiang Cheng took a seat beside Shen Xingruo, and Xiao Manru immediately summoned the waiter to place their orders. She selected a meal set costing over 3,000, disregarding Yu Tao's suggestion. While awaiting the dishes, Shen Xingruo curiously asked Jiang Cheng, "Why do you frequently hold class meetings?" Jiang Cheng, exasperated, waved his hand. "Don't even mention it. We have a new counselor. A true lioness." Shen Xingruo chuckled. "That is quite an exaggeration." She then reached out to pour Jiang Cheng a glass of water. Yu Tao observed with a slight frown. The relationship between Sister Xingruo and Jiang Cheng seems intricate. Yet, his cousin insists they are merely ordinary friends. However, Jiang Cheng drives a Santana, indicating he isn't from a wealthy family, so perhaps Sister Xingruo wouldn't be interested. Friends are acceptable, but lovers are not. He believed he held an advantage over Jiang Cheng. At least his experiences in the coastal regions provided him with more common ground with Sister Xingruo. Yu Tao composed himself, and then smiled at Shen Xingruo's watch. The exquisite timepiece adorning Sister Xingruo's wrist possesses a remarkable history. It is a lady's watch from the Vacheron Constantine Malta collection. In the early days of pocket watches, Vacheron Constantine employed a component resembling the Maltese cross to better regulate the tension of the mainspring. This element subsequently became one of the brand's iconic features. Thus, the watch was aptly named Malta. The timepiece showcases a Maltese cross tourbillon cage, which not only offers a stunning visual appeal, but also mitigates the effects of gravity on the watch's timekeeping, enhancing its precision. Zhu Min remarked, "You truly are knowledgeable." Yu Tao, Wu Xia, filled with curiosity, inquired, "Is Xingruo's watch quite expensive?" Yu Tao smiled and responded, "If my memory serves me right, it approaches 200,000. The Malta collection stands unrivaled in the realm of women's luxury watches, with no competitors in sight. Thus, its price has consistently escalated." Wu Xia gasped in astonishment. "How extravagant! Several 100,000. She gazed incredulously at the watch. Yu Tao nodded slightly. This watch could trade for 3 of Brother Zhang Santanas. Xiao Manru frowned at this remark, finding it rather unpalatable, and cast a sidelong glance at Xingruo. However, Shen Xingruo beamed at Jiang Cheng, saying, "You truly have an eye for quality. I know nothing of these matters." The others exchanged looks of surprise. Yu Tao's smile abruptly froze. After all his efforts, how did it turn into Jiang Cheng being the one with discernment? Zhu Min remarked with a peculiar expression, "Xingruo, it was Yu Tao speaking just now. You seem distracted." Shen Xingruo, in a haughty manner, replied, "That's because this watch was a gift from Jiang Cheng. He truly knows how to choose." Zhu Min was momentarily taken aback. Wu Xia, incredulous, exclaimed, "Jiang Cheng, you are too extravagant, gifting Xingruo a watch worth 200,000. Xiao Manru burst into laughter. "You can't even be bothered to replace your own Santana, yet you lavishly spend on Xingruo. Impressive, Jiang Shuai." Yu Tao, bewildered, looked around the table, feeling as though he had unwittingly aided Jiang Cheng in showing off. What kind of financial backing did he possess? How could someone drive a Santana worth a few thousand, yet gift a woman a watch worth hundreds of thousands? Was he merely playing the fool? Jiang Cheng smiled at the ladies before turning to Yu Tao, stating, "You spoke well, but there is one point you have misrepresented." Yu Tao, perplexed, asked, "Huh?" Jiang Cheng casually remarked, "The Vacheron Constantine Malta collection cannot be deemed unparalleled, for the Patek Philippe Calatrava series stands equally esteemed." Yu Tao was taken aback, his face reddening as he replied, "I stand corrected." Jiang Cheng then addressed Shen Xingruo, "I had intended to purchase both for you, but the Patek Philippe is currently out of stock. We shall procure it upon restocking." Shen Xingruo promptly replied, "Why waste the money? I cannot wear two." Jiang Cheng chuckled. "We shall see." During the remainder of the meal, Yu Tao suddenly became subdued, focusing solely on his food and refraining from further conversation. He found Jiang Cheng rather enigmatic. Such wealth, yet he drove a Santana, and he seemed to possess greater knowledge than himself. Definitely someone to be wary of. It was not until the group finished dining and it was time to settle the bill that Yu Tao regained his composure. He offered a faint smile to the waiter. "I have a membership card." This gesture served to salvage a bit of his dignity, showcasing his worth. However, when Yu Tao was about to register his membership account, the waiter politely refused, stating, "I'm sorry, sir, but a physical card is required to avail the discount. Yu Tao, clearly displeased, retorted, I forgot to bring it. Do you really think I would deceive you? The waiter promptly communicated the situation to the restaurant manager via intercom. The female manager responded that a photo of the membership card would suffice. Yu Tao, still annoyed, replied, wait a moment. He then called home, requesting his parents to take a picture of the membership card and send it over. Turning to Zhu Min, he lamented, the membership card is kept by my parents. I don't have it on me. Zhu Min felt a sense of embarrassment. Her cousin's performance today was utterly dismal, and it seemed that nothing was going right. Forget about winning Shen Xingruo's favor. She probably found the whole affair amusing. Xiao Manru frowned and suggested, why not forego the discount? In truth, she was indifferent to the 10% reduction. Yu Tao immediately insisted, it will be ready soon. Every little bit saved counts. He then urged his parents to hurry. As they were all waiting, the commotion had drawn the attention of nearby customers, who were curiously observing the unfolding situation. Moments later, the female manager approached, her high heels clicking against the floor, intrigued by the prolonged checkout process. Upon seeing the manager, the waiter explained, that gentleman is having his family send a photo, so we need to wait a bit longer. The manager, however, wore a bright smile as she turned to Jiang Cheng, exclaiming, Mr. Jiang, why didn't you call ahead for your meal? I could have arranged everything. Jiang Cheng was a valued patron of their restaurant, regularly spending 5,000 yuan a day. A truly exceptional customer. He chuckled, just having a simple meal, no need to trouble you. The manager beamed, how could that be a trouble? I would be remiss not to accommodate you. She promptly instructed the waiter, this table's meal is on the house. You may attend to your duties. The waiter nodded, casting a curious glance at Jiang Cheng as she departed. Jiang Cheng remarked, you are too kind. The manager replied with a radiant smile, it is my duty. We appreciate your unwavering support for our restaurant. After exchanging pleasantries, the manager took her leave, having also requested the waiter to add a fruit platter to their table. The diners suddenly looked at each other with bemused expressions. Yu Tao had been bustling about, searching for the card and taking photos, yet had not managed to secure even a discount. Meanwhile, Jiang Cheng had simply enjoyed a complimentary meal. The disparity was striking. Yu Tao, still on the phone directing his parents in their search, was left speechless, staring at Jiang Cheng in disbelief. He felt as if he had lost more face today than in his entire life. Zhu Min sighed inwardly as she observed Yu Tao, compared to Jiang Cheng. Her cousin had always been the epitome of mediocrity. No wonder Xingruo favored Jiang Cheng. One could only truly appreciate the difference when compared. She resolved not to meddle in matters of romance again. Perhaps sensing her own misstep, Zhu Min turned to Jiang Cheng and suggested, it's still early. How about we grab a coffee? You've been so busy, you hardly have time to spend with Xingruo. Shen Xingruo immediately looked at Jiang Cheng, finding the proposal agreeable. Jiang Cheng smiled gently. Even amidst busyness, one must find time to eat and drink. There is always ample time for coffee. Subsequently, a group of individuals drove to a nearby CAF. Yu Tao found an excuse to disembark midway, feeling utterly embarrassed to be among them. A beauty like Xingruo was simply beyond his reach. Chapter 83. The Top 32 Competition after several days of anticipation. The audition phase of the popular singing competition concluded with great fanfare. 2 rounds remained. The Top 32 competition on the evening of September 20th, followed by the final night after the National Day holiday. On the afternoon of September 20th, Jiang Cheng convened a meeting in the office to delegate responsibilities for the evening's event. Shen Xingruo and Xiao Manru arrived to see if they could assist. Taking seats beside Jiang Cheng, he issued commands with the authority of a commander preparing his troops for battle. Belle and Bing Jia, you're responsible for the singer's full coverage and stage photography. Zhu Chao, you will coordinate the activities of the Volkswagen vehicles. Guchong, you will handle the reception and arrangements for journalists and editors from various media outlets. Suing, you're in charge of maintaining order at the event. Everyone nodded earnestly, their faces alight with excitement, akin to soldiers ready to charge. Jiang Cheng then transferred 20,000 yuan to each of them as event funding. Finally, he turned to Qi Mei, saying, you are tasked with the copyright application for the show, a formidable responsibility. You need to thoroughly recap this event and draft the planning proposal process documents, and competition rules to substantiate the uniqueness and originality of the show. Once you have accomplished this, obtain the audio and video records from BMO known, as these are vital for the copyright application. Qimei nodded confidently, no problem. However, Jiang Cheng furrowed his brow slightly. Qimei's task was of utmost importance, yet she seemed to lack the manpower and efficiency to tackle it alone. Shen Xingruo, sensing Jiang Cheng's concerns, gently nudged his arm, suggesting, "Shall I assist Qimei with this work?" Jiang Cheng replied softly, "It might be a bit taxing." Shen Xingruo insisted, "I came here to help. After all." Jiang Cheng nodded slightly in agreement. Shen Xingruo then turned to Qimei to offer her assistance. Qimei instantly brightened, exclaiming, "Thank you, boss lady." Shen Xingruo's heart skipped a beat, and she smiled discreetly in acknowledgement. Jiang Cheng cleared his throat awkwardly, while Xiaoman Ro chuckled, remarking on the shift from ordinary friends to calling her boss lady. At that moment, Xiao Hui timidly raised her hand. "Brother Jiang, am I not performing tonight?" She noticed many singers were fervently preparing for the blind selection evening, while Brother Jiang had said nothing regarding her participation, leaving her feeling quite anxious. Jiang Cheng waved his hand dismissively. "You need not participate in the blind selection. You are a direct entry contestant and will proceed to the final night after the National Day holiday." The others were taken aback. "Direct entry?" Xiaoman Ro replied incredulously, "Boss Jiang, this is not acceptable. It will dishearten the other contestants. This direct entry is essentially granting a clear advantage to those with connections." She then smiled at Xiao Hui. "I wasn't referring to you, of course." Jiang Cheng casually remarked, "The final say rests with me. The direct train is a powerful seed contestant, exempt from preliminary selections." Xiao Manru shot him a sidelong glance. "I'm just here for fun. It doesn't matter to me." The other contestants, however, might have their reservations. Upon hearing this, Jiang Cheng turned his gaze to the three roommates present. Wang Jianbao, Bao Zheng, and Hou Xiaodong immediately straightened their backs. They had been eagerly awaiting Jiang Cheng's task assignment. Otherwise, sitting idly felt rather uncomfortable. Jiang Cheng pondered for a moment and said, "Jianbao, your task is to monitor online public opinion throughout the day as part-time workers. If you come across any posts from students claiming that Xiao Hui's direct train is unfair, you should steer the conversation by emphasizing that she is an original singer, and her treatment is bound to differ. You can also stir some excitement by suggesting that once Xiao Hui takes the stage, they will fall silent, as her talent will speak for itself." Wang Jianbao immediately replied, "This is my forte." Hou Xiaodong and Bao Zheng were also eager to participate. They may not excel in many areas, but their prowess in internet debates was certainly commendable. The onlookers exchanged peculiar glances, thinking, "Boss, this is truly audacious." As night approached, the campus of Sichuan University buzzed with festivity, adorned with colorful lights. Everyone gathered at the main playground of the old campus, eagerly anticipating the commencement of the top 32 competition of the Good Voice. An array of external vehicles began to arrive, and relevant personnel sprang into action. In a corner of the playground, a group of well-dressed social figures congregated, engaged in conversation. They were either eliminated sponsors or vendors skeptical about the event's efficacy, taking the time to observe the unfolding activities. Toyota Masakazu, the general manager of Toyota's Huaxi region, stood among them, watching with a detached demeanor as various Volkswagen cars traversed the campus, their bodies emblazoned with prominent branding. Toyota sneered, "The Volkswagen marketing department truly has money to burn. Not only have they sponsored 200,000, but they have also dispatched so many vehicles to show their support." How naive. He believed the impact of a mere campus event would inevitably be limited, foreseeing criticism for the Volkswagen marketing department. Others nearby nodded in agreement, echoing his sentiments. Exactly. A campus event is not comparable to a televised one. Why should Xingqing Entertainment collect hundreds of thousands in sponsorship fees? They mused. The contestants are merely university students, not professional singers. What gives them the right? Li Qingyu, the general manager of Samsung Group in Huaxi, also scoffed. "More people know my Samsung phones than know about Sichuan University. Do we really need to advertise with them? Absurd." He was particularly incensed. Other vendors might have lost bids because their sponsorships were deemed inadequate, but both Samsung and Nokia had offered 200,000, yet still failed to secure a spot. He was eager to confront the event organizers for an explanation. How could this be justified? Unbeknownst to them, a Santana vehicle was slowly cruising nearby, and behind the wheel was none other than Jiang Cheng himself. He was patrolling the campus to ensure everything was in order. Seated beside him was Huang Ying, the manager of the ringtone department from the mobile company. She had come to join the excitement after the event, and Jiang Cheng had personally picked her up, showing her around the campus with warmth and enthusiasm. Huang Ying's face flickered with discomfort. President Jiang, I must admit, I feel quite embarrassed. The contract we signed last time puts you at a significant disadvantage. As a veteran in the ringtone industry, I am well aware of the ins and outs. Typically, ringtone downloads amount to merely 10 to 20 million, and your revenue sharing agreement is undeniably flawed. Jiang Cheng glanced at Huang Ying. Director Huang, I sincerely appreciate your candor. I will certainly seek your collaboration in the future. Huang Ying sighed. Your magnanimity puts me to shame. Jiang Cheng jested. If my 2 songs become hits, please don't take it out on me with a knife. Huang Ying managed a faint smile. One can only hope. Chapter 84. It truly happened. As evening descended, the campus playground was teeming with students. They sat on benches, clutching the glow sticks distributed by the school, animatedly discussing the day's events and the various singers from different departments. The campus radio played uplifting music, setting a vibrant atmosphere. Amidst the eager anticipation, the host, Hua Xiao, donned in a pristine white suit, confidently stepped onto the stage. The lights instantly focused on him, and the crowd fell silent as his resonant voice echoed through the air. Esteemed teachers and fellow students, good evening. The voice of Sichuan University's Top 32 competition begins now. His opening remarks ignited the crowd's enthusiasm, prompting thunderous applause and cheers. Hua Xiao continued. Tonight's esteemed judges include Dean Wan Xin from the School of Music and Director Wen Xiangdong from the Journalism Department. As he introduced the panel, the judges, led by Dean Wan, took their places on the judging seats after greeting the audience. Wait, what is going on? Why are the judges facing us? Someone murmured. Is there a problem with the chairs? Another speculated. Perhaps it's designed this way to prevent any favoritism, relying solely on the quality of the voices. Quite reasonable. The students below engaged in lively discussions, intrigued by the event. Once the judges were seated, the host announced, "Let us welcome our first contestant of the night, Xiao Manru from the Department of Business Administration." The business students erupted into enthusiastic applause. Amidst the anticipation, a Volkswagen Golf rolled into view, slowly making its way onto the playground. Simultaneously, the stage's large screen displayed a live feed from inside the car. Xiao Manru, dressed in a black floral-fitted dress that showcased her fair legs and a fitted white shirt that was both alluring and refreshing, sat inside. Her assistant beside her inquired, "Manru, are you nervous?" Xiao Manru playfully tossed her long hair. "They're all classmates. There's no need to be nervous. I'll just treat it like singing." The assistant replied, "Impressive. Even I'm feeling anxious." Their conversation was simultaneously broadcast on the big screen, causing a stir among the students. Xiao Manru from the Business Administration Department? She's stunning. One student remarked. Indeed, with looks like that, she'd excel even in the Performing Arts Department. Another chimed in. Ha! It's evident she's the daughter of a wealthy family in the business administration. She'll inherit the family business after graduation. So why would she study performance? That sounds quite plausible. Amidst the fervent discussions, Xiao Manru, exuding charm, gracefully alighted from her vehicle and ascended the stage under the watchful eyes of the cameras. Upon taking the stage, she greeted the audience, and the familiar strains of Liang Jingru's Courage resonated through the sound system. At the opportune moment, Xiao Manru began to sing softly. Love truly requires courage to face the whispers and rumors. As long as your approving glance is bestowed, my love shall hold significance. Her delicate voice reverberated throughout the campus, enchanting all who listened. However, just a moment later, Wan Xin on stage abruptly struck the armrest of her seat, causing it to gleam brilliantly. In tandem with the sound effects, the grand chair swiftly rotated. Xiao Manru exchanged a knowing smile with Wan Xin and continued her performance. Subsequently, several mentors turned in unison, visibly impressed by Xiao Manru's musicality. A look of surprise graced her face. She had originally entered the competition for fun, never anticipating such commendation from the mentors. It seemed her years of singing had not been in vain. As Xiao Manru concluded her song, the host exuberantly announced her unanimous selection by the mentors, securing her place in the top 32. What an auspicious start to the day. Xiao Manru promptly expressed her gratitude to the host, blowing a kiss to the audience before elegantly departing the stage. The atmosphere erupted with excitement, as whispers filled the air regarding the unique competition format and the rotating mentor chairs. Our school is indeed innovative. Even television networks have yet to adopt such creativity. Truly remarkable. The mentor's swift turns were impressively stylish. I wonder if Xiao Manru's kiss might reach me. Had I known, I would have sat closer. The competition continued to gain momentum, with each singer arriving in luxury vehicles to perform. The female vocalists dazzled in vibrant attire, while the male singers appeared remarkably dapper. One by one, they took the stage, some soaring to success, while others faced disappointment. When Lu Shiyin from the law department stepped up, the audience was once again stirred. Isn't Lu Shiyin just as good as Xiao Manru? She hasn't sung yet. How can you say that? Fool, I'm talking about her looks. Oh, she truly is beautiful, albeit with a different style. Indeed, Xiao Manru is sultry, while Lu Shiyin embodies freshness. As the audience buzzed with discussion, Lu Shiyin graced the stage to perform Encounter by Stephanie Sunday. Her melodious voice flowed effortlessly, garnering resounding applause. Yet, the judges wore expressions of mild concern. Although the young lady possessed a splendid vocal quality, it was apparent that she lacked a musical foundation and was a pure enthusiast. Thus, they hesitated to turn their chairs. Gradually, the audience, particularly the law students, began to chant, "Turn, turn, turn." Their voices crescendoed in a wave of enthusiasm. In an instant, more students joined in the fervor, their unified voices soaring to the heavens. The group led by Li Chengyu exchanged glances, astonished by the professionalism of the competition, which had successfully engaged the audience's emotions. They looked around and even noticed some cameramen and reporters joining in the fervent cheers. As Toyota gazed at the lively scene, observing the numerous Volkswagen cars gliding back and forth under the spotlight and camera flashes, his expression darkened. This program truly has the potential to become significant, he muttered. The group of onlookers promptly turned their attention towards the sponsor seats, where they saw their competitors grinning like blossoms in full bloom. One individual lamented, "We are surely going to face criticism from headquarters this time." A wave of despondency swept over the crowd, their expressions growing even more somber. Despite the audience's fervent cheers, the mentors on stage remained unmoved, showing no intention of making a decision. Wan Xin recalled her previous conversation with Jiang Cheng, where they had discussed favoring candidates with charm and popularity during the selection process to invigorate the event. The audience's overwhelming support for Lu Shiyin was evident. She fit the criteria perfectly, despite her somewhat amateur singing ability. Wan Xin clapped her hands in realization. She had made a decisive move. The host's resonant voice announced Lu Shiyin's advancement into the top 32. The crowd erupted into applause. Lu Shiyin, brimming with joy, expressed her gratitude to Dean Wan and then scanned the audience for Jiang Cheng's figure. He must be regretting his previous indifference. As she was on her way to becoming a campus star, a long-lost sense of pride illuminated Lu Shiyin's face. From this moment on, it was clear that neither Jiang Cheng nor she could claim superiority over the other. Chapter 85. Let us not involve the innocent Jiang Cheng couldn't help but chuckle inwardly. These people truly were captivated solely by appearances. His decision to prevent Xingruo from participating in the competition had proven wise. Otherwise, her stunning looks would have overshadowed everything else, rendering the final song irrelevant. He soon left the playground and purchased a few cups of milk tea to visit Xiao Manru backstage. Zhu Min and Wu Xiao were also by her side, animatedly discussing Xiao Manru's previous performance. When Zhu Min saw Jiang Cheng enter, she felt a bit awkward. She had tacitly allowed her cousin to pursue Xingruo, but despite her cousin's lackluster performance against Jiang Cheng, which had led to his failure, Zhu Min felt a lingering sense of guilt. particularly because Manru had mentioned that Jiang Cheng would confront her upon discovering the truth, leaving her feeling unsettled. Thus, she had deliberately avoided encounters with him until today. Upon entering, Jiang Cheng smiled at Xiao Manru and said, "Well done. Here has something to soothe your throat." He then handed her a cup of milk tea. Xiao Manru gracefully tossed her long hair and replied, "You're quite thoughtful." She took the cup and inserted a straw. Jiang Cheng then offered cups to Zhu Min and Wu Xia as well, saying for everyone present. Zhu Min felt relieved that he wasn't there to confront her. She thanked him along with Wu Xia as they accepted their drinks. At that moment, Shen Xingruo called Xiao Manru via video. Upon answering, Xiao Manru playfully showcased her milk tea to Shen Xingruo, exclaiming, "Jiang Cheng treated us to milk tea." She turned the camera to capture Jiang Cheng and the others, enjoying their drinks and chat. Meanwhile, Shen Xingruo sat alone in Jiang Cheng's office, feeling a twinge of envy as she remarked, "I don't enjoy such treatment." However, she quickly added, "Manru, make sure to sing well, don't let Jiang Cheng down." Xiao Manru retorted playfully, "I've already sung perfectly. Otherwise, will Jiang Cheng invite milk tea?" Shen Xingru nodded reassuringly and said, "I have to get busy, so I won't say more." After they concluded their call, Jiang Cheng calmly remarked, "Manru, have you finished your work? Would you like to come to my office and keep Xingru company? Chimei has left for other matters, and she is alone in the office handling copyright materials. I can't leave here, so I would appreciate your assistance." Xiao Manru sighed in exasperation. "So, I am merely a hired hand? You organize events while I am here, singing and dancing, and then I have to keep your partner company?" Jiang Cheng's expression darkened at her words. "How can you say that? You have always been a loyal friend in my eyes." Xiao Manru waved her hand dismissively. "Spare me the flattery. I will go. Is that all right?" She then stood up, adjusting her short bodycon skirt to ensure it covered her appropriately. Zhu Min immediately chimed in. "I will accompany you." Wu Xia added, "Me too." Xiao Manru waved her hand. "Let us go." Just before they departed, Jiang Cheng handed them a cup of milk tea to bring to Xingru. Xiao Manru couldn't be bothered to comment further. Once they settled into Xiao Manru's beetle, Zhu Min pondered aloud. Could it be that Jiang Cheng is unaware of my involvement in the incident with my cousin last time? Why hasn't he shown any reaction? Suddenly, Wu Xia remarked, "Jiang Cheng really likes Xingru. Despite being so busy tonight, he still thinks of her and worries that she might be bored." Xiao Manru sighed. "Who can deny it? It's such an enviable love." Zhu Min, with a complex expression, suggested, "Perhaps I should take the initiative to apologize to Jiang Cheng and clarify that it was I who mistakenly involved my cousin in the dinner to create an opportunity." Xiao Manru scoffed. "Jiang Cheng is too astute to miss anything. He knows you mean no harm toward Xingru. He simply doubts his own trustworthiness. Once you see his reliability, the misunderstanding will naturally be resolved. You need not dwell on it. Jiang Cheng is not a petty person." Zhu Min nodded in agreement, remaining silent for a long while. Upon their arrival at the 818 office, Shen Xingruo exclaimed, "What brings you here? Aren't you supposed to be having fun backstage?" Wu Xia grinned and handed over the milk tea. "Jiang Cheng asked us to bring this for you." Xiao Manru retorted, "Do you think he genuinely cares about me as a performer? He has assigned me a task to keep you company, fearing that you might be bored." Shen Xingruo was taken aback, but laughed. "This kid, I'm not a child who needs company." Nevertheless, the radiant joy on her face was unmistakable. The girls in the dorm exchanged glances, feeling as though they had been unwittingly shown a display of affection. "Must you flaunt your love so brazenly?" As the spectacular voice event drew to a close, members of Xingqing Entertainment gradually returned to the office, each face glowing with joy. After days of hectic preparation, the event had been a resounding success. Aside from Shen Xingruo and a few others who remained in Jiang Cheng's office working diligently, the rest gathered behind Wang Jianbo, Bao Zheng, and Ho Xiaodong, observing as they operated their laptops and browsed through news updates about the event. Wang Jianbo, clicking the mouse excitedly, exclaimed, "It's gone viral. It's a hit." The posts on several major portals are flooded with high praise, with responses soaring exponentially as everyone fervently discusses the format of the popular singing competition and its contestants. The Baidu search index for the show has surged to the top in the city and third nationwide, causing a remarkable spike in searches for Sichuan University as well. Joy radiates from the faces of the crowd. Jiang Cheng promptly suggests checking for news from the sponsors. Hao Xiaodong, quick on the draw, searches and exclaims in astonishment. Volkswagen Golf is trending too. That's impressive. Bao Zheng then clicks on a KFC's official website, exclaiming in disbelief, KFC has actually launched a singer's meal, featuring items that the contestants previously enjoyed on camera. The order volume has exploded. The group leaps with joy upon hearing this. Suddenly, Guchong bursts through the door, accompanied by elegantly dressed men and women in suits. He enthusiastically introduces Jiang Cheng to Zhui Yuan, the general manager of Volkswagen's Huaxi region, who has come to congratulate Jiang Cheng and deliver a car. After a handshake and brief exchange, Jiang Cheng learns that Volkswagen has decided to gift him an Audi A4. Zhui Yuan, beaming with delight, states, Mr. Jiang, our collaboration has been exceedingly pleasant. I am confident that under your leadership, the show will create a tremendous impact domestically. Our company looks forward to further collaborations and maintaining a positive relationship with you. Jiang Cheng, smiling, responds, You are too kind, Mr. Zhua. Internally, he feels puzzled. Since Volkswagen has already paid the sponsorship fee, why go to the trouble of gifting a car? It seems premature for goodwill gestures. Zhui Yuan adds with a smile, Mr. Jiang, for the finals of the show after National Day, our group wishes to replace the designated vehicle from the Volkswagen Golf to the Audi A4. Both models are new releases from our group this year, and we hope to leverage this event for dual advertising. Jiang Cheng realizes that they have recognized the show's potential and wish to maximize their advertising efforts. Since this arrangement is not stipulated in the contract, Jiang Cheng's agreement is essential. He replies with a smile, Of course, that is entirely feasible. The Audi is a more prestigious choice than the Volkswagen, which will only benefit our program. Zhui Yuan feels relieved and promptly expresses gratitude. Thank you for your support, Mr. Jiang. The A4 is indeed an excellent vehicle. Jiang Cheng waves his hand dismissively. I am quite familiar with Audi. This car will surely become a bestseller. Zhui Yuan is taken aback, pondering how Jiang Cheng could already be so acquainted with a vehicle that has just been launched. After a brief chat, Zhui Yuan leaves the car keys and relevant documents before taking his leave. Jiang Cheng holds the keys and gazes at the parking lot below, where a white Audi A4 is parked alongside a Ferrari Santana, looking quite appealing. He then turns around and announces, Today, we shall have hot pot in the office. No one is allowed to leave. The group nods enthusiastically in agreement. Jiang Cheng instructs Gu Chong and Zhuo Chao to take a Santana to the supermarket for a large grocery run. Zhuo Chao inquires, Brother Jiang, what is the budget? Jiang Cheng, exasperated, replies, For hot pot, what budget? There is no upper limit. Let us enjoy ourselves. All right. Zhuo Chao cheerfully responds, departing with Gu Chong. The rest of the office engages in lively conversation and laughter. At an opportune moment, Dean Wan Xin unexpectedly enters, prompting everyone to rise and greet her. Wan Xin nods gracefully at them, and then looks at Jiang Cheng with a smile that is both knowing and enigmatic. Boss Jiang, you have truly outdone yourself this time. As soon as the event concluded, my phone was inundated with countless missed calls. Friends, classmates, and peers from across the nation were all inquiring about the happenings of the Campus Good Voice. Upon learning that it was your handiwork, they clamored for you to pursue your graduate studies at their institutions. The crowd exchanged glances of astonishment. The three roommates wore expressions of disbelief. Truly, Jianggu is deserving of his reputation. Within a month of the semester, he has already secured offers from graduate schools. Jiang Cheng chuckled at Wan Xin. This is all thanks to your nurturing, Director Wan. Wan Xin playfully chided him. You do have a sharp tongue. I am here to inform you that the school is extremely pleased with the event and wishes you continued success. Thank you, Jiang Cheng responded, extending an invitation. Director, shall we enjoy a hot pot together here? Gu Chong and the others have gone shopping. Wan Xin felt tempted. Returning home would mean facing a cold, empty house and cooking for herself. She hesitated. Is that appropriate? Jiang Cheng laughed. What is inappropriate about it? Am I only allowed to enjoy your hairy crabs while you deny me a hot pot? Wan Xin chuckled softly. Then I shall shamelessly accept your invitation. Jiang Cheng responded. Such words, It is our honor to have you join us. ISNT that right, everyone? The group erupted in agreement, pulling a chair for Wan Qin and preparing tea, providing top-notch service. The students and school leaders sharing a hot pot is a rare opportunity indeed. Scanning the room, Jiang Cheng noticed that Xiao Xiaowei was absent and promptly called for her to come. Before long, Xiao Xiaowei rushed in, breathless, assuming Jiang Gu had some work for her. Upon her entrance, the room fell silent as everyone stared in astonishment at Xiao Xiaowei. Chapter 86. Invincible Xiao Xiaowei had transformed into a whimsical anime girl. She donned a classic dark-themed short skirt, swaying gently as she moved. Her slender legs were adorned with sheer black stockings, complemented by petite black shoes. She effortlessly blended innocence and allure. The office staff was left speechless. Suing exclaimed, Xiao Xiaowei has changed so drastically. Bai Monong nodded in agreement. Her style is completely different from before. Even Wan Qin was momentarily taken aback. The Xiao Xiaowei who practiced singing at her home was once a simple, neighborly girl. Now, she seemed as if she had stepped out of a comic book. Xiao Xiaowei greeted everyone sweetly and then turned to Jiang Cheng, timidly asking, Jiang Gu, what do you think of this backup performance outfit I purchased? Jiang Cheng appraised her delicate legs and sheer stockings, maintaining a composed demeanor. Not bad, very beautiful. Instantly, Xiao Xiaowei felt a wave of relief and joy. Hearing the chatter outside, Shen Xingruo and a few others stepped out of the office. Upon seeing Xiao Xiaowei, they too were momentarily stunned. What a stunning beauty! Xiao Xiaowei promptly responded, Sister Xingruo. Only then did Shen Xingruo recognize her, her expression turning peculiar. Did Jiang Cheng suggest you dress like this? Xiao Xiaowei quickly shook her head. No. I bought this myself at the mall. Shen Xingruo nodded meaningfully, remarking, the black stockings are quite beautiful. Xiao Xiaowei's cheeks flushed as she replied, thank you. Meanwhile, Jiang Cheng and his friends engaged in casual conversation, while the three clowns of the dormitory huddled around the computer, whispering. The campus voice was trending fervently on the forum, maintaining its high popularity. However, the majority of the discussions revolve around fans arguing over who was the most beautiful and who sang the best. Lu Shiyun's name frequently surfaced. Although she wasn't the most popular, she had a few loyal fans known for their fierce loyalty. Ho Xiaodong sighed, stating, watching these fans quarrel over beauty and vocal prowess is rather pointless. Bao Zheng nodded coolly in agreement. Indeed, like-minded individuals see eye to eye. Wang Jianba inquired curiously, why is that? Ho Xiaodong lowered his voice. Can anyone truly surpass Shen Xingruo beside Jiang Cheng in beauty? The group turned to gaze at Shen Xingruo, with Wang Jianba nodding involuntarily. Indeed. Bao Zheng chimed in. Even in singing, can any campus singer compare to Xiao Xiaowei? After all, Xiao Xiaowei's original song Mouse Loves Rice was not only melodious but also showcased her beauty, placing her in a different league than those singers. Wang Jianba tilted his head. You make a valid point. Ho Xiaodong sighed. If I hadn't gained insight from sharing a dorm with Jiang Cheng, I might have been caught up in those arguments myself. Bao Zheng nodded. You were busy arguing that Zhou Jiao is the king of songs, and we were all in on it, stirring the pot. Ho Xiaodong's expression darkened. Moments later, Gu Chong and Zhuo Chao returned, laden with bags. The group animatedly arranged the items on the conference table. Jiang Cheng opened a bag of ingredients and chuckled. You certainly have an eye for selection. Inside were king crab, Boston lobster, East Star grouper, abalone, wagyu beef, and snowflake beef alongside donkey meat. There were also seafood and meat selections, complemented by morels and black truffles. The vegetables included bamboo, fungus, and fresh asparagus. Zhuo Chao grinned. There are some familiar items too. He then opened another bag, revealing tripe, duck intestines, and tofu skin. Jiang Cheng waved his hand, inviting everyone to the table, which comfortably accommodated them all. Once seated, they arranged the ingredients on plates. Jiang Cheng found himself momentarily entranced by the array of beautiful women beside him. Shen Xingruo and Xiao Manru on either side, along with Wan Qin, Qiao Xiaowei, Bai Manong, Qi Mei, Zhu Min, Wu Xia, and Bingjia. Goodness, it was like a realm of daughters. He jested. The feminine energy is overpowering. Shen Xingruo playfully slapped his arm, Director Wan is still present. Mind your words. Wan Qin cast a humorous glance at Jiang Cheng. Aware of the inappropriateness of his comment, Jiang Cheng quickly shifted the topic, exclaiming, "Everyone, prepare your own seasonings." He then instructed Ho Xiaodong to place the condiments on the table, just as he was about to stretch out his arm to be the first. Zhu Min smiled and said, "Allow me." She stood up to prepare the seasonings for Jiang Cheng. He was taken aback, wondering if this serious woman had suddenly become overly affectionate. Xiao Manru, observing from the side, understood that Zhu Min was subtly trying to win over Jiang Cheng. Upon witnessing the scene, Shen Xingruo felt a surge of joy and reminded, "Jiang Cheng doesn't eat fish mint. Please refrain from offering it to him." Zhu Min responded with a nod. Xiao Manru, with a mischievous smile, leaned towards Jiang Cheng and whispered, "You two are remarkably familiar with each other. What stage have you reached? I hope Xingruo isn't about to announce a pregnancy." Jiang Cheng felt a jolt in his heart and retorted, "With so many delectable dishes, can you not keep your mouth shut?" After a lively round of hot pot, Wan Qin cast a curious glance at Jiang Cheng, inquiring, "When does Boss Jiang plan to hold the finals for the singing competition?" The others at the table also turned their attention to him. Jiang Cheng often mentioned after the National Day, yet he never specified a date, which left them intrigued. With a slight smile, he replied, "Let the dust settle for a while. Let us see how the top 32 competition unfolds. I will inform the dean as soon as the date is confirmed." Wan Qin nodded in agreement. "That works for me. Hold it whenever you find it suitable, and I will report to the school." The others exchanged glances, recognizing Jiang Cheng as a true victor in life. He was a university student orchestrating such a significant event, with the dean readily compliant and sitting beside a stunning goddess. It was indeed impressive. At an opportune moment, Shen Xingruo picked up a tissue and gently wiped the grease from the corner of Jiang Cheng's mouth, doing so with natural ease, which Jiang Cheng accepted with composure. After indulging in food and drink, Jiang Cheng turned to Xiao Xiaowei and remarked, "After watching others sing on stage today, I imagine you're feeling a bit envious?" Xiao Xiaowei immediately set down her utensils and replied in a sweet tone, "Just a little." Jiang Cheng chuckled. "Then after dinner, you should perform Mouse Loves Rice in the office, just to give us a preview and aid digestion." Xiao Xiaowei instantly agreed, "No problem." Suddenly, Ho Xiaodong, who had been engrossed in his phone, frowned and said, "Brother Jiang, there seems to be some issues with the campus network and forums. Fans of Lu Shiyun are stirring the pot, claiming that Xiao Xiaowei should not have advanced without participating in the blind selection. They are quite dissatisfied, and many are joining in." Upon hearing this, Wang Jianbo and Bao Zheng quickly checked their phones and indeed found a flurry of critical posts. The comments were rather harsh, suggesting that Xiao Xiaowei, despite her beauty and impressive vocal talent, might be hiding from competition with other singers. Wang Jianbo stole a glance at Shen Xingruo and then remarked, "Old Jiang, the most vocal critics seem to be Lu Shiyun's fans. They argue that Lu Shiyun only won the dean's favor with the audience's help, which makes it a hard-fought victory. If Xiao Xiaowei advances directly, it would be unfair. They refuse to believe that Xiao Xiaowei is more beautiful and sings better than Lu Shiyun." Xiao Xiaowei looked innocent, bewildered as to why the backlash was directed at her. Jiang Cheng furrowed his brow and asked, "Who is leading the charge?" Bao Zheng tapped his phone a few times and replied, "It's primarily Oh How You from the law department. He has been quite vocal, questioning the school and Xingqing Entertainment with great fervor. He even seems to have figured out the nature of the event and is threatening to confront us in our office." Jiang Cheng nodded. "Let him come. If he doesn't he is not my son." The table fell silent for a moment, and Bao Zheng promptly encouraged, "All right." He typed furiously, but my son did not come. Oh How Yu's face flushed with anger, and he promptly logged off. Shen Xingruo nudged Jiang Cheng's arm and cautioned him, "Don't act recklessly." Jiang Cheng chuckled, "I know what I'm doing." He then turned to Su Ying and instructed, "Please tally the wages for part-time workers tomorrow and ensure they receive their pay in advance so they can enjoy the holiday comfortably." Su Ying nodded in agreement, "No problem." After dinner, everyone became an audience, seated on sofas and office chairs, all eyes fixed on Xiao Xiaowei. She stood before them, clad in small shoes, black stockings, and a lovely black dress. Taking a discreet breath, she grasped the microphone and began to sing A Mouse Loves Rice. I hear your voice, and it evokes a special feeling. I love you, just as a mouse loves rice. Her melodious voice wafted through the air like a gentle breeze, caressing the ears of the listeners and leaving them enveloped in tenderness. The world around seemed to quiet as everyone became immersed in the enchanting melody. Meanwhile, Oh How You, accompanied by a group of Liaxian's fans, stormed toward the 818 office. Chapter 87. Our Shallowness. The group advanced through the corridor with fervor. As they neared the 818 office, they faintly heard Xiao Xiaowi's sweet singing. Expressions of confusion crossed their faces. Who is singing? The voice seemed to radiate warmth, akin to the sun's gentle rays in spring, dispelling the shadows in their hearts. They quickened their pace, soon arriving at the door of the 818 office, where they caught sight of Xiao Xiaowi through the glass door, causing their hearts to tremble. What a girl, blessed with both talent and beauty, as charming as a sprite, with delicate features and unique attire. One of Oh How You's companions nudged him and whispered, "Boss, this is the 818 office of Shen Xingruo Entertainment." Oh How You glanced up at the door number, confirming it was indeed 818. His eyebrows arched in surprise. That girl singing inside must be one of the contestants from the express train, right? The others nodded in agreement. I reckon so. She is undoubtedly the one. So beautiful and talented, she certainly doesn't need to participate in blind auditions. One junior member murmured, "Should we still confront for Liaxian?" Oh How You retorted dismissively, "What for? Liaxian can't compare to her, neither in looks nor in singing ability." The junior member nodded reluctantly, acknowledging the truth in his words. As they whispered among themselves, the music within came to an end, followed by enthusiastic applause. Oh How You quickly lowered his voice. "Let's go." Just as they prepared to leave, Jiang Cheng's languid voice called out from inside. "Is that you? Oh How You? Ou how you es expression Stephen?" Yet he mustered the courage to step inside. Upon entering the office, they were taken aback. Truly, it was an entertainment company, filled with stunning beauties. There wasn't even a single plain girl among them. Under the scrutinizing gazes of the women, the group felt a wave of awkwardness wash over them. Particularly when they discovered the presence of Dean Wan Qin from the Music Academy, they were utterly astonished. They immediately lowered their heads in greeting, their hearts filled with trepidation. Wan Qin calmly remarked, "You are here to see Boss Jiang. You need not mind me." The group forced a smile before awkwardly glancing at Jiang Cheng. Jiang Cheng casually inquired, "I hear you have some objections regarding the good voice direct entry competition format?" Oh How You quickly shook his head. No. Your arrangements must have their rationale. We were indeed superficial." As he spoke, he cast a glance at Xiao Xiaowi, struck by her beauty. Jiang Cheng waved his hand dismissively. "I know you are quite formidable online and considered an opinion leader. There is no need for modesty." "Où are you?" Somewhat disconcerted, replied, "I will delete my posts as soon as I return. I truly did not understand the situation." Jiang Cheng observed him with a half smile. "There is no need to delete your posts. I merely hope you will be more objective in the future. You certainly will not be the first to question Xiao Xiaowi, nor will you be the last. As an opinion leader and a vocal figure, I cannot overlook your influence. During this time, when new songs require promotion, individuals like yourself are invaluable." Upon hearing this, Oh How You promptly declared, "Rest assured, Mr. Jiang. From now on, anyone who dares to slander Xiao Xiaowi will face my wrath." The crowd behind him nodded eagerly in agreement. Jiang Cheng smiled and nodded. "I believe this. You possess a sense of justice. Since you previously defended Lu Shiyun, I trust you will now stand up for Xiao Xiaowi." After exchanging a few more words, Oh How You and his entourage took their leave. Upon returning to his dormitory, he immediately powered on his computer, fingers poised above the keyboard, ready to conquer the digital realm. Lu Shiyun had been refreshing the forum, eagerly awaiting Oh How You's feedback. She was well aware of him as her #1 fan. It was said that he had approached the entertainment company co-founded with the school on her behalf. She hoped for good news, wishing to receive preferential treatment in the future. However, while lying in bed scrolling, Lu Shiyun suddenly sat upright. How could that scoundrel, Oh How You, have turned against her? Whenever anyone questioned the competition format or the direct entry contestants online, Oh How You's group would emerge, fiercely defending their stance with an alarming intensity, as if the contestants were their kin. Infuriating. Lu Shiyun angrily messaged, "Oh, how you?" bluntly stating, "I am Lu Shiyun. I hear you are my fan. I wish to know the meaning behind your current statements." Oh, how you replied coolly, "I apologize, but I am a fan of the direct entry contestant, Xiao, shall we?" Lu Shiyun. Oh, how you? If you have nothing else, I need to engage in some online battles. He abruptly ended the private chat and returned to the forum, wreaking havoc. The atmosphere surrounding the discussions of Good Voice was thrown into disarray by their group. Chapter 88. Unexpected joy in the ensuing period. The popularity of the campus Good Voice remained exceptionally high online. Consequently, Sichuan University became a trending institution, attracting countless visitors daily. Meanwhile, Jiang Cheng, who had been instrumental in crafting the program, was frequently absent from campus, engaging in activities outside. He visited the vehicle management office to finalize the registration for the Audi gifted by Volkswagen and disbursed wages to part-time students in advance. Every day, during meal times, there are invitations to lavish banquets from sponsors. In addition to this, proactive invitations were extended to Chi Yun, a collaborator providing sound equipment, as well as to the 4 mentors of The Voice for a dinner to express gratitude. After a flurry of activities, September came to a close, and the school was about to enter its National Day holiday. One afternoon, Jiang Cheng was roused from his slumber by the persistent ringing of his phone. It was Huang Ying from the mobile company. "Mr. Jiang, I would like to introduce you to a lovely lady for a chat over lunch," she said. Jiang Cheng, perplexed, inquired, "What is the situation?" Huang Ying elucidated, "My junior, Duan Xing, is currently the head of the ringtone department at Unicom. You should discuss your 2 new songs with her, and bring Chi Mei, who is in charge of contracts." Jiang Cheng's heart stirred. Given the competitive nature between mobile and Unicom, there exists an unspoken rule in the ringtone industry. Either one collaborates with you or with me, but not both. Typically, new artists and their songs would choose to partner with one of the 2 companies. Since mobile holds a larger market share, Jiang Cheng had initially dismissed Unicom. However, if Huang Ying had a way to facilitate simultaneous collaborations between Xing Cheng Entertainment and both companies, that would be splendid. He promptly confirmed with Huang Ying to meet for lunch at the Four Seas Cantonese restaurant, then rose to wash his face and brush his teeth in preparation to leave. Wang Jianbao remarked enviously, "Old Jiang, I truly admire your sleep quality. You've managed to sleep until noon." Ho Xiaodong quickly nodded in agreement. "While we have been bustling about, you remain undisturbed." Jiang Cheng sighed. "Do you think I am like you delicate flowers? I socialize daily. It's exhausting, of course. I sleep well." The others looked taken aback. Jiang Cheng continued, "Every day it's French cuisine, Spanish dishes, Italian fare, sometimes even Turkish kebabs. How many stomachs do I possess to accommodate all this?" His dorm mates exchanged incredulous glances. Bao Zheng interjected, "Are you heading out again?" Jiang Cheng nodded. Wang Jianbao frowned. "Old Jiang, there's a group activity in class this afternoon. Teacher Gu has notified us that attendance is mandatory and asked us to inform you." Jiang Cheng washed his face, shrugged, "I'm at a loss here." Ho Xiaodong cautioned, "Brother Jiang, I sense that Teacher Gu harbors some negative sentiments towards you. Unless there's something crucial, it would be wise to attend." Bao Zheng also nodded slowly. "Indeed, your frequent absences have drawn her ire." Jiang Cheng retorted, "When has this lioness ever regarded me favorably?" He was baffled as to why this counselor had taken such a disliking to him. Whenever they crossed paths, Gu Qing would wear a stern expression, as if he owed her money. Ho Xiaodong pondered, "Brother Jiang, you have the school's exemption card, allowing you to skip classes for The Voice. Could this be the reason for Teacher Gu's displeasure? Does she feel you are undermining her authority?" Jiang Cheng shrugged, "Perhaps." Wang Jianbao added, "She now finds you intolerable, but is powerless to act against you." Jiang Cheng waved his hand dismissively. "Let us not dwell on her. It's of no consequence. I'm off, gentlemen." He then took the keys to his Audi and stepped out. After picking up Chi Mei, they printed a ringtone contract and drove to the Four Seas Cantonese restaurant. Huang Ying and Duan Xing had yet to arrive, so Jiang Cheng ordered the dishes in advance within the private room. An appetizer of honey glazed char siu paired with crispy roast goose, followed by a soup of fish maw stewed with old hen. The main courses included steamed grouper, poached shrimp, black pepper Australian beef cubes, and pea shoots in superior broth. The staple was fried rice noodles with beef. He then glanced at Chi Mei and inquired about dessert. Chi Mei replied succinctly, stating her unfamiliarity with Cantonese cuisine and advised him to choose. Jiang Cheng nodded slightly and instructed the waiter to prepare mango pomelo sago. Chi Mei expressed her curiosity, reflecting on how they had already suffered losses in the previous contract with Huang Ying, yet the boss still held her in high regard. She sensed the restaurant's sophistication and the meticulous selection of dishes by the owner. Jiang Cheng chuckled softly, remarking that Huang Ying was indeed his benefactor. The previous contract had seemingly disadvantaged Huang Ying, yet she felt indebted and even introduced him to business opportunities with China Unicom. Such kindness was hard to find, and he contemplated gifting her something in the future. After a brief chat, Huang Ying and Duan Xing arrived together. Huang Ying, clad in a white suit with a chic bob, exuded an air of competence, while Duan Xing, tall and fashionable in a French floral maxi dress with flowing waves of hair, embodied a Western elegance. After greeting them and taking their seats, they engaged in light conversation over tea. Jiang Cheng soon learned that Duan Xing had pursued her master's degree abroad after completing her undergraduate studies and had returned to join China Unicom. It made sense. Her demeanor seemed somewhat at odds with that of a state-owned enterprise. However, this was advantageous for Jiang Cheng, as dealing with rigid and stern middle-aged leaders could be quite challenging. Duan Xing, with curiosity sparkling in her eyes, asked, "Mr. Jiang, are you the mastermind behind the Campus Voice?" She had recently become enamored with the show, having watched it from beginning to end. Thus, when Huang Ying invited her to collaborate with Jiang Cheng and she discovered he was the organizer of the show, she had not hesitated to accept, surprised to find him so youthful. Jiang Cheng smiled and affirmed, "Indeed, but my focus extends beyond just the Campus Voice." Both Huang Ying and Duan Xing looked at him with intrigue. Jiang Cheng then elaborated on his vision, explaining that the purpose of the Campus Voice was to generate buzz for 2 ringtones. The current preliminary and blind editions were merely for show. The main event would be the finale featuring The Mouse Loves Rice and 2 butterflies. Huang Ying appeared momentarily taken aback. Duan Xing, filled with enthusiasm, exclaimed, "In that case, I am even more eager to collaborate with you. What if the new songs become hits?" Jiang Cheng chuckled. "If we could also establish a partnership with China Unicom, it would be the best outcome for Xingqing Entertainment." Duan Xing candidly replied, "A win-win situation is certainly possible." They quickly reached an agreement, and, astonishingly, the ringtone contract was signed during the meal, with revenue-sharing terms akin to those with a mobile company. Huang Ying felt a sense of relief, realizing she no longer owed Jiang Cheng. The 2 low-revenue contracts combined could be regarded as a high-revenue deal. Jiang Cheng then raised a question. Having heard that the relationships between the mobile and Unicom companies were intricate, typically only signing with one party, were they not concerned about potential complications in their collaboration? The 2 women laughed and clarified that there were no rigid written stipulations governing such matters, and the decision to collaborate was inherently within their discretion and authority. Jiang Cheng shook his head, remarking that legends can mislead. Had it not been for Huang Ying's initiative, he would have incurred a significant financial loss. As time passed, the group indulged in food and drink, reveling in each other's company until 4 in the afternoon when the gathering finally dispersed. Jiang Cheng then exited the restaurant with the 3 young women, preparing to drive them home. Upon reaching the roadside parking area, he was momentarily taken aback. He spotted dozens of classmates emerging from the nearby patriotic education base. Their advisor, Gu Qing, was leading the group towards him, ready to return to campus. Jiang Cheng and his classmates exchanged glances. Chapter 89. What is so impressive? Upon seeing Jiang Cheng, Su Mingyao approached him with a radiant smile. She was clad in a light blue denim skirt paired with a white shirt, the latter tucked neatly into the waistline, accentuating her figure. She wore white sneakers and knee-high socks, exuding youthful vitality. Due to the glaring sun, she sported a white baseball cap atop her head. Zhou Jiao, Xiong Hong, Feng Jing, and a cohort of girls followed in Su Mingyao's wake. The class monitor, Feng Jing, with her hair tied in a low ponytail, wore a white dress, holding a document folder close to her chest, embodying a serene youthfulness. They were all part-time workers for the Good Voice event. and Jiang Cheng had generously compensated them with 1,000 yuan in wages and an additional 500 in bonuses, rendering them the little affluent ones of the class, for which they were all immensely grateful. Jiang Cheng chuckled, quite a lively scene here. Su Mingyao replied, indeed, with National Day approaching. Teacher Gu brought us to the patriotic education base for learning. It's a pity you weren't able to join us. She glanced at the white Audi and added with a beaming smile, You've changed cars, haven't you? Jiang Cheng nodded, just did. The girls exchanged glances. Acknowledging Jiang Cheng as the class's diamond bachelor, having changed cars within less than a month of the semester's start. They gazed at him with expressions filled with youthful admiration. In the distance, Gu Qing observed the girls' flirtatious glances towards Jiang Cheng, her expression darkening. Since her employment, she had learned of Jiang Cheng's reputation as a star student behind the campus Good Voice initiative. Initially, she had thought she had misjudged him. Perhaps he wasn't merely pursuing her for superficial reasons. However, seeing him indulge in food and drink with a bevy of beauties instead of participating in the group activity made her realize her earlier suspicions were justified. This fellow was irredeemable, flaunting his wealth and living extravagantly. With determination, Gu Qing swiftly approached Jiang Cheng, her demeanor unwelcoming. Jiang Cheng smiled slightly, greeting her, Teacher Gu. Gu Qing scoffed, Jiang Cheng, you still recognize me as your teacher. Yet, you choose to skip the patriotic activity for revelry at a restaurant. Do you deem that appropriate? Jiang Cheng raised an eyebrow, finding her persistence tiresome. He replied with a subtle smile, Teacher Gu, I run a business that stimulates employment and increases tax revenue for the nation. Does that not qualify as patriotic? Gu Qing was momentarily speechless. The class monitor, Feng Jing, felt a surge of anxiety and quickly intervened, sensing the brewing tension. With a gentle tone, she asked, Jiang Cheng, the holiday is approaching and the Performing Arts Department is hosting a dance tonight. Will you be attending? The classmates simultaneously turned their gazes towards Jiang Cheng. As he had no prior engagements that evening, he smiled and replied, I must come. After a brief hiatus during the holidays, we shall not have seen each other for 7 days. Feng Jing felt a surge of joy in her heart and responded, That's great. Let us not miss each other. Su Mingyao cheerfully added, at 7:30 this evening in the school gymnasium. Don't forget. Jiang Cheng nodded with a smile, remaining silent, and then pressed the unlock button on his Audi remote. He promptly got into the car, departing with the 3 girls in tow. The girls in the class chattered excitedly as they watched the Audi fade into the distance. I'm going to wear the red dress I bought yesterday for the dance. Giggle. Isn't that dress a tad too thin? It's fine. The lighting at the dance will be dim, so no one will see much. But Jiang Cheng won't see much either. Silly. If I dance with him, proximity won't be an issue. Hee, I'll wear it too. I feel that my height matches well with Jiang Cheng when we dance. Not necessarily. Whether dancing is compatible depends on skill, not height. Oh, do you really believe your dancing skills matches? How rude. Gu Qing, with a cold expression, observed the girls vying for attention, pondering what was so remarkable about Jiang Cheng, this flamboyant young man. Beside her, a well-dressed young man hesitated. Xiao Qing, who is that guy? The youth, Komingda, was an old classmate of Gu Qing, who had harbored unrequited feelings for years and always sought opportunities to get closer. Gu Qing replied with displeasure. Call me by my full name. She then gazed at the disappearing Audi and said in a low voice, That is Jiang Cheng, a student from my class. Komingda nodded begrudgingly, feeling somewhat speechless. Of course, I know he is a student from your class, but he certainly doesn't appear to be one. However, noticing Gu Qing's expression, he dared not inquire further. Chapter 90. Not giving any face at all upon returning to the dormitory, Jiang Cheng lazily reclined on his bed. He reflected on his achievements since the beginning of the semester and felt immensely satisfied. After deducting all expenses, he still had over 900,000, not counting the watch and the new Audi gifted to a beautiful girl. Remarkably, all of this had transpired in less than a month. While he contemplated, the trio of his dormitory companions returned. After greeting Jiang Cheng, they immediately began grooming themselves, donning their finest attire. Each one of them aimed to present themselves well for the evening's dance. Once they were ready, they gathered together to chat. Wang Jianbao looked towards Jiang Cheng, saying, Old Jiang, I heard some classmates encountered you previously. Jiang Cheng nodded slightly. Indeed, that was the case. The place you were at was right next door to the restaurant where I was meeting. He then inquired curiously, why didn't I see you there? Ho Xiaodong chuckled. We were tired and stopped by Starbucks for a coffee, nearly missing the bus. Bao was about to speak, but hesitated, glancing at Jiang Cheng. Jiang, I heard the female classmates were all flocking around you, practically throwing themselves at you? Jiang Cheng replied, somewhat exasperated. That's an exaggeration. We merely exchanged a few pleasantries. Ho Xiaodong suddenly sighed. Jiang, you're being modest. I heard that Zhou Jiao and Xiong Hong were acting similarly to Su Mengyao, practically pouncing on you. In our class, these girls are truly your type. It merely depends on whom you choose to pursue. Both Bao and I are just idly busy. He and Bao Zheng were somewhat disheartened, one enamored with Zhou Jiao and the other with Xiong Hong. It was precisely because both women, along with Su Mengyao, harbored animosity towards Jiang Cheng that they dared to express their affections. Little did they anticipate the shifting tides. Now, all the girls in class have seemingly become enamored with Jiang Cheng. Wang Jianba interjected, You know nothing. Their admiration is merely a fascination with strength, a typical manifestation of youthful sentiment. Do you think Zhou Jiao and Xiong Hong possess the audacity to compete with Shen Xingruo for Jiang? He continued, Let us not even mention Shen Xingruo. Even if we consider beauties like Xiao Manru, Qiao Xiaowei, and Bei Manong, who could they possibly rival? They still possess a modicum of self-awareness. Ho Xiaodong paused, pondering. That seems to hold some truth. Bao Jiang et Chapelet, Shaw, Zian Bo. You mean their admiration for Brother Jiang is akin to fans adoring celebrities, without any expectation of a tangible outcome? Wang Jianba nodded affirmatively. Ho Xiaodong and Bao Zheng felt invigorated by this notion. Perhaps they still had a chance to win over Zhou Jiao and Xiong Hong. Jiang Cheng, however, found himself speechless, bemused by the conversation. He subsequently took out his phone and messaged Shen Xingruo. What are your plans for National Day? Shen Xingruo replied, I'll probably head to the capital, then fly back after school starts. Grinning, Jiang Cheng responded, It seems I'll only be able to take Tao Tsung for a drive in my new car then. Cold expression, Shen Xingruo exclaimed, Oh? After I visit my grandparents in the capital, I'll fly back to Jinju. She added, And when school starts, we can drive your Audi to campus together. Sly smile. Indeed, Jiang Cheng replied, feeling a sense of pride. By the way, the Performing Arts Department is hosting a dance in the gym tonight. Would you care to join? What time? She inquired, eager. Come by at 8, he suggested. As night fell, Jiang Cheng, accompanied by his 3 roommates, made their way into the school gymnasium. The dance had commenced, illuminated by dim lights and soothing music. Many students were already dancing in the arena. Wang Jianba remarked, This is the beauty of the arts department. There are dazzling women everywhere. They scanned the surroundings, met with the sight of an array of beautiful women, adorned in long and short dresses, flaunting their youthful allure. Suddenly, a tall woman emerged from the seating area by the dance floor, waving at them. Wang Jianba's expression soured. Why is she here? Jiang Cheng found the situation amusing. The woman was none other than Wang Jianba's girlfriend, Gong Fong, whom he had met once since the semester began. They approached the booth she had claimed. Ho Xiaodong greeted her enthusiastically, still maintaining his sycophantic demeanor, while Bao Zheng politely acknowledged her presence. Jiang Cheng maintained his original demeanor, smiling silently and nodding. Their attitudes remained unchanged, yet Gong Feng's demeanor had shifted dramatically. She regarded Jiang Cheng with a peculiar expression. Initially, she viewed him as arrogant and lacking financial means, exuding an inexplicable confidence that she found off-putting. However, as time passed, she had heard numerous outrageous tales about Jiang Cheng from Wang Jianba. In the classroom, a heated quarrel erupted between 2 beauties over Jiang Cheng. A stunning girl in tears chased after a car to intercept him. During the opening ceremony, the goddess of speed set her eyes on Jiang Cheng. In mere moments, Jiang Cheng's humble Santana transformed into an Audi, and he even organized a campus version of The Voice. He was undeniably the charismatic figure of the campus, a veritable marvel. Gong Fong, with a sweet voice, called out, Jianggu, it's great to see you. Please have a seat. She gracefully stepped aside to allow Jiang Cheng to take the prominent position. After several of them settled down, Jiang Cheng gestured for a platter of fruits and snacks to be brought over. As they exchanged laughter and chatter, classmates began to trickle in one by one. The arrival of numerous beautiful girls captured everyone's attention. Among them was the enchanting Su Mingyao, clad in a beige umbrella skirt made of delicate chiffon, gliding like a sweet little princess. Following closely was the class monitor, Feng Jing, exuding an air of elegance in her blue long dress. Zhou Jiao and Xiong Hong, though slightly less striking, maintained a respectable distance from the two. Zhou Jiao wore a colorful pleated skirt, lively and spirited, while Xiong Hong donned a purple bodycon mini dress, radiating youthful allure. The entrance of these four ladies instantly enlivened the atmosphere, prompting whispers among the crowd as many speculated about their identities, with countless boys stirred by excitement. Suddenly, Wang Jianbo exclaimed, "Even Teacher Gu has arrived." They collectively turned their gaze, spotting Gu Qing in a modest black long dress, her arms elegantly exposed. Yet her allure remained undiminished, standing tall with a poised demeanor. A sense of urgency welled up in Gong Feng's heart. "Jianbo, how is it that your class is filled with such beauties?" Wang Jiabo replied nonchalantly, "What does it matter? They all belong to old Jiang." Gong Feng was momentarily taken aback. Jiang Cheng, speechless, remarked, "Stop talking nonsense." Wang Jianbo chuckled. "Right? Zhou Jiao and Xiong Hong belong to Xiaodong and old Bao." Just as they engaged in light banter, the center of attention, Su Mingyao, unexpectedly approached Jiang Cheng. With an eager expression, she asked Jiang Cheng, "May I have this dance with you?" Jiang Cheng shrugged. "Unfortunately, I do not know how to dance." "Oh." Su Mingyao responded with disappointment before turning away. The onlookers were astonished. The beautiful girl had audaciously invited the young man to dance, only to be declined. Who was this man so bold? Amidst the murmurs, Kong Lei from the performance class voiced his disdain. That Jiang Cheng, just a show-off, nothing remarkable. Frustrated, he downed a glass of beer, slamming the cup down in anger. Suddenly, a sharp slap struck his head. Momentarily dazed, he turned to see several tall, muscular young men beside him. The leader, displeased, asked, "What are you muttering about?" Speaking ill of Jiang Ge behind his back. Kong Lei, holding his head, retorted, "Who are you to hit me?" Another slap followed. "You still dare to argue? I'm Bao Long from the sports department. If you're not convinced, shall we settle this with a little spar?" Kong Lei, overwhelmed by the imposing figure, turned crimson. Bao Long scoffed dismissively before striding away with his companions to toast at Jiang Cheng's table. "Brother Jiang, you two have come to the ball. Your presence elevates the event's prestige." Jiang Cheng was momentarily taken aback, only to recall that this was the individual who had previously struck up a conversation with him in the cafeteria. He chuckled lightly. "You from the physical education department have traveled far. Surely my own venue should support me?" Bao Long flattered. "This entire school is your domain, Brother Jiang. It extends beyond just the performing arts department." He then respectfully raised a glass to Jiang Cheng before departing courteously. From a distance, Kong Lei watched with a mix of resentment and helplessness. Just as Jiang Cheng set down his glass, the class monitor, Feng Jing, approached him. With a cheerful smile, she said, "Jiang Cheng, shall we dance a tune together?" Without her glasses, she appeared even more striking. Her softly curled short hair exuded a strong cultural aura. Jiang Cheng replied with a smile, "My apologies, class monitor. I have come here to learn to observe how to dance. Once I master it, I would be delighted to share a dance with you." Feng Jing was momentarily taken aback. "Is that so?" When she witnessed Su Mingyao being turned down, she felt a flicker of joy, thinking Jiang Cheng still harbored feelings against Su Mingyao. Little did she know it was merely Jiang Cheng's inability to dance. She then smiled playfully. "It's settled then. I'm the class monitor, so you must dance with me once you've learned." Jiang Cheng nodded in agreement, and she turned to leave. Having declined invitations from two beautiful women in succession, Jiang Cheng instantly became the focal point of the gathering, with all eyes upon him as whispers filled the air. Wang Jianbo, curious, asked, "Old Jiang, you truly cannot dance?" Jiang Cheng nodded affirmatively. "Indeed, I cannot." Wang Jianbo chuckled. "At last, I have something over you. I can dance." Ho Xiaodong gasped, "Brother Jiang, Not knowing how to dance has cost you many opportunities. He would have eagerly traded places with Jiang Cheng, envisioning himself dancing with Su Mengyao and Feng Jing, and the mere thought thrilled him. From a distant booth, Gu Qing squinted at Jiang Cheng. Beside her, Ko Mingda remarked softly, "This Jiang Cheng from your class seems to have quite a set of principles." He turned down beautiful women who invited him to dance. Gu Qing snorted dismissively. "What do you know? He is merely putting on a show. He is not the type to reject beautiful women." Recalling her initial encounter with Jiang Cheng in the parking lot, her anger surged. He was not a person of integrity. Gu Qing abruptly stood up, huffing, "Just watch. I will discover what sort of person he truly is." She strode confidently toward Jiang Cheng, her long dress framing her with an air of assertiveness. Wang Jianbao and the others were momentarily stunned as Gu Qing approached. "What is Teacher Gu coming over for?" Gong Fong whispered, "Is this your teacher?" I thought she looked rather intimidating. Jiang Cheng, however, did not even lift his eyelids. He felt no fondness for this lioness. "Jiang Cheng, the teacher wishes to experience the dance of this entrepreneurial star. Might there be an opportunity for that?" Gu Qing gazed at Jiang Cheng with a composed expression, convinced he would seize the moment. Yet, Jiang Cheng merely smiled and replied, "I'm sorry, Teacher Gu, I do not wish to dance at this moment." Upon hearing this, the others at the table were momentarily stunned. Was Jiang Cheng being excessively disrespectful? He had previously stated he couldn't dance when declining Su Mengyao and Feng Jing. Why did you directly express your unwillingness to dance in front of Teacher Gu? You showed no regard for appearances at all. Chapter 91. Boss Jiang, care to dance? Gu Qing's composed demeanor suddenly faltered. In disbelief, she inquired, "What did you say?" Jiang Cheng replied with a faint smile, "I have no desire to dance at the moment. This sofa is quite comfortable." Gu Qing's face turned a shade of deep displeasure. "Fine, if you do not wish to dance, then do not." With a swift turn, she strode back to her booth. The others in the room exchanged glances. Wang Jianbao remarked, "Old Jiang, you certainly have a unique way of handling situations." If this were his own experience, setting aside the fact that Teacher Gu is a beauty, he would have felt compelled to dance, regardless of her status. Yet Jiang Cheng had nonchalantly declined, and so firmly at that. He couldn't believe Jiang Cheng lacked emotional intelligence. It must be that his reasoning was profound, though currently beyond Wang Jianbao's comprehension. If Jiang Cheng knew how much Wang Jianbao was overthinking, he would be speechless. His blunt refusal of Gu Qing stemmed simply from the absence of respect shown to him. Why should he extend any in return? As they exchanged drinks, unexpectedly, Ko Mingdao approached their table. After seating himself unceremoniously, he addressed Jiang Cheng. "Jiang Cheng, after all, Gu Qing is your teacher. It seems inappropriate to refuse her invitation to dance, does it not? I am genuinely concerned for her state." Jiang Cheng and the others glanced at Gu Qing from a distance, noting her visibly distressing demeanor, her chest rising and falling with agitation. This woman truly has a fiery temperament. Jiang Cheng shot a glance at Ko Mingda. "You must have been pursuing Gu Qing for quite some time. Haven't you?" Ko Mingda, startled, responded, "How did you know?" He recognized that Jiang Cheng was an astute student, but he was taken aback by the depth of insight he displayed in person, as though he could see right through him. Jiang Cheng sighed, "Because the aura you radiate is all too familiar to me. The warm-hearted man, the devoted admirer, tirelessly yearning for the unattainable." Ko Mingda frowned. "Is that so?" He completely failed to grasp Jiang Cheng's meaning. Jiang Cheng, with an enigmatic expression, continued, "If I were to accept Gu Qing's invitation to dance, and feelings were to blossom between us, she might later confide in you that she intends to wait for my graduation to marry me. What would you do then?" Ko Mingda was left speechless, then responded with irritation, "What nonsense are you spouting? Gu Qing is honest, kind, and principled. She dislikes flamboyant personalities in men. How could she ever be interested in you?" Jiang Cheng, with a smirk, retorted, "What if?" Ko Mingda's expression froze, grappling with the unsettling thought. He even regretted coming over, pondering the possibility of Jiang Cheng genuinely inviting Gu Qing to dance. He swiftly got up and returned, crestfallen, to Gu Qing's booth. Simultaneously, class monitor Feng Jing noticed Gu Qing's distress and promptly took a seat beside her. Su Mengyao followed suit, settling down next to them. Feng Jing chuckled lightly. Teacher Gu. I never expected someone as capable as Jiang Cheng would be unable to dance. What a surprise. Su Mingyao nodded in agreement. Indeed, had I known, I would have worn a skirt today. Such a waste of effort. Upon hearing the words, Gu Qing felt a stir in her heart. It turned out Jiang Cheng could not dance. This led her to consider that others might think he had rejected her due to his lack of dancing skills. Gu Qing's mood lightened somewhat, for at least it was not as embarrassing. She then furrowed her brow and looked at Su Mingyao. If Jiang Cheng cannot dance, then your efforts in dressing up were in vain? Is he truly that remarkable? Su Mingyao replied, as if it were a matter of course. He is my idol. Young, affluent, and strikingly handsome. What more could one desire? Gu Qing scoffed. This lad is a notorious flirt, skilled in many ways. You are no match for him. Keep your distance. Su Mingyao responded glumly. I never dreamed of being with him. Feng Jing also nodded gently. He already has a girlfriend, and she is a super goddess. Gu Qing was taken aback. At that moment, the dance hall erupted with excitement as countless voices gasped in unison. Goodness, this is simply too beautiful. Has a superstar arrived? What are you saying? Even female celebrities cannot compare to her beauty. All eyes turned toward the entrance of the ballroom. Gu Qing followed suit, and under the dazzling lights, a breathtaking girl entered, with long hair flowing like a gentle breeze. Tall and voluptuous, she wore a black, ink-wash mermaid gown, complemented by a fitted black top. Her exquisite figure paired with her stunning visage captivated all present. Amidst the collective admiration, Shen Xingruo gracefully approached Jiang Cheng. Wang Jianba and the others immediately rose to greet her. Jiang Cheng took the opportunity to introduce her to Gong Fong. Shen Xingruo elegantly acknowledged Gong Fong, who was taken aback and stuttered, hello, hello. Is this the legendary goddess of sports cars? Absolutely stunning. With such wealth and beauty, do other women stand a chance? Jiang Cheng then poured a drink for the seated Shen Xingruo. She leaned in and whispered, I won't drink. It's hard to find a restroom here. And this dress is quite inconvenient. Jiang Cheng nodded slightly, casting a glance at the gorgeous girl's attire. The ink-wash mermaid dress accentuated her alluring curves, while the fitted black top exuded an unparalleled allure, perfectly embodying the essence of a goddess. Shen Xingruo surveyed the dance floor and then smiled. Boss Jiang, shall we dance? Jiang Cheng's heart raced, but he regretfully replied, I cannot dance. Shen Xingruo chuckled. Perfect. I'll teach you. She then stood and extended her delicate hand towards him. Jiang Cheng, momentarily stunned, took her hand, and together they stepped onto the dance floor. In the enchanting glow of the dance floor, Shen Xingruo resembled the most vibrant flower. Follow my rhythm. It's quite simple, she said brightly. Jiang Cheng responded affirmatively. Shen Xingruo then took his hand, stepping lightly as she patiently demonstrated each movement. Her graceful and lively form resembled a dancing butterfly. Jiang Cheng followed her lead, moving to the music. They twirled and stepped in unison, gradually finding their rhythm, their coordination becoming increasingly harmonious. Their figures intertwined, resembling a beautiful painting, as if the entire world faded away, leaving only them and the melodious music. Wang Jianba remarked, I always said that Lao Jiang wouldn't come here to dance, but it turns out there is such sweet bliss awaiting him. Gong Fong chimed in, what? Is it not sweet and beautiful if I dance with you? Come on, let's dance to our heart's content today. She promptly stood up and pulled Wang Jianba onto the dance floor. Ho Xiaodong and Bao Zheng exchanged glances, nodded, and then approached Zhou Jiao and Xiong Hong. Gu Qing sat in a booth, mesmerized by the graceful dance of Jiang Cheng and Shen Xingruo. How could this flamboyant man's girlfriend be so extraordinary? So Mindyao lamented, actually, I could have taught Jiang Cheng how to dance. How did I forget to mention it? Feng Jing stared blankly at Jiang Cheng and Shen Xingruo as they danced, their eyes meeting and fingertips brushing with elegance. She whispered, I fear he will only let Shen Xingruo teach him. Su Mingyao was taken aback. That seems to align with my idol's personality. Gu Qing, overhearing their murmurs, displayed a complex expression. It appeared that she had been harboring misguided feelings all along. However, she soon regained her composure and remarked coldly, it's not surprising for a wealthy heir to date a top beauty. This does not alter my perception of him. He remains that arrogant and indifferent student. He is certainly no gentleman. Chapter 92. Your name on September 30th. Sichuan University had commenced its holiday. The students in the dormitories were joyfully packing their belongings in preparation to return home. Jiang Cheng and his friends, having stayed out late at the ball the previous night, did not rise until noon. After waking, Ho Xiaodong and Bao Zheng immediately began chatting with Zhou Jiao and Xianghong. Their successful dancing with the two ladies had significantly altered their relationships. In the midst of their conversation, Ho Xiaodong exclaimed, "Zhou Jiao asked me what my password is. She wants to log into the game while on break, but her happiness beans are running low. What should I say?" Wang Jianbo responded boldly, "Just give her 1,000,000,000 happiness beans and overwhelm her." Ho Xiaodong smirked, "I lack such financial means." He then turned his hopeful gaze towards Jiang Cheng. Jiang Cheng casually replied, "Tell her your password is your name and see her reaction." Ho Xiaodong was taken aback. "Your name?" Wang Jianbo and Bao Zheng also looked astonished at Jiang Cheng. With a chuckle, Jiang Cheng added, "If she feels shy, you have a good chance. Change the password to Zhou Jiao and strike while the iron is hot. If she finds it boring or even offensive, just say the password is your name, those few letters." The group in the dormitory was momentarily stunned. Ho Xiaodong, brimming with excitement, declared, "I will give it a try." He then grasped his phone, typing eagerly. After a brief conversation, he exclaimed, "She said she dislikes it and even sent me a shy emoji." Ho Xiaodong promptly sat on his bed, animatedly engaging in a deeper conversation with Zhou Jiao. A master opens the door, but cultivation relies on the individual. Bao Zheng, observing this, grew anxious. He turned to Jiang Cheng, saying, "Brother Jiang, it seems Xianghong has some interest in me too. She hinted at my family situation while chatting yesterday." Jiang Cheng nodded slightly. "That's settled then." Bao Zheng hails from a prominent tobacco family in Kainan province, well-off and capable of withstanding scrutiny. Bao Zheng quickly remarked, "But Xianghong isn't lending me a chance to play the landlord. How can I seize the moment?" Upon hearing this, Wang Jianbo suggested, "Old Bao, both Xianghong and I are from northeast China. Why not take a short holiday and visit me? We can return together. You'll have more opportunities to interact with her. And who knows, perhaps you'll solidify your relationship during this break." Bao Zheng felt a stir of excitement in his heart. "That sounds great. But isn't it a bit abrupt to decide to visit your home at the last minute?" Wang Jianbo waved his hand dismissively. "My father is always at the mine and hardly ever home. My mother spends her days playing mahjong and shopping with her socialite friends. I'm often alone." The two of them reached a mutual understanding. Bao Zheng promptly took out his phone and messaged Xianghong. "Have you bought your plane ticket home yet? We have classmates returning to northeast China who can join us." He then sat on the bed, typing away busily like Ho Xiaodong. After bidding farewell to his dorm mates, Jiang Cheng drove to the 818 office to hold a pre-festival meeting with the team. As soon as he walked through the door, he spotted a figure in black stockings and was momentarily taken aback. Had Xiao Xiaowei grown taller? Her long legs, clad in black stockings, were strikingly elegant, accentuated by a fitted black skirt that highlighted her allure. Upon closer inspection, he realized something was amiss. The stockings bore letters, unlike Xiao Xiaowei's solid black pair. As Jiang Cheng continued to observe, the woman turned around, revealing herself as Bei Manong. Noticing Jiang Cheng's scrutinizing gaze, Bei Manong raised an eyebrow and inquired, "What's wrong?" Jiang Cheng casually replied, "Your appearance in those stockings hasn't altered your demeanor. You still exude that same aloof, sophisticated aura." Bei Manong frowned and retorted, "Are you implying that I look unappealing in stockings?" Jiang Cheng waved his hand dismissively. "You look great. Wear them more often." He then brushed past her, clapping his hands. "Let's commence the meeting." The office staff settled down, exchanging light-hearted banter. Bei Manong shot a glare at Jiang Cheng's retreating figure. "Since when do you concern yourself with my attire?" With an inscrutable expression, she lowered her gaze to examine her long, slender legs clad in black stockings. The meeting's agenda was straightforward. Jiang Cheng assigned Su Ying to manage the office keys and instructed Gu Chang to host a dinner for the editors of entertainment channels from major websites and TV stations. They would eat, sing, and foster camaraderie. He concluded by addressing Bei Manong and in Bingjia, saying, Please edit the blind selection competition videos that were uploaded online into short segments of about 10 seconds each, and then upload them in bulk. And Bingjie hesitated. Will such short videos attract viewers? Bei Manong frowned. Without a beginning or an end, people will just click away. Jiang Cheng insisted, do as I say. Video traffic costs are high, and lengthy videos deter viewers. Bei Manong and Bingjie nodded, albeit skeptically. A smile graced Jiang Cheng's face, though he said nothing. While the trend of short videos had been around for some time, the principle remained valid. They would understand in due time. As the meeting concluded, Shen Xingruo and Xiao Manru arrived at the office. Everyone greeted them cheerfully, and soon they paired off to leave. Upon entering the office, Xiao Manru glanced around and remarked, Jiang, your career is truly flourishing. The employees, with their substantial bonuses, enjoy benefits that rival even those of major corporations. Jiang Cheng, reclining with his legs crossed on the desk, lazily remarked, this is just the beginning. Xiao Manru, her eyes sparkling with mischief, eagerly suggested, as a popular singer, I have certainly contributed significantly to your success. Without me, your popularity would not be as pronounced. What will you reward me with? Jiang Cheng cast her a shrewd glance. What do you desire? This woman, despite her commendable circumstances, always seems fixated on her trivial gains. Previously, she had insisted on sharing the spoils of a minor windfall. Now, she was claiming a share of the credit for their achievements. However, considering her rapport with the stunning beauty, Jiang Cheng was not inclined to be stingy. A little generosity would not hurt. Xiao Manru's eyes twinkled mischievously as she waved her hand and declared, treat me to a cup of the finest milk tea. Jiang Cheng chuckled, you truly are demanding. Shen Xingruo, listening nearby, found it amusing and chimed in enthusiastically, Boss Jiang, once your company expands, if you ever seek to raise funds or consider going public, please give me a heads up. I would be willing to pre-purchase your shares, but not exceeding half. Jiang Cheng looked at the beauty in surprise. What do you mean? Shen Xingruo, maintaining her composure, explained, if you wish to grow stronger but find yourself short on funds, I can assist you. I will purchase your shares at a premium, rest assured. Xiao Manru interjected. What Xingruo means is, if your company is valued at 20 million and you aim to issue circulating shares for fundraising, she is willing to provide you with 20 million, but will only buy half of your shares. This is an incredible stroke of fortune. She then leaned closer to Shen Xingruo, whispering with a playful grin, are you trying to turn Xingqing Entertainment into a family business? Shen Xingruo, unfazed, playfully tapped her arm. Jiang Cheng, now enlightened, chuckled, rest assured, Ms. Shen, Xingqing Entertainment will never lack for funds. We will always be prosperous. Currently, this is merely a phase of scarcity. With only a little over 900,000 in cash and an Audi. Shen Xingruo's expression turned wistful upon hearing this. Very well. Jiang Cheng glanced at her, adding with a smile, but Ms. Shen, should I ever encounter a financial crisis, I will surely cling to your support. Knowing you is indeed a stroke of luck. Shen Xingruo replied cheerfully, it's a promise. Jiang Cheng couldn't help but smirk. Was she truly hoping for his financial troubles, just to have him rely on her? After escorting Shen Xingruo to the airport, Jiang Cheng turned to pick up Tao Song from the university. It was time for them to return to Jinju. He parked beneath the dormitory and, with his arms crossed, leaned against the front of the car. When Tao Song emerged, he exclaimed in surprise, an Audi. Boss, have you changed cars? Jiang Cheng chuckled. Isn't it obvious? He nonchalantly tossed the car keys to Tao Song. You drive. He then settled into the passenger seat. Tao Gong, brimming with excitement, slid into the driver's seat and started the engine. The Audi gradually exited the school premises, and after driving a while, Tao Song learned that the popular campus program, The Voice of the Campus, was organized by Jiang Cheng. Instantly, a wave of excitement washed over him, as he realized that his wedding gift was indeed within reach. If things continued along this trajectory, a delightful surprise awaited him. After traveling on the highway for an hour, Jiang Cheng noticed that Tao Song appeared somewhat fatigued. He casually remarked, let us take a break at the next service area. You can switch with me then. Tao Song nodded in agreement, promptly making a turn and reducing speed to enter the service area. Once parked, Jiang Cheng settled into an outdoor booth nearby. Tao Song inquired, what do you want to eat? It seems they have some dishes and fast food here. Jiang Cheng shook his head, saying, just some instant noodles will do. I've grown weary of lavish meals lately. Tao Tsong nodded and quickly returned with 2 cups of instant noodles. As they chatted and enjoyed their meal, several tour buses rolled into the service area, halting for a break and to dine. Tao Tsong glanced over and remarked, those buses really rake in profits during holidays. Packed with students, they have no shortage of business. Jiang Cheng chuckled, but the bus industry won't flourish for long. Once high-speed trains are widely available, this sector will take a nosedive. Tao Tsong was momentarily taken aback, pondering the notion that buses could lack customers. Suddenly, a melodious female voice greeted them. Jiang Cheng. Tao Tsong, fancy seeing you here. They turned to see Dai Fei stepping down from one of the buses, a bright smile adorning her face, accompanied by Lu Shiyun, Qian Li, and an unfamiliar tall, robust male student. Lu Shiyun's expression was complex as she regarded Jiang Cheng, momentarily uncertain of how to approach him. Before the onset of the voice, she had lost Jiang Cheng, leaving her heart feeling empty and laced with resentment. Yet, after successfully advancing in the blind auditions, she had transformed into a popular figure at school, now believing that his disregard for her was his own loss, a misjudgment on his part. Lu Shiyun now wished to assert her previous demeanor in front of Jiang Cheng, but she was uncertain of his current feelings. Caught in her thoughts, Lu Shiyun decided to observe the situation and treat him as a mere acquaintance for the time being. She then mirrored Dai Fei's composed demeanor and smiled. You're here too. Jiang Cheng nodded in acknowledgement. What a coincidence. Dai Fei and her companions pulled out chairs and sat down. Qianli gazed at Jiang Cheng, playfully commenting, Jiang Cheng, your teeth are so white and even. It's quite rare. Jiang Cheng retorted, are you already developing a professional habit before graduating? Qianli Bota. Oh, come on, I'm serious. As a dental student from Huaxi, she had developed a penchant for observing others' dental health, and she found Jiang Cheng's mouth to be exceptionally well-formed. Liao Chong, accompanying the group of girls, furrowed his brow slightly, discreetly sizing up Jiang Cheng. After sitting with Lu Shiyun and the others on the bus, he felt fortunate. 3 stunning beauties were traveling together, all hailing from Jinzhou. Throughout the journey, he had engaged in light conversation, primarily focusing on the more outstanding Lu Shiyun. Unfortunately, the girls remained aloof and proud, leaving Liao Chong aware that beauty often comes with an air of arrogance. Yet he was not one to give up easily. Unexpectedly encountering Jiang Cheng at the service area, the demeanor of the several young women shifted from aloofness to something more warm. Particularly, Lu Shiyun's gaze towards Jiang Cheng was strangely intense. Liao Chong immediately felt a sense of crisis and warily inquired, are you also a Jinzhou native studying in Tiandu City? Understanding one's opponent is essential for victory. Thus, it was imperative to ascertain Jiang Cheng's identity. Jiang Cheng waved dismissively. You need not concern yourself with who I am. Liao Cheng's expression faltered momentarily, stifling his irritation. What a bold young man. In that case, I shall not be polite with you. He retorted sarcastically, brother. When you're out, you should treat yourself better. Instant noodles provide little nourishment. Jiang Cheng replied nonchalantly, I am well nourished. Liao Cheng's face revealed a subtle derision, merely thinking that the service area was overpriced and reluctant to indulge in better fare. He soon enlightened himself. Ah, I see. Then I shall not worry about you. Turning to the group of young women, he said, you all stay here. I will fetch some fast food. Qian Li Shukulat. Fast food from a service area costs quite a bit. Doesn't it seem extravagant? Liao Chong boasted, not at all. He then turned and headed toward the restaurant. The young women wished to converse with Jiang Cheng, but he remained absorbed in his instant noodles, not lifting his head. They subsequently chatted with Tao Tsong, and the atmosphere remained amicable. Before long, Liao Chong returned with several packed meals, a total of 31 portions, including meat, vegetables, and soup. He neatly arranged the meals on the table. Don't be shy. Eat your fill for the journey ahead. Tao Tsong glanced at him. You certainly have a way with words. Jiang Cheng nodded in agreement. Your tongue is sweetened. The young women's expressions darkened. Liao Chong hastily clarified, no. What I meant was to replenish your energy. He cast an annoyed look at Jiang Cheng, who, unwilling to spend money, was also undermining him. His eyes darted. contemplating how to regain his footing. However, Jiang Cheng set his noodles aside, wiped his mouth with a tissue, and stated, "You all take your time. We shall depart first." Liao Cheng immediately protested, "What is the hurry? The driver hasn't even started the engine." Jiang Cheng waved his hand dismissively, then pressed a button on the Audi key fob. With 2 beeps, he opened the door and took a seat, swiftly driving away with Tao Kong. Upon witnessing this, Lu Shiyun abruptly stood, gazing at the departing Audi with a tumultuous expression. Dai Fei sighed inwardly. It seemed Jiang Cheng harbored no lingering feelings for Lu Shiyun. After all, there was still space in his car, and he could have easily invited them along. Dai Fei leaned closer to Lu Shiyun and murmured, "Jiang Cheng is no longer the same Jiang Cheng. It's time to let go." Lu Shiyun bit her lip, indignantly declaring, after the finals of The Good Voice, "Once I become a campus star, Jiang Cheng will undoubtedly regret it. He will return to his former self." A faint smile of resignation appeared on Dai Fei's face. Nearby, Liao Cheng stood dumbfounded as he watched Jiang Cheng drive away in the Audi. This fellow is still in school and already driving an Audi? How wealthy! He stared blankly at the young women beside him, understanding why they acted so around Jiang Cheng. Liao Cheng recalled his earlier display of wealth with fast food, his face flushing with embarrassment. It was truly humiliating. Qianli cast a glance at her, reminding her, "You are indeed quite admirable." But there is no chance with Lu Shiyun. A girl who has been involved with a lion is unlikely to be interested in a mere mongrel. Liao Cheng turned pale. "Are you calling me a dog? That's rather excessive." Qianli retorted with dissatisfaction, "Oh, I was just using an example. You know what I mean." Chapter 94. Old friends. Upon returning home in the evening, Jiang Cheng was greeted with exuberance by his mother, Feng Meiwan. She fussed over him with warmth, preparing a midnight snack to ensure he wasn't hungry, and had tidied his bedroom to perfection. The family engaged in cheerful conversation until late into the night before retiring to their rooms. The following day, Jiang Cheng awoke in the afternoon after a deep slumber, and began browsing online for updates regarding the campus voice competition. Bei Manong and Bingjie had already uploaded short videos online. Several performances by beautiful singers had garnered an overwhelming number of comments, significantly elevating the event popularity. At that moment, his phone rang. It was Zhui Yuan, the manager of Dazhong Huaxi. "Mr. Jiang, there's a fine restaurant by the river in Jinju. Would you be available to join me for a meal this evening?" Jiang Cheng replied in surprise. "You're in Jinju?" Zhui Yuan responded cheerfully. "Thanks to the success of your campus voice, our customer foot traffic and sales at Dazhong Golf have surged. I'm currently touring our 4 stores in Sichuan, and today I've come to Jinju." Jiang Cheng understood. This was the anticipated outcome. Although Campus Voice was not a television program, its promotional impact within Sichuan was undeniably immediate, given its local advantages. He smiled lightly. "No problem. I'll be at the 4 store to have my car tinted as well." Zhui Yuan promptly replied, "Wonderful. I shall await your esteemed arrival." After hanging up, there was a vigorous knock on Jiang Cheng's door. Feng Meiwan entered with displeasure. "Jiang Cheng, this won't do. How can you spend all day in your room playing on your phone? You haven't tidied up your space. It's a complete mess. Are you this careless at school too?" Jiang Cheng smiled wryly. The honeymoon phase had barely lasted a day, and the VIP treatment was already over. Were other children like this too? He chuckled. "Mom, I have a dinner engagement outside tonight." Feng Meiwan huffed. "So now you're a busy person with dinner engagements? It would be easier if I had one less person to cook for." She turned to leave in a huff, but soon returned with an apple, sternly saying, "Eat this." Jiang Cheng accepted with a grin. "You're the best, Mom." She shot him a playful glare before closing the door behind her. Upon arriving at the auto trade city, Jiang Cheng observed the bustling crowds at the Volkswagen and Audi dealerships, with potential buyers streaming in. As he parked his car at the entrance, Zhui Yuan greeted him enthusiastically. "Mr. Jiang, welcome." Beside him stood a rotund man, his face adorned with a broad smile. After Jiang Cheng exited the vehicle, the plump man promptly took the keys, saying, "Mr. Jiang, I'll take it for the tint." Zhui Yuan then introduced, "This is Yi Zhanpeng, the head of the Volkswagen and Audi dealerships in Jinju." Jiang Cheng nodded slightly. Mr. Yi, as the owner of a prominent dealership, he was indeed a significant figure in the area. Yi Zhanpeng, with a beaming smile, greeted, "Hello, Mr. Jiang. It is a pleasure to finally meet you." He had heard from Mr. Zhu that the remarkable surge in sales was entirely attributable to the man before him. After parking the car in the workshop, Yi Jiangping hurried back to invite Jiang Cheng and Zhu Yuan to sit in the outdoor seating area. He personally took on the role of a server, pouring tea for both gentlemen. The trio engaged in light-hearted banter. Zhu Yuan remarked, "Mr. Jiang, it is truly my fortune to know you. Did you know that the headquarters is encouraging other regional managers to learn from me? While other regions are dominated by Toyota and Sichuan, we Volkswagen are thriving against the tide, surpassing Toyota, all thanks to your methods, Mr. Jiang." Yi Jiangping nodded in agreement, discreetly observing Jiang Cheng, who at such a young age had already proven to be exceptionally capable. Jiang Cheng smiled faintly and replied, "Let us continue to strive and create even greater achievements." He raised his teacup in a toast to them, and both Zhu Yuan and Yi Jiangping reciprocated. During their conversation, Jiang Cheng noticed a familiar figure, his classmate, Ran Chong. Ran Chong was fiddling with an old electric bike, charging it in a corner. Upon seeing Jiang Cheng, he paused for a moment before jogging over. "Jiang Cheng, you're here too." He was tall and robust with dark skin, exuding a rugged demeanor. Yet upon encountering Jiang Cheng, he displayed a genuine smile. Jiang Cheng casually gestured to a nearby chair. "Please, take a seat." He poured a cup of tea for Ran Chong as well. Noticing Yi Jiangping, Ran Chong smiled awkwardly, understanding that he was the owner of the car dealership, and then sat down. Jiang Cheng casually mentioned, "I came to get the car tinted." Ran Chong responded, "I'm here to pick my mother up from work." Yi Jiangping chuckled. "It appears young Ran knows Mr. Jiang." Jiang Cheng nodded, "A friend." Yi Jiangping was momentarily taken aback. As time passed, the group engaged in casual conversation, with Jiang Cheng as the focal point. Ran Chong listened, a peculiar expression on his face. He was aware that the car dealership owner usually carried an air of arrogance, being one of the nouveau riche of Jinju. Typically quite haughty, he was astonished by their courteous demeanor towards Jiang Cheng. Before long, Ran Chong's mother, when Shu Qin exited work, dressed in a white blouse and a black skirt suit, her voluptuous figure was noticeably more robust than that of the younger saleswomen. Upon seeing her son seated with the company owner, her expression tightened. Why can't this child behave appropriately, sitting in front of just anyone? However, upon noticing Jiang Cheng's animated conversation, she paused, her exquisite features displaying a contemplative expression, likely due to her son's impressive classmate. Wan Shuqin quickly approached to greet the group, subtly signaling for Ran Chong to leave. To her surprise, he replied blankly, "Mom, the battery isn't fully charged yet." When Shuqin was instantly vexed, Jiang Cheng chuckled, "Aunt Wen, why not sit for a while? There's no rush." When Shuqin forced a smile and sat down awkwardly, Jiang Cheng lightly inquired, "Aunt Wen, how are your sales doing? I see business is thriving." When Shuqin chuckled lightly, "It's going well. Recently, many customers are interested in the Golf model. However, she turned slightly disgruntled. Yet my performance remains at the bottom. I lack the eloquence of my peers. In their store, those at the lowest sales rank face elimination. Although sales are currently strong, she could only enjoy a month of high salary before needing to seek new employment." Jiang Cheng smiled nonchalantly. "Boss E runs such a substantial business. There are always positions available. Even if you don't want to work in sales, you could handle administrative tasks. There's bound to be a suitable role for you." When Shuqin managed a weak smile and nodded, but she was acutely aware that administrative positions often favored connections, something she lacked. Although Jiang Cheng was impressive, he was not privy to the intricacies of the situation. Yi Jiangping's eyes sparkled as he chimed in with a smile. "What President Jiang says is true. Sister Wen is sincere and upright, always willing to help others at work, which is a rare quality." When Shuqin was taken aback, was the normally scathing Yi Jiangping showing a different side? Jiang Cheng nodded with a smile. "I know this well. During our school days, our homeroom teacher encouraged parents to learn from Aunt Wen." When Shuqin felt a tinge of embarrassment, Yi Jiangping then suggested, "Sister Wen, once this busy period is over, why not transition to the office?" When Shuqin felt a surge of joy, but hesitated, "But I am not proficient with computers." Yi Jiangping laughed heartily. "What difference does that make? I'm not good with computers either. The office requires more personnel, Even managing car keys and vehicle compliance documents needs someone responsible. And that suits you perfectly. When Shu Chen's face flushed with excitement. Thank you, President E. I will work diligently. She stole a glance at Jiang Cheng, her heart in tumult. She never expected her son's classmate to possess such capability that even the car dealership owner regarded him favorably. Jiang Cheng merely mentioned it, and the owner complied without hesitation. After a brief moment, Jiang Cheng's Audi had its window tinting completed. He then drove off with Zhou Yuan and Yi Zhanpeng to the Jiangshang restaurant for dinner. Watching the Audi gradually disappear, when Shu Chen murmured, Xiao Chong, Jiang Cheng truly is a benefactor for our family. Chapter 95. Who are you fooling? When Jiang Cheng returned home that evening, his parents were seated on the sofa watching television. As he settled down, Fang Meiwan shot him a knowing glance. Son, who'd you go out with? Jiang Cheng paused. It was a dinner with business partners. I mentioned it earlier. Fang Meiwan huffed. I don't believe you. Jiang Jihong spoke slowly. Xiao Cheng, now that you're in university, it's quite normal to date. There's no need to hide it from us. Jiang Cheng was speechless. Why is it so hard to believe? He spread his hands. Let me be honest with you. I may never marry or fall in love. Fang Meiwan scoffed. What? Are you planning to become a monk? Jiang Jihong's eyes widened. You want to leave the Jiang family without heirs? Jiang Cheng replied slowly, Mom, Dad. What do people marry and have children for? It's just to have someone to rely on in old age and to alleviate the burdens of sickness. However, once I accumulate sufficient wealth, I could hire 180 nannies and caregivers, fulfilling any desire I might have. In such a case, what significance does marriage and childbearing hold? Upon hearing this, Jiang Jihong displayed a serious countenance. Your reasoning is flawed. Money is not omnipotent. What does it mean to live without a family? He furrowed his brow and added, Have you become averse to marriage because you see your mother at home, behaving unreasonably like a fierce tigress? Jiang Cheng stared at his father in astonishment. Was he truly speaking so boldly with Wu Zetian present? Had he been drinking fake liquor? Jiang Jihong suddenly shivered, sensing an undercurrent of tension. He straightened his posture and said, Little Cheng, do you know what my greatest achievement in life is? It is not merely my admission to university, my successful graduation, or even my subsequent promotions. These are insignificant milestones in my journey. It was only when I had your mother and you that my life attained its true fulfillment. Marrying your mother is the pinnacle of my accomplishments. Therefore, do not harbor any misconceptions about embracing some form of singlehood. No sooner had he spoken than the tension in the living room dissipated. A trace of